Xin chào mọi người, mình là Đức Toàn, mình đến từ đội tuyển ranking Esports Việt Nam. Em bắt đầu chơi game từ năm 2009 và em cảm thấy game rất là hay và thú vị. Trước năm 2023 em đã tham gia rất nhiều đội tuyển và đến năm 2023 thì ranking Esports đã gọi em về và em đã tập luyện hàng ngày để đạt được kết quả tốt. Thời khắc em không thể quên được là vào cuối năm 2023 vào được top 4 CPS. Ban đầu thì bọn em được đánh giá rất là thấp nhưng không ngờ tới bọn em đã làm được điều đó.
Đối với Toàn, đối với cô Toàn là một người con ngoan hiếu thảo, biết giúp đỡ bố mẹ và gia đình. Nhưng bố mẹ thì rất tự hào về Toàn.
Lúc đầu thì em nó thì cũng muốn làm thôi chơi cái này vì gia đình cũng đầu nghĩ là không hợp lý, cũng không đồng ý lắm. Nhưng mà sau này thì cũng thấy game nó cũng là một món đồ em nó thích vui chơi. Cùng với là chú cũng đồng tình ủng hộ đây là chương trình game của gia chú và
Trước tiên thì sẽ là CPS 2024 để đạt được thành tích cao nhất và sau đó em sẽ phát triển bản thân vào các giải đấu sau. Đối với em, đột kích là thanh xuân, là cuộc sống và là gia đình của em.
起来没？喂，起来没？起床没？啊！去介绍。我是秦九俱乐部的 QI， 然后我们是从1年前吧，然后我们大家都一起住在这里，然后到现在也住了1年多了。
我们队伍氛围还是比较和谐的，然后其实私下里我们除了比赛，我们私下里的关系都挺好的。然后我觉得 QI 在我心中是一个特别重情重义，然后内心特别善良的一个人。
对你来说，他是什么样的朋友啊？
他是一个很好相处的朋友。
是那个秦九俱乐部的英俊，我来自浙江杭州萧山。
你们本来就是一起这样走来走去吗？
对，因为我们每天都上班来嘛，因为我们离得比较近，也就走个几分钟就到俱乐部了，所以基本上都是走路来。
我先秒一个。
九班小区，
阿佳。
大家好，我是秦九俱乐部的川尾线段位的选手 QI， 我在队伍里面担任的是一个自由人加副指挥，然后相对单点这个一个位置吧。当时我们有个民间比赛嘛，那个叫百城联赛，然后当时跟队友，然后一起约到线下打那个去网吧打百城联赛，然后当时一起打比赛的过程当中，认识一个队友，然后他说就是有那个幸运选拔赛嘛，然后我们一起报名了，经过层层选拔，然后最后留了下来，签了合同，然后当了青训选手。
64，是的，已经被拦在半路上了。另外这边的双杀，看看
优势可能就是我， 会玩的枪械种类比较多吧，然后可能有时候打的比较灵活，加上灵活又有一些鲁莽那种感觉，对，所以说有时候爆发力特别强，然后基本上枪械都能用，不会占枪，所以说这可能是我的优势吧。像亲人，像家人嘛，因为我们5个都是新人嘛，然后组在一个队伍里面，反正都大家各自努力嘛，然后都是每个队伍其实都是新位子，没有说什么就是互相压力怎么样，因为我们5个共同进步，然后每天上下班啥的，其实更像是家人一起在努力的朝更好的方向去发展。感谢支持我，还有支持我们的俱乐部的粉丝朋友们，然后也谢谢大家一直关注和支持我们，也请大家一直去相信我们，去支持我们，我们一定可以拿到更好的成绩的。
còn dây leo đặt ra 2 cái đầu đến từ bông kêu bị bóc không trách cùng về và cái giá phải trả đó là trên cái cá hai người đều biết vị trí của nhau cobrado na sequência varado pra acabar, volta pela azul That on the swivel cannot connect a single shot. That SGJ here to retake the IGL so good right now.
Potential winning round. Oh, but this age goes a bit too far. So Aisho being able to do some of those triangle things.
The point is up there. Now a good spam. No, he's gonna hunt. He is absolutely gonna hunt. Why wouldn't he? It's famous.
和1-2各收1个 DO 后也有人头进账，2颗闪光的影响之下还能摁2个。门烟一封，这边殊死一搏，连秒2人，这边是一个残血加护点 KOA， 血量也不是很多，恭喜成就！原点的一个米枪，2个人同步拉点，硬汉拿下了17个人头，可以恭喜一灭。
Hello to all of the CROSSFIRE esports fans around the world. Welcome to the live broadcast of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. We are here at the Double Orange Art Center in Hangzhou, China. I am Valdez. With me today is Elfish Guy and Sneaky Frog. And we're just really excited for everything. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, obviously, it's a big day. It's going to be a big week or a big couple of weeks as we head into another CFS Grand Finals. We had a good time here last year in 2023, and Sneaky, joining us for the first time on a Grand Final. So I'm sure you're pretty stoked to be here.
Very stoked, honestly. I mean, I've been waiting to be on the English broadcast specifically for the Grand Finals of all things. I mean, it's the biggest tournament of the year for CROSSFIRE, so I mean, who's not going to be excited, right?
Yeah, it's a huge deal, and of course we want to go ahead and thank everyone who is making this possible. Shout out to our hosts, Smilegate Entertainment and partner Tencent. Before we start, I want to thank Smilegate Entertainment for hosting this wonderful tournament, and a special mention to our partner Tencent. And also a huge thank you to Sony InZone, the official partner of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals, for their incredible support. The Sony InZone gaming headsets and monitors, backed by Sony's cutting-edge gaming and audiovisual technology, were developed in collaboration with professional players to help you fight for greatness, designed to win.
And an additional special thanks to our partner Morphling for giving the tremendous support to the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. The Morphling L50 gaming chair introduces groundbreaking dynamic support technology with air-operated lumbar support that adjusts with using a lift lever. It's specially designed for those with lower back discomfort. Morphling, reach your throne.
Reach your throne indeed. So this year, another great year, we do have 16 teams, the top teams from around the world, the 6 regions of CROSSFIRE. They've all gathered in Hangzhou. Straight off the bat, thoughts on who you guys think is going to take it right from the beginning, right from the start of the day?
I mean, that's a hard question to kind of answer this year. Like, I feel like in previous years, we've kind of come in and we've said, oh, the Chinese teams should probably dominate. If not them, then maybe the Brazilian teams. But generally speaking, it's been China #1, and that's kind of the long and short of it. As far as this year is concerned, though, especially after what we saw at the Summer Championship, jury's kind of out. I mean, Brazil's still kind of looking reasonably solid. Vietnam seems to be on the rise, and then there's obviously teams like All Gamers, Q9 that are coming back again to try to defend their, I guess defend the Chinese crown, because Baish is not actually here, but defend the crown at least for the region. So I know it's a long-winded answer, but I think this is actually anybody's guess at this point.
Yeah, I think my guess at least was Q9, but I really feel like anyone can take it at this point, especially with how the year went after what happened in Vietnam. It's anyone's game. Even NA is in this competition, man.
Yeah, it really does feel like it's kind of all up in the air, and we'll have to see who does eventually take it. Still very early. But guys, we do have some videos to check out, so let's jump into those right now.
Welcome to the CFS 2024 Grand Finals, the most prestigious international CROSSFIRE esports event of the year. This year, the final battleground of the year has arrived in Hangzhou, where the best CROSSFIRE teams around the world will gather in this beautiful city to fight for the championship title of 2024. A total of 16 teams across 6 regions have earned their place, each having battled through a year-long journey to reach this moment. These teams include 3 teams from China, 3 teams from Brazil, 3 teams from Yunnan, 1 team from North America, 2 teams from the Philippines, and Vietnam, that hosts the CFS Summer Championship 2024 champion team, will have 4 teams representing their region. Moving on to the structure, the tournament consists of 3 stages: the group stage, the knockout stage, and the playoffs, each with its own format. The group stage will follow a single round-robin format with a best-of-3 series. Teams will start off with the group stage where 16 teams spread across 4 groups through a group stage draw. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage, while the bottom 2 will be eliminated from the tournament. Next, the 8 advanced teams will go through the knockout stage that follows a single elimination format with a best-of-5 series. A total of 4 matches will be played on this stage, with each winner securing the spot to play in the last stage of the tournament. The playoffs will be played under double elimination format with a best-of-5 series, having 6 matches in total in this final stage, with the last team standing emerging to take the championship title of 2024. The total prize pool for the CFS 2024 Grand Finals totals $1,430,000, with the champion team claiming a grand prize of $500,000. Unlock the future. The ultimate event is upon us. The scene is set. New rivals have emerged. and the battle among the best CROSSFIRE teams in the world is about to take full action. From December 4th to December 15th, join us at the most prestigious international CROSSFIRE esports event of the year, the CFS 2024 Grand Finals.
So I hope that gives you guys a better idea of what is going to take place here for this entire tournament. It is a very long tournament here, the CFS 2024 Grand Finals, as always. So a couple of weeks to break down all the action.
Yeah, 8 days in a row of group stage is a pretty hefty experience. We've got every team playing multiple best of threes. There's no sort of messing about necessarily when you do make it through to those playoffs and to that final and eventually to become the champion. There's no real question at that point as to who the #1 team in the world is in 2024. But obviously we've got to talk about players as well, not just teams. And as far as this is concerned, these are the top regional players across the board. Right up the top there is Snare coming through from the West League. Sneaky, you got a couple of insights here. I know you're a big fan of Gokun as well.
Yeah, I'm a Gokun fanboy through and through. Especially
Me too.
What he did in CFBL was absolutely next level. He didn't really lose any skill. I mean, he had like a 1-year stint in China as a streamer, came back, still the same guy.
Yeah,
still the same dude.
I mean, I think this is actually a great graphic because, you know, you look at some of these players and you think, okay, I definitely agree with that. I mean, I'm looking at Do, Ice Cube, Gokun, you know, 3 incredible snipers that really all could have a lot to say about how their team goes in this particular event. So those will be some players to watch, and these will be your groups to watch. We've got, as we said, 4 groups. Lots of competition yet to play over the first 8 days. We'll be getting to see all of these teams play off for the chance to make it into the playoffs, and then, well, obviously from there onwards, it's a bit of a different ball game. But the notable omission, I think, most notably here is Baisha. No Baisha. They are the reigning champions in CFS from 2023, but they don't get to defend that title because they didn't make it.
Yeah, that's what happens. You know, CFPL is it's a very competitive league, and there's a lot of great teams. And getting knocked out by Q9, it's rough, but they're not going to make it here. There are the matches for today. We're going to be starting off with ranking versus Q9. Any thoughts on this matchup, guys?
I mean, it's a great one to start things off as far as I'm concerned, to be quite honest. I mean, Vietnam and China are probably the 2 regions that you'd be really quite interested in seeing how their relative level is going to be looking coming into this tournament. So this should give us a pretty good understanding of maybe where each region is concerned. I don't know that both are the top teams from their respective regions, as may be evidenced now by the champion predictions coming across. Wolf Empire, certainly, in my opinion, looking a little bit better from Vietnam, even though they were the 2nd seed. And All Gamers, again, in my opinion, as well, here with the prediction for the overall championship.
But Q9 for Sneaky Frog, what's behind that one?
My investment in early in Q9. I like what I saw in CFPL. They already have the best defense in the world at one point, and they just needed to sprinkle a bit of offense in that strategy, and they would be the perfect team. But I have not really seen that perfect form from them just yet, but hopefully we see it here, man.
Yeah, I really hope so. We do have some newcomers, Team Alotus, Next Top, and Ubek Maniac coming on in. Ubek Maniac, the youngest team, I believe, that we do have here at the entire tournament. Some very young players on that one. So obviously we'll see how the pressure does get to them on this big stage. We got some teams back, of course. Evolution Power Gaming, STJ Reborn, and Q9 joining us once again.
Yeah, kind of cool to see. I mean, a conversation to be had around which is the most difficult group to make it out of. I would probably, for me personally, be leaning towards Group B. I think that's a pretty tough one with All Gamers and Wolf Empire in there. I mean, those would be, at least for me, 2 of the potential frontrunners to make the grand final. But in saying that, there's a lot of strong teams across the board. So I think you can make an argument maybe for a couple of those other groups as well.
Yeah, I was reckoning like Group C, what I was thinking as well, because I feel like the teams are very evenly matched. I feel like EP and Imperial are basically equal, and Ubek Maniac, I feel like they're going to be the biggest surprise because of their mechanics that you haven't seen yet.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome tournament, but guys, we do have the opening ceremony right now.
没炸到血量，但是烟雾弹的边缘，大米摁住一躲。
后边还有崽崽呢。
英俊的血量也不是很多，再接一个吗？英俊
单局4杀。
那手里还有道具，直接埋头拆吗？
来吧，拿到了这个单局。
Vem chegando, já também consegue ler a sombra da segunda dele, vamos abrir espaço para a mais
Assiste a match contra a Ice e a match contra a ANTISOCIAL.
Aí, ó, NC, triple kill dele, mais ilusão, e Seven consegue devolver as eliminações para a zona HT. 那你好的哇，得到。
Đít trò chưa nhìn thấy Lucas và Lucas chưa nhìn thấy đít trò nhưng lần này đít trò trắng rồi.
Nhìn cái kho B này làm sao mà qua được đây? Phan Tinh kill dành cho Đô La.
Line up here, KFC takes out one, maybe a second, and they tear them to pieces. They fall one by one. Zone 3 M4, Nito falls in his hands now. Down to it, KFC denied by Keller despite that performance.
Damage. It's actually reinforced by the but ACZ gonna make up for 2 headshots, make it 3. And he needed most. He's gonna get 4 headshots in a row by himself. It's not looking good for him. LCK will close out the match.
Really tough spot. GZY. Well, Minobi's there for the swing, so they're a little bit slow on this. Now they're going to try, but Hines, he's got a good angle, and look at that spray between him and GZY, leaving it just down to Michael and the critical HP. Unlock the future! Break the doubts! Compete with style! The journey to the pinnacle of glory is a path destined only for the brave. Hello CROSSFIRE esports fans around the world, I'm your host Matt Andrews and welcome to the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. After a year, this grand feast descends upon China once again, from last year's Land of Abundance Chengdu to this year's Paradise on Earth, Hangzhou. 16 elite teams from 6 different regions around the globe who have battled and fought on their path to be here for a whole year, overcoming one challenge after another. They are finally gathered to compete for the highest honor in CROSSFIRE Esports, the World Championship title of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals! Stage is set. Our 16 teams are prepared and ready. Who will continue to write their glories as they compete? let's find out together. The CFS 2024 Grand Finals begin now! Let's welcome the contenders for the opening match of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. First up, the semi-finalists from the CFS 2023 Grand Finals who successfully fought to be here again today. Representing Vietnam, let's welcome Ranking Esports, Humio. LDX. PM. Nevis. And Dr. One. Next up, the former champions from 2020, once again challenging this year for the World Championship title. The first Chinese team here, Q9 Club. Let's welcome XMY. Hoi. XJ! YJ! And you! The opening match of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals is about to begin. Which team will have the best start and win this series? Let's stay tuned and let's unlock the future!
Well, wasn't that a treat? We have Matt Andrews up there on the stage, as always, making it super hype for the CFS 2024 Grand Finals to begin. Ranking up against Q9, our first match of the day. How's this one going to break down, guys?
Yeah, look, I don't know how CrossFire continues to deliver a bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger stage every single year. I mean, I've been doing CrossFire for 9 years now. I got a pop up.
Growing.
I got a pop up on one of my social medias this morning. It was like 9 years ago. You were in. It was Guangzhou at the time, 2015, first CrossFire Finals that I did. But yeah, it's certainly come a long way since then. As far as this matchup is concerned, though, look, I mean, I've had enough being nice, right? We've had 10 minutes of being nice.
What?
Ranking Esports, I really want to see something better from them. I think the Vietnamese teams, the Vietnamese region in general, I've never really been a huge fan of the way that they've played the game. I don't like the style that they bring to the table. So, look, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt coming into this match against Q9, but I definitely back Q9 coming into this one, and I think, Sneaky, you probably echo those thoughts.
Oh, are we taking the gloves off?
Go for
yes,
it.
take
the
them
gloves
off
for this. Not gonna lie. I mean, despite them being the first seed coming in from Vietnam, I mean, LBX, he's a really good leader, really good IGL. Fixed the macro of this team because their macro was in shambles last year. And Himeo, the guy who won V9s in that last roster. And the thing is with the old identity of ranking esports, it used to be, all right, everyone die, Himeo. Clutch it for us, buddy. And let's see what happens. Nevis is kind of like a 50-50 player. He could play good, play bad at the same time. And PM is, you know, it's kind of the same thing, but he is the sniper. PM has really good streaks, but he also has really low lows at the same time. So it's still a big question mark for me whether or not PM is actually going to perform in this series, especially up against a team like Q9. And you only don't have to deal with one sniper, you have to deal with two, man.
Yeah, it's not an easy task. I mean, there is a reason why this team was able to knock out Baisha, and I feel like, as always, the Chinese region does end up being the strongest, and that does mean the competition is incredibly high. And if you're a team that can knock out a team of that caliber, yes, Baisha was kind of on the downswing, perhaps, but there's a reason why, Sneaky, you put this squad as one that could potentially win the whole tournament, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest problem here for Q9 was just they have such a good defense. I mean, just like how I said, the best defense in the world at one point. But at the same time, their offense was less than stellar. You can actually see it in the statistics. Their global risk is 53, 47 here for Blacklist, and that's how EP actually broke this team in the that's how EP actually broke this team in the bracket and at one point. And yeah, I mean, Q9, they kind of figured out the way to figure out EP in return, but still, that's a huge glaring weakness, especially in this type of competition.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm quite interested to see what Q9 is going to bring to the table, because typically we'd be talking about the likes of Baisha and All Gamers, we'd be yapping on about them at this stage of the competition and saying they're pretty much a shoe-in, but I think that storyline kind of changes quite significantly with the results from the Summer Championship. You mentioned Baisha maybe being on the downswing. Well, that was kind of where that started, right? They did eventually get knocked out in the group stages there, and they haven't now made it to this CFS 2024 Grand Finals, which has kind of opened the door up for a couple of those Chinese teams that have kind of been floating around in the wings, waiting to kind of get their opportunity, that being Q9 and Evolution Power. Obviously, we've got All Gamers back again, and they will definitely be the firm favorites, but teams like Q9, teams like Evolution Power are a little bit more of a question mark at this level of competition. So it does remain to be seen what they're going to be able to bring to the table. But I like it for Q9, you know, coming in and playing a game against ranking. Like, I think we can look at ranking and say that while they're not the, you know, strongest of competition necessarily, they're certainly not the bottom of the barrel here at the event either. So should be a good little testing ground for Q9 to maybe get their feet sort of nice and solidly in the event, on the stage, feeling comfortable without maybe having to bring everything to the table necessarily.
Yeah, taking a look at some of the results, we saw that ranking going down to Wolf Empire. That's another team from Vietnam that we're going to be looking at in the finals over there, whereas Q9 did fall to Evolution Power Gaming eventually in the lower bracket finals. All of those teams, including the two teams here, are in this tournament, so definitely you can see the competition is incredibly high once we do get to the CFS Grand Finals. As always, we're going to take a look at our key player matchup. We got Himeo up against you, and definitely a couple of guys that we did mention. Thoughts on this key player matchup?
Both of them are really good at their roles, aka the lurk/entry. So Himeo, obviously a very clutch player. You can rely on him in those dangerous rounds. When it's match point, he is gonna be ice cold. He's not gonna be nervous whatsoever. He's been in that situation before. And you, I wouldn't say they're that similar, but he's more just of a reliable kind of guy. He's like, hey, you can go in first, but at the same time, he can also, you know, provide that lurk game, provide that support. He's kind of like a Swiss Army knife for the side of Q9.
The one thing I don't really like about ranking is that it does feel like there is a bit of an over-reliance sometimes on Himeo. Like, when he goes missing, this team can just look like they've got absolutely nothing going. So, you know, it's good that he's up there as far as the key players to watch is concerned, and definitely agree with that as a decision. But, you know, I don't necessarily like it in terms of if he goes missing, what has ranking got behind that? I don't necessarily feel as though they're going to be able to sort of match up too well against Q9 if Yumea's not here, but that's a big if, right? He is a very good player and he's often online, so let's just hope that that's going to be the case today as well.
It does feel like on ranking you have very high highs but sometimes very low lows, so we'll see what their form looks like today. We can even see that here in terms of the match history. They had some really high highs up against Q9 in spring APAC 2024, and then in fall they kind of got crushed in a 2-0 there. So still a pretty even matchup when it does come to the stats, but really as we do get towards the end of the year, it really comes down to how well did they prepare for this event. Is ranking on form? It feels like Q9 is a bit more consistent, and in terms of that consistency, especially from the Chinese broadcast, they're going to go all for Q9, which does make sense. We do have one of the Vietnamese commentators going for ranking, though, and we'll see the rest of the predictions here in a bit, but mostly going to be Q9.
I don't think that's much of a surprise, really. It is day one of a CFS Grand Finals, you know, and we're watching a Chinese team. There's going to be very much an inherent bias in that direction just because of the legacy that those teams and that region has kind of built up, particularly over Vietnam. If it was Brazil, you might see a little bit more of a smattering. You know, if we had an Imperial or a Vasco here in the opening game, I think there might be a bit more of a discussion. But generally speaking, we would, I think, put China as the #1 region, and then maybe Brazil, and then after that Vietnam. So when we're looking at it from the perspective of, at least in my opinion, ranking is not the best Vietnamese team. Yes, Q9 is not the best Chinese team, but just matching those two up, you probably put two and two together, and by and large, that's why you've got the vast majority of people leaning in the direction of Q9 at least.
So team captain LDX recently joined Ranking Esports as the new team captain. Can Ranking make a breakthrough at this tournament with his leadership? What do you think, Sneaky?
I think he can. Not gonna lie, I feel like LDX, there was like this clickbaity time where he was on the Wolf Empire roster and he didn't actually play too well, but I feel like they didn't really need an IGL on that roster. They needed another sniper because Rambo, I mean, as much as Rambo's good, he's not no Ice Cube. And I mean, you can see LDX, I feel like he just needed a fresh slate. He just needed a new place who he can operate his system, you know, new drawing board. The whiteboard is erased, and I feel like he did a great job. I mean, they did reverse sweep Wolf Empire in the finals where the pressure is highest. So, I mean, he's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I mean, events like this one as well, really anything can happen. I think going back to last year, it was ranking that was one of the big surprises in 2023. So, you know, a little bit of a change up in terms of the team, but anything's really a possibility. So to answer the question, yes, it could. I don't know that it necessarily will, but I think it's definitely very possible.
So we do have some map comparison stats here. The numbers at the bottom should be the amount of rounds played, you would imagine, or the amount of maps played here. But overall, you can see that, you know, Eagle Eye going over to ranking in terms of they do have a perfect record on that, but a lot more maps played there for the side of Q9. Overall, just looking at this, you know, maybe we see Subbase or Eagle Eye coming out for ranking. Maybe in Mexico for Q9, they've only played it once though. Either way, you know, we're gonna have to wait and see which maps do come out. Any expectations when it comes to the maps for you guys?
Port for Q9, and that's a no-brainer. And you already know Vietnam, Ankara, hand in hand, man. Yeah. It's kind of their thing. It's kind of like Black Widow in the Philippines. It's very common. So I do expect those two maps to come out. Especially ranking has kind of worked on their Ankara, and their macro on that map compared to the last time I saw them is actually pretty good now compared to, you know, back then when we were watching APAC. Their macro on that map was actually just a carbon copy of whatever Wolf Empire was doing in that tournament. But now with maybe a new take on Ankara, maybe we could see them go into map 3, or if they can actually upset Q9 on Port, which is one of their strongest maps, then maybe we can see something interesting in this tournament, just like in Vietnam.
Well, this would be the tournament to do it, right? Like, this is the biggest tournament of the year, so if you've got anything, if you've had anything prepared, if you've been paying attention to what Q9's been doing on potentially Port, you know, and you're expecting that as a pick, hopefully this is where you get to pull it out, because you don't... Look, while it is a pretty extensive group stage, you don't necessarily want to be dropping anything where you don't have to. So get off to a good start, win, you know, a couple of those best of 3s. You're probably in a pretty good spot to go through to those playoffs. But we'll get into the pick and ban here and put that conversation to rest and see whether or not we are going to get onto that port here for Q9. First, a couple of bans though, so get through that.
I'm thinking Mexico. Maybe first man here for Q9. I don't think they actually play that map at all.
Yeah.
So I would not be surprised if that popped out in the first ban.
Yeah, they had that one win, which made the graph go really high, but it's literally just one game that they played on it, which I think tells a bigger story. But it is going to be on Kara, which is the other map you mentioned for Vietnam. So
I respect it.
They banned that out, and we'll see if Port gets banned here by ranking or if they have a different idea.
Nah, ranking should just keep Mexico open, in my opinion. I feel like ranking can ban Port in this, but I feel like they could also ban Black Widow. That's a map where it's really hard to deal with Q9's double sniper setup most of the time. So I'm thinking it's either going to be a Port or a Black Widow ban, and maybe we might see... I'm trying to think of maps that ranking has been working on the past few moments. Maybe sub-base? I mean, the Vietnamese teams have gotten better with that very close maps. Oh, Eagle Eye 2.0. I didn't expect that, actually, because, I mean, Q9 does play that map, but it's not one of their best.
Yeah, so pretty interesting. As you were mentioning, maybe just comes down to what they're practicing more here. We saw also that, yes, ranking had a good record on this map, but it was only 3 maps played, so maybe not enjoying it too much and a bit scared to play it against Q9. So Black Widow, one of those maps you mentioned, they just jump right onto that. Yeah. Not going to go into Port just yet.
Yeah, I feel like ranking... Nah, I don't feel... Maybe Compound? If you want to go toe-to-toe with the defense of Q9. I mean, Q9 has had a few games on Compound. Their defense, just like how I said, is really impressive on that map. Offense is, it's fine. But, I mean, if ranking can crack that defense 1 or 2 rounds and get on that second half on that defensive side, then they might have a good time. But those are only possibilities, of course, for now.
Definitely having to think about things. A little bit of a back and forth.
You got the team with all the tablets up there. Actually, just deciding side selection at first, and ranking deciding to move over to BL to start.
Oh, I like that. I like that move, actually. I mean, have Q9 play defense the first half. That's their strong point. Oh, no. Oh, no. that cut off my point. Oh, no, Q9. You might have messed up. Because, I mean, I know that Chinese teams, they are aware of lineups in this map, but, yeah, most of them don't play this map. I mean, it is Mexico. It's a hard map to figure out.
I mean, I think it's maybe not a bad choice for Q9 to kind of have this in early in the tournament. And if they have a good result here, that sort of puts the element of doubt into the rest of the team's minds that maybe there's a bit of a pocket pick here for Mexico for Q9. I mean, obviously, knowing that the Brazilian region doesn't necessarily mind a bit of Mexico, we see it a little bit every now and then in West League as well. So there's quite a lot of teams actually coming in that do play a bit of Mexico. So might not be a bad thing to just sort of get it out of the way, and we'll see if this gamble pays off for Q9.
That's why I love Day 1 vetoes. You just don't know what's who's gonna ban what, because I feel like everyone's testing out everything in Day 1. So yeah, Port's gonna be banned out. That's gonna be something. Maybe Q9 wants to foray, maybe either in Compound or sub-base, but sub-base is gonna be banned by ranking, so they are gonna go Compound instead. So overall, veto, in my opinion, is I think it's somewhat sided still for Q9 because they have 2 really good maps that actually play to their strengths. But that Mexico, man, I mean, if Q9 can figure out that first half, then maybe they can close it out. But closing out the Mexico, especially when you are on that BL side, it's tough, man.
It is very tough, and you know, Port was definitely one of the other maps we mentioned for Q9. I do wonder what the strategy is with that. They don't pick it, they pick up Black Widow, they ban it away themselves, so maybe they just don't want to show it just yet and kind of have it in their back pocket. And not a bad idea. I do think that ranking is one of the better teams in their group, but perhaps showing a little bit of confidence, not willing to pull that one out just yet. But either way, it is going to be Black Widow into Mexico, into Compound. Ranking Esports will start off on the blacklist side for all of those 3 maps in a row. So we're going to get to see Q9's defense first and foremost for all of these.
It's been a big conversation point, hasn't it? Yeah, I'm interested to see what kind of level ranking brings in as well. I've always felt that the Vietnamese region can be quite a hyper-aggressive kind of a region. They tend to rely a lot on individuals performing, and what better way to do that than to start blacklist on 3 maps in a row? So if there's any way to do it, then it is probably the way that ranking have managed to get this veto. So I guess they can't be too disappointed with how things have played out there. It is maybe starting to swing my opinion a little bit away from Q9, but you know, I think I'm probably still going to sit there and back Q9 coming into this one.
Yeah, can't blame you, man. Honestly, I mean, the veto is looking good here. For Q9, there's a lot of factors that you have to think about, right? I mean, just like how you said, ranking does rely on individual skill. I feel like that's kind of LDX's thing. They just let the boys do whatever, and if they find the opportunity, they go for it. But I feel like a person, we did say Humeo. Humeo was kind of the guy that 1v9s the entire game, but then I want to pull out one more name from the side of Ranking Esports. In my opinion, the most improved player of the year. Shout out to my boy Ductwan. After his name change from new kind of play, and then we saw that in Vietnam. Actually, Ductwan was one of the better players in that tournament. I think he was like the top 5 at least on the KD. So I want to see that exact same Ductwan in this series, man. Especially, he's already Black Widow, and I feel like if you have that aggression from Ductwan, definitely going to be a big benefit, especially for that map control in Long A.
Yeah, I'm glad that he went for the name change approach, because some players just go ahead and shave all their hair off and make it a little bit more extreme, and they say, okay, I'm a new person, I'm redesigned as a human, I'm going to be a totally different player. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, so it's a bit less extreme to just go ahead and change your name and just play a bit better. We're going to take a look at some of the Black Widow stats here. Just taking a look at CFVL path and CFPL as well.
16 games,
yeah, so
55%, I think.
Summer champs as well there for ranking. They played a fair bit of it. Obviously, we didn't get to see Q9 at the Summer Championship, but it's definitely in the wheelhouse for both teams. I mean, if you're playing 16 and 14 maps of this respectively in your local competitions, and then even picking it up in the path to CFS, yeah, it's definitely there for both teams. I think you'd be both, I think, coming into this one feeling relatively comfortable. We saw a decent spread on both of the halves as well, so I don't know if it really tells us a whole lot, actually, those map stats, to be quite honest with you, apart from the fact that both teams should have a pretty decent idea about what they want to do here on the first map.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Black Widow is like one of the most common, if not the most common map in this game. So I expect these teams to definitely have big knowledge. I mean, they probably know all the lineups and all that stuff. I think Q9 does have the slight edge with having harder competition, because I feel like there's 8 teams in the CFPL who just absolutely run through international tournaments, even including their 8th place team. Maybe you put Edward Gaming here and they can still have a good run. And yeah, I mean, and let's see, man. I'm just excited to see, man. I really want to start this Black Widow. I really want to see if PM is actually the real deal. If he can deal with Koi or XMY, my opinion's going to be flipped. I'm going to be a PM believer now if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult, I'd say. I don't think that he can't do it, but as we always talk about, China is generally #1 when it does come to CFS, and the grand finals, they oftentimes come in. I mean, last year was China versus China grand finals final, right?
Biggest
so
final in a while.
it was a lot of fun, but it oftentimes does end up that way. I do wonder if ranking can start us off with a nice, fun upset. I would call it an upset if they do take this one, but it's 1 best-of-3. It feels like, they were able to pull out the Mexico. If Black Widow doesn't really go Q9's way, perhaps we could get some fun stuff in map number 2. But it does look like we're just about ready to hop into the first map of Black Widow. So let's jump into it right now. And here we go, Black Widow, the first map of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals begins, and Koi, the first player to pick up a kill for the entire tournament. Going to pick up a couple is XMY, who does take out PM, so that's beginning to that matchup you were talking about.
I'm telling you, man.
But he does get traded out.
I was going to mention, PM was the first player to go down there for rankings, so already a little bit of a black mark on his name, but regardless, it's early days, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here. Ranking just going to be put on the back foot after that initial exchange of pleasantries.
Yeah, not much action around the map, honestly. I really feel like Ranking just tried to go for some opening fights, maybe some aggressive map control towards that B site. But unfortunately, I mean, Koi just so happened to be in the exact same place, in the exact same time, just coming out of B main just in time and getting that kill. And especially taking out the sniper, if you're on BL side, on Black Widow, I mean, that could be a huge advantage for you if you do get it. But if the defense gets it first, it just makes it a whole lot harder, especially you have snipers like Koi, like XMY, that they're kind of hard to remove from their positions. Then that's why I did say that they do got the best defense.
Yeah, it's pretty early days, obviously, though, having seen this so far from Ranking, seems like they're just going to weight that timer down as much as possible. Just over a minute left on the clock after the initial exchanges, Q9 getting the advantage there, and it's kind of put Ranking into a bit of an awkward spot where they're not too sure about what they want to be doing. I don't mind the call to go B, but that's going to be found out pretty quickly here by Q9. We do have a big flank coming through from YJ. He'll be getting the information. He's not really spotting too much and hearing a couple of footsteps over towards the B side of the map. That hit is coming through nice and easy.
All right, well, they're going to get this plant down on the B site, but already we do see that Q9 is swarming around it. We do have a guy back towards the spawn that is going to be quite. The rest of them looking to go through storage here with the flash entry. We do have Humeo up on the boxes already, going to avoid the flash and just locks it down immediately. The amazing spray in there, but a couple of guys low on health. Let's see if Koi can pull it off. He doesn't have too much time. He's being shot in the back as he's just trying to find where they are, but he's just running out of time. Down he will go, and Ranking Esports start off strong.
That is Humeo in a nutshell, isn't it? Like, that's exactly what you expect, and that's exactly what you hope to see from him for Ranking, and already a pretty good start to the day. So we'll take that.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that call, honestly, from Q9. I mean, it was good positioning here from YJ, but I feel like giving B site, especially on Black Widow, is not the best idea considering the entrances are very limited. I mean, you have B storage, you have B door, and both of those are choke points. Never go through window because you have to crouch through it and everyone's going to see you. So that's a bad idea. But I was looking for more of a fight here from Q9, especially from door, man, because that's one of the more powerful positions that you can defend B at, actually.
It's a little bit of a surprise that they give up the B site completely when they have a 4-on-3 advantage.
Maybe YJ could have gone for more. Maybe got aggressive earlier, maybe. But, I mean, hindsight's 20/20. But, I mean, giving the B site's not really the good idea. And that's
I would imagine that they were just kind of like waiting for that flank to come through, and they thought the timing on that flank would actually be enough. But Ranking kind of thread the needle and got in just before the flank came around the back.
And now, once again, Ranking Esports, no pleasantries this time around down mid. Just going to keep everybody healthy and play the clock. So actually going against that over-aggression we may have expected a little bit as LDX calling the shots here as the IGL. We'll see what he has in store for us in this round, but we're not going to see it for the first minute and a half of it. And that's going to spark Q9 to begin poking their heads about and see what they can see, try to get some information in mid without getting their heads taken off at the same time.
And a bit of shots going in mid. Oh, what a nice shot there from YJ. LDX is gone, but that's a common thing. I mean, LDX always checking the corners, so his players don't have to, and he can just kind of work flipping through the player POVs, just be an IGL, but not the best start to the round, honestly.
No, and a lot of space being taken by YJ now as he pushes his way down middle. Looks like he's going to find a pretty good timing. He's hearing those footsteps, certainly, of Ranking. Decides to pull the trigger a little bit early. Ends up getting just the one. That's still not too bad. It gets the info out there as well. XJ going to have to come into the picture now that the shot from the Orm has missed. And Q9 trying to hold off this A offensive. They're doing a pretty good job of it so far. It does come down to Neves, who's quite low on HP. He's got no time. And that'll be an easy round win for Q9. So bouncing back pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's that constant sniper presence, right? You could take out Koi, there's still XMY. You could take out the XMY, there's still Koi. And XJ does a really good job of just holding stairs there the entire time, making sure his head is not revealed. He's just spamming control that entire time and just being very annoying for the players coming in from long. And the time pressure was already there. There was only 10 seconds left on the clock because I feel like the call there for LDX was just, all right, let's time delay and then maybe let's go long, kind of mess with their timings a bit, but it didn't work, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're going to take that much time and just wait it out, it does come with inherent risk, and Q9, you know, they're going to send YJ once again to try to poke his head out. We'll see if LDX can spot this out or sense that he has moved up this far already. But yeah, it's just giving room for Q9 to say, hey, we don't have to sit back and play passively. We can continue to try to get as much information as possible if they're just going to sit back and do nothing.
Yeah, I mean, getting short control, pretty big, but that means you also kind of give up long A. But I think that's fine because you can set up some really good positions from short and just, you know, you can kind of play with the card player inside of A side. You can kind of play off of each other, which is really going to be hard for ranking to actually penetrate the side if ever it does so. And look at this crossfire, no pun intended. Koi and his homie on this site, XJ. I mean, it's a perfect setup, but if someone misses, this setup is going to be breaking down.
We're going to have to worry about a fast flank as well. That push down middle hasn't eventuated just yet, but it could soon. It's a good shot to start things off from Koi, but instantly traded back on down. LDX finding that opener for his team. He'll be backed up nicely by Nevis. 3 on 4 for the retake here for Q9, and it seems like we might have a bit of a back and forth as far as the rounds are concerned. Ranking doing well here in round number 3. Used down low, XMY at the window. Hasn't really had much of an impact just yet. Going to toss a flash over the top of the bomb site, but not too huge effect. He has managed to land himself one. Still a couple more to find and not a lot of time to do it in. Has to push his way out now. Has lost his teammate as well, and Nevis logs it down. Ranking have their second.
Well, I mean, just like I always said, if anyone misses, that setup is cooked. But XJ, I couldn't really blame XJ being out in the open because I feel like he's trying to read Ranking's brain right now. It's like, hey, Ranking thinks I'm in stairs, so I'm going to play this off angle, but unfortunately, it was a bit too open and they lose A side because of it.
Ooh, and take a look at this. Trying to run through storage. They're just going to both die immediately. Trying to get into water. One guy trying to poke out of storage after, I think it was YJ, already went down. So, bit of a risk does not pay off as Ranking take more control outside of storage here.
Are we getting a little bit worried if you're Q9? I mean, it's early days still, but this is your map pick, and you are on the GR side, which is typically where Q9 gets a bit of their work done. So, it's been a pretty solid display so far from Ranking. In typical Vietnamese fashion, some very strong individual plays, particularly looking back at Humeo in that first round. But it's coming together nicely as a roster. The only missing piece really is PM, but it doesn't really seem like they need him at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the expectation, right? When you're going up against Humeo, he's just going to be a mechanical monster every single time. But you have to predict where LDX is also going to come from because he's got that IGL push on lock. Ductuan will get that last player. And Ranking Esports, they're starting to kind of solve the Rubik's Cube that is the defense of Q9. And not just that, we are pretty early in the game.
Yeah, we take a look at the replay from the last round. It was a decent attempt to try to pull it back, but it was just a little bit too little too late. They had already lost so much on the initial push. And now trying to go into long. We got both teams trying to push into this one. Ductuan pushing forward. It's actually Humeo who does get the kill from behind as Ranking are just taking over the outside along here, and Q9 get bowled over without much of a stand. They take down Humeo, but that's about it.
Yeah, great flood from Ranking. Good util tossing over the top. And no one from Q9 really stood much of a chance. I'm liking this a lot better from Ranking than what I've seen in previous events. You know, it's a bit more coordinated. It's a little bit more of a wolf pack kind of a style. You can see them working together, trading each other down. That's always, I feel like, been the strength of the Vietnamese teams, but they haven't necessarily always played to it. At least for the moment, that is what Ranking is doing, and I'm loving it. I'd like to see them keep it up.
Have to be careful around Koi, though. And this is the type of man that can just turn a situation like this into somewhat advantageous for the side of Q9, but you know, everyone's staying still. I mean, Ranking knows that they have the advantage. They really don't have to do anything too frisky, but Ductuan, he wants to get some action on the B site, but Nevis is going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Ranking definitely playing the clock very often, And I think that Q9 are just trying to take some very aggressive angles, but now trying to push through the smoke. There's another aggressive angle, trying to go in alone. Even after it ended up 2v2, I feel like he could have waited for his teammate to try to push a different angle, but instead pushed through the smoke, gets killed in the crossfire, and now Yu has it all to do by himself. He's trying to check all the corners, just going to run in and see what he can see. And he is going to find PM, but also finds his death. As down he will go, and we saw that the pause was on. Q9 will take a quick timeout after going down 4-1 in rounds.
Yeah, I wonder if that is already Q9 starting to kind of feel the pressure a little bit. It's kind of looking like it. That's a risk. I mean, fundamentally in the 2v2, you shouldn't, normally be taking that 1v2. You shouldn't optionally be saying, I'm on the defense, I'm going to take that 1v2. But that's essentially what Koi decided to do. He chose to push through that smoke. He chose to take the 1v2. And at that point, he kind of left you up the creek without a paddle. I don't think you necessarily make that choice if you feel like you're the stronger side, if you are feeling confident in your ability to retake that site 2-on-2. So already I'm wondering if the cracks are starting to show here for Q9. They're starting to make some of those rash decisions that we're not necessarily used to associating with the Chinese region. We're used to sort of seeing them play very, very fundamental crossfire and make the right decision more often than not, and that's why they're typically considered the best teams in the world. But I mean, at the moment, it seems like Ranking is doing a good job of bringing Q9 down to their level and sort of even eclipsing them, quite frankly. So 4-1 lead here for Ranking. It's looking fantastic.
Yeah, but that's what happens when you're the best. You have a bigger target on your back, my friend. And I feel like Ranking has done their research on Q9. They're doing some really good stuff, at least in terms of macro. They're slowing up, they're slowing down, they're speeding up. I mean, they're mixing everything up, man. And that's kind of the benefit of having like LDX as your IGL, because you have so much variety when it comes to strategy for Ranking, and especially the players are now fully invested in the system of LDX. I mean, they just trust the man to make the right call, and he made the right call 4 times.
It's very obvious. I mean, there was the one round they lost, but outside of that, it has been all Ranking all the way. And it's round wins, but it's dominant round wins as well. So it really, I think, sparked a very early timeout from Q9. Probably a good idea. Probably not expecting this level of play from Ranking, or at least not happy with their own play, perhaps. Another reason to go for an early timeout. And now Yu has snuck here into this little corridor, looking into mid. He's taking the other angle, not the short angle. It's actually XJ who is over on short.
Yeah, Q9 have really been trying to play a bit more of an aggressive GR side. They've been pushing mid, they've been pushing short quite a bit throughout this half so far. Ranking have answered it fairly well for the most part. Whether or not we're going to see much of a change up off of that timeout doesn't really look like it's going to bear too much fruit here for Q9. And I mean, you obviously highlight there is that a little bit of a change up in position from you, but again, Ranking are just playing a very default style, very, very passive to start things off in round number 6. Wait that clock down a little bit, not walk into any of these traps ideally.
Yeah, you have to be careful about Koi though. As soon as you try and swing this entrance for B-Water, man, you might be cooked. So they're actually gonna stick together, and this is the thing that Ranking does, especially when they're up against Chinese teams. They just they're not gonna play a 1v1. They're gonna play a 3v1 against one angle, and they're gonna get that guy every single time. But Yu is here to help though.
Yeah, and Kwai is actually backed out of storage for now, but now hearing the footsteps, Yu is going to take that first firefight, wins it 1v1, but as you mentioned, trying to overpower them doesn't quite work out for Ranking, as a lot of members here of Q9 were able to get over and win some trades. There was also a fight in mid. Looks like one of the members of Q9 did go down there, as now Ranking trying to push on in towards the B site, but taking a little bit of time to do it, not able to win that 1v1. Now it's all up to PM.
Hasn't really been a massive standout so far today for Ranking, but if he gets the opportunity to clutch out this 1v3, maybe he'll get his flowers. Bombs over towards the B side, and he doesn't really have time to be messing around here, so it's looking like it's probably already done. Q9 get themselves their second. But still a bit more work to do to salvage this half.
Yeah, especially with the half it is almost over. And especially the team that I kind of hyped to be, one of the best defenses in the world. You haven't seen it yet. We did see it for 2 rounds, but That's more of the situations where it goes down to a 3v2 or a 2v2 and ranking messes up 1 point. We're not really seeing definite stops from the side of Q9 just yet.
Yeah, it hasn't been happening with flying colors, just kind of limping along, trying to scrounge up some rounds here and there where they can. And ranking this time, the 2 rounds where they waited a very long time to make their push actually came back to bite them, so perhaps going to up the tempo just a little bit here. And perhaps with a more aggressive angle too. Looking at mid and short perhaps, might just jump over through short depending on what they can see. Nevis going to communicate, okay, there's no one watching short close, but there is Koi down on the ground on the site. So let's see what this entry looks like for them as they push through mid. XMY going to drop a couple of shots, but there's Koi, and he is going to pick up that first kill.
Needed to be traded down right there as well. But now the smoke started to bloom. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. He's going to be able to dance around that one as well and get a couple more shots off. He's backed up by YJ. It's maybe not quite going to be enough to hold the site, though, for Q9. Ranking bully their way in.
Yeah, and Nevis, full knowledge that the AKs are going to be out, but you and XJ will get ducked one. It is a 2v2, but look at the HP of Nevis, though. He is barely breathing. So XJ, he is a bit wounded as well, but the timer is still half, so there's still plenty of time to get back into this.
It's a nice smoke, though, there to keep XJ from progressing with any degree of comfort. It takes him a little bit of extra time to get through across the bridge. Time running down quite significantly here for Q9, and they don't know where Nevis is until he strikes, which is going to mean it's a little bit too little, too late. A big round to win for ranking. A nice clutch from Nevis. And they will maintain a significant lead in this first half.
I mean, Ductwan's the homie. He was like, all right, I'm going to die for you. You're going to get this big flank from window, and you're going to win this round. And that is exactly what happened. I mean, that's just a good flank from Nevis. Good timing. Got down into spawn, right back around on stage, into window. And then, I mean, Q9, it kind of stuck because it is planted for window. And that's one of the spots that is absolutely hard to clear, especially the angles that you can play from that position.
Yeah, and they did not quite clear it out by the end of it all. So ranking Esports, which I think only had 2 commentators predicting to win against Q9. Again, still early days. But the majority of us were expecting Q9 to come out here much stronger, but instead ranking a very strong beginning to this best of 3 here on Black Widow, the choice of Q9. They had a lot of different choices. They could have gone for port. They could have even thought about compounds. I mean, they could have made a different choice, but instead they went for Black Widow, and ranking seems like they were very, very ready for this, at least from the Blacklist side so far. And now potentially looking at a hit towards B, although they are playing with the clock a little bit more this time around again.
I mean, to be fair, ranking have enjoyed letting that timer tick down a fair bit throughout this half. So, something that Q9 will be pretty used to at this point. But for their own round, Q9 haven't really done too much this round. I mean, they've got that forward presence from YJ on A long, which has kind of afforded them a bit of extra information. They've sort of cheated an extra player over towards the B bomb site as a result. It looks like a good setup for Q9 for mine, unless ranking decides to change things up. But Util is getting tossed over towards B. So flash out on A. I'm not sure that's going to be enough to really convince Q9 that this is going to be a hit in that direction. They've still got 3 players towards B.
Yeah, I mean, this push is about to hit into B, and XJ is potentially first contact. He is behind the box. They do have 2, 3 guys over here in the window as well. Holding in the door is you, and that is going to be pretty much held here with flying colors. Only 1 kill going the way of ranking. They have 20 seconds left, and they do not quite have the C4 picked up as XJ picks up yet another kill, and PM goes down. That one pretty much a done deal after the initial push failed. And Q9 ready to go on the defense this time around.
Yeah, in that round, I kind of knew exactly what ranking was actually going to do. And it's a very common strat on Black Widow, which is you go 4 players B, the sniper goes short. If no one's there, you could drop down into spawn, get an angle into door. But unfortunately, there's still a dude on A, XMY in Metal Box, but oh my god, YJ, he wants to make some noise as well in this map. 2K already with the AK-47, but Humeo responds with one as well.
Yeah, Q9 making a late half resurgence here to try to get to 4. It's a good shot from XMY to keep that numbers advantage in the pocket of Q9 for now. Has sent ranking back toward long. Doctuan still having a little bit of a peak. He's got the HP to play with. He's going to have to be the one to make something happen here because Humeo is not looking too healthy, even though he has been the standout for this half so far for ranking. Honestly, we've been quite positive about ranking so far, but if Q9 can get this last round, make it 5-4, then it's still anybody's game.
And Doctuan trying to spawn down XMY on Metal Box, but it's going to be a tough angle to clear, especially you only have AKs, and if you do not shoot XMY in the head, you are a dead man indeed. But you, coming in from stairs, Humeo is going to be down to low HP, and this is what I was talking about. You only have a 1 second window to kill that sniper, and that 1 second window passed, unfortunately.
Yeah, pretty much a done deal after Q9 knew exactly where they were coming in from. The initial kills did not happen, and it all started with this. I mean, take a look at these 2 taps, maybe 3, you know, got a couple of headshots out of the 3 taps. Either way, a relatively clean way to get your team in the lead and lock down another round. So now let's see what Q9 looks like from the attacker side, the BL side, as they are down a round, but, you know, definitely picking up the momentum there towards the end of that half.
Yeah, kind of blindsided ranking there, not gonna lie. I feel like they just switched, they just tweaked their setup a bit, and I feel like ranking was still going for the exact same default that we did see for the past few rounds. But nah, this is the part where I'm gonna be a bit worried about Q9 because they like to play really, really slow. So they're gonna take their sweet time, and they're gonna play with the patience of ranking here in the map of Black Widow, man.
Just waiting for the push to come through. I mean, he's hiding in the smoke, and there's a couple of guys ready, just waiting. And there it is. The headshot comes through from Doctuan. Got to start off this half right. But Q9 try to get in, try to clear out water. But Humeo not going to be rooted out just yet. There's a couple of guys here from Q9 trying to take him down, but the damage has been done. Q9, though, will pick up the kills, although they do take a bit of damage for it. Let's see how this push does work into B.
LDX taking a lot of map control. And Nevis already over towards B, so he can try and stand and hold. It hasn't worked out for him. I don't mind that from Q9 at all. You need to pick up the pace there because you don't know where that second player is. He could well be on the flank, and indeed is, as we know. But most of that timing danger has passed. They'll lose XMY, but they will gain the info off of it, and it's still a 2-on-1. Where's the C4 going? Back and forth. Bit of an interesting choice being made here by you, and that very nearly cost them the round. LDX was fast in toward middle. Even still, he can take an aggressive peek. It's actually worked out quite nicely here for LDX. All the timings. Q9 biting themselves in the foot a little bit.
Yeah, Koi's not moving. He doesn't have to, honestly. Just wait. Just has to wait for that diffuse sound, and he's going to peek out of that window, but he wants to go for it early. Why not? Get the ego in there. Make sure he knows who's boss. But, I mean, Q9, first blood in second half, pretty good start for them.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. I mean, Koi definitely didn't have to wait, but potentially worried about getting charged on in there. But either way, he gets the job done. He picks up the kill, and that is going to be Q9 once again picking up another round. I think it's 3 or 4 rounds in a row. I think it's 3. But either way, they're still just picking up the momentum. They move on to the Blacklist side, and definitely playing with a lot more tempo than we saw from the side of ranking, who were certainly taking their time. And let's see what we're going to have this time around from the side of ranking on the defense. They definitely showed a lot of pressure in towards water outside of storage in the last round, but not the case this time around. A bigger stack towards the A site.
Yeah, maybe trying to get that early read on Q9. And that's what I noticed as well with so many Vietnamese teams, and this actually includes Wolf Empire. They are very read-heavy region. They're like, all right, we will either mess you up with a 3-stack on A site, maybe a 4-stack, or maybe 4-stack in B. Oh, you guys went to the B site? Oh, we're just going to retake. And then that's pretty much Vietnamese macro at the moment.
Well, here comes a potential push to come through from Q9. Thinking about short. A flash over the top just to get them in. but maybe a little bit too obvious on this one. Let's see if Ranking can shut it down. They're going to trade 1 for 1, but Ductuan going to put up 2 headshots, make it 3. This guy is already on fire. And the rest of the push, I mean, they've only got a minute left. He knows that X and Y is here as well. X and Y will hit that shot, though. Make it 2 in a row. X and Y looking to hold on to this round for the team.
Koi spotted out Humio as well, but didn't manage to land the shot. That could have been a huge swing point in the round. Now it's down to X and Y, and I'm not sure that he's going to be expecting Humio to be this far progressed by the doors. This will be a crazy shot from X and Y if he hits it. Hasn't even checked it.
Doesn't check. Always check your corners, my friends. And there it is. Q9 stopped at the door on that short position, just like how I said, man. Ductuan, when he is on, he is definitely on, and he held it down in that short side. And I mean, if Ductuan died, that would have been free entrance for Q9 on the A side, and they would have set up so quickly.
Yeah, well, now a lot of pressure here from Q9 over towards A long. You mentioned the read heaviness from this region, a totally different setup here from Ranking for the 3rd round in a row. Really mixing up their positioning, just trying to keep Q9 guessing and not give away much either. A couple of guys still looking in mid as well, so
yeah,
really expecting a bit of a pressure play from Q9 perhaps down the middle, but not going to happen just yet. Q9 taking their time.
I think this is a B-split read, but I mean, no one's anywhere close to B at the moment here about this.
You got quite a heavy mid presence from Ranking in this round, but definitely not going to favor them at all with this long push from Q9 now coming into play. Smoke's going to be tossed forward. And that should afford Q9 entry into the A side. It'll be once they actually get to the A side, though, where push comes to shove. LDX, maybe the tip of the spear here for Ranking, and he's going to be bowed, bent, and broken straight away. Q9 are making their way into this A site with no trouble at all. PM firing a shot off, not going to connect with that one. Nevis and Ductuan will have to get up close and personal, but that also is not paying too many dividends. Finally, you will go down, but there is just a flood of Q9 members. That is too much for Ranking to deal with, and scoreline will be equalized once again.
And you already saw it in the key players. The key player performing at the moment, Mr. Yu, with that triple kill entry into Warslong, man. Absolutely impressive. But we do see the replay from that other round where we did see Ductuan with that 3K. So 6-6, not a bad position, honestly, for the side of Q9, especially considering the circumstances.
Yep.
But, I mean, Ranking can still close this out. It's just 4 good reads in a row, and they could be home in the map number 2.
Yeah, and if you're going into Mexico for map number 2, Ranking, picking that against Q9, who has only played it once this year, I believe, based on the stats we saw earlier, at least. Probably feeling pretty good. Now, they do have to close out the map. It's still anybody's map at this point. Q9 could also do the same and just, you know, rack together 4 rounds in a row and run off with a 10-6 victory and say, oh, this was expected the whole way. But they have to actually get that job done. A very nice entry into A the last time. This time they're looking to get into B. They're going to clear out storage first. It's all 5 members. Nobody's in mid. And they're given a lot of time for Ranking to just set up shop here on the B site. They've got a crossfire, but the entry is still pretty decent. 2 for 2 do come through from the side of Q9. And it's going to sit at that as now they take over the B site. Trying to go in 1 by 1 is Ranking, and Nevis will be taken down.
Yeah, it wasn't very well communicated by Nevis, I don't think, because he ideally should have had Humio pushing through the doors at the same time as he makes that peak. Didn't end up happening. Humio has made the individual push and brought it back to 2-on-2. Got a timeout called by Ranking as well in the meanwhile. They might not need it. That's another nice kill from Humio. PM set up at the window. He's been spotted out by Koi, but Koi is so damn low that this should be Humio's every day of the week. He has that bomb control. He knows where Koi is, and he lands the shot through the box as well. Ranking timeout with a round lead.
Just a everyday thing for Humio at this point. Like this is his job. It's just a clutch for Ranking Esports, and that he did. giving them the lead as well. 17 frags so far in this Black Widow game. I mean, Q9, I mean, they're not being shut down, but it's more like they're slowly getting choked out by Ranking Esports in this Black Widow map. And now, especially with this timeout, I feel like Ranking is going to flip through some of the papers here. And I have a feeling that LDXs has papers for like his defaults, and he's just going to flip through them. Yeah, we're doing this one.
Yeah.
We're doing plan E.
Plan Q coming in for Q9 maybe. And yeah, I think it's a good idea. They've already shown 4 different setups on the defensive side up against Q9, and I think Q9 they tried to send it with a very aggressive play into B, you know, maybe trying to fake a rotation out after the storage take, but no, Ranking was very ready for it. And yeah, maybe a little bit of a reliance on Humeo, but we talked about this at the start of the day. If they're guys that play really well and are volatile are on the day, then they're probably going to win. And these guys are playing so well that you really got to give Ranking the advantage at this point. Although they did kind of funnily call the timeout in the middle of this round, perhaps expecting to lose it. But then, you know, Humeo just said, no, we're going to win it instead.
Yeah. It's kind of also a good timeout, especially despite the win that Ranking had in that last round. I feel like there's so many things that they did wrong, especially Nevis. I was like, Nevis, why are you entering window by yourself? There's 3 dudes on the site. You're gonna get caught in 4K out in the open, crouched. You cannot move, my friend. That is a bad position to be in unless you do get help from Humeo. But just like you said, it wasn't communicated right.
Dominant.
Nevis. Jesus.
Bro, he's just walked up there on his own. What's going on there? I mean, run into the firing squad. I'm not sure you're necessarily expecting 3 players on bridge. Fair, but
that was cool.
There was no one else there with him from Q9.
Yeah. Maybe Koi trying to get a cheeky pick on A and then back off.
Thought he had a timing. Turns out he didn't.
Yeah. I feel like, you know, if you're going to go for a pick, that's probably not the angle you will generally go for. But as you're mentioning, probably not expecting 3 guys stacked there. We saw it a little bit in the EU regional, EMENA regional finals. A lot of stacking up there on the catwalk, but here in this matchup, the first time we've seen it, and he does get his head taken off. And now Q9 down a member. They say, well, why not go for what didn't work last round and try to just push into B? Not too much time left, and they're down a member, so a little bit desperate. And XMY is going to start off with a kill. Not half bad. Might make this a little bit easier to make their way. Taking their time a little bit more this time around.
All right, they're still kind of scared crossing this door. Knowing Humeo is on here. Humeo with a good spray. YJ does go down. YJ does get Humeo in return, but the C4 is out in the open.
Flank coming in as well from Ductuan. Hasn't been spotted just yet, but XMY is watching behind. The wide swing is not going to be successful. Ductuan might have even been better off slowing down there. Felt the pressure and pushed on through. Now it leaves PM solo. 1v3. Feels like that's a bit too much to ask. So I reckon we're going 7-7 here.
Yeah, it's looking pretty likely at this point, although nice little headshot to start. He is able to pick up a rifle at the same time.
No HP.
And down he goes. Nice try, but at the end of the day, Q9 very well handled. Remember, they had Koi going down at the very beginning, and yet they were still able to win that one 4v5 as we take a look at the replay of Humeo's clutch earlier on.
Well, no more timeouts available, and 7-7 is a pretty damn close scoreline. Had a lot of close matches at the Summer Championship. He had a lot of close matches last year at the CFS Grand Finals 2023. And I was sort of positing that it feels as though the general level of competition has gotten closer in this game over the many years of CrossFire Stars. And I don't know that that storyline is changing too much here in the Grand Finals of 2024. It feels like already, you know, we're getting a bit of an insight as to how this tournament is going to go, and I think it's going to be very close across the board.
And this is the first map. This is only the first map.
Gone are the days of, you know, the 10-1, 10-2 group stage matches that we used to see
all
the time.
Might see a little bit of those a little bit later on, either today or tomorrow.
Maybe.
But I think you are right. I think, you know.
But like generally
on
speaking,
average, yeah.
like there's now multiple competitive regions rather than it being, it used to just be China. And then it was like, oh, it's China and maybe Brazil. Now it's like it's definitely China and Brazil. And now it's maybe Vietnam as well, depending on how things go here for them.
And we just disappeared off the face of the earth
honestly,
after 2018.
Like, even the West League even the West League teams have kind of stepped up a little bit. 3BL did well at the Summer Championship, and they've had competitive maps internationally now. So there's no like pushovers in the way that there used to be.
Very true. And Ranking making it clear they will not be pushed over in this first map.
55 seconds though, not much time for Q9.
It'll be enough.
Look at Ranking pushing out a little bit here.
Ooh.
And trying to say, okay, well, if you're going to push somewhere, we'll be ready to flank. Or if you come down short, we will be stacked, and you will not be able to handle this. Although it is one guy to go down. A trade back here from the side of Q9. They are taking back over the catwalk, but now it's just XJ. 25 seconds left. He's going to drop down and immediately goes down underneath as PM will lock it down, and Ranking once again take the lead 8-7.
Yeah, that short setup is actually very similar to what we saw in B Storage. I mean, the up-down angle, very hard to clear. You have to commit multiple people, but I mean, they almost got through actually. LDX should have gotten that kill on that last player. If PM did not hit that shot, that would have been possibly a site for Q9.
Oh, can someone break the streak of this 1-1 back and forth? Yeah, if Ranking can do that, make it 9-7. That's that mental edge that might be enough to get them over the line. Double orb set up once again from Q9, so they'll play pretty slowly to start things off in this round. See if they can get themselves a pick. Doesn't look like that opportunity is going to eventuate. Ranking and not having much of a look.
Yeah, and no real reason to. I feel like a lot of the times where they have been winning rounds handily is where they're stacking and they're taking advantageous fights, up man advantage, and we did see that just in that last round on short. And once again, they got two guys looking down mid, and a couple of guys looking at A long, and then one guy checking B, which actually does look to be the play. XMY nearly just dies. He's going to stay alive with the sniper available. But yeah, push into storage now. Ranking going to be ready for this. They have 3 members looking down the sights at this angle. As XMY, he's going to get a kill with basically no health.
Well, it'll be this push that decides the round. It's already quite a heavy stack over toward the B bomb site. You got 3 Ranking members there, and wisely Q9 decide they're going to call the exit. They're going to call the audible and head back over towards A. They pick themselves up a kill onto Humeo on the way through. PM is quick, and so is LDX. So there is going to be a defense on this A bomb site from Ranking. But Q9 still have that advantage, and PM worried about what's happening behind him. Gets taken down in the middle. That'll be the round done and dusted. LDX is not going to clutch it from here.
Yeah, this is next to impossible, especially he's going through that window position as soon as you jump out. Yep, it's like a landmine. You're just landing on the landmine, but he does get the wall bang on towards you, but he does have 3 HP, my friend, and the rest of them do have low HP as well, but Koi does have 100, but he's just going to finish him off with the pistol instead. I like that Q9 finally has the read that Ranking is playing a reactive defense at the moment. They're just placing dudes near the B site for the sake of just being near B site. They're just like, all right, we're near B site, we can react early, whether or not there's people coming in. And Q9 is like, all right, we can pull out the bait and switch offense, and they baited and switched to the A site.
It is essentially the counter, and I think that Ranking, you know, they have been read, as you mentioned. And Q9, they went for that one big aggressive push on a B. They got slaughtered. After that, it's been a lot of, you know, poking and prodding and seeing what they can find and trying to figure out the defense. And immediately, as we're talking about it, now Ranking has gone back to a bit more of a default. You know, it's a bit more of a spread. They're not stacking as much. And we'll see if Q9 can get this read. And maybe it's the way that Ranking can pull off a round, but I do have to say that they have been finding success where they have been able to stack and Q9 hasn't been able to read it. So if they don't stack, can they pull off a round still? Maybe they'll have to rely on Humeo to pick up another clutch round.
Yeah, that's not going to convince me. Right, you got 3 players over here on A. Nice counter util getting tossed out there by Duct1 as well. It's going to set things up for success for Ranking. And immediately, again, Q9 decide we're not actually going to push off the back of that. We'll take it a little bit slower here. Dance around those smokes, see if we can spot anything, but they haven't. So they're on their way out. Koi has spotted LDX on his way back over toward B, but no more than that. So right now, information is that maybe there's only one player on B.
And they will be right if they do make that read. Problem is, LDX is in a position where it is rarely checked, but if you do get wallbanged in that position, Q9 is going to know immediately there's no one else in that B site.
Well,
Yume is there.
Yeah, he ran up ahead of him. He rotated very quickly. I think that was missed by Q9, but they didn't miss the shots on him when they ran into him. So that's really what matters after all. And now it's going to give some time for Ranking to get over here. There's only 20 seconds left, so Q9, they don't have time to do the bait and switch. They just have to pummel their way through onto the B site. Ham-fistedly. That is going to be a nice headshot from Koi to line it up, but there's LDX, the sneaky spot. 10 seconds, he's not even going to get the bomb planted, and Ranking may be able to play the time as XMY, nope, Duckton's just going to get out there and kill him instead. And that's another way to win the round. Ranking barely crossed the line to 9 rounds.
Such a cheesy angle too, but I mean, we're already right next to match point, so might as well pull out that kind of strat. I mean, I was even surprised that Humeo was in that B site. That's a one and done angle that you would have, but I mean, with Humeo kind of making some chaos happen on that B site, they forgot that LDX could be there.
Yeah, I think that was very much a conscious decision from Ranking to try to put that sort of unsettling play in the direction of Q9. That said, still got to win one more round to avoid the OT right here. LDX went down early. Good job from Neves to bring it back to 4-on-4, but he has lost control of that B bomb site. Duct1 on his way in through middle is going to try and get a flank out here. Has to be aware of Koi, who he just narrowly misses. It's actually going to be a long flank from 2 of the Ranking members. Neves sitting inside of that smoke. Eats a grenade, but I'm not loving the way that this is being set up for Ranking right now. Maybe they can catch XMY. They will.
Oof. That's a big pick, actually.
That's going to open up the Vox room, and that opens up the flank as well. So this starts to get worrisome now for Q9.
I mean, there's definitely a chance for them to make their way through as big setup here on B, and that's a snipe, but immediately trade it back, and down is going to go Koi as well. They do clear out the site, and Ranking will deny any extra rounds. They take it down 10-8 on the map pick of their opponents. Q9 Ranking pick up set 1. And just like that, we have our first upset of the tournament, I suppose. I mean, yeah. Ranking, we didn't expect them to come in and defeat Q9, but they did take the victory here on the first map. It's not the entire match, but it's a great step in the right direction. A close map, but Ranking Esports start off strong.
I think you can take a lot away from that if you're Ranking, right? Knowing you're going into your own map pick next. It's a map that Q9 has looked a little bit wishy-washy on. It's Mexico as well, which I think is one of the more upsettable maps. It just tends to be one of the maps that's just, it just plays a little bit differently to a lot of the maps in the pool. So I think there's a lot that Ranking can look at and say we've done really well, but you know, we've obviously still got a bit of a ways to go. But they were playing well. Like the lads were on, right? Humeo in particular had a pretty solid performance there. Duct1, a couple of nice moments from him as well. The snipers had their shots going in the right direction as well. So I think there's a lot of ticks in the book there for Ranking. Q9, on the other hand, I don't know that they even necessarily played that too poorly. quite frankly, I think they were just outplayed by ranking. So, yeah, I mean, that's a good positive sign for the Vietnamese squad.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, ranking, you already know that Ductuan is capable of, showing up. But, he was a bit late to the party, but he did show up in that second half. And, man, this just proves that Humeo has got to be, like, one of the best players. Like, I'm surprised at this point that Wolf Empire has not tried to pick him up like Ice Cube and make the super team 100% in Vietnam. But I feel like Humeo might have unfinished business here in ranking. He might want to maybe raise a trophy with this word.
I mean, that would be pretty incredible if they could pull that off. I think, it's very early, but you got to start somewhere, right? And getting a map win on Black Widow, on the choice of your opponents, against a Chinese team, one of the best that we do have here in the entire tournament, is definitely going to feel good for the squad. But the job isn't done yet. It's just one map, and it's still a relatively short group stage, though. So if they actually took down Q9, that could totally swing the way that Group A looks entirely. And Q9 have got to be careful. They have to have a strong Mexico, or it might be the beginning of a rough time for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just having a look at that group there. It's LCK, Q9 ranking, Vasco. So if you want to make it through to playoffs, you realistically probably do have to upset either Q9 or Vasco if that's what you would consider an upset. I think for me, I'd probably have ranking fairly stably above LCK personally, but for Q9 and Vasco, I think that's more of a conversation. So yeah, I mean, it's not an easy group to get through necessarily. Quite a few strong teams there, but they're on their way to already getting that one win under their belt. And you lose to Vasco at that point, it's not the end of the world as long as you sort of close out your other game against LCK. You should have for and against the head-to-head and all that stuff. So you make it through in second place there from Group A. You don't, like you say, it's a long group stage for us. The group stage goes for 8 days.
8 days, yeah.
4 best-of-3s a day. That's a lot of best-of-3s. But for the teams, for the players, they actually only play 3 best-of-3s. So that's, there's not a lot of wiggle room there. So as you can see, not a lot of wiggle room. Well, 10-8, that's pretty tight as well. But nice to see ranking getting it done, avoiding the overtime. As we mentioned, a couple of those guys up towards the top of the scoreboard doing really, really well for themselves. But has to be said, Humeo, he has been, for the better part of now 2 years, kind of the guy for this team. Last year, he had Ice Cube next to him, and ranking made that run into the top 4, which was surprising to all of us. Not me, I predicted it. But anyway.
So you're not included in all of us, though. No, you're an outsider.
I'm just built in, all right? But Humeo, this time, it kind of feels like, when you look at that player list for ranking, it kind of feels like he is out there on his own a little bit. I don't get that same vibe from PM that he's going to be able to carry the game in the same way that Ice Cube was able to do. Maybe Ductuan has kind of peaked up his level a little bit, but I think, again, as we said in the pre-show, this team lives and dies a lot by Humeo, and, well, they lived certainly in that first map by Humeo's performance, but he's going to have to put together another map here in this series to beat Q9, I think.
It's Mexico, man. Like, the angles are going to be instant. And I feel like Humeo really benefits from maps like Black Widow, where you can kind of explore a bit and, kind of see if you can get some angles. There's none of that in Mexico. There's no such thing as the concept of lurking in Mexico.
That said, Mexico is not a map that necessarily leans too heavily towards the snipers. Like, it's one of those maps where you can get away playing sort of 5 rifle. You don't really need to have you don't really need to have a sniper. So if we're looking at how the sniper matchup was kind of looking there, I actually think Q9 probably looked a little better, a little bit more threatening with the arms in hand, whereas PM, he wasn't really a massive factor in that game, in my opinion. So actually might not be a bad shout to be going towards the rifle heaviness of a Mexico, especially with Humeo, with someone like Ductuan doing pretty well for themselves. I got to give a little bit of a credit to Nevis as well. I think he had a couple of good moments. So if you've got that core 3 doing pretty well, then I mean, that sort of is good enough as far as I'm concerned. But the stats, they do definitely tell a story of their own.
The thing about these stats, though, is that we just don't really know much about Mexico for Q9. And there's a reason behind that, obviously, which is they just don't really play it. A lot of Chinese teams don't really play this map. So it could mean that they do have the ability to play on this one, but they just don't prefer it. And they could have a good performance on it still. The one time they did play it, they did win. But, maybe here in the second time, they can replicate that performance. Or maybe their lack of experience will just fall to rankings who have played it a lot more.
If I can remember that matchup, I think they just ran out of map to pick.
Yeah.
That's why they landed on that Mexico. So Yeah, I mean, best of luck to Q9. Yeah, just like how we said it, I feel like ranking does have the slight advantage when it comes to Mexico. It's more straightforward. I feel like the only difference here between these two teams is, yeah, just like I said, snipers pretty limited. You have like 2 angles that you can hold. You can hold like water, and you can hold like whatever. It's really hard to call the callouts in this map because it's different in Filipino and in English.
I just call it mid.
We call it
everywhere
we call
mid.
We call it CR.
CR? Center road.
Because
where's that?
Center road is literally
there's like
middle,
the road
where the fist
right
fight
down
happens.
the middle. Yeah.
Yeah, where the
where
fist fight
there's like
happens.
7 flashbangs in the middle of the map.
You mean on top, not underneath?
Yeah,
Yeah,
on
that's
top. On
what
top.
Okay, so on top, that's mid. That's
Yeah,
mid
we
as far
just
as
call
I'm
it
I
mid.
just call
Yeah.
that mid.
Yeah, same.
That's mid. Yep.
Center road.
Yeah, it's pretty different back home, but yeah, I mean, yeah, you can only play like 2 angles on the sniper, so I wouldn't be surprised if Koi or XMY pulls out the M4, because you really want to have better wallbang damage in this map, especially with the amount of boxes you have to shoot through. Or pull out the cheeky XM 1104 CFS. It is within the rules. The shotgun is very good on this map.
The only thing I will say is, once again, we're obviously going to have ranking starting up on Blacklist side. Now, Blacklist is historically quite difficult to play on Mexico, but bit of momentum rolling right now for ranking. So if they can get 4 or 5 rounds on this Blacklist side, that actually might be curtains for Q9. Q9's going to have to front run. That's what we're going to have to be looking out for here. If they do get behind, if they're going into the second half at a sort of close or even slightly advantageous position, I'm not sure that that's going to be enough, right? Because, well, then they're going to be moving on to their Blacklist side, and they don't really play this map a huge amount. So that sort of raises its questions, raises its concerns. So I'd be looking for, if I'm ranking, just saying, hey guys, let's just try to go 1-1 here. If we can go 1-1 for this half, go down 5-4, whatever, that could potentially be good enough for us here to secure a 2-0. But you're not going to get a better opportunity, really, than what ranking have got right now to get an upset over a Chinese team. You win map 1, 10-8, close scoreline, moving on to Mexico, a map that Q9 doesn't really play. It's the first game of the tournament, nerves are high, pressure's high. We're obviously in China, so for Q9 especially, then there's extra pressure as a result of that, because they saw what happened to X-Rock last year, they saw what happened to Baisha at the Summer Championship. There have been quite a few Chinese scalps that have gone down in the last 12 months, and Q9 is going to be sitting on that stage, or they're not sitting on the stage right now. They're probably out the back having a bit of a chat, but they're going to be in their heads wondering, are we next? Are we the next Chinese team that gets toppled by a Vietnamese squad?
It really just comes down to, as you said before, Elfish Guy, it's like there are just so many competitive regions now. You come in and you're a Chinese team, you're expected to win, but all of a sudden now every Vietnamese team you play, it's a huge tooth and nail fight. You never really feel great or perfect about those wins, even when you do get them, and it's sometimes they win them as well on the Vietnamese side. So this could be the beginning of potentially a new story for the CFS Grand Finals, and we'll have to wait and see. Still waiting on getting into Mexico. Obviously, should be a very fun map. I know that Bench, one of our other commentators here this year, is a big fan of Mexico. Yeah, I never understood it.
I'm a Mexico hater.
I am not a big fan of Mexico.
I am the biggest Mexico hater.
I'm a Mexico hater.
Wait, so we have nobody who likes this map?
I think it's the worst map in the pool. I do think it's the worst map in the pool, just because of the way that it plays. It's very different to the rest of the maps. It doesn't give you a lot of options.
It's a big
I find.
outlier.
Yeah, so look, I don't know. Hopefully it'll be a good game here between ranking and Q9 as we head into map 2.
Yeah, I forgot I'm on the official broadcast. If Smilegate, please give us power supply. Just give us power supply, please. Mexico, this map is cooked. Power supply, pretty good. But Mexico, we gotta play the map.
And here we go. Mexico, map number 2. Probably not too expected, I would assume. I don't think a lot of teams or a lot of our viewers would expect Q9 to even leave this available. But here we are. In ranking, they were given an opportunity to pick it, and they said, well, by golly, we're going to pick it.
Yeah.
And they did.
I think it's definitely a map that we'll expect to see a decent amount of at the grand finals here. It's always a map that gets picked up at these kinds of international events. There's a few teams that sort of have it as a pocket pick, but I don't know that we necessarily would have expected it in this particular matchup. Still, Ranking have got a bit of a history on it, so can't be too mad about it.
Yeah, I really feel like Ranking came into this veto with thinking that if we pick Mexico, our map score is going to be good. So even if we make the tiebreaker, we're going to have a map off of this game.
Yeah,
that's pretty smart.
It's a good strategy. You know, group stage like this, you got to prepare for
play the long game.
Yeah, even just the smaller numbers, the smaller tiebreakers. Here's the mid push that is coming in. They're just going to run straight through the smoke. Some flashes over the top. You may just get that first kill, but afterwards it is shut down. But they do take mid control. Bit of extra damage going on in, as Ductuan is quite low, but they have taken over the middle of the map, which is going to push Q9 back, and mainly towards A, although they do have a bit of a rotation. Second guy there, XMY, moving over towards B.
Yeah, LDX is just going to be set up in alley, waiting for that push. Whether or not it is going to be going towards A or towards B, he can activate. Looks like it's just going to be the A push, so pretty standard stuff coming through here, and Q9 answering that call really nicely. Nothing too fancy out here from Ranking, and unfortunately for Ranking, they are going to need to do a little bit more to crack Q9's bomb sites open. I guess that's really just a testing the waters kind of around. They're just going to go do something very, very standard. We'll take mid, we'll go for a 3-1 split into A, and if that works, well, we know that this is going to be pretty easy. But having seen that be so well defended by Q9, Ranking know that they're now going to have to dig a little bit deeper into the strat book on this Blacklist side and see what else they can pull out in their attempts to grab a round.
I've been seeing more teams actually just letting go of mid most of the time now, but I feel like Q9 is not willing to give any space, especially with a team that is as good in kind of the groupish kind of plays like Ranking. So they're very aggressive about this mid control. And it's just classic Ranking. They're just waiting around, waiting for any of the Q9 members to get antsy, but if they take a bit too long, then they're just going to send it in that mid position. But it's going to be tough, man. Q9's holding some really good off angles at the moment.
Yep, they seemed very ready for that push into A. And see if we get any mix-up here from Ranking, because we saw that they like to pull off the reactive defense on the last map, but what is their Blacklist side going to look like on Mexico? It feels like there aren't too many options. I feel like you can mix in, you know, a waters push, sewers push a couple of times, but you're really not going to go for that very often. So oftentimes it's just pushing into mid and seeing what can work. Or you're going upstairs into A if you want to be a bit more risky. As here we go, flashes on forward. They are going to land that one straight onto his face, but the crossfire does come through from Q9. They pick up a couple of members already, as you and his buddy there get a couple of kills, but the follow-up push comes through from Ranking, and a trade back here, as gonna get that kill.
Koi's lucky to be alive. Sliver of HP for him, so not feeling too healthy.
There's a better angle here, XMY. Yeah, that's not the angle, my man. Unfortunately. But Koi finally gonna go down. He was low HP anyways. XMY also down in HP, so it's only XJ who's only full at the moment, but he is quite far from his teammate. XMY will not get Nevis, so it's only gonna be XJ, man.
Yeah, that should be the round over and done with, really. XJ having to make his way across. Not going to be able to deny the bomb plan. In fact, the smoke going down might even just deny his entry into this B side. He's been, I guess, brutalized, really, by that early exchange. He's down to a sliver of HP himself now. Seems wishful thinking that he's going to be able to make this retake happen, and you'd think it's a bit like shooting fish in a barrel, but really he is the only fish in this barrel at this point.
Makes him a little bit more difficult to hit then.
Even he knows.
Yeah,
he's already looking at his teammate, man. He's like, yeah, this is...
Let's take this as a attack timeout, you know, have a bit of a chat. What are we going to do? Because these rounds on the Blacklist side are very, very precious on a map like Mexico. And that is one already for Ranking. Mentioning what I said in the pre-match, that if they can get to, I think if they can get to 4,
that's almost even above par. You know, you'd look at maybe 3 being a par score. 2 even can be manageable. So if you can make it to 4 or 5 here as ranking, you're going to be in a really good spot. And they're already one step of the way there after the first couple of rounds.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, just very controlled from the side of ranking. You know, it was a little bit less of, okay, well, we took mid, let's just rush into A. It was like, okay, we got a couple of kills in mid, but let's pick them off one by one and let Q9 kind of push into us and get a little bit antsy. So I feel like they played with the timing of it very well in that last round. Here comes a bit of a push from the left side, as the grenade doesn't do too much, but already a bit of damage is put in. The flashes over the top. They just run straight through the smoke. Couple of kills, though,
Great
afterwards. On the distraction, they do make their way onto the A site, and they are cleaning up Q9 one by one. But now in the 2v2, XMY to go down. It's only Koi, and they know exactly where he is. Koi does pick up the one. He's got 100 health, and he is much more healthy than Nevis. Nevis needs a headshot. And will he get it? The answer is absolutely not, as Koi will finish that one off. But Q9 barely get across the line that time around.
Yeah, it's tense stuff, really. And you see those kinds of fights all the time on the A side. The boxes you can dance around. But a health disadvantage, just a little bit too much there for ranking to deal with. So nice little 2v1 from Koi.
Yeah, especially when you go from that long A position, that's an all or nothing, man. Like if you hesitate even for a second coming in from that spot,
you don't get out.
Your entire team is dead. I'm still surprised no one is rocking the shotgun, because a shotgun would stop that immediately. Like an XM, guys, just pick it up.
Might be something we'll see a little bit later on in the half if things start to go awry. But as long as Q9 can get it done in a standard fashion, imagine that's what they're going to continue with. And we're back to standard Mexico gameplay.
Yep. Gonna have to
What's that, waiting around?
Waiting behind the smoke, because the GR side can smoke the most important angle on the map for about 3/4 of the round. And then the blacklist guys get to have a turn to play the game.
True.
I mean, sure, you can have a little bit of a journey in through alley or in through sewer and have a bit of a look there, but those don't tend to be the primary points of attack. They don't give you too many options, you know.
Doesn't do
whereas
anything, yeah.
you need to take middle, right? That is how this game works on this map. You need middle to give you the options to go toward A, make an A split happen, or to go toward B and make a B split happen. Without middle, you just lose so much map control and the ability to have any options. So, such an important, pivotal part of this map, and that's why teams play the way that they do. You just have to wait those smokes down. You have to wait for that GR util to eventually get wasted, and then you get to have your turn, normally with about 30 seconds left.
Well, speaking of which, 40 seconds left. They're going to make their way in towards mid through the smoke. A couple of smokes of their own just in the doorway of A, just to make sure they can't be shot as they take over the middle of the map. 30 seconds left, and a smoke over the top to cut off B, but they're not going into B. They're going into A, and Q9 is very ready for this. First kill going to you, and it is just held with flying colors. Humeo does get one, but he has to pretty much get everybody else. Nevis trying to get the other angle, but it does not work out. And Q9 going to make quick work of that push.
Yeah, that's just the story of Mexico, honestly. I mean, you see one GR player, suddenly someone pops out of door, then suddenly someone pops out of mid, and all of a sudden 3 people on your team is dead, and you're just forced to push something that is, you know, very dangerous. I mean, barely any information. And that's just the benefit of playing GR side on this map, man. You get to have fun.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing one fast round get tossed in here from ranking, whether that's a push in toward mid and in towards A, or maybe through the sewer. They've been playing fairly slowly so far. It's not a bad decision to just change that pace up early in the half, give Q9 something else to think about. They'll have to worry about, you know, that faster play. Just a bit of a jump spot here from X and Y. Seeing if he can see anything in the sewer. Nothing doing there.
Yep. Mexico gameplay, baby.
I'm just waiting for the action. And in fact, they're just kind of staring at each other. Not, I guess that does count as waiting for the action.
Just hanging out with the homies, holding angles.
Yeah. Hopefully, this is something you can do from the black side. The blacklist side is just hope that the enemy team pushes into you. Another strategy we see from time to time.
I don't think I've ever really seen GR aggression.
You say that, and it happens. Just running through water.
Yeah, I mean that's just weird, isn't it? Like that. Why are you making that decision as Q9 to do that?
That was quick, Jordan. Your curse hits fairly quickly.
It's very potent.
But it just doesn't make sense though.
That's
like
true. That
you're up
doesn't make
3-1. You've won pretty consistently holding the A site. You're going to say we're going to make a change here. We're going to push a player through Sewer when there's still a minute left on the clock here for ranking. Like if you're going to do that, you want to be doing that with like 30 seconds left to go so that you can ensure that you get that flank. But
oh, that's rough.
Yeah, nice spray down through the smoke, and he's got some help now. LDX is alone. Didn't expect that last guy to be there.
Gotta go beat.
And now it's a 1v1. Koi looking for the chip shot on his way out, but Koi's super low. And LDX says, no, I'm gonna control this, and I will get this bomb planted. There's not much that you can do about it right now, although Koi has rotated pretty quickly.
LDX?
What is he?
Oh my god, you could have lost that easily.
I saw exactly what you saw there.
I mean,
that was...
My man was afraid of the shift button.
Yeah.
Jesus. You're scaring me. You're scaring me, Mr. LDX, but you won it anyways.
Had the health advantage, maybe just gambled on that fact, and it worked out. 2-3 though. Still very much hanging in the balance for both teams in this half. I mean, it's a position that Q9 can do a lot of work from, but similarly, ranking really only need a couple more rounds here to look competitive.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, we talked about ranking kind of round by round, making decisions to change up their strategy and stuff, and, you know, kind of making fun of the map a little bit, but at the end of the day, you know, say what you will, it works out for them. They're ready for the push that comes out. Maybe a bit over-aggressive from YJ. Definitely based on what we saw, it was over-aggressive, and he gets punished for it. And then they try to push through water as well. Just definitely a very different-looking round from the ones we saw, the other 4 rounds we saw before it. So ranking, they end up barely clawing that rounds to their favor. And it looks much better for them. I mean, they're keeping it close from the blacklist side. And now an opportunity. Looks like they want to go water again. Definitely a bit unexpected.
I don't mind showing a bit of presence here just to see if you can push XMY off the angle. But you don't necessarily need to commit, right? All you have to do is show some presence in water and have him fall off. Use a bit of util there. As you see, no smoke from XMY available now. So that's really all that ranking needs to do. And if they want to, they can send their forces back for the mid push, but it looks like it is going to end up being a push in through sewers once again. Nicely timed grenade. Ductuan has been kind of left high and dry here by his teammates. Goes in front of the smoke. The trade does come through nicely, but need to be seeing a little bit better from ranking here. PM missing a lot of shots onto Koi and gets taken down as a result. Ranking just not looking quite as sharp as they need to take this fight to Q9.
Yeah, and that's just Waters in a nutshell, man. This position is so hard to push out of, especially if you don't get the first kill immediately. Yep. You are just going to get mowed down immediately. I think what ranking can do, actually, if they really want to commit to this water position, is they can actually place someone from long, and from that long position, you can actually wallbang through the doors and kind of disturb the player holding the front of water. But, I mean, the guy out of long came out too late, unfortunately. But you will get you Mayo. That's a big bit.
Yeah, it's kind of running right down the middle, and then a solo push comes through.
This is where it falls apart for ranking. Seen it time and time again. You know, they played so structured so well on that first map, and it actually looked pretty decent to start things off here on Mexico as well. But once push comes to shove, you just have guys that go, all right, I'm going to be the hero. I'm going to make the individual play, and then it looks like this. You know, we've really only seen one proper attempt at taking middle from ranking.
It's a wallbang headshot through the smoke.
They're guessing with the tracers.
Yeah.
They're guessing.
And it worked out that time.
No, Nevis?
I would like to see ranking go back to something a little bit more tried and true, right? Like, let's just Let's just try a mid-take again. Let's do a little bit earlier, maybe in the half. In the round. Throw up a couple of flashes over the top here. Maybe even push through the smoke. See if you can take middle, and then give yourself the option of going B, going A. But these kinds of individual pushes, you're not winning your aim duels. That much is obvious. So, timeout here from Ranking. They need to have a real conversation and find a way to get at least one of these remaining 2 rounds in the half. Otherwise, there's a reasonable chance we're going to a map 3.
Yeah, bit of a rough round, honestly. I mean, you lose LDX, you lose Humeo immediately, and you don't want that to happen. And yeah, I really feel like everyone just collectively tried to be the hero that round. And yeah, I mean, Nevis did get a kill, but he did get killed in return immediately, and the chances were very, very low, especially knowing Mexico. If you have a numbers disadvantage on the BL side, like your round is most likely cooked, unless you do get a cheeky pick.
Just look at the way that Ranking have played throughout this series so far, and the rounds that they have looked the best in have been the rounds where they've been wolfpacking, right? Where they've sent 3 or 4 guys through the same angle and traded one another down. Because they're all sharp, they're all good aimers, you know, and that takes away some of the nuance of the round. It takes away some of the confusion and the randomness of the round, right? The timing. It just brings it back down to its base fundamental level. Who shoots better? Do they shoot better, or do we shoot better? And I think you can put Ranking and Q9 toe-to-toe in terms of firepower. And they're not really playing around that right now on Mexico. Like, they are playing that timing game. They are playing those individual peaks and trying to win their own aim duels. And why are we not just saying, all right, let's make a 3-2 split on the A site. We'll take mid control and just try to trade down.
Yeah, it would work too. I mean, getting mid position, smoking off that B entrance, and you can just go long, throw as much nades and flashes as you can to just keep them blind. And hope that you can find them in time on that side.
Like you can't tell me Ranking doesn't know how to take mid on this map. Like, they've been playing this map. They were playing this map last year with pretty much the exact same team that they've got here. Yes, there's been one roster change, but they know what they're doing on the map. In theory.
They did
Perhaps they have forgotten.
They did lose to my boys on this map, if you can remember. Jordan. Unfortunately, Pac-Mac is not here.
Yeah. Well, times change. Teams
gotten younger.
Yeah.
Everyone's a kid now.
True.
Even Q9, actually. They got a lot of rookies.
Don't mind this push, actually.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to do it, maybe send more than one guy to just charge by himself.
Yeah.
But they're not going to push through. They're just going to see if they're in water, and then they're going to boost one guy. But this push is coming in pretty quickly from the side of Ranking, trying to take over mid, and they will, in fact, take mid with no casualties. So not half bad from them. While Q9 was trying to clear out the underwater area, they take a moment to clear out mid and get it for themselves.
All right, they've done step 1. Now for step 2.
Step 1 is generally the easier step, depending on how the Global Risk does position.
Well, you still got 2 smokes, 2 flashes here available for Ranking. I think that's enough to get into A. Instead, they're going to decide to go back through sewers. Talked about that boost from X and Y. Chances that doesn't get checked. Hasn't been used so far.
Oh, he checked it.
They know. You know why? Because Wolf also does that.
Yeah, well, it gets read like a book, and now B is wide open, although that's a very nice couple of kills to come through. That's going to give them a chance here. It's not a great chance, but now trying to swarm in very quickly here is Koi.
But again, that Wolfpack style gets them into the site. This has been the more competitive of the rounds that we've seen recently, so grouping up, I'd say it has paid off for Ranking. Now they've just got to try to negotiate this post plant. 2 on 3 it is. Nevis and Ductuan both full HP. Someone has to hit their first shots, and the shots just are not landing at the moment for Ranking. That's a big, big problem. 6 will be on the board now for Q9, and Ranking definitely need to find this last round of the half if they want to be competitive here on Mexico.
Yeah, especially it was actually a good round from Ranking. They got mid-control.
Yeah.
Just couldn't figure out the rest of the round, unfortunately.
Q9 just looking a bit sharper right now. I think that's what it's coming down to. I mean, in that 3 on 3, it was Humeo just hiding behind the box on B, gets sort of taken down with ease, and that shouldn't be a duel that goes that easily.
Yeah. Not more war, maybe.
No.
Q9.
But I don't think that Ranking did anything necessarily wrong in that round, right?
True.
Like, the setup looked good.
Just that they didn't hit.
Yeah. Step 3 ended up being the one that eventually kind of
like
shot
converting
them in the
converting
foot.
on your work.
Yeah. The post plant, not meant to be. But either way, I think that Q9 have handled it pretty well. Even the boost, you know, perhaps even expecting a little bit of a rotation through water. Ranking has shown a lot of that now. It was okay, I think, when they were mixing it in, but now that it's become their main strategy to, like, okay, we're pushing water and this is how it's going to work, like, teams often don't go that way for a reason. It's not exactly the most effective way to break open the site, and you can be shot from many different angles. As now, looking to go potentially long, they got a couple of guys at least pushing up there, although the rest of the team has not taken mid. Just throwing utility over the top and potentially joining the team.
Just re-smoking A main 3 times in a row now from Ranking. I'm not sure what they're hoping to achieve with that. We've also got an extra member working their way through sewer, so it's going to be a very heavy A split, but this has been well defended by Q9 so far and continues to be so.
Oh?
Flank comes in from Nevis, but it's just too little too late, and Q9 take a 7th.
Ugh. I mean, no nades in XJ's position. I mean, you can't just assume that forklift is going to be clear, considering it's one of the more powerful angles on that site. So, yeah, I mean, the flash is not enough to clear him out. You got to throw some nades.
It's a pretty disappointing BL side, all things considered, from Ranking. I think they really, really had a good opportunity to make something of this series, and now it's going to come down to a near-perfect GR side, which isn't impossible. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, but 7-2 is going to be quite a deficit to come back from.
Yeah, and, you know, Q9, all things considered, yeah, they don't really play this map very often, but from what we've seen from the GR side, yes, it's the more comfortable one. I think that they looked great on it so far, but do they know how to break open the site from the Blacklist side is really the main question that every team needs to answer when they go into Mexico. So, yeah, you've done well so far, but can they really put the nail in the coffin and pick up 3 rounds here from the Blacklist side?
Right. This will be the half where you do get exploited if you don't really have a great grasp of the map, right? Like, Q9, you can get a lot of work done on the GR side, particularly if your site anchors are holding nicely, which they were. Like, both B and A felt like they were difficult to get into for Ranking, but where it might start to come a little bit unstuck here is how comfortable are Q9 actually making the pushes themselves. That was why I was saying, like, Ranking, if they can get to, like, 4 or 5, they're pretty much sorted. 7-2, you know, they're definitely not sorted. They definitely have a long road ahead, but Q9 still has to find 3 rounds on this Blacklist side, which might not be the easiest of things to do.
Hey, at least Ranking gets to have some fun this time.
They're trying to push in, and that is not quite going to work, as immediately that's going to be a first kill. LDX does go down, and WEIBO just picked that one up. So that's going to be mid nearly for free. The flash comes in. Nevis is alone. No support from him. We do have another guy trying to push forward, Humeo, and it's just an absolute slaughter here from the side of Q9 as one by one the dominoes fell. And here comes Ducton, says, okay, 5th domino, down I go. And Q9 are making this look easy now. They are making Black Widow look like a fluke so far.
That's just a very silly round from Ranking, isn't it? Just so poorly timed on all of those peaks. Where's the comms? Where's the communication?
Yeah, I was wondering why LDX was pushing up. I'm like, brother, that's
First of all, that is one thing. But then the next 3 fights are all 1vx fights that are being taken by Ranking, and that's just not acceptable.
Yeah. You can't. It's really hard to be the hero in Mexico, honestly.
Yeah, you remember we were talking about how, I forget who it was, from Q9, they pushed all the way through water into 2 people. And we were like, that you don't have to do that on this map from the GR side. And then Ranking are like, okay, hold my beer.
Yeah, like if you're gonna, I think the thing is, like, if you're gonna make some sort of out there kind of a play like that, like, you don't do it in the first round. Like, the first round of the half should be gathering info, trying to figure out, you know, are our setups going to be strong enough to deal with what they're bringing to the table. We don't have to be throwing in the curveball in this round.
Yeah, you don't have to play mind games, I think, at that point. And, you know, maybe it could have worked out, but it absolutely fell flat, which is why we're being so critical. And now they're in a really rough spot. Q9 are looking to run away with this map. a couple of rounds away from doing so and unlocking Compound as our third map of this series. Looking pretty likely at this point.
Yeah. It's a very heavy A-sided defense from Ranking, isn't it? They've got no one over toward B right now. Obviously watching Sewer and middle.
A-split.
But Humeo is very, very isolated right now, and that's a corner that's going to be cleared out every day of the week. So the fact that he's able to get 2 is just unbelievable.
Oh?
The flood comes back on in from Ranking, and they try to recontest middle through the smoke. It hasn't worked out. We're back to 3-on-3.
And now they're trying to push in onto A. They're going to clear it out pretty easily. LDX does go down, but there is a 5th member here. Doug Tuan, he picks up 2 kills. He's holding down the A side essentially by himself. Koi, the last guy remaining. And Koi is going to pick up that kill. 1 versus 1. PM has been mostly absent, but he is going to line up the sniper shot.
I don't like it. I'm just going to say it. I don't like it. They
but
win
hey,
the round.
it's a round win.
It's a round, but I did not like what I saw there at all. There was so many, again, so many individual duels being taken by Ranking. 1vX duels. I mean, yes, it works because Humeo doubles down and Ductuan double down.
Yeah.
But if those guys only get 1 or they get 0, there's no one really in a position to swing there and help them in most cases. So there's no fallback plan for Ranking. It's like, this is our plan, and it's going to work. And if it doesn't work, we lose.
Yeah.
And that's not good when you've only got 2 rounds to play with.
I really feel like Humeo is thinking right now, but I'm him though.
I mean, he is him.
He is him.
That is true. I mean, we can kind of all agree, at least on the Ranking Esports roster.
I'm just surprised there was a sniper. I was like, who
Yeah.
bought the AWP?
That was what really surprised me in that round. That PM was kind of like, most of the round, he was looking at sewers, but then he spent most of the round just rotating all the way through B around. Like, while everybody else was pushing into A, he wasn't really doing much, and then eventually, finally, he picked up value at the end of the round with the
Again,
AWP.
it's the same setup though from Ranking. So what you're talking about, he might have to do that again. If they lose mid, he has to go back over to B.
Yeah, and PM just has one job: just watch now this one angle. If anyone pops out, run as fast as you can to the A site,
Yeah.
and we're just gonna retake B. But I mean, setup's pretty good right now, actually. I mean, I really feel like Ranking cannot lose anyone easily with this setup.
It's definitely a bit more defensive, but they have given up mid. Maybe trying to retake it now. They peek around the corner. It's a 1-for-1 at this point in time. But
that's
he
bad
gets
luck.
picked off
Why are you peeking
in the rotation. Trying to get out from behind the box. He just loses it. And now a grenade kill as well. Onto Ducton. They just knew exactly where he would be. He's playing the same spot. Down he goes in Q9. Looking at potentially picking up the 9th rounds here. LDX trying to go in 1 versus X. That is the on shot, and the bomb is on the ground. And another headshot lined up from PM. Another chance. He's got basically no health, 7 health here. He thinks he's being rotated on, but actually the 2 guys are coming in from the straight angle, and they are going to take him down in mid. YJ and the boys getting it done for the 9th round.
Yeah. And Nevis trying to be the hero, man. There's no reason for that reswing. You already got the first player. You know damn well that most of the other team has M4s, and you know that M4 has the best wallbang damage out of any gun. Your health is going to get melted as soon as they see a glimpse of you through that box.
Well, we do have Koi having quite the performance so far. 13-4 is an incredible scoreline in terms of his KD. And all of the other stats we did just show for you guys. He's having a big map. And Q9 did need some of their guys to step up. And perhaps they needed Ranking to also step up in the opposite direction, which is mostly what we've been harping on this map. And Q9, they have proven that, okay, well, they at least have an idea of how to play the Blacklist side of this map, and they've gotten a couple of rounds so far. And they're looking very good to witness a 3rd map of Compound at this point.
I can tell that they scrimmed Baisha recently. Because Baisha and AG are one of those, or two of the teams that actually play Mexico in CFPL. And this is very similar to what we see every time AG goes up against Baisha in this particular map. It's very slow, but you know there are some rounds where you just come out at like 1 minute and 20 and surprise them, just like this. Ooh, but Humeo will get you in return. Humeo does get 2 from the corner, and he does get the 3rd. But XJ does shut him down eventually, but look at the numbers, guys. It is not happening, but Ductuan Never mind. Ranking Esports hanging on for dear life in this map. It is match point, but they are on GR side.
Yeah, but again, I mean, that's Humeo shooting 3 people in the head. Like, that's the strategy. It's literally him doing that on his own. There's no
Go kill.
There's no one swinging through another smoke. There's no second angle that Q9 has to be aware of. If Humeo misses those shots, that round goes a different way.
Yeah, and you know he's been mostly on his game. Unfortunately, this time around, though, on a map like this, you need kind of everybody on the same page. The strategies need to be airtight, not just you know, one player hitting shots. So that's kind of where we're at this point. 9-4, and once again, Q9 gonna take their time with this one. I think the last round they did push a little bit earlier, as you were mentioning, Sneaky. You know, trying to maybe mix in a bit faster aggression, catch them off guard, but Humeo was very ready for the push, so they're gonna just sit back. They know they have a lot of time. They have so many rounds in their back pocket, and they don't have to do anything crazy.
Yeah, they just gotta chill, honestly. Just hold the angles.
Well, holding the angles is what Ranking is doing at the moment. Q9 starting to probe. Humeo looking to play anti-flash. There's Ductuan and Humeo to combining for a couple of kills, and again, it works out favorably enough for Ranking. They are holding on for dear life. Still a couple of members of Q9 now deciding plan B is to work their way in through alley. LDX is the sole defender on this A site. 5-11 for the map so far. Hasn't exactly been having a cracker. Needs to get himself at least one here, but has at least provided enough time for Ductuan to come across. There's a nice shot from LDX, and XMY now stuck in the 1v3. Not much of a chance of closing things out right here for Q9, and Ranking get one more.
Yeah, I mean, never say never, right? This has been a couple of times now where Q9, they try to push in, similar timing in a mid, and this time Ranking actually had support for Humeo. Funnily enough, they had guys pushing through smoke. They had guys re-peeking, supporting, and it worked out. Yeah. It's crazy.
Ductuan was like spamming the smoke, man. The poor players that had to cross from that position with 3 M4s firing at the same time. That is an impossible cross to get in.
Well, patience a virtue once again. Run it back. Yeah, it just feels like Ranking haven't given themselves quite enough room on this GR side. You're kind of starting to see the possibility, right? You're starting to see what this GR side could be, but you can't afford even a single mistake now. And that's really not a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah, I feel like that's why they do have PM back on the sniper, just so they can fully focus on this A side.
They're taking a few gambles, right? They're leaving B very, very undefended, but
you have to go through mid.
So far it's working.
You have to go through Humeo.
The one choke point.
That Humeo takes.
Yeah, it's very true. And, I mean, it feels like they're not going to have quite as much M4 spam this time around.
And Humeo, the human toll gate. Who's going to be paying with their lives this time?
There's a lot of utility in the mid. Humeo, he is not going to hit the shot this time. And as I mentioned, a little bit less support in mid. And even a kill as he's trying to back away. Nevis not going to make it happen. That's the second time that has happened in a different position of the map. But still, it's going to be huge for Q9 here, who are looking to put the capper on this map.
Was an inevitability, right? If you're going to leave Humeo there, he's not going to get it done every single time. It needs to come down to somebody else. It'll have to be PM now. That's done and dusted as far as I'm concerned. Plant's going to go down on A in a minute.
Yeah, with the sniper too. I mean, it is the A side. There are some angles that you can pick some players off on the sniper, but not XJ, unfortunately. And Q9 getting back into the series with the Mexico.
And there it is, Q9 on the board now, tying the score up 1-1 in this best of 3. They take it down on Mexico, 10-5, a very dominant performance from them. We were, I think, very obviously disappointed with Ranking's performance, you know, especially after they gave a lot of hope from Black Widow. Winning there, it was a close map, but they looked great on it, a little bit less so on Mexico. They were the more experienced team on this map in terms of actual matches played professionally and in front of a crowd, so we thought they would show a little bit more. It wasn't meant to be, and now we're going into Compounds, the third map of this one. Are we expecting Q9 to just take this momentum in and take it down?
I would say so. I think that I would back them to close things out on Compound. They looked a lot more switched on there on Mexico than they did on Black Widow, so maybe it took a little bit to get rolling. I mean, first of all, it is always going to be difficult when you're starting on the GR side of that map, or rather on the BL side of that map, which is what Ranking was. You know, they didn't really get going. It felt like maybe at the start of that half there was some inroads being made, but I think a little bit too one-dimensional of a Blacklist side. A couple of too individualistic rounds getting pulled out there and just not really leaning on their strengths, right? Their fundamental strength being that brawly kind of style, that wolfpacky kind of style. They really only lent into that 1 or 2 of the rounds, and unfortunately at that point, you know, Q9 had kind of gotten the ball rolling a little bit and were able to run away with things on that first half. And look, you know, second half it looked better, definitely for Ranking. So had they been able to start on GR side, I think would have seen a closer scoreline, but end of the day, you're not going to be able to get enough done if you don't give yourself that room to work with. And inevitably, one of those rounds was going to go wrong, right? Humeo was going to miss his shots in one of those rounds, and then you're going to lose mid, and then you're going to lose the round. And that's exactly what happened. We end up with a very one-sided scoreline that favors Q9, and they're looking pretty good. They're looking very, very switched on going into map 3.
Yeah, I mean, I did say Humeo was him, but Humeo is also human, so the guy's not a god, so he's going to eventually make a mistake here in mid. And it only took one flash, actually, to take him out of that spot, and the entire thing fell apart very, very quickly. I mean, I could really tell, just like how I said earlier, I could really tell that Q9 either scrimmed Baisha or AG recently, because those are the two teams, just like I said, the two rare teams that actually play Mexico in the entire CFBL. And, you know, compared to the last time that they actually played this map, this is a lot more cleaner execution from their BL side. You know, they're actually getting a lot more map control. Granted, there is some rounds where Humeo just kind of gets through and you have to deal with it, you have to take the L, but, you know, I mean, overall, I mean, all the rounds from Q9 are, I wouldn't say clean, some of them are pretty dirty, but, you know, most of them are pretty well executed. I mean, for a team that has only played 2 maps of this, they've got really good.
Take a look at the data we have here for Mexico. Obviously pretty one-sided. The guys on Q9 looking great. We talked about Koi in the middle of the map doing very well for himself, very high KD. Nobody on the side of Ranking able to achieve over 1 KD this time around.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing for Ranking. I mean, Ductmon and Humeo once again are the guys to sort of lead from the front, but I mean, yeah, it's just not being able to kind of set themselves up for the success that they needed. And I think LDX and PM are starting to look like some degree of liabilities in this series. They're not really up to the standard at the moment. XJ though, 2.0 KD for that map. He gets the MVP for Q9 and will push his way through to Compound, which starts to raise a few more questions here. Ranking, I know they play a little bit of Compound here and there. They've always been a team that we've seen on that map, so I don't think it's necessarily a foregone conclusion, but if that's the caliber of the competition we're going to get from Ranking and from Q9, put that onto Compound, I think Q9 have got a pretty straightforward way to victory here for this first series.
Yeah, but I feel like Q9 just has better practice on Compound, right? Because there's so much good Compound teams coming in from CFBL. I mean, back to the point, you know, we have Maisha, who used to be the best team on Compound, but now, you know, they're not here. And you need, the rest of the CFBL is actually really good. I mean, Kemro's really good on that map. You know, X-Rock has their moments on that map as well. So it's a lot of practice that Q9 can actually get out of for this map. And Ranking, yeah, will come back.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. Like, it's very rare, I would say, that one team from a region is the only team that knows how to play a certain map. Like, they kind of like, if they're really good, then the rest of the teams will learn how to play that map from the one team, and it kind of like raises the entire region. So it's a good point. I think that, you know, in general, all the Chinese teams are going to be very good on this map, but we'll have to wait and see what happens for map number 3 of Compound. We're going to take a little break before we do come back with that third map, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. We're here in the midst of ranking Esports up against Q9 Club, and Q9 just able to take down Mexico, 10-5 score, quite dominant at the end of it all. And ranking taking the first map, which means we do move on to Compound here for our third and final map. Definitely expecting Q9 to have the advantage with the momentum from Mexico, but also because it is a Compound.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the Chinese region, as a general rule, has always been very, very strong on Compound, so would have to give them the benefit of the doubt as a result of that. But I know that we do get to see ranking on this map quite a bit as well, and it's not as if ranking has shown that it's impossible for them to beat Q9 today. I think a peak performing ranking can definitely take it to them. My question, though, as it always has been for ranking, is are we going to get to see a solid performance across 3 maps? And the answer so far has been no, right? Like, we know that ranking's good enough to take maps off of their opponents. We know that they've got star players that can, you know, make the magic happen. But how often do you see that happen over 3 maps in a best of 3? It's very, very rare, actually. So, yeah, look, I think all signs right now are kind of pointing towards a Q9 victory as far as I'm concerned. But we'll have to see how ranking comes out the gates here. Hopefully they can have a bit of a break here and you know, have a bit of a chat about, you know, what went wrong on Mexico and can we make any amendments for Compound here and see if we can take this important win against Q9. We talked about how important that can actually be for this group.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like every map that you can get, especially up against teams like Q9 or Vasco, and if you're a team like Ranking, you'd be happy if you took a map off of them. That's
fact of the matter is, you either have to beat Q9 or Vasco, in addition to obviously beating LCK. Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, this is not a team that I would back to beat Vasco right now, this ranking roster. So I think they need to kind of make a bit of a step up.
Yeah, Brazil's pretty hard to figure out, especially if you're playing exactly like the way Ranking is playing right now, because you already know that Brazil is already a very, very macro-heavy region. Like, they love their strategy. Like, they know what to do. And they love preparation as well. The Animals is a monster prepper, but it kind of rubs off on Fefe as well. Because Fefe is a pretty young guy. That means he gets some new angles on the take on like a more modern take of Crossfire, especially as a young IGL. And yeah, I mean, Vasco has gotten a lot of success with it. So just like I said, if Ranking plays like this up against Vasco, I don't like it.
Yeah, I feel like they had their angle against Q9. You know, they came out really strong, kind of caught them by surprise. And then they had Mexico. It was like in the bag. It's like, okay, this is our map. We're going to go into it. We're going to take it down. And now everything has fallen out of the bag, and they don't quite have enough time to put everything back in. and bring it home. So it's not to say it's impossible, but it definitely does feel like it's very heavily favored towards Q9 at this point. And as we have mentioned, it can be rough for Ranking to move on to the next stage if they don't beat Q9 here tonight. So even more pressure mounting for this team that wasn't necessarily expected to even defeat Q9 tonight. But let's see if Q9 Club can put the cap on this one, or will it be Ranking Esports to make it happen? Let's jump on to map 3 of Compounds. And here we go. Compounds, third map of this first match of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. A great way to kick it off. This has been a very back and forth match so far. Ranking certainly throwing some fire into this one.
Yeah. I like that we went from one of my least favorite maps to one of my most favorite maps. I love Compound, man. Like,
same. I love Compound.
I mean, defending is really easy in this map. That's why the meta kind of shifted, in that instead of fighting for mid, they just fight for, we call it curve, which is, you know, when you go right instead, and then you take their spawn, and then you circle around A.
Yeah.
So that's where the 50-50 lies now in this map. So you either live or die by the curve position, because that can either give immediate B control or immediate A control from the flank. So most of the fights you're going to see for map control is probably going to be around there, but there's also going to be some rounds where they're just straight up pushing from the entrances, honestly.
Yeah, a lot of these B hits. I mean, B is such an interesting point on this map that if you can take it, you can really just run away with a couple of rounds. It's a very, very hard one to retake, so this position that Koi's holding right now, quite an important one to prevent access into the B bomb site. Not going to be the avenue of attack, though, for Ranking.
How about a spawn push? A little curve action?
Yeah.
Maybe. Seems very common. If they do want to go for... Oh, okay, they're just going to charge into the smoke here. As Zu's going to get that first kill, but it is traded back. They're going in towards A, actually. Not wasting any time in curve. They catch the flanking member as well, and they are just bowling over them. Ranking Esports, not wasting any time. A very aggressive and very effective push down mid.
Got to be looking at that and wondering, where was that on Mexico?
That shot was not easy too by Ductwan. I mean, that's an angle, we call it coffins, on the A site, and you can just spam crouch over and over again, and then you can tuck your head. But Ductwan instead, he just, as soon as that man uncrouched, he got shot in the head. So I like what Ranking did there. They just kind of stayed in mid. I feel like they know that no one's going to come from the flank. Everyone's just set up on site. So Q9 was kind of desperate for some information there, just to look for, okay, what spot are they going in? YJ obviously from the outside, but he just got spammed through the smoke. And I like that Ranking state. They didn't commit to any angle just that, and they just made Q9 make bad decisions in that round. And I was just surprised that Q9 was willing to go outside of A just to fight for this mid control, because that's kind of unnecessary in a map like Compound.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that's, you know, Q9 maybe wanting to just fight it head on for the first round and say, okay, we're essentially just going to check and see if we're better than you. And unfortunately, that can backfire, as we did see it happen just in that last round. And now let's see. I mean, as you mentioned before, Ranking, they don't really have to get cheeky on this map. I think especially after Mexico, where you got a bit cheeky, maybe very cheeky, you just kind of say, okay, well, we're just going to play standard. We're just going to run down mid. We already won a lot of rounds against Q9 in that very fashion, and very straight-up standard crossfire. We don't have to pull out all the new strategies for this one.
Yeah, good old classic mid control. Q9's just giving it. I mean, it's fine if you can give mid, as long as you can just hold as much as possible as soon as they get in.
Well, they're not holding a lot. Actually giving space, going back towards the A side, and Ranking are going to try and push their way through the smoke. I'm not sure how well that's going to work out. YJ landing a ton of shots, and he's done enough. PM has something to say about it, but not enough. No one's leaving a little bit to be desired. You know, you're not really under too much time pressure there as Ranking, so I think you can slow that down. Still got a minute on the clock here. Why are they looking to push through a smoke?
Well, this is the first round where they were able to just bowl them over, and one by one Q9 were taking fights into the wolf pack that was Ranking Esports. But the round that we just saw was Q9 just waiting back and holding the crossfire, holding multiple angles and waiting for Ranking to push in. And it worked out much better for them, funnily enough.
Yeah.
Not too surprising.
It's kind of hard to force that position, especially if you are Q9 here, if you're just holding spawn, because you have to really just swing for the hills, and you have to worry about tower in mid as well. I mean, I feel like you just have to sit back if you're Q9 here. But Koi does want to do something else, and there is one guy behind it, but Ductuan, he's a bit too slow, man. He's going to get away.
Tough angle to trade as well. I mean, Koi really safely set up, deals with PM, and I sort of said it after the first map was done, but I think it still rings true that the sniping presence has definitely been there on the behalf of Q9. I don't think you've really seen that so much from Ranking. PM hasn't... I don't even know if I'd go so far as to say he's been serviceable with the Orm. I don't think he's really been relevant at all. And this is a map where you can get a lot of work done, particularly on that GR side with the Orm. So seeing a couple of them pulled out here by Q9 puts quite the onus onto PM when Ranking swaps sides.
Kind of tilting thought here for PM being the third best sniper in the server.
Yeah. I'm sure he doesn't want to think about it too much. But that has been the way it's played out. And now, already, PM's down. And so the rest of the team got to figure out what they want to do from here. 40 seconds. And just holding default here is Q9. They got a couple of guys down in the servers on B. And maybe a push in towards the spawn. Will they actually hit B? Is the question. Not a lot of utility. Just, okay, there's the flash over the top into the servers. They do want to clamp down onto this B site, and they are going to get in with pretty much flying colors, but oh, it's traded back. YJ, a very important kill, as he does get some manpower advantage for the team. The bomb is going to be planted, but that's going to let Q9 just push in through the smoke. They clean it up easily, and they retake the servers with the man advantage.
It's a good sign, that kind of a clean retake on the B bomb site. You're not going to see that every day of the week, so that's definitely a positive look for Q9 going forward.
Yeah, good numbers play coming in from them. And this was that last round.
Yep.
But I don't know what happened in the B side. I feel like Q9 messed up. I really thought they lost that round, even though it was a 2v3, but it was a good idea from Q9 to just insta-retake, because I feel like if you just let Ranking set up on the site, they're going to be so hard to predict, especially if you have that server's position. And if you're pretty fast on your feet, you can just move around, tap, and just be annoying as much as possible. But fortunately, that couldn't happen in time, and they were already inside. But yeah, I feel like you could have held that better, because yeah, servers is a very powerful position on that B side.
Yeah, it is very true, but just a little bit too much blood spilt on their way in, and unfortunately not given the time. So good plays from Q9. No heads taken off in that passage of play, although I guarantee it was very close. XMY holding this angle. A bit more time taken here from Ranking. Haven't shown too much of their face just yet, but does look to be brewing up potentially another mid hit, although maybe some play into pillars first.
Not a huge amount of presence on that side of the map, though, from Q9. Once again, it's just Koi watching at the doors of B. Ranking are going to be given pillars control without too much of a negotiation.
And they're like, yeah, you're not pushing B. I mean, they have Koi there, and he's ready. If he doesn't hit the shot, they might be in some trouble, but Q9 have read that this is most likely just going to be another mid hit. They have 3 guys looking down mid.
Yeah, if they want to go B, someone has to disturb Koi. Someone has to distract him, because I feel like if a retake starts and Koi is still in that spot, that's going to be Q9 every single time, man.
Yeah. Well, here comes the push in through mid. It is looking to head towards spawn, towards B. Got a couple of guys in pillars as well. It is a very late hit. And Q9 maybe a little bit confused about exactly what angle they will take. Could potentially work out here for ranking. They're going to get that first kill onto Koi. Down he will go. And now it's just you trying to rotate on over, but they've already lost 2 members over towards that B site.
Yeah, this retake won't be as easy as the last one. I don't think there's any doubts about that one. This one actually might just be impossible. It's a long rotate still to be made by YJ into pillars right now, but 5 on 3. Bomb went down pretty quick smart. Don't see Q9 being able to do too much here. That's a clean shot in. Yumio for 1 before getting brought back to heal. YJ and you, no success either. So 2-2 the scoreline as we head into a timeout from Q9. It's a very early timeout though.
Trying to figure something out. I don't know. They did for some reason they're having a hard time holding servers. I don't know why, because I hold that exact same angle, and I get it every single time. Granted, the competition I'm up against.
Yeah, it's a very different level.
Limited, yeah. It's mostly like the tier 1 pros from PH, but I don't know, man. It's just weird to me that they cannot hold that bottom B position. You can dance around the servers as much as you want, but I feel like ranking is just tapping them out of nowhere. Maybe this is the map 1 that we were looking for, the map 1 ranking that kind of got lost in map 2 but found their way maybe in map 3.
I feel like especially on that last round, you can see that coach is just livid. He's almost like very frustrated at this point based on what he saw. And I was watching that. It seemed like they didn't have any idea where ranking was going. And I think that was part of why they just kind of fell apart. Like Koi died 2v1. There was another guy holding towards servers. He died immediately, and it was like a free entry in a V. So I think as a coach, you watch that, you're like, this is not okay.
I can't believe Duct1 RKO'd Koi out of nowhere in storage. And they just got B. And that's what I was talking about. If you master the curve position, master compound. And maybe ranking can do exactly that. Maybe they can do some damage from that curve position like they did in that last round.
Yeah, it's definitely the main crux of the meta strategies that we do see on this map nowadays. And so far, ranking have been, I'd say, a bit better, even though the scoreline, as we can see, is still very even, still very early, as you mentioned, Q9 with a very early timeout in this one. But the coach really did not like what he saw in that last round.
No, that's one thing I've noticed watching CROSSFIRE, and not even just CROSSFIRE, but just esports in general. I think the coaches that hail from China, they've got a lot to say. Let's just put it that way. They have a way with words.
I mean, coaching is not easy because obviously most of the time these guys are either former pros or extremely knowledgeable in the game, and they see stuff, and there's not really much they can do because they're not physically playing the game. They're only watching. So it's like, oh, God, what is happening? Why are you guys doing this?
There's that. And then there's the other side of the coin. I have a friend who he is a coach as well. And, you know, I've had a lot of conversations with him, and he's always said the worst thing is when you set your team up for success and you call it correctly. Like, they are playing exactly how you expect them to play, and yet what your team is doing is not what you spoke about doing to counter it.
Yeah.
And
oh God.
there's nothing you can do to stop that, right? Because you're not in the game. You can't call for them. You can't. You know, you can only talk during those timeouts. So you know, I'm sure in that case it would be extremely frustrating. Like, we know what they're going to do. Why are you playing? Why you are, you know, like this and not playing around what they're going to do? And so maybe there's an element of that. Maybe he thinks that Q9, you know, probably should have a bit of a better understanding about what ranking is bringing to the table here, and they're just not playing around it.
Yeah. Especially in that last round. That was rough.
Oh my God, Duct1.
All right, well, they're going to push into mid here. Duct1 jumping out of the tower, and he is going to trade it back. It's 2 for 2 in terms of kills so far. Push through the smoke goes Nevis. I don't know if he was even spotted. And now they're going to be playing around in the spawn here. A lot of pistols being pulled out, and all of a sudden it's only Duck Pawn. 20 seconds left. He's got 14 health. And there is a guy watching this angle here, XMY. And if the headshot does not come through, he's going to be in a bit of trouble. The headshot does not come through, and there's the grenade kill. Easily cleaned up by Q9. So that round worked out much better for them.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, honestly. I mean, Ductwan missed a flash, and suddenly 3 people are dead in mid. And, yeah, maybe Ranking just trying to overwhelm that A site once again. But I feel like YJ is now getting the gist of the timing of them just pushing through the smoke on A site. And he's just waiting, being very patient about it. He's not overextending anymore from the outside entrance. He's now starting to respect Ranking. And this could be Ranking now maybe getting more risky with their pushes because, I mean, you have to. It's compound, man. I mean, yeah, if you don't have one guy that's going all or nothing with the entry, nothing's going to happen in the map for you.
Change of approach from Ranking, at least initially, but obviously a lot of time available. So I don't imagine they're going to be doing anything too smart. And, you know, talking about how compound was your favorite map, and I would have used to have agreed. But I think, as you mentioned, with that meta shift, compound has really slowed down quite a lot. I think there's definitely an argument to be made for taking a bit of time off these rounds. Yeah, I think it just gives a little bit too many options to the Blacklist side. Like, you can go from the A side of the map, clear that out, go over to the pillars, clear that out, then go back over to A, and I just think that's too much.
Yeah, we don't play like that back home. It's a fist fight in mid.
It's a different meta.
Yeah. Like, you think we're not going to fight near tower. We are fighting in that container.
Yeah,
right in mid.
And that's how it used to be.
Did it.
That's how it used to be. That's the good old CROSSFIRE.
Yeah. So I think, take a bit of time off the round clock and force that a little bit more. I'm just saying.
Just mix it up.
Ooh. Could be fun.
It does sound fun. I don't think it's going to happen, but
I've been saying the same thing for 3 years, and nothing's changed. So
it's true. They don't really take our feedback. That's fine. A little bit of a push continuing through A long, and I mean at this point, they're trying to bait out. Okay, we've rotated, but now they lose their guy in mid.
That's a freebie,
and it should be free. You would imagine they've got multiple guys staring at A long. It is free. Nobody goes down on Q9, and it's a slaughter.
I am the biggest hater of just a pure long push in this map. It never works.
There's no reason to do it, really.
It works 1 time out of 100.
And then the problem is that you're just like fish in a barrel, right? You're coming through from one angle. It's a very, very enclosed angle. This is the big problem that I have with Mexico as well, is that the angles are just so tight. And that is another example of it. Obviously, you've got other options on compound, so it's not as egregious. But if you're going to choose to go to that angle, then yeah, you've got some questions.
First guy better hit the shot.
Need be answered.
Yeah. If the first guy doesn't hit a shot, the rest of your team is cooked.
GG. Yep.
Yeah.
Especially when you're coming from that angle and you're entering into A, there's so many different angles that you have to be aware of. You have to be looking in front of you. You have to be looking to your right. You have to be looking, all over the place.
You have to look at the 3 computers.
Yep.
Entrance as well.
Yeah. So yeah, it's not even just on the same vertical plane. Like you have to have eyes for the high-low setup as well. So it's just not a good angle to be entering from. It's good as like a late rotate maybe.
Lurk maybe.
A lurk, yeah.
Yeah. And that's an angle you guys talk about the downsides of it, but also there are a lot of other angles you can take on this map. So it's not even like that one angle is just bad. It's also there's so many better options.
Yeah. Like curve.
Yeah. And they might go for it here, although they have leaned towards just pushing straight through mid into A a couple of times. Did work out in the first round. Here they go, but X and Y is just ready for it. Takes out PM. That's another guy ready and waiting for the push. And the bomb isn't even in just yet. Guy has to go back. Humeo pick that one up. Meanwhile, Q9 is able to totally rotate on in. Oh, Humeo coming on in through mid. They do not see him, but another flank comes in from Koi. Gets in behind him. And now Neves here. It is just a absolute massacre. Neves gets 2, though. And the pause is on. Not a bad idea.
Koi with the jump spot. Now knows where Neves is. He's going to keep having a little bit of a play with him. Got to be careful. This has been a bit of a whack-a-mole type game. Koi very low on HP now. He's still got that Colt in hand. Just looking for the headshot onto Neves. Trying to buy as much time as possible. But this is not a game of timing. There's still 30 seconds left. It's a game of who hits who. And in this case, it will be Koi to save the day for Q9. Put them in a very stable position in this half. Ranking, of course, calling that tack timeout, and well, they desperately need it now. You got a couple of rounds left in this half, and honestly, you probably need to win these last 2.
Yep, forgot about the Colt being able to one-tap just like that from distance. I don't know what happened. Did you understand what happened in that round?
Messy.
It's like messy. There was like 2 dudes next to each other from opposite teams.
It felt like
X and Y is somehow long.
It felt like Q9 forgot or something. They forgot where Humeo was.
Yeah.
Because he was like in the middle of the site just swiveling around, shooting everything, and he shouldn't have been able to get away with that. And that's why it got so close.
Yeah, it was a lot of...
just messy.
It was a lot of guys running through smoke and not knowing that they were right next to each other. And then, like, the timings of the push, like when Humeo went in, they just had no idea he was pushing in.
Yeah.
And he just got so much value out of just basically being an invisible man amongst the chaos and just picking off 2 guys. And then Nevis did the same thing. Well, not as invisible, more so just, you know, winning from the chaos.
Yeah. Nevis, to be fair, just sat there. He's the insurance policy.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Unfortunately, did not pay off at the very end.
Yeah. The Chinese Colt is no joke, my friend. Those are... You put it on any sniper, you put it in the hands of, like, XQQ, and, like, people like Koi or XMY, yeah. It's dangerous, the precision they have on that weapon.
Well, now ranking in a little bit of a rough spot. They do not want to let these last 2 rounds go to Q9. Even at this point, I mean, if ranking get 1 more round, that's not even a great feeling. I feel like they need to get a couple more to really be feeling good on this map moving into the GR side. You're going to be feeling comfortable on the GR side, of course, but at the same time, you know, you'd still be down a round and might not be feeling too good. So let's see if this timeout helps them at all. Seemed to help Q9 quite a lot. So they've won 3 rounds after the fact. XMY not going to hit his shot.
Well, this is nice.
Oh,
it's not so nice anymore.
He's cooked.
Shut it down. Turn off the server. We're done.
Why is everyone missing their shots all of a sudden? Q9 were hitting everything just before, and now it's just an absolute mess. Oh, okay, never mind. It's all of a sudden gone quickly back in their favor. I don't know what to say about that round. That was just something.
I would have lied so hard. I would be like, yo, it lagged. It was lagging.
Yeah. Cancel. Oh, what is happening? Okay, well, at least he got the pistol shot, but at least is not enough because he still lost the round. If he was clean, hit the sniper shot, and then pistoled the second guy, then maybe he wins the round. Instead, has to rely on the Colt for the first guy. And unfortunately, PM has not been able to put up the big numbers this time around. Very messy round. Q9 not even clean in that one, but they run away with the round win after the timeout from ranking. And that might just be the final nail in the coffin unless ranking have something incredible from the GR side.
Well, GR side is pretty standard here. So I think LDX definitely can think of some defenses. But that's what I said as well.
It just feels like the momentum is like so heavily in Q9's favor right now.
Yeah.
But there is still a chance.
It's not looking good, man. I mean, PM's your top fragger for ranking. And rest of it is not really looking too good.
Yeah, PM is a player that's been a little bit missing throughout this series.
Oh, there we go.
And he'll be missing in this round as well. But what's more concerning, and it has been highlighted many a time, is we're not really seeing Humeo in that carry mode. Ductuan's gone a little bit quiet as well. They haven't been bad, but they certainly haven't been super good. And I think you kind of need the super good version of those players to make ranking look like a threat here. And the fact that they're not there is evidence on that scoreboard. It's 6-2, and it's looking like it might be headed in the direction of a 7-2 right here. Q9 with the opening pick in this round and looking quite stable in their sights at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Q9 here and you're in a 5v4, you don't really have to do anything. Like, that's compound. You get the first pick and you wait. That's it.
Well, they're just going to go straight down mid into B, and they do pick off one. Still a chance here. I mean, they are planting, and there's a bit of shenanigans going out here outside of B. Koi, oh he's going to hit that shot. That is huge. And now he holds down this angle and forces Humeo to potentially look at him while his 3 teammates can push from the spawn. And that they will. They're not going to waste any time. They get in onto the site. They clean it up easily. And 7-2 is the half, easily in favor of Q9.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about for the B site as well. That's the one caveat is B site is hard to retake, but the asterisk is as long as there's a person in that B entrance coming in from pillars, your guys are going to be fine. There's someone to throw active nades inside of the site. These server players are going to be distracted, and I don't know, man. Like, it's just a rough time. It's just a rough time for the boys over at ranking. And with Koi hitting that nutty shot on Duck1, that's just the beginning of the end of that round.
Yeah, and you can see him highlighted here. Some of his stats: 756 damage, and you know, it makes you wonder what happened on Black Widow. Maybe Q9 just not very warmed up. It was the first map. It was their choice, but still not able to really put up the numbers. But after that, it's been all Q9 the rest of the day. I mean, 10-5 on Mexico, now 7-2 here on Compound. Q9, if you cancel out the first map, you'd be like, okay, these guys are much better than the ranking at this point in time.
A bit of embarrassment here from Q9. Haven't been pushed away from that at all by ranking, and that's going to afford them a pretty clean entry into B. Oh, never mind, I've spoken too soon. LDX gets the triple kill on the hold. Still not over, though, with Koi.
Yeah, C4.
Smoked himself off. The C4 is favorable enough. He's going to take the challenge forward. First shot connects. Pistol out. He's got to reload. Quick switches over to the M4 and survives. Unbelievable clutch from Koi.
And this is why I say Chinese snipers are built different. They are just built different. Quick scope, drop the AWM, get the M4, and spray Duck1 down. Nah.
That's the nail in the coffin as far as I'm concerned for ranking.
Yeah, that's...
Koi's playing
it's
on another
Dunzo.
level.
This guy is just incredible. It's 13-4. Even if he didn't have those numbers, you just watch that and you kind of know.
All right, he got a bit too cocky, down to 22. To be fair, if I had that type of round, I would be ego peeking pillars too.
Absolutely. Just send them. You just be like, okay, you just go do whatever you want. See what happens. And at this point, I mean, Q9, 8-2. You just, as ranking, that round was in the bag for them. All they had to do was kill one guy, and instead 4 of them died in a row. So, not feeling pretty good on the ranking side.
Yeah. I mean, you'd be looking at that round as LDX and thinking, what else do I have to do?
Yeah. I like that Koi was kind of separated from the team. The rest of them were just pressuring the other side of the map. He just popped out of nowhere from the other B entrance.
Yeah. Still, 2 1v2 battles won as a sniper. Crazy stuff. This time, yeah, he's going to get it done again against PM. A story we have seen many a time today. As now they're trying to flood into the site. LDX gets one, but he is the only one to pick up a kill. And the server's now heavily in favor and controlled by Q9. They've got smokes in the door. They've got the rotation coming in from XMY to cover behind them. And they didn't even plant yet. Yeah. They're going to plant it now.
You cleared that so quickly. I was surprised. I was surprised he didn't even like receive that much damage. I thought he was going to die insta, but I don't know, just cleared out the 2 server players. That doesn't make sense to me, man. Like that, it shouldn't be that easy.
Duck1, difficult angle to clear. Somehow gets one, but no more than that. A couple of gyros getting tossed out on the stage there. That's when you know things are going well for the Chinese teams.
Oh yeah. Let's just watch this.
Yeah.
What?
This is my favorite.
And then this
version of the B split.
Oh.
This was unreal. The quick switch over to the M4 was something else. 9-2. Well, 1 round away for Q9, and it doesn't feel like it's going to take them very long to get that. Ranking have just not shown up here on Compound at all.
Oh my god, he's just like me for real. Oh, I would do this exact same push if the score was like this.
And then you would...
And then I would die.
Potentially die. But nearly about to. But
it's a 50-50. Humeo did get the kill.
Yeah. Still a chance. I mean, maybe some weird aggression is what it takes.
I don't know about holding this, Humeo.
He's going to swing XJ, and there it is. He does get the kill, but he's traded out.
Still, numbers advantage for ranking, something that has been few and far between.
Was the strat there kill Koi? That's it. Hey.
Yeah, that's a good strat.
Step 1 is done.
I think that's
the LD. Now they have to go to step 2. LDX win the round. Oh, Ductwan, he wants some action here in mid, man.
He might just be getting it. I mean, Q9, the 3 members, they don't have many other ways to go, and down he will go. X and Y, there it is. Quick one. Puts it into Ductwan.
Duck one round to go.
Duck 1, Duck 2. No, Ductwan. And now they're going to go straight into B. And, I mean, Nevis is around, but still, they're going to give this one up. They do have that surround that Sneaky was talking about, so still an opportunity, but Smoke's in the door, and it's not going to be an easy one at this point.
Yeah, re-smoked as well by YJ right there.
So Nevis has nades. Oh, he does. He has like a flash and a nade. Yeah, this is winnable.
There is a chance.
There is a shot.
Yeah, but Q9 have looked pretty solid so far. They've got a bit of util of their own. That nade gets tossed out. Doesn't really do too much. XMY landing the first shot of the retake. And then you will follow up. It's now a 2v1. PM has to save the day, but he doesn't have a lot of time. This is the problem. The servers, you can dance around them forever. I don't know if he's got it, but he's going to stick that defuse. There's a fist bump's gone on all over the place, and he is just going to save the game for ranking.
I don't know what you was doing. He wasn't dancing.
He wasn't. He wasn't, was he?
He was more like...
He was standing still.
He was standing still.
In the server racks.
He was dancing,
That's
but
what he's supposed to do.
Those legs weren't moving.
He was supposed to be dancing.
Maybe he was swinging his arms around, you know, doing like the windmill.
Wrong kind of.
You must have been fun at the high school disco.
Oh my god, the visual in my brain that I just saw.
With his arms, okay? We do have some
Yeah.
action here in mid, and that is going to go the way of Koi. Just locking down a 16th kill. Why not?
YOLO. Yeah, I mean, Q9 not happy with how that last round ended, so they just take matters into their own hands.
Koi just picked up an AK. He's like, I'm not sniping anymore. Oh, never mind. The Bogdan rule does apply in this game as well.
Bogdan's Law.
Yeah. What should we call it here? Koi's Law? Could be Koi's Law. It's kind of catchy.
I mean, it doesn't really make sense, though, because Koi is actually the sniper, so...
That's true. XMY is that secondary. But for a secondary sniper, the XMY snipes a lot.
Yeah.
I feel like almost all the rounds he has been sniping. Not this one, though. And here they go. Straight from mid into that curve. Humeo.
There's a gap.
Yeah. So they say, okay, we don't want to go that way. It's a bit of pressure, and maybe a hit onto A as Ductwan is ready for it, and he's able to pick up 2, and he's got some support from his team as, yeah, they're just going to clean this one up with flying colors. And Koi's like, well, there's only so much I can do.
Why not? See what happens. All right, maybe not like that.
That's...
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's about.
You see, he's like expecting the re-peek from the teammate. There's nobody else there.
Oh my god. It was so doable. That would have been such a ranking round to lose, by the way. Like, that was just...
I would be so mad if I was LDX if he lost that round.
What if we all went in 1 by 1 into the sniper that has 8 health?
You may look so pissed.
What if I just wide swung this angle?
That's that entry mindset. I see the vision from Nevis, but not against Koi, man. Maybe against any other sniper.
Well, some nades in the mid, but no committal here from ranking. Just going to back off, give it over to Q9 once again. Has been a couple of rounds, actually, into the hands of ranking. Hasn't been very easy, funnily enough. You know, it took PM with a little bit of a clutch, a little bit of a mistake from Q9 on the servers, and then we just saw that Koi nearly was able to take everybody down in another clutch. Didn't happen. But a couple of rounds to ranking. They just need 5 more in a row to pull off the miracle.
Yeah, that second shot in that 1v3. I feel like there's the chill that went down ranking spine in that one.
Yeah.
And okay, maybe 2 players only, and then back up the rest, and then the rest go mid. Oh, they're just faking it.
Good shot from XMY. Ductwan Going on a fact-finding mission, but all he finds is a bullet. And it was going pretty fast. Aimed right at him.
Just had this image in my mind of a duck detective, like going on a search.
Isn't there a TV show that has like a platypus detective?
I think there is,
I don't know what that's called, though.
Phineas and Ferb.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm the kid here, man.
It's good we've got a Zoomer now. Like, we've just replaced Kyle with a younger version of Kyle from the Philippines.
Yeah. It's better. We're just, renewing, or new generation coming in. Either way, not spending too much time here is Q9 there, pushing it in. And XMY just says, you know what? Let me just get up in a melee range with my sniper. Why not?
XM, why not?
Yeah, this is over.
This is over indeed. Nevis has to push his way through a smoke, try and retake that B-side solo. I'm not seeing it, dog, but he's going to have to give it a crack. It is the last round available to play with, so no second chances will be the answer for ranking. That is the series done and dusted. Q9 will take the first win at CFS 2024.
And here at the end of the first series of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals, end of today, it is Q9 Club that do take the win in the 2-1 fashion. And yeah, I mean, it just feels like the first map never happened.
Right.
Like, yeah, ranking did win it. It was close, and that was a long time ago. And then after that, Q9 were just like, nah, we're going to start trying. And they absolutely clobbered them.
I tell you what, these Vietnamese teams, I think they're the epitome of the bait. They really just bait you. They bait you in. They reel you in. You
Neokai was really
ranking.
Like,
these guys,
my prediction is gonna get it done.
Exactly. Like,
Nope.
these guys might be a tasty little fish, and then it comes out and it's actually just like an old boot or something that you've just somehow snagged on your line. I feel like so
fishing
baited
net.
all the time by ranking. Every time. And
poor Neo.
you know, they have this one good map, and you think, man, they're actually legit. They could do something here, and then just blows up in your face. So. What can you really say about that one for ranking? Disappointing, I think, to be fair. I mean, I think especially disappointed in Mexico. You know, once it gets to compound, that's probably already a little bit too little too late. You're going up against a Chinese team on compound, it's never going to be easy. But they have to go back and look at that Mexico and think, what could we have done better there? Because, as we said, going into that second map, you don't get this kind of an opportunity all that often. You've got 3 matches to play in the group stage. And you're up 1-0 in the game against the Chinese squad in your group. That's your chance. That series that we've just watched could be the difference between them now missing out on making it to playoffs or making it. And unfortunately, they're on the wrong end of that.
That's gonna sting when you go to bed too. Like after like 4 days or like multiple days of group stage, you're just gonna, what if we won that Mexico map?
Yep.
Man, that would suck for ranking. In all honesty, knowing how we already saw the potential of what this team can do. It's just that they cannot find their consistency somehow, and that's why, you know, despite ranking, winning the CFBL regional final, I think the consensus here for every caster is like Wolf Empire is still definitely the better team in terms of talent and in terms of like overall macro, because you know they did choke the final, but you know they can still show up in international.
My feeling with regard to that is that I think Wolf Empire is the only Vietnamese team that can go toe-to-toe internationally in terms of firepower across the board, right?
Yeah.
I mean, ranking sometimes could do that when you've got Humio at a 10 out of 10, and maybe when you've got Duxwan at a 10 out of 10. But that's not necessarily the same kind of concept as what Wolf Empire have, where they've got like literally almost 5 players that you can just choose anybody and be like, yeah, it's your day today, you're going to be the one to carry the team. Don't really get that same vibe from ranking.
You got monsters on that team, man. Honestly, on Wolf Empire, you got Ice Cube, who's a Chinese level sniper at this point. And you got Rambo, who's another sniper that they can actually fall back to. And you got the big 3 for Wolf Empire as well. So they're a more complete team, more, how do you say this, more well-rounded team, just like how we say it. But ranking, man, I mean, I feel like the momentum from map 1 ran out very quickly, and it just resulted in Compound them just rounding. I mean, I was surprised that they were not getting too much rounds on the GR side.
What is he holding?
It's the
a
staff.
big stick.
It's, yes. What is it? Like, speak quietly and hold a big, isn't there like some kind of
Walk
phrase?
softly and carry a big gun.
Something like that. That's the CROSSFIRE version.
That's going to be the next in-game item.
And yeah, I mean, you talk about Chinese snipers, Koi 3.17, and one of the biggest highlights wasn't even like crazy snipe flicks. Like, yeah, he had a couple, but it was really that one moment where he got 4 kills by himself, and that was really the end of the match. Like, once we saw that, we're like, okay, it's just done. Like, we're going to play out the rest of the rounds, but it's over because Koi decided, I'm winning.
There's no coming back from that one. It's basically the big takeaway, and indeed there was not. There was like what, maybe one or two rounds there from ranking that I would say didn't even get us excited. It was like, all right, well, that's a little bit of a gimme at the end just to make you feel a little bit better about the scoreline, but wasn't really taking us anywhere. And yeah, I mean, I have to look at the road ahead here for ranking now, and I think the equation now becomes beat Vasco or you don't make playoffs. Which would be
LCK.
And LCK. I mean, look, LCK I think is very doable for ranking, but Vasco I would have my concerns about them. And the issue is obviously for ranking, they had such a standout performance last year at this event. They made top 4. That was with Ice Cube. You've obviously highlighted how good Ice Cube is. I agree. I think he's probably the best sniper outside of China. Although, you know, we'll see what Goku can do in terms of winding the clock back. If he comes back to CFS Grand Finals and does what he's done in the past, maybe there's an argument to be made there. But yeah, Ice Cube's just nuts. And losing Ice Cube is a massive, massive loss for this ranking team.
Of course. I think Himeo has like a portrait of Ice Cube like right next to his bedside.
Yeah. It's the meme where it's like Wolverine's crying. Yeah, exactly.
I would be doing if I was Himeo, man. Like, I mean, I think it's such a huge loss, but I feel like ranking. I mean, the platform that they have now, or at least the level that they're at now, is more than what we saw from their previous tournament. So I would still be happy with the spot that I got now if I was ranking, because you could just be playing at your own pace, you know, just kind of learning as you go, because, you know, PM's the new sniper. They're still trying to integrate him within the team. And I feel like against a team like Q9, if you're like an incomplete team, you're not as connected as Q9, I feel like you're just going to lose every single time, because we already saw, I mean, Q9, they hold some solid crossfires, and you have to have perfect teamwork to break those.
Absolutely. I mean, it's... I was surprised that Black Widow happened the way it did. It was still a close map. I think that ranking came out a bit crisper, like right from the get-go, and it seemed like Q9 still needed a little bit of time to get used to the stage or get used to the setup or whatever it is. Maybe they're just a little bit rusty. It's been a while since they played on stage. Either way, they just crossed that off the list, and they say, we take this win, and now they're definitely one of the big favorites to get out of the group, either in first or second place. We'll see what the Q9 versus Vasco matchup looks like, but you would expect them to be the heavy favorites against LCK, and if you get 2 wins in a group stage like this, you're going on to the next stage, the next round, either in first or second. So feeling pretty good on the side of Q9, even though they did drop 1 map. Shouldn't matter too much at the end of the day. I don't think that tiebreaker is going to come into big effect in this group, at least. So in just a moment, you can see actually right up here on the stage behind us, an interview is brewing. And it's not quite fully brewed. You don't take the tea bag out just yet, but very soon we will have an interview on the stage, and you guys will get to listen to that.
Yeah, one other thing I would touch on here quickly while we wait for that interview is I think this is not a great sign potentially for the health of Vietnamese Crossfire at this event. Obviously ranking, as we highlighted, are the seed 1 from that region. They've gone down now to the seed 2 from China, so, you know, that's a little bit of a how you going kind of a moment. We'll see what Wolf Empire could obviously bring to the table.
Hey, it's Sneaky's pick for champion of the entire
they could
tournament.
Definitely do something, man. I believe.
We got 5 seconds until we have the interview ready to go, so we're going to hand it over to the stage right now for that interview.
Hi, Savers. Welcome back to the main stage, and this is our interview session, and we have finished our first BO3, and let's congratulations to Q9 for securing this victory, and the MVP is KOI, and say hi to all the Savers. Hi, I'm KOI from Q9, and for this time, we get to the CFS 2024 Grand Finals for the first time, so what kind of feelings do you have? I think for all aspects, we're feeling very good. And we hope that we can have more opportunities to take part in this kind of competition. So we have very good feelings for the competition. And we know that there are differences in servers, so we want to know how we adapt to the servers. And we have very quickly adapt to the servers, and also we do the training with these servers, so everyone is in their good shape. So for the first game, we have confrontation with the first seed RKE. So before the competition, did we feel kind of nervous? Yes, a little bit nervous. So during the competition, we feel kind of panic during the negotiation in the team, and especially in the first map, the Black Widows, I think we have some mistakes in the gun shoot, and also some grenade and flashes. So how was the negotiation? So we cheer each other up, and then we adjust to our best performance. And then we chase up to the arcade. So what kind of adjustment and strategies do we make? We didn't make any big strategic movement. Actually, we know how they are going to make attack, and then we change our mentality, and then we chase up.
中期的时候，其实手感慢慢起势啊，但在后期大家也是你一分我一分这样的一个打得非常的焦灼，以最终是10比8落后，丢了第一张地图。那在第二张地图一个沙丘，其实是我们没有想到会放出这张图。我们为什么在首办的时候会先ban掉异域这一张地图呢？
the map Ankara because we thought that they are going to find some map that we are both good at. So for the first map, we are going to be
因为觉得沙丘这一张的保卫优势是非常大，没想到对方直接在第二图就拿出了这张地图，是不是？在这张图上有做什么样的一个具体针对吗
？So did we make any targeted measures on the second map? We just focus on ourselves, and we just focus on their rush strategy, and also we got the landslide victory in the second map, and for the last map is compound. And the fourth point, we asked for a pause. So what was that? I think that we made some mistakes. So we want to have some in-team negotiation. So we change our strategies, and so we are more determined to our strategies. And for this map, you have very extraordinary performance, and we have a lot of highlight moments, and we have the pentakill for one game. So can you reiterate on that? So I went from B side, and then I found that it was 1 versus 2, and with the spot from the information from my teammates, and then we secured the victory. So what do you want to say to your teammates? So we hope that we can keep a good mentality, and we will also keep our best performance for the next game. And congratulations, and thanks for the interview. And congratulations for winning the first victory. And we'll have a short break, and we'll be back after the advertisements.
Champions.
Welcome back on into the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. It's time for game number 2. And speaking of 2, I've got 2 new guys on the desk with me here today. Bench, Neo. It's Neo, not Neo.
There we go.
We've learned a lot of things over the past 12 months. Hopefully you guys have got some things to say about CROSSFIRE as well. What did you take away from that first game?
Ranking let me down, man.
Me too, man.
Me too. After that 10-8, I was like, okay, the upset's here. I think I was the only talent member in the whole pool to pick ranking. I wanted the upset. I wanted something to talk about, but unfortunately, they crumbled. Map 2 and 3 especially map 3, very, very poor.
He's looking a bit silly, isn't he?
But not gonna lie, I thought Q9 would go 2-0 in that matchup, but Ranking was able to take Black Widow away. So that was a surprising factor to me that they are able to show us some caliber. But yeah, 2-1 was the result, and Ranking is going to have some tough time in this group stage here.
All right, well, let's talk game number 2. It is going to be All Gamers and unKnights. We've just seen a Chinese team get themselves a victory. We've got another Chinese team slotting in for game number 2. We'll get our first taste of the West League with unKnights coming in here as well. And obviously, now we're quite familiar with unKnights being people who commentate the West League. I got to say, if I'm unKnights here, being what I would consider to be the weakest team from the West League coming through. I mean, you can make the argument about Swamp obviously being a West team as well, but they came through the North America qualifier. unKnights come through from the West League. They are the 3rd seed as far as I'm concerned, and obviously as far as the tournament is concerned as well. And you're going up against All Gamers, who was a grand finalist in the previous year of CFS. They've won CFS in the past. They've won pretty much everything there is to win as far as is concerned to when we're talking about CROSSFIRE. So that is a real trial by fire for unKnights who are stepping onto this stage.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it legitimately, this is probably, no offense to unKnights, but obviously we know them having done their whole season. This is probably a bottom 3 overall team in this tournament versus arguably the #1 team at this tournament. I mean, I think that most of us, we would kind of predict All Gamers being our favorites heading in towards the grand finals, and unKnights have got an incredibly tough job ahead of them now. We're talking about them, even when you look towards the CROSSFIRE West League, there's such a big disparity between LCK and then 3BL as well, right? There is quite a large difference. We've got both 3BL and LCK who are able to put up unbeaten seasons in the regular season before heading towards playoffs. unKnights are never in that. They're always struggling to stay positive, so it's quite a big disparity between the two of them here. So I think the trial by fire is the nice way of putting it. They should come in towards this, and I'd be surprised if All Gamers even drop them out.
Yeah, indeed. All right, well, we've got some more things to get to, so we'll get back to you in just a sec.
Welcome back to the stage. We've just seen an intense opening match. Now it's time for the debut match of Group B. 2 teams each with their own story now coming to the stage with everything to play for. We're about to see who gets the first step towards their first victory. Let's welcome last year's grand finalists and the former champions from 2021, CHENGDU's All Gamers! D-O-O! GA! ZY! Joey! And 1, 2, 2, 2! And now a team on their debut series representing the EU MENA region, unKnights! Let's welcome Alucard! HCC! BEQ! Taiko! And Pietro! Our stage is set and our players are ready to take action. Let's find out who'll take the first series of Group B.
Yeah, well, that's the big question, isn't it, Bench? But I have to say, I don't know that it's necessarily a particularly difficult question to answer, at least as far as I'm concerned. This really feels like one of the biggest mismatches that we're potentially going to get in this tournament.
I mean, sure, for unKnights, it's a very steep mountain to climb, but at the same time, they were able to propel themselves into the finals, especially a lot of thanks should be given to Alucard. The new pickup from the team, the Egyptian sniper, has been clutching up in the finals to get into right here, right now in Hangzhou. So we'll have to wait and see what he's got under his belt to show to us.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's a fair point. Obviously, Alucard has always been sort of a focal point for this unKnights roster, and he does reasonably well domestically. There's no debate against that. But now you're going up against Du, who at this event might be the best sniper here.
I think he probably is. I don't really think there's too much of a debate in terms of like raw impact. Like, Du single-handedly takes over rounds, takes over games. This is a guy who can completely destroy oppositions without really having too much of a competition. And the unfortunate thing for unKnights is it's not just him, right? You have these so many different facets of firepower, of different individuals who can step up. We've been saw back in Vietnam where we saw individuals like Zhui and 1222 have their moments to kind of shine here. So I'm looking at this all game aside with so many different outlets of where they find success that unKnights just can't really compete in terms of their depth, and not even in terms of just like the raw things like the stats, but also the map pool as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest though, like, it still doesn't give me the same fear factor that All Gamers did last year when they had Even and ZQ. I felt like that 5 was actually stronger than the 5 that we've got right now from All Gamers. There's a lot of experience, obviously, on the side of Even in particular. But even still, you know, All Gamers definitely a very, very strong roster. And by comparison, unKnights are a team who, look, they do reasonably well domestically. I think they're a good sort of third fiddle to the LCKs and the 3BLs of the world. They've fairly consistently been like that third seed through from the West League. But considering how West League performed last year and how West League has generally performed at international events over CrossFire's history, being the weakest team from debatably the weakest region, it doesn't leave you with a whole lot of wiggle room.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely not a lot of questions to be asked here, but at the same time, Alucard has been clutching, and at the same time, Pietro has been in the scene for a long while. So the old IGL may have some strats prepared coming into this grand finals, and let's see if they're able to take a map away from All Gamers. Although we do believe that All Gamers did lose to Baisha in 2022, and after that they did swap their rosters out a bit. So the new roster absolutely strong for like you said, but at the same time we do have some additions to the roster of unKnights as well. So let's see. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny to me, isn't it? Right? Like, I think the day of the Chinese dominance seems to be kind of fading a little bit, but
I agree.
It's still not enough to really make me feel like there's going to be that much in this matchup in particular. I mean, looking at the games that unKnights played in their sort of road to the CFS Grand Finals, you're seeing them win the matches that you expect them to win and lose the matches that they're expected to lose, right?
Yeah.
You'd be thinking you're probably going to beat the likes of GV, TBI, and Lazarus, but LCK and 3BL are quite clearly a step above the rest of the West League competition. unKnights haven't quite managed to crack that barrier just yet.
I even make the argument as well, bar Lazarus, TBI, and GV really aren't that much in terms of, like, I mean, GV have had these real up and downs, you know, since they kind of went from Encore into GV. They've looked considerably weaker than they once were. So they're even kind of, when they do pick up wins, it's not even against the most kind of best teams or best kind of players to look at. I'll take a look at some key players here as well. Of course, we've got ZY, this sort of new leader in towards this side, in towards this year. Obviously doing a pretty good job, I think, all things considered. Kiko on the other side is somebody who has a hell of a lot of talent, but I think it's once again the unfortunate thing when you compare anything when it comes to AG and unKnights, that there is no comparison. These are two sets of players on completely different planes in terms of the international scene. This is an AG side who come into the tournament as one of the favorites, if not the favorite, and an unKnights side who, if we're being completely honest, even them getting out of groups would be a massive overperformance.
I mean, ZY is a CFS Grand Finals champion at some point in his career, and Shui as well has got a couple of trophies under his belt. Whereas for Kiko, you know, this is kind of a step into the unknown really for him, and it's going to be a big step up for unKnights.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, are we at the point where it's like, oh, okay, well, this is a foregone conclusion. It's 2-0. It doesn't matter what the map pool is. Wrap it up.
You know, but at the same time, individual talent, like you said, no doubts at all. But, you know, it's a team game, and as a team, you have to perform. And, like, so far, it does look that All Gamers has the bigger caliber as a whole team. And the prediction as well, as you can see right down there, every single caster, every single talent has picked All Gamers above unKnights.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say, is it over on the second slide as well? All Gamers. Yeah. If anyone was going to predict for unKnights, it probably would have been one of us five from the English broadcast. And the fact that that's not happened, I think it tells you quite a bit.
Especially me and you, who've actually cast them all the way throughout. We could even be, you know, a little bit biased here and talk about kind of our boys and that. But I think, as much as it's sad to say, it does feel like a foregone conclusion. This is, you know, one of those series where, if we're being completely honest, we could even just say, if unKnights got more than 5 rounds of map, I'd actually be quite pleased with that. This is an AG side with all the potential of dominating throughout this group flawlessly without even dropping a map in the groups, and then heading in towards playoffs with this, you know, reinvigorated kind of confidence and kind of being able to show exactly what they've got, you know, up their sleeve.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very hard though for a team like unKnights. You know, you're just not getting that same level of practice that even the likes of, you know, 3BL and LCK are a little bit more used to now, having had at least some sort of tenure at the Summer Championship. And if we're talking about West League and we want to put some positives in that direction, I think we have to look toward the likes of 3BL in particular. They seem like the ones that are kind of like the shining light of the region, and obviously big question marks over what they're going to be able to do at this event after taking top 4 in Vietnam. That's a conversation for another day, but yeah, I mean, I think for me, what I'd like to see out of this matchup for CHENGDU All Gamers in particular is, I think, just a return to form. You know, they were a little bit up and down throughout the Grand Finals last year. They did still make it to the Grand Final, and they very nearly actually won it, but weren't quite able to do that. And then even at Summer Championship, I thought they looked in all sorts, right? So kind of want to see them come into today and just stamp their mark on this event and say, hey, we are here to play. Hey, we are the best team in this region, like most of us have predicted. But that's up to CHENGDU All Gamers to prove.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm not entirely sure if it's comparable, but both of these teams do have that issue with consistency in terms of their performance. unKnights as well during the regional finals had some issues up and downs, and they basically was able to pull themselves out from that hole by winning that one matchup. And for All Gamers, well, like you mentioned, they do perform well, but there are some matches where they just seemingly quiet down.
Yeah, ZY coming in as the new captain for this roster, obviously, after Even took a bit of a departure at the end of last year. It's a big loss. It's a big person to fill, a big hole to fill, really, and you know, losing ZQ as well. Those two were like really the core of that team. So it's almost a completely new All Gamers roster, but that brand carries with it such a weight that we still have a bit of faith. We'll take a look at the map comparison here. I've got to be honest with you now, I don't really think it matters what maps we go on here. I'm just predicting All Gamers signed, sealed, and delivered.
I'm not reading into this map at all. I mean, the only one that you can probably basically guarantee is that AG are going to ban out Mexico. Then for the ban coming through for unKnights, it doesn't really matter where they go, but as much as kind of Black Widow statistically doesn't look too good, I'd probably assume they actually ban out Eagle Eye, just because it's been so good for AG. You know, when they're flawless on that map, it's definitely something you don't want to contest them on. But yeah, like you said, it doesn't really matter where this veto goes. You know, whatever map it is, even if AG did want to play that Mexico, I would still back them on it, right? You know, unKnights, granted, I know this is a side who have a little bit of experience here, there, and they've got at least some sort of a kind of fleshed out map pool in some way. They've got good reps over the last 2 seasons of the CFWL. However, it's just the caliber of opponents you're playing against, the quality of CROSSFIRE you're getting within those officials, and even the scrims alongside that as well. They've got a lot of top teams, really, outside of the LCKs and the 3BLs. Who else really have unKnights got to brack against? Because even when you're looking at GV dropping off quite considerably, Lazarus not looking too top anymore, Anubis and TBI really starting to struggle too, it really thins out incredibly quickly, where we're even starting to get kind of, you know, coming through the open season, we're getting mixed teams who are kind of competing for spots. So it's worrying. You're not going to get in that top brack where you've got on the other side, AG, you've got incredible amounts of options of teams that they can practice against and really flesh out just how good the team dynamics are. So that's for me where I think the map pool doesn't really make too much of a difference.
I mean, here's the question, right? Here's the big question. What is an acceptable result for unKnights right here? Like, are we happy if they go down 0-2 but have a competitive map? Like, is that a good enough result, or do we want to at least see a map coming through for unKnights to say, you know what, first steps onto the international stage at an event like this one, that's good enough?
Well, for the entirety of this tournament, if unKnights against any of the Chinese teams is able to take a map away, that's definitely an achievement, I would say. If they're able to go into the golden rounds, that's another achievement unlocked for them. But, you know, in general, I do believe a map point towards unKnights is more than enough to confirm themselves of their skill set. But you never know. It's still competitive FPS. You never know what's going to happen. We've seen upsets happen from time to time, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
I like the
keep the expectations low.
Yeah, I like the guys, but I think us trying to come in towards either like this game specifically or overarching and talking about maps against like these top Chinese teams, I think would actually be a bit of a disservice to the Chinese teams, who obviously are incredibly talented. We have unKnights, you know, no discredit to them, but they do come from a considerably weaker region. I think they have a lot, you know, lesser reps, especially on land compared to these guys. So I think in a game like this, for example, as harsh as it sounds, if we can get them getting, you know, like 6 or 7 rounds in a map, I'd actually be pretty happy with that. I don't think it's going to be them taking a map off your gamers at all. In some of these other series they got in Group B, I think there's maybe chances where they could take a map away, but I think they still overall do come in as probably the weaker side in this group, right? They are, you know, the 3rd best team in EU, and it's even been a struggle compared to LCK and 3BL.
I mean, I will have to say that they are, I think, benefited by having Swamp in the group. I think,
yeah, it does help,
to be honest with you, Swamp is, for mine, if I'm just having a quick look across the roster, I don't really have a whole lot to say about the Philippines roster, so maybe there's something there, but I think Swamp's definitely one of the teams that I'm looking at as being one of the weaker ones in this event, so I'd say that's a matchup that unKnights can probably win, so I think they can maybe take 3rd in this group at least. Unfortunately for them, 3rd is not going to be enough to make it through to the playoffs, and to make it through to the playoffs, you'd have to either beat All Gamers, which is touted to be one of the best teams in the world. Most of us have predicted them as the team that will eventually go on to win this event. Yes, they underperformed at Summer Championship, but they did still make that grand final there. Or the other team that made that grand final and overperformed at that Summer Championship, which was Wolf Empire, who won that event and did very, very well there. So
yeah,
I just don't see you having an avenue in. This is just such a group of death for a team like that.
Even if we get 75% of that Wolf Empire that we got at the Summer Championships, you know, we could talk about the externalities of the Summer Championship in terms of, you know, for Wolf Empire, home soil, crowd advantage, this, that, and the other, you know, that confidence. Obviously, they ramped up throughout the tournament and ended up, you know, thankfully working out for them in that grand final, right? And you can talk about all those, but even if we get like 75% of that or more of what we expected, we were talking about Wolf Empire making, if they made semis, we'd be quite happy. Anything more is an overachievement, right? So even if we get that again, which is like a playoff level Wolf Empire, and it's not as good as it was Summer Championship, but, you know, like I said, 75% of the way there, I don't think unKnights can even compete with that. So I think you're right, it is tough. I think the Swamp's probably one of those where it's not a guaranteed win, but an expected win for unKnights. However, I will say now that Swamp are on like 100 ping, I still think there's a world in which Swamp could maybe take a map off them. So that could be a little bit awkward, but that's a conversation for another time. So yeah, you know, if you're not top 2 in the group, it's, you know, you're first in a line of losers. Who really cares?
Yeah, I mean, just to wrap that up, unKnights and the other team ranking, Swamp Gaming, they're basically the prey of this group stage to feed the other 2 teams points. And yeah, I mean, they just have to try anything and everything to not make that happen. So
I mean, let's be honest, when AG...
It's going to happen though, right?
Yeah, when AG and Wolf Empire saw this group, we were like, we've got Swamp and unKnights. Thank you very much. See you guys in the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's right. Who's getting seeded better in the playoffs, you or me?
Exactly. Hey, AG and Wolf Empire, a little handshake, like, see you guys in the finals again.
What's that meme? Is it from...
Yeah, they dap each other up there. It's like Rambo, isn't it?
I think it's two big burly.
It's Sylvester Stallone and somebody else.
Yeah. That's them. That's those two guys.
Yeah, like the Expendables or whatever it is.
Personified in Crossfire. It might have been the Expendables. I don't know what it was. But yeah, you guys know what we're talking about. Either way, it doesn't really matter. Jumping into the pick and ban here means we're getting underway with the game fairly shortly. Again, it doesn't really matter what map we go onto here. I don't think so. I think it's probably just AG looking to run away with things personally.
I'm expecting Mexico banned and probably Eagle Eye banned. I just think for unKnights, they're looking at AG 100% domestically, and they're like, no, please, like, don't. And then AG don't play Mexico, so that'll be banned out. And like you said, it doesn't really matter what they pick into.
Yeah, even for the map data that you just saw a couple of slides ago, even though the Chinese teams has no stats on Mexico, they still know how to play it, and they know how to play it really well. So
they banned sub-base here.
That's interesting.
Surely AG just pick into Eagle Eye then. They're unbeaten on it. They're untouchable on it. Surely for them, they're thinking that's perfect.
I think all gamers might just ban out Mexico here and just go with the general maps. Just go with the flow. Might be able to see Ankara coming as the first map as well, even.
Yeah, I think Ankara was very much in the wheelhouse for both of these two teams. We did get Port banned out, so
Mexico left open. They're probably expecting a second wave ban here, surely.
Might be floating it and just saying, you know, unKnights, just try us. Same conversation we had about Q9 leaving it open in the last series. You know, get it on the table against a weaker team in the competition, which is going to maybe give your future opponents a bit of a pause for thought in picking it. Just assuming you can go into this matchup and win it, which is what Q9 did actually against Ranking. They kind of dominated them on Mexico, even though we were saying it's not really a map that they play a whole lot.
I mean, like Ben said, they know how to play this map. Even though they don't play it, they're going to be incredibly well prepped on it. So it's always like a just in case we can second wave ban this. And if somebody kind of has the balls to pick it against them, they're going to be able to kind of take notes. And Compound's going to be our first map picked into for unKnights. I don't think too surprising there. It's a very common map, especially in the West League. They play that all the time. And actually, you know, I'll give them credit. It's a relatively decent success. But at the same time, AG are going to have all the reps required and necessary. And I'm wondering whether this Eagle Eye does come in or whether AG want to go for something a little bit more standard, like the Ankara, like you mentioned. But Eagle Eye feels like such a good punish pick here. It feels like we're, for AG, flawless. They've looked very good on it. They've had a lot of good reps domestically and internationally. But no, they're going to play quite simple, go for the Ankara. It's a map in which both teams play, but AG are going to be confident on. And the good thing is, there's a lot of tape to look back at over unKnights, because this is played so regularly in the West League.
Yeah, Compound and Ankara both being in those typical 4x4 maps. Defense has to be there for unKnights if they want to take the map one away. But, you know, Compound, like you mentioned, is played a lot on the West. And I have seen unKnights being able to break through the defense of teams like LCK as they set out the smokes, run down middle, and somehow maneuver themselves into the slight gap of smoke and go into the spawn area of Global Risk. So let's see if they're able to deliver that to the Chinese teams, because I think China can hold it down.
Yeah. unKnights then go for that Eagle Eye ban in towards Wave 2. I'm sure they're probably a bit of a sigh of relief in a way that it wasn't picked in towards by AG. And interesting kind of what ends up being the decider. I think kind of about the conversations we've been having, though, we're sort of thinking it doesn't really matter because we're not going to see it regardless.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. I think Compound and Ankara right up there, the wheelhouse of all gamers. I mean, you could probably say the same thing about unKnights. Like, neither team really walks into these two maps going, this is disappointing. We're feeling a little bit out of our depth on the maps. It's just that the level of competition that all gamers is going to be used to is just so much higher than what unKnights are.
Yeah.
So I don't really perceive them having too many issues, but to be fair, we sort of wondered the same thing about Q9 in that first matchup, so have to wait and see how things play out in the server. But very, very standard kind of a map pool with Compound, Ankara, and Black Widow. All three maps playing very, very similarly. You know, they're very sort of lane-heavy maps, right? And I think you can kind of get work done on both halves as well for all three of these maps. It's not a significant lean one way or the other, so nothing too crazy to kind of comment on. But yeah, like you say, I just don't think we're getting to Black Widow at this point.
Yeah, feels incredibly unlikely. If we're being honest, Compound in that first map, at least because it's unKnights map pick, maybe an opportunity to get a bit of confidence built up there. You'd hope, you'd want. Whether that's going to be the case, though, I don't know.
We'll have to wait and see what happens. Are we going to have a chance to take a look at Black Widow? Because that map is also very interesting. We've seen a lot of upsets happen on Black Widow just because the map is a little wonky outside. But yeah, like I said, Compound to kick us off, picked by unKnights, and that might be the only chance they have to keep themselves alive in the group stage here.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Got to get off on the right foot I think if you're going to get anything done in this event as unKnights, it probably is going to be in this opening game, right? Like, it's going to be the first one, which maybe it's still taking all gamers a little bit of time to get rolling on the stage or this or that or whatever. I think once each team has kind of played their one opening game, you lose that element of nervousness or you know, anticipation or whatever it may be. So if it's going to happen anywhere, if there's going to be an upset for unKnights in this group, I don't think it's going to come against Wolf Empire, which is in 4 days' time. Wolf Empire is going to be very comfortable at that point playing on this stage. They would have already played 2 of their initial games. So yeah, I'll give the benefit of the doubt maybe to unKnights and just say, let's wait and see what we're going to get out of the gates. But yeah, this is a really, really tough ask for them. We'll take a look at the stats here on Compound, and we can see, as we mentioned, we played a lot in CFWL. 20 times unKnights have played that map there, and a few times in the path to CFS as well, whereas again, at CFPL, all gamers are also playing it quite substantially. So yeah, it's obviously a really, really popular map. I think it's probably the most popular map in the pool of all of the maps. I'd say so. I think we see it the most. So not really too much of a surprise.
I mean, it's basically a guarantee in West League, right? And you see it so commonly along kind of the others. I think for me, kind of the big conversation and narrative that I'm going to be bringing forward in towards this series is actually just setting the tone in this tournament. What all gamers are we actually getting, right? Are we getting this level of where, you know, we even saw them in the Summer Championship where they were very, very good at the gates, but then a pretty shaky grand final, right? Everyone expects them to take down Wolf Empire, and they did struggle and end up kind of losing that one. It's about whether they bounce back from it or whether it actually lingers a little bit and they still kind of dwindle on that result and come in towards international competition for first time in a long time and kind of say, okay, maybe China isn't the #1 region at the moment. Maybe we actually do see Wolf Empire once again come back in and start to showcase that they do have a bit of longevity and a bit of consistency coming forward. So for me, it's about AG building up to that game against Wolf Empire at the end of this group. It's about who's going to take the #1 seed coming out of Group B and who's actually going to set the tone really well heading in towards playoffs if all things go by expectations, where it is Wolf Empire and AG coming in towards this. And the way to go about that for AG to kind of shake off all the nerves and shake off the rust and whatnot is to come in against a side like unKnights and set the tone super early and say, we're not here to mess around, gloves are off, we're going to lay down the gauntlet and actually showcase to the other side, you know, the other top teams that are here and say, we're not messing around this one.
Yeah, and for all gamers to spar against unKnights to kick things off is probably the best chance they've got to, you know, get the nerves off and, you know, get themselves ready. But group stages, it's been known that teams will just play and stick to the default setups most of the times. They don't usually deliver their hidden tactics or strategies. So if unKnights decides to, okay, let's use our cards now and shake all gamers, then you never know what's going to happen. And for all gamers, if they end up dropping this map, then we actually don't know. And even though every single talent has picked all gamers, we may even see an upset happen.
All right, let's get into it. Game 1 ready to go here between all gamers and unKnights. All right, off we go, straight on to Compound. It'll be unKnights to start off on the blacklist side here, and I suppose that is going to give us a good indication of what sort of a level they're going to bring into this event, right? You have to be on the front foot playing on blacklist, whereas you can be a little bit more reactive on the GR side. So I think a lot of the onus for how this half is going to be playing out is on the shoulders of unKnight. And to start things off, it's playing pretty slowly. Yeah, I'm interested to see whether in towards, especially as the rounds to flesh out in this first half, whether we start to see AG getting a bit of aggression in towards container, right? That's always a big indicator of confidence for me of how much mid control we're actually trying to take. Are we trying to fight early in the round, use our Utah, our nades, our HEs to kind of try and gain a lot of this early control? Or are we more than happy to sit back and wait for unKnights to make their move, wait for them to set the tempo of this round in terms of its pace? And so far, seems to be the case. Over towards Pillars. Beck had a little look in, and it does look like we might get an early fight coming forward just behind this smoke. I mean, gee waits, and Beck needs to be a little bit careful.
Some nades are hitting, but yeah, usually for Compound, early on into the rounds, the global risk side will nade stack down towards middle, see if they can catch any damage, but this time around, all gamers decide to conserve on their utilities and go from there. Minute 12 left onto the clock, and so far, unKnights, they've burnt through some frag grenades, and now they're going to set out towards middle. But are they going to send it is going to be the question here. Pot shots being thrown out by 1, 2, 2, 2. not going to catch any bullets, and looks like he might just be able to fall back into the bomb site.
Flash over the top. It's going to allow unKnights out in toward middle and around through curve. But AG well set up toward this B site. They've got 3 players there, and 1-2-2-2 does more than his damage worth. Nearly gets Kiko as well. Trades are decent from unKnights up to this point, but still a much healthier looking all gamers on the defense here.
Yeah, Kiko's low. Just be very careful. Good shot coming forward with a sniper, but
great trade.
Not enough. Yeah, like you said, keeping the numbers even. It's just that HP that worries me on Kiko. He is barely alive in this situation. C4 yet to go down as well. And Kiko and Alucard got it all to do. They're playing patient. C4 now going to get planted. CY making a move. Tries to deny. Can't, but delivers. And that'll be AG starting off in towards map number 1 very effectively.
Omitting Heaven was the issue there for unKnights. They probably should have let Alucard look down towards Heaven and have the other guy, Kiko, to plant the bomb, but it looks like they just made Alucard plant the bomb, and it didn't work out like that. Moving into round number 2, once again, no early nades down towards middle from all gamers. They're going to conserve onto it, and we're going to have unKnights having some fast aggression down towards double pillars. And let's see if they're willing to take it down towards servers, because they haven't done it just yet. B is definitely harder to take, but once you do get in there, retake from the global risk side is much harder than the A bomb site.
G. Just having a little look in towards pillars, but not committed to that fight just yet. Beck once again. He gets given this room early in terms of kind of quite aggressively push up through, but no one decided to fight him for AG. That's normally where we see a difference in the West League. It's such a common angle to fight in through pillars and actually really contest it early in the round. But AG are actually more than happy to play patiently and allow unKnights a lot of map control, because they know that their setups are so strong on the sites themselves. They can sort of rely on somebody to at least go 2 for 1 and get the numbers in their favor.
Someone said he wins the race for unKnights. It is just Gia hiding behind that smoke. And he's going to be greeted with a lot of util, eventually backing off into the B site, giving a bit of space, but he'll be able to play the 1-2 punch here with ZY. Gia is the one to land the first strike, but as mentioned, ZY is also there, and so far it's a pretty solid hold from AG. ZY is doing a massive number onto unKnights, and this is just like trying to punch your way through a brick wall. There's just no avenue of attack for unKnights right there onto the B bomb site. I mean, barely even doing any damage. A little bit of a tickle onto Jue, but aside from that, that was leaving a bit to be desired.
It's going to hurt the confidence a lot, right? You've tested both now A and B, and both unsuccessfully. So, I mean, at least on towards A, you got that C4 down briefly, but this time you can't even get that far. You get completely decimated and all left down to 1. It's on track to being a flawless round, too. I mean, that's really going to hurt in the early part of this game.
Down to the hands of Alucard. I mean, he's been put into the test multiple times in the regional finals, but can he deliver against the Chinese team of all gamers? 24 seconds and taking the C4 is in the worst spot possible. Deep inside the servers, he's going to have to find some angles to start finding some frags. There is not enough time to take all 5. And looks like Alucard may have just given up on this round. It soon will be 2-0 for all gamers.
Yeah. Alucard just going to play with that timer. I don't know, see if he can maybe find a kill somewhere, build up a bit of confidence. I'm not sure, but was all for naught.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether he was just kind of saving the KD at the end there, because kind of quite considerably ran out of time, but make a difference. 2-0 start for AG. I mean, so far, completely as expected, if we're being honest. The AG side was so much up their sleeve and so much potential heading in towards this tournament. And unKnights so far, not showcasing all too much. They definitely had their weaknesses in the West League across this year, and now you come up against a considerably harder opponent than what you even faced domestically. It can expose a lot of gaps in the armor for this unKnights side, and that is the worst way to kind of start your way off in towards the tournament. Luck of the draw, and the luck was against them.
Nade's going to find some value onto Kiko. Had some nice headshots on the first round, but that second round, running into the B-bomb site, wasn't able to deliver. More nades being thrown out, but the push is not coming to shove just yet. And unKnights are going to set the tempo of this round in a rather slow manner as well, once again.
That is something that you're going to come to know about unKnights, is that they do play a very, very slow brand of CROSSFIRE.
Yeah, we're used to it, I think, by now.
Probably the slowest playing team in the West League.
I'd agree. They don't do anything before the minute mark. That's just pretty standard for them. It does actually make you question a lot of times, though, because you know, you get this in a variety of different games, but also, you know, specifically when you're honing on different teams in the West League or internationally, when you talk about the tempo at which they play, and there's nothing wrong with being a specifically slower team, but if you are going to test somebody and kind of continually play this slow brand of CROSSFIRE, you've got to throw in a couple of quick rounds here and there because you condition them. You condition them to holding their U-turn, playing slow, so you want to catch them off guard, but the unfortunate thing with unKnights is we don't really see them change it up all too much.
Well, this time around, they're going to neglect to check 1-2-2's position, and that has not gone very nicely for them at all. ZY also able to double down, and quite frankly, AG are making this look like child's play right now.
Both swing out, both look left, and I think both of them expect the other one to be looking right there, hence why he's not cleared. Super simple stuff. Really well done by AG. Once again, under the minute mark is when unKnights make their move, and it once again falls flat.
Looks like this is the replay of the B-take coming after unKnights, just not being able to break through the defense. Giving up from ZY. And now moving to round number 4. Might as well start kicking in the gas pedal here. They have to up the tempo because slow playing is not working out. And All Gamers is just able to hold down the push wherever it comes, down towards B, down towards middle. Doesn't matter. All Gamers has it all set.
Yeah, these are frustrations that we've had in the West League when we spoke about the side of like just once every now and again throwing a quick round like this, which I don't actually hate. However, they're just losing the Angels. Brilliant work with the Orm. Dude's making it look so damn easy. Arguably the best player at this tournament. There's definitely conversations to be had, and in a matter of moments, unKnights put down to 2. They answer back with one of their own on towards Shui, but it's still a mammoth task ahead of them. A 2 versus 4 turn now 1 as HGZ left with it all to do. So much work to do and so little to work with.
I mean, that was almost a reckless driving. Dry peeking into an arm is something you don't want to see, and All Gamers easily will pick up this round as well. And like you said, dude, just decimating the whole of unKnights by himself.
There's a difference between going for a quick round and going for a recklessly quick round. Like, we still want to have them, you know, in that kind of util setup, smoke out towards A main, pop through it with a flash and try and give yourself these preferential fights. But they don't. They just, like, dry peeking those long angles like that. It just makes you question what the discipline is there.
It's just utter dominance from All Gamers. You see how easily Dude's able to convert those frags. I mean, look, he's not... It's not unknown for him to be able to do that kind of thing against the best teams in the world. You know, he's done that against Baisha last year, for example. But the ease at which he was able to do that, it just felt like he was under no pressure at all. Some simple 1-by-1 peaks from unKnights, and you're not going to beat Du like that.
Yeah, he's just so quick. Well,
So
once
quick.
again, going back to so slow for unKnights as well. 1 minute 45 on the clock, and no real commitment. C4 over it, roughly in the direction of B, but doesn't really need to be committed. There will be attack pulls coming through after this. I don't think, no surprises really. For unKnights, they desperately do need to have a bit of a conversation. Just slow it down for a moment. Lean on the more experienced players like your Pietros, like your Alucards, and say, right, what's going wrong? Where are the gaps that we're seeing here? How are we going to make this work for us? And, you know, better late than never, I guess.
At least one of the questions is being answered. There is no gaps for All Gamers. Their rotation is so on point that they don't leave a bomb site open for free. For now, some mid nades being thrown out. The flashes is going to blind 1-2-2-2. But it looks like unKnights is not really sending it down this time around. Minute mark and 1-2-2-2 will spray down one player, but eventually is traded out. And eventually down 3-on-3. It's been equals back down. Another player goes down. ZY is quick to find the headshot there and make that a headshot from Chue, leaving Beck all alone, who is dead stuck on servers. The C4 down deep in middle. I'm not entirely sure here if Beck can clutch this one out in a 1v3.
I have to imagine it's going to be a little bit too tall of a task for him, especially now that he's been wrapped upon by Jia, who is hunting for him in the servers and spots him out as well. 5-0 for All Gamers. I want to say that was maybe the best looking round for unKnights so far, but
it's worrying when you think about it, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ended up being what, 3 alive left for All Gamers at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, really difficult. I mean, of course, timeouts come through for unKnights. No surprises. Desperate needed a conversation here. Things have obviously been pretty flat in the early part of these rounds, but it once again just reaffirms all the narrative that we built up on the pre-death segment and talked about how good All Gamers are. Their fundamentals are incredibly solid. There's very few areas of where they're lackluster, and even when a couple of players don't really show up, so many others can step up and kind of fill their boots, and that's what makes it worrying. And this is where, on the flip side for unKnights, you know, if you see Alotus get a little bit quiet or HCZ get a little bit quiet, they really do struggle. They need these big injections of firepower, which they don't always get.
And this is a race to first to 10, and All Gamers is already halfway there, picking up 5 rounds consecutively. And unKnights, they don't have a lot of gas left in them. They have to start picking it up now. And as you can see, you just saw on the screen, the players from unKnights, a lot of emotions coming out. And definitely the emotions of frustration we can see there. And for All Gamers, they're pretty calm. They're all set and ready to just continue on with the rounds here.
You have to be a bit realistic about things as well if you're unKnights and come into this game. Kind of know you're going up against one of the best teams in the world. This is Du's triple. Very, very easy from him. We're into round number 6. And the question is, will it be 6-0 for All Gamers? Hasn't really looked super close to unKnights getting around just yet, but with an opening kill onto 1-2-2-2, maybe there's a conversation to be had. ZY will also lose his duel, which puts Gia under some pretty significant pressure. He'll miss a shot as well, and I think that might just be that. AG should now be losing this round. You cannot throw this one away if you're unKnights.
It's 4v1 now. Finally, unKnights thinking about picking up the tempo will start rushing down middle and is able to successfully taking down servers here. HCZ contesting too, but Du will hit that flick. And down goes HCZ now in a 2v3. The C4 soon to be planted with the smoke being put out too.
Yeah. It's still one of the shakiest 2v4s ever just because Du's still alive.
Exactly.
Right? Whenever he's alive, you still just believe. This is a guy who, like we said time and time again, individually can completely take over a round. I mean, he still has to support a Jouet, who also has his moments as well. I'm not going to discount them at all. If he finds one head, puts us into a 2 versus 2, there is maybe a bit of hope here. Trying to tap on towards Beck, can't quite find him. Kiko's just below. Pop Flash going to come through as well, but Kiko will deliver quite, and it leaves Du all alone. Unfortunately, feels like he was done and dusted. It was tunnel vision in towards back servers, and it will be unKnights who get there first on the board. So I don't know what was said in the tactical timeout, but it's obviously worked.
Well, it was a bit of a faster round from them. A couple of quicker pushes in through middle, out through towards pillars as well. So maybe that pace just catching All Gamers off guard a little bit. They might have been expecting something a little bit slower out of unKnights. You wouldn't really blame them for that.
Yeah, I mean, the veteran decided to take the matter into his own hands. PHO leading the charge by himself will tap out the player who was holding down towards middle. I think that was 1-2-2-2. And then eventually the rest of his team was able to move into servers. But moving into round number 7, unKnights finally picking up that one round they desperately needed. It's going to be sending it down towards A long. They're going to split it. Jouet being contested, almost hitting headshots. We'll find one spray down the second as well. And eventually Du has to hold this one down as well. He's getting wallbanged left and right. How does he find that sniper shot?
He doesn't get flustered at all in that situation. Does so well while getting spammed. Reposition, reset himself, knows the line of sight, and knows what the expected swing is. And unKnights fall for the trap it. He's all down to one man, and I mean, HCZ, he's got a lot to do.
Yeah.
Now it does feel potentially workable. It's 1 versus 2, and Zai just want to peek. So you've got information on 1. It's just about where is 1-2-2-2 now.
Well, he's going to have a bit of a rude awakening here because there's going to be 2 players in middle. That was 1 too many. ZY, first connection. It's going to go his way, and so 1 round for unKnights, it seems, might be all that they're going to be able to manage in this first half, the way things are going. 2 more rounds to go.
I mean, it already feels like this sort of scoreline as well. Already getting up to 6 for AG.
It's pretty dominant.
It feels enough, right?
Yeah.
For the most part. This is not a map like Mexico, which is so GR-sided, for example, right? This is a map which is relatively seen as pretty even by most standards, and especially at that pro level. And the fact that we've already got AG on 6 is quite a big indicator of just how good things are going for them. And the most worrying thing for unKnights is, yes, they get around, but actually it being a flash in the pan and a one-off is even more concerning. It sells a bit of false confidence, which obviously starting to hurt now. Beck poking his head up. I think it was just spotted, hence why we're just doubling back towards the site now.
Jay is going to be holding the bomb site down by himself. Calls for reinforcements. ZY does arrive. And whilst all that, unKnights will send the players out from double pillars in towards middle. Only the C4 gets dropped, and looks like they might be going for the splits here. Just testing the water down towards the bomb sites. If they're able to find the gap, then they might just go onto it. But until now, timer is ticking down. PHR once again leading the charge in towards long A. Soon to be greeted by Do. He has not been missing those arm shots. The smoke, though, is going to allow the room for Do to fall back.
Well, classic unKnights, right? Where 5 seconds off the minute mark, then they'll make the move, as they usually do. But you can see as well, AG are just reacting so well to this, because they're just holding all their util for so late in the round. Hence why we're now starting to see a lot of it get funneled through. In comes the next move towards mid. It hasn't worked out for them in the past. This time, they need to go 2 for 1 in this initial fight. A quick trade coming through. Jouet sticking around. He backs himself in these fights. And it's quite a big flash just to slow down unKnights on that mid take. Force them to reposition back over towards pillars. And B itself is not exactly going to be an easy take. They've struggled here before. G's ready to meet them.
Yeah, unKnights have not had any success really working their way in through middle, but B, maybe there's an option. See what Gia can do. Ooh. First shot, he actually doesn't get one off. Is not a bit of a problem for All Gamers by the looks of things, as straight away Jouet and ZY make that quick rotate in from middle and knock a couple of heads off. It's just down to Pietro here, 1 on 2. And that is easy as you like for All Gamers. Another one bites the dust. unKnights are not putting up a great display in their first run here at the CFS Grand Finals 2024.
Yeah, it's looking so simple, so effective. And credit where it's due for All Gamers. I mean, this is just what we want to see out from them. They do have to really make a bit of a note in these early games against kind of the weaker opposition of we're not going to fall flat, we're not going to show gaps. And I mean, Benj kind of touched on it in the pre-game that we're not seeing anything too audacious. They're saving those straps for the playoffs, because that's where we're going to see kind of them really kind of dip into how deep the tactics go. But this fundamental, simple style of play is just so good for AG, because we know how good mechanically this side are.
Oh, there's a saying, simple is the best, and, you know, All Gamers is doing exactly that, just putting out the simple default strats, and it's working, and they have picked up 7, and then coming into the last round. The first half, we might be seeing 8-1 on the scoreline here. Whilst all that, unKnights is going to actually plant Pietro deep in middle, but is caught out by Jouet. Even that last round, Dre had that perfect lineup to pick up the double kill with a quick spray down. And is going to add on to his kill point here once again. Jay thinking about poking out towards B here. It's going to be Windy Jouet in middle, continues to farm kills left and right. Make that a double for him this round.
I've got to say, it seems to be the same mistake being made into mid every time. They just never clear this right side. I know there's normally a double setup there, but it feels like attention's got to be focused elsewhere. But elsewhere where there is attention focus, it's a double kill for unKnights, and maybe a chance here towards B. That's the only gaps they're finding, but Jouet is here to meet them and does well to deliver on one of his own back in towards this advantage situation for AG, and the 2 remaining of Alucard and Beck have got a lot of work to do. And there's a bit of a flank being found there. Do starting to make a move. I might just pincer him back.
Yeah, and that's perfect from AG. They just want to slow the play down and allow Do to work, and that's exactly what they're able to do. Drop the bomb in the site. They know unKnights isn't going anywhere. They have to retrieve that C4, but they're not going to go anywhere. And this half, 8-1 the scoreline.
Wow.
AG putting up a dominant display. Exactly as we called on the desk.
Yeah. Got to be said as well. It's a lovely stage we've got here in Hangzhou. And this is just for the groups. We're heading to the arena for the playoffs, which should be sick. We're expecting a crowd of around 4,000 people apparently in the arena, so it should be very, very cool. But even for the groups itself, this is an awesome little environment here in Hangzhou.
But now we did switch the sides. Some quick arm shots from Alucard is going to be good for 1, but it's quick to be traded out. Ooh. Dre goes down, and all of a sudden All Gamers will pick up the map point 9-1 in a blink of an eye, and they don't want to take their time. They're going to force the round into the face of unKnights.
Interesting time to go for a quick round when it's potentially match or map kind of costing, right? They go for that container aggression that I spoke of in that first half and said, I wonder whether AG are going to do it. They don't. They play passive all the way throughout. unKnights start off by going aggressive. It completely works against them. They get decimated. Early nade will come through over towards container. Does tag up do a little bit, but being the sniper, he doesn't really care all too much.
Yeah, I don't know that anything necessarily was going to be the right choice for unKnights, whether it was fast, slow, what have you. All Gamers, you'd think, are probably going to get this one wrapped up pretty comfortably. We'll see how it continues to eventuate as AG start to now work middle. Going to show, hey, little bro, this is how you clear out mid.
Yeah, they're just going to smoke off both angles down towards middle and favor whichever way angle they want to take. And this time around, they're going to take the curve and go towards the global risk spawn area. Luca going for the pot shots. This, unfortunately for him, is not going to hit the pot shots. Pietro, though, is quick to find the kill onto Jay. Kiko will find the frag as well, down 4 on 3. But all gamers, they do have 2 players already deep in spawn. And Dre, he had a 4K a couple rounds ago, was going to add a kill to his backpack. ZY will find a frag of his own as well, down 3v2 in a blink of an eye.
Worrying spot. Spotted. NGC completely tunnel vision towards the wrong position. And now allows them to just wrap back in towards B. They're actually setting up for potentially an A split there, but off the back of that easy frag, it leaves it all down to one man. Alucard, he's had many a time on unKnights where he's proved his worth, but this one feels pretty impossible. 1 versus 3 in towards this site. And no U-Tool to work with. It feels like it's not going to happen. 10-1. AG make map number 1. unKnights map pick looks incredibly easy.
Yeah, before coming into this game, the pregame, we were just talking about it's going to be a long shot, and indeed, it was a long shot for unKnights. Well, I mean, definitely props for them to pick up that 1 round. I mean, we all expected it to be a 10-0, to be honest. But at the same time, we do have the second map ready in any moment sooner. It's going to be Ankara, so...
Right, well, I don't really know what there is to say about that map. That went pretty much exactly as planned for all gamers. I mean, we were very close to even having a 10-0 there, which would have been unfortunate for unKnights. They've avoided that small embarrassment at least, but at the end of the day, I mean,
yeah,
10-1 speaks for itself.
Put it this way, I said I'd be happy if unKnights got 5 rounds in any map in this series, and 5 rounds was me being ambitious. Okay. So being a 10-1, I don't think it's too surprising. Is that a way to put it? This is such a big disparity in terms of the level of these 2 teams that it's unfortunately, as sad as it is to say, an expected result. We want to see West teams do well, right? Because we want to see the West kind of grow a little bit and maybe at one point be a little bit more competitive on the international stage. I mean, 3BL be doing a pretty good job of that, but unfortunately unKnights being the 3rd best team from the West League, I don't know, man. It really feels like it requires so much.
Yeah, but the second map is going to be Ankara, and this might be the map, like you said. unKnights may actually have a chance to pick up 5 rounds. A little bit of ambition, but could happen. The set summary is here: 10-1. All gamers completely decimated unKnights, and you can see Du was farming kills 3.33 on the KD. He was just landing his shots left and right and not dying. 1-2-2 as well on 1.8 KD. He was the player in middle. Was farming kills left and right as well. But towards the side of unKnights, every player down below 1 KD. What happened there? But that's all she wrote for all unKnights for that map.
Yeah, Shui going to pick up the MVP. I mean, 3.0 KD. Can't really argue against that one, to be quite honest with you. I guess the question now becomes, is that what we're going to get? Like, is that what we're going to get from unKnights? Is that pretty much it? We're going to get that on map 2 as well, and that's going to be it, done and dusted, and we'll be like, all right, forget about that series.
I kind of think so, if I'm being completely honest. I'm probably, once again, bringing that back, that conversation of saying, if you get 5 rounds on unKnights, I'll be pretty happy, but even that feels relatively unlikely, especially now considering that we're going into AG's map pick. It feels, I mean, if ever there was going to be a 10-0, now might be the chance. If you should be 10-1 on your own map pick, the one in which you felt confident on, the one which you had the reps on domestically, you now are going on to, of course, another map which they play a hell of a lot in the West League, but again, it's just the caliber of opponents you're playing, the reps that you're getting under your belt is so different to what AG have, and yeah, I mean, again, if I'm being completely honest, if we got anything more than 3 to 4 rounds out of unKnights, I'd take that as a small victory in the sense of, right, this is AG, what can we do?
Got any hope, bench?
Hey, but then again, Ankara, because it's all gamers pick, I think unKnights gets to choose a side, and they are actually going to start on the blacklist side. Ankara, definitely one of the maps that does favor the blacklist side, let's say 60-40. So they actually may have some shot in taking some rounds, but maybe basically from what happened on the first map of Compound, it's going to be a very, very long shot, I would say.
Taking a look at the map data once again, as you can see, very, very popular map in both the West League and CFPL as well. So no shortage of matchups for both of these teams to kind of take a look at. No, you know, sense of, okay, we're not too sure what we want to be doing on this map. I mean, both teams should be going into this one feeling quite ready and prepared for it. But
yeah,
the level of readiness and preparedness is evidently very different based on what we saw there on Compound. I mean, both teams had played as much as one another pretty much on Compound. Same story here for Ankara, but look at the result.
Sure, and the big difference that we have to look at it actually when we compare this is at least all gamers have LAN experience, right? At the Summer Championship, they played 12 times at the Summer Championship, so they have a lot of experience there, which is something that unKnights don't. So already you start to look at this and just really ponder about how bad it could get for unKnights. And I think for me, if we actually just put, kind of retract away from the kind of more macro sense of the conversation, the scenes, the domestic kind of opponents they play, this and the other. If we just break it down to pure fundamentals and talk about mechanics, AG were a level above and some. You just see hitting their shots, very few mistakes being made. Do looked incredible all the way throughout, where we actually didn't see a hell of a lot from Alucard. We didn't see a lot from HCZ. Pietro also was a little bit quiet by his standards. So we're talking about how we're already, even just the small simple things, everything's going right for AG. So yeah, feels very tough to talk about a conversation about how we get this unKnights side to being at this level just yet. And maybe we can talk about first game jitters and getting a bit of the rust. When was the last time we saw them on LAN? Last year, must have been 2023 before. So it's been a hot minute, right? And maybe that's one of the reasons why. But this is asking a lot heading in towards this map number 2 for me.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it does take some rounds, does take some maps for players to get warmed up. And unKnights, like you said, this is their first LAN after an year of hiatus, so it will take a bit for them to warm up. Let's just hope that Compound was enough, because now they have to come alive, because otherwise it's not looking so bright for them to keep themselves out of group stage to move into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're going to probably be looking, I'd say, at Alucard, right? It is a very sniper-centric map, so if there's anybody that can maybe get this over the line for unKnights, would we be leaning in his direction?
Yeah, the really awkward thing about that narrative, though, is just talking about, you know, we're saying, like, okay, if there's going to be any way in how we get this unKnights side to do well, we've got to see this sniper, Alucard. Yeah, exactly. You know, we're going to start with the sniper of Alucard to do well, but then we've got to see the rifles step up. We've got to see the hybrids also find their form. The awkward thing about that conversation, though, is when you have to give the same sort of luxury towards AG and then say, okay, well then they've got to get Duo involved, and he's arguably the best player at this tournament, right? So then that, you know, it's like, it's such an, like, if unKnights found their success from their rifling core, I think that's where they maybe found opportunities, right? They maybe can say, okay, if we get these other 3 kind of online a little bit, there's maybe a chance. If we can get Beck going, we get Pietro going, HCZ is a bit more of a hybrid. If we can also get him alive, there's a chance. But it's just the unfortunate thing for them is that they rely on their sniper. AG they don't rely on Dude, but the fact that they have arguably the best player in the world, or one of the best players in the world, helps them so much in this situation.
Have you got any hope?
The morale of that first map, unKnights was offline, and we just gotta hope for the players to come online. Alucard has been quiet, and like I said, Beck, Kiko, even Pietro, they all do have the caliber to start getting kills left and right, but it just didn't happen last map. So
I mean, there's the argument to be made, jet lag, you know, is that a factor? Obviously, you've come all the way from England, so
I'm saying,
how's that going?
Yeah, pretty rough actually. Yeah, I honestly, like, I will say that is now an argument that I can sort of understand, because this is something that you would have understood, like in terms of, especially when we have conversations about like Aussie teams playing in Europe or playing in America, like that travel day is pretty mean. Like for me, it was like 30 hours awake from when I woke up in England getting out here to China. So I'm assuming it was relatively similar for these guys, maybe a few hours less and whatnot. But yeah, it is, you know, I think there's definitely a factor to kind of break in. I'm not too sure if they flew out maybe a day before us potentially.
I think they probably did, yeah.
So they might have had a day or 2 more to kind of get used to this. But yeah, I do actually think that is definitely a conversation to be had about talking about jet lag. It is, yes, it's quite a mean travel day, right? And I think because of that, it can take a bit of time to really feel 100% maybe, and really, I think more than anything, get into a good sleep rhythm. Like for me, like yesterday, for example, slept for 9 hours, woke up, chilled for like 5, then we went back asleep for like another 5 hours and still felt tired. So I think there's even a world where it's kind of the same for these guys.
Yeah, conditions definitely one of the factors that does affect your gameplay.
Yeah.
But same for all gamers. I guess the same thing applies, even though they are based in China. And they have not
CHENGDU's
traveled.
Like 3 hours away from
Yeah,
here. It's not too far.
It's not
too far.
But maybe 2 hours.
Yeah. So it's a light travel day in comparison. You know what I mean? Same time zone too, so no, they haven't got that jet lag. They do have the advantage, and they'll also inevitably have the home crowd advantage in the arena. Especially because there's no Baisha here. Everybody should be really supporting AG, if being completely honest.
Yeah.
By any chance, any Q9 fans?
Yeah, maybe. It depends on which
Less
of the
though,
Chinese
I'd say,
teams get through. Obviously, AG is, they're the legendary organization.
Exactly, yeah.
Of CROSSFIRE, probably alongside Baisha, but
no Baisha here.
I think there'll be a smattering of fans for Evolution Power and for Q9 as well, so that'll be a conversation to be had when we get to those playoffs, but just getting things sorted on the stage, seems like.
Let's see what they're doing. What are they doing?
I think the shorter the game is, the more time in between maps.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Just waiting to get into the second map of Ankara. If unKnights is able to take this one down, then we actually have some chance at looking at Black Widow. One of the most fun map to see. Compound, very generic in terms of gameplay or how the teams will play it out. Ankara as well. Teams will just run down A bomb site, and if it doesn't work out, they will start splitting B. So it's one of the gameplays aren't that diverse. And you go into Black Widow, that's the map. That is the GOAT map for the tactics to be delivered. You see teams would go for that 1-4 split and then somehow rotate the C4 all the way around towards the enemy spawn. And all sort of weird things will happen on Black Widow. But not these two maps, Compound and Ankara.
Yeah, I got to agree. I feel like it's even ambitious to even be talking about map 3 right now after that map 1 performance. There was just so little for us to fall back on in a positive note. So it is tough. It is tough. I think just for clarification, we're waiting for a few things to be fixed over on the stage. Not too sure what side it is. I can have a look. I'm going to assume unKnights. There's a couple of people by the unKnights PCs, but you never know. But we'll wait for those to get fixed, and then we can get things underway for map number 2. But there is a strong conversation to talk about this death segment being longer than map 2, probably.
Yeah, we're kind of getting to that point. I don't remember exactly when map 1 ended, but we're probably on 15 or 20 minutes
I was going to say, the only thing that actually stops that is how the unKnights do nothing for a minute and a half at the start of every round. So that
are they starting BL? Is unKnights starting BL?
Yeah.
Map 2?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well then.
Yeah.
So,
shame.
In theory, for Compound, we played 12 rounds with 2 pauses. That totals to about like 22 minutes.
It's 2.5 minutes per round, right?
Yeah.
So 10 rounds, you could go, let's say, probably 22 minutes or so.
Yeah, and on average, 22 minutes. Coming to Ankara, from what I've observed when I was casting the West, Ankara is definitely one of the maps that unKnights will burn the clock down to about like 40 seconds even. Not even the minute mark, so we might have a bit more time.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's longer than our talk session here.
I do wonder actually whether we ever see now. AG have got to know this. Everybody knows this. We all know that unKnights play an incredibly slow style of CROSSFIRE. I do wonder whether AG ever actually test them and try and go aggressive on the BL side and say, actually, you know, if you guys are going to take forever to fight, we're going to go fight you. We're going to back ourselves. We didn't see it happen really at all towards map number 1. You know, we talk about some teams, the West teams in particular do like to fight for container and mid control early on. They like to get to sniper's nest, even on that defensive side, just to be like, okay, we can cut off rotations and this, that, and the other. We didn't see that at all from AG. And then the one time it did happen was unKnights round number 1, and they lost. So it is one of those where it's an awkward conversation about whether AG ever want to get aggressive, or if they kind of stick by the, it's not broke, so we don't need to fix anything. Let's just continue playing passive and wait for them to make mistakes.
Speaking of all gamers going aggressive, we might even be able to see Do just going aggressive on underpass and come out towards connector and see if he can snipe down 2 players casually, or even have players go all the way deep out towards A long and just control, and then start pushing out towards the blacklist spawn and go from there. Anything could happen. It's very default if you think about it. It's not global risk going aggressive on Ankara is something that's not too special, I would say.
Yep. Yeah. No, I think it's definitely something that all gamers could get up to at this point. I think the world's their oyster really, and as far as that first match is concerned, they probably feel quite comfortable going onto this map. Maybe try a few new things, see what they can do, see what they can get away with, and I'd imagine it's going to be a fairly similar result to the last map. But yeah, I mean at this point, hardware issue on the stage, so kind of just wait for this game to get going. And I don't know, what did you guys get up to this morning? Because you guys got come in a little bit later. Slept in. That's going to be me tomorrow.
Yeah, woke up. I think me as well. I think I might be game 3 and 4 tomorrow. Just 3 and 4.
I think I'm game 2 and
I'm on game 1 tomorrow, so I'll be on the same. There, I'll be here a couple.
You're on the morning grind.
Yeah.
Yeah, World Cup 20 minutes before breakfast closed. Went down to breakfast, then went back into bed.
Yeah, that's my plan for tomorrow, I reckon.
Honestly, it was quite refreshing, and then like an hour or so before we had to kind of get our taxi, had a shower, ironed my shirt, got ready. It was not too bad. No, I can't lie. You know what? Watched a bit of Netflix and live my life.
Have either of you had a bath? There's a bath.
I haven't. You know, I
got
was
bath salts.
I was thinking, yeah, I saw. I don't know about you guys. In England, baths aren't that common. I think most people shower. Like most places don't even have a bath. It's, it's quite common just to have a shower, right?
Yeah.
So like, I don't remember the last time I had a bath. Maybe
I reckon it's a good strap.
I make it.
I might fang it tonight.
We'll like 5 years ago, last time I had a bath, maybe.
All right, well, enough about baths. It's time to go to Ankara, and we'll see whether or not we need a bath after this one.
Yeah.
Because AG are making this look pretty dirty.
Yeah, All Gamers definitely in the driver's seat here for this series against UNKnights, and I really don't think UNKnights has any power to stop that from happening. Already one map down and 10-1, a scoreline that you don't see when the top teams are competing. This one seemingly a lot easier, and moving into map number 2, are we going to be able to see a 2-0 series coming into the day 1 of the grand finals?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are. But
I'm
Neo,
a non-believer.
we have to, just gotta rub the moon, you know what I'm saying, right?
I'm a non-believer. I'm throwing it out there already. I am not supporting the West League team. I hate to do it, but it is just like, I can't root against the GOATs. I can't be doing it. Not my boys, AG. They are just so damn good at Crossfire. But let's take a look and see. We are live in towards map number 2. Harder issues are resolved. I'm underway here in Hangzhou.
Yeah, we'll see what we're going to get.
Du was pushing out towards underpass, but he is going to fall back and eventually go back towards B. Looks like some early nades are being thrown, and that does find some damage onto the player. And looks like UNKnights is just readying themselves up for a lineup to take a bomb site. But however, it's going to be 3 players of All Gamers holding it down. Here comes the ghost sign. 1-2-2-2 gets straightened out, but somehow WEIBO continued to spray the players down. Double kill for himself. And with the pistol, is going to wrap the round up. And that was a quick round happening in a blink of an eye. And all Gamers will pick up the first round.
Jumping as well. The disrespect to get that jumping kill before then 180ing over towards Vents. It was just so easy. So well played. And I really feel like even though UNKnights do go a little bit quicker than traditionally, they still get immediately shut down. AG, that setup was immaculate. The crossfires were perfect. And even that third player into his back site was not required at all.
Yeah, that's a pretty damning looking round. Perfect call from AG. Great stack. 3 players over towards A, and then a perfect response to the UNKnights push. It doesn't feel good if you're UNKnights to throw out a full execute like that and get only the 1 kill.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just disastrous. And AG already flexing their muscles on UNKnights, who look like they might have another crack at A. It might be a bit of a better chance here with only the 2 players over towards A. And in fact, even 1-2-2-2 going to start to float his way back towards B while the smoke is in Mange Way. Will have to push his way into Vent. Had to win that duel to keep himself alive, and does do a decent enough job of that. But 1-2-2-2 coming floating back across was out in no man's land. So timing this time works out in the favor of UNKnights.
Wade was stuck between a rock and a hard place there because he basically had to push in towards Vents. He knows that he's already lost the main push out, so he has to wrap all the way around. But then there's already kind of somebody waiting for him. A tough predicament. They just needed numbers there. The numbers they didn't have. Pop flash that comes through a second behind as well as they now barrel out on towards the site, but it does not work. UNKnights shut them down, and that is a brilliant post plant. That's the UNKnights that we know can play, and it's finally for the first time maybe all series we see an actual real solid round. The round they got in towards map number 1, even that wasn't very convincing.
But this is going to be the replay of the very first round. Quick triple kill from Jouet, just 2 with the AK and 1 with the pistol. Moving into round number 3, it's going to be tied 1-on-1. And after winning a round down towards A, they're going to be testing down towards middle, which eventually is held down by J. And also ZY in towards underpass. And a couple of nades are being exchanged, and no damage is to be found there. And looks like UNKnights is going to reset themselves to favor A once again. I mean, if it's working out, if it worked out last round, might as well give it another go in this round as well.
True. This time there are 3 players to meet them for AG. They've actually just rotated 1 over out of G. Here come join. Gonna barrel in through once again. Pop flash through that smoke. And they come. Dre gonna set up backside. They're playing a little bit more of a deeper angle, but they've got to win out these Angels. They do, effectively. 3v1 in the early engagement, and it's looking like it could get a lot worse. I say that, but they will at least be a bit of a trade back on towards 1-2-2-2, but they're dropping like flies. It's AG who bite back.
Dre using the box to maneuver himself left and right, was able to find a double kill. Bought enough time for his teammates to rotate back in. Do came in towards spawn and then was able to arm down the player. Moving into round number 4, it's going to be 2-1. unKnights, they do have 1 round, but can they make it to 5? That's going to be the ultimate question here. Do whiffs the shot. He's going to reese himself back, but he's going to go for that angle once again.
Ooh. Here's where it gets a little bit spicy, too, though. To get a 3rd attempt at it, and this time he will not miss. He's helped out by Gia. Double Orm setup here for AG is just absolutely popping off and doing everything that it needs to do. This is very, very clean from all gamers. Another round that's just going to be locked in. And scoreline's 3-1.
Once again, worrying when we see unKnights find success, but it's only a flash in the pan. It's only 1 round. There's just no consistency. And when you can't put consecutive rounds on the board, there's just no foundations to build off. It's a real tough predicament that they find themselves in because it's so hard to discuss about how we're going to get confidence instilled in this team. You know, being an IGL or being a coach and trying to say, right, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to find a difference. It's so hard to actually be able to implicate that when you're not finding any sort of consistency.
And for unKnights, like Jay being put on the free roll of either rifling or arming is going to leave unKnights scratching their heads because they can't figure out if he's going to be holding the bomb site with the AWM. Are they easily going to go for the long angle, or is Jay up front already in my face to just gun me down? But it looks like Jay that went down, ZY is going to find the trade kill on towards Kiko's going to be down to a 4-on-4. HTZ is getting contested and is being pushed by Dre. And eventually the wraparound towards the B bomb site has been set up by unKnights. Can Do hold it down. ZY will find 1 more frag. PHR on top of the bomb site is going to wrap on the boxes. Not being able to find the frag there. Do is going to be quick with the pistol.
It's just a skill.
And eventually all gamers is going to find the round.
Honestly, there's one big mistake they make there. So Kiko gets this first kill as he wraps through mid on towards the B site. Yeah. And the biggest issue that they do is they get timid. For some reason, they just pump the brakes and they don't commit to taking the site. So already, the 2 players who had pushed already through B and were looking for a kind of a wraparound in towards mid, they just double back and they're able to take fights. Yep. If we saw just a little bit more confidence after unKnights there, where they just solidly take the site, lock themselves into a post plant, they could have easily planted for mid there and been confident in doing so, but they weren't. They were so timid. And it allowed for AG just to rotate back in.
You're 100% right, and what that does is it forces that into sort of a duel-heavy game, right? Yes. At that point, as unKnights, you're like now all over the map individually, and you have to win your duels, which, let's be real, it's against AG, you're not going to be able to do. So, yeah, a bit of indecision, kind of costing them that round, 4-1. AG sweep it nicely.
Do you think it's a problem with the confidence just being completely tortured down?
Yeah, I think it's probably a calling confidence issue. I think it's probably, you know, for them where it's like nobody's really saying, okay, guys, we've got to do this. Do it now. Take the site. Get the C4 down. Commit to this. I think it's a little bit of like, wait, I'm just waiting. I'm looking towards mid, or wait, they're pushing me outside of A, and because there's a bit of cluttered comms and a bit of, you know, I guess nervousness maybe because of the caliber of opposition they're against. It's where they do falter. You can't do that against AG. You've got to be so confident in your ability because Do can do this. Good for 1. Make that 2. He's delivering well. He looks for the 3rd. He might just find it but gets dropped by Kiko. On the site itself, needed a bit of a miracle, and 2 isn't bad for Kiko.
Yeah,
3 versus 2 still feels difficult, and C4 down.
All game is just so fast on the rotate. Like, as soon as you start kind of getting on top of dudes and absolute flood of all gamers rotators, you end up fighting 3 players at once, and inevitably you see how that trade has played out and favorably for all gamers. At the very least, we'll see a bomb plan here for unKnights, which have honestly been quite few and far between. HC is going to try and get ahead of the play, but it doesn't work out. AG are just so well spaced that ends up being an easy trade back here. 0 and 5 for this map. He didn't have a great map 1, and it looks like that's going to continue on map 2. Make it 0 and 6 for him, and the scoreline 1-5. All gamers wiping the floor with unKnights right now.
Yikes. Yeah, that was tough. I mean, it was a really tough post plant for him to be in, sort of regardless, but even still, it's a really laboured spray right at the end there by Beck. And Yeah, tough times. Real tough times for unKnights. 5-1 already. I mean, maybe safe to say if AG gets 6, it's probably done once again. We said this when it was 6-1 in towards map number 1, saying, you know, if you get 6 on that, you're probably done, and it feels like it might be the same here.
5-1, All Gamers leading the charge. Looking for their 6th into round number 7. unKnights this time is going to go for the default spread out. Have 2 players poke and prod down towards middle. Haven't done that in the past couple rounds, so this might just work out. As you can see, all of the players of All Gamers are deep in the bomb site rather than controlling middle.
Yeah, Kiko was the one who's been finding a lot of spaces on that side, so it feels like they do quite heavily rely on him. Whether we can get him in towards an advanced position through mid here is the big question, because he is being held for it by Zai. Alotus double back over towards A. He's just going to have a little look himself. Only 2 players here to meet him. Nothing really offering up. Minute 20 on the clock. Plenty of time to work with still. Plenty of util to work with for at least 1 execute. They can't double pump here, this unKnights side, or they might get a little thin. And AG have to hold on to what they've got left in terms of the util department as well.
Well, it's going to be a B split. It looks like minute mark being approached. And 3 players are going to be coming down towards underpass with the support of ZY. The flashbang pops. ZY swings, gets 1, repositions himself, and is looking for a second. Kiko swings out and is able to find the equalizer, but the timer is ticking down. All Gamers, they have the bomb site under control. Can unKnights break through the defense?
There's still 40 seconds. Not in a rush here, but it does feel a little panicked, a little flustered in a way. Bit difficult. And where we're at, 3 versus 3, 30 seconds. We've got to start making a move.
One of the better rounds, though, for unKnights. They do have a standing chance in picking up 1 more round, but the timer is running against them. It's going to be 22 seconds. And luckily for unKnights, most of All Gamers have rotated out from a B. Do have Do holding it down through the smoke is going to drop Kiko. The C4 does get planted, but down to a 2v3 it is. Beck and Pietro has to hold this one down.
I mean, Pietro can't really move here. This is the issue. He's stuck.
Know. Yeah. Du's been watching that angle the whole time. They know that he hasn't crossed, and so it's an easy kill for All Gamers in the end, and at that point it's a matter of time before Bet gets taken down as well. So 6-1 the scoreline. unKnights just not delivering at the moment.
Yeah, there's good and bad post plants, and unfortunately that is a bad post plant because Pietro gets stuck. He doesn't get time to actually set himself up, and well, very difficult spot that they put themselves in. Interesting this time as well, they're actually not seeing unKnights call for their attack pause yet as well. I mean, already at 6-1, I'd have called it. I'd have had a conversation,
I think
but
they might just be accepting their
yeah,
fate at this point.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I think they've mentally boomed a little bit. I think they've kind of just said, oh, this is it, boys. I don't think we're going to be able to do all too much. Let's just play it out and sort of see what happens.
Yeah, gotta have to see what really happens here. This is going to be round number 8, and Kiko is gonna poke in towards Vens. Joy had found some success holding this one down, but now he's being contested by 2 players, double swung. Can he find the frag? No, he cannot. PH and Kiko, and Coalition is gonna find the frag. Kiko making a double kill to open up the bomb site by himself, and unKnights might just find their second round.
It's 2 great entries by Kiko there.
It's one of the things about the A side that if you lose the first pick on the GR side, it becomes very, very difficult to hold because it's such an open site. You really do need 2 players to actually kind of cover all the angles. It's not quite like B where you can have someone sort of dance around the boxes or something like that. You know, it's just such an open site that, you know, losing that first player is kind of a death sentence for the second one straight up. Now on the retake, it'd have to be Do to do something somewhat miraculous. It's out of the realms of possibility for him there, but even still, still a very good-looking scoreline right now for All Gamers.
First kill on the board as well for Beck. Finally got there. He was very close to being, well, he was James Bond for a little bit.
Yep.
But gets in the end, gets his first, hopefully the first of many maybe, to kind of pull this side back into it. They do need that rifling core active. They can't just be relying on Alucard.
Yeah, especially with Alucard being pretty quiet as well.
Yeah, Kiko's been great, though. I'll give him his credit. He's actually looked very solid. His mid-control's been fantastic. I spoke about mid-control, though. AG have bit back, and this is incredibly aggressive. Probably the first time all map we've seen them go aggressive, and what a way for them to shut down this unKnights side. They know where HEZ is. There's nothing he can really do. C4 is dropped in no man's land.
HCZ now put to a 1v3. Let's spot J. For the spray down's not going to connect. Does take a bit of HP away. The C4 is definitely down in no man's land, like you've mentioned, Neo. And now he's getting wrapped around by ZY. This is a tough one for him to clutch one up.
Yeah, this one's done here. There's no chance. He's got a minute 20, sure, but the level at which he has to isolate fights here feels nigh on impossible, if we're being completely honest. And, well, he didn't even clear his angles deep out of sight of A. So, the All Gamers, very much showing their prowess here in the server, have looked incredible both maps, and it's a very, very good half to potentially be on the track to closing this one out. There's just so little on offer, unfortunately, for unKnights, but I think ultimately it's an expected result, fellas.
Yep, I have to agree. Been marginally better from unKnights here on Ankara, but I don't think that's really necessarily saying too much. Let's see how things go, though. With All Gamers moving on to this BL side, is it as much of a formality as it was on Compound, or are they going to be made to work a little bit harder? Do just have that singular ARM setup once again for unKnights, as has become fairly customary for them. I don't think that they really lean too hard into the double ARM setup like some of the other West League teams.
They do. Occasionally they've had HEZ on it, though, in West League, right? And it's not something they use commonly. I think you're spot on. But I think when things are going wrong, surely you just try something. Like, you know, maybe we just gamble a little bit and see if we can double ARM.
Well, maybe it's a little too early in the half. You know, like they haven't actually played a GR round just yet. But the thing is, you don't have too many to play with. So it's sort of, I can see the argument both sides, really.
Or even in that first half, though, we never really saw HZ use it either. And it makes you kind of argue, if things aren't going too well, I mean, why not just change it up a little bit? Especially because HZ's been actually quite quiet by his standards in particular, too.
And whilst all that, All Gamers has moved deep into our spawn. Beck has to hold this one by himself. I'm not sure if he can do so. Dre already opening up a frag onto ACZ. Beck does find one, almost gets sprayed out onto the second player, but eventually will go down. Dude does find one more frag. That's going to be down to a 4v2 in a blink of an eye. There's a minute left onto the clock, and the bomb site is completely free for All Gamers to go for the plant.
That was incredibly quick, wasn't it?
Pietro, nice shot from him. But going to need to see quite a bit more of that, and doesn't get the chance. ZY in behind him will finish it off pretty comfortably. So excellent start to the half for All Gamers, and start talking about a foregone conclusion. It is kind of feeling a bit like that.
8-2 on the scoreboard here. 2 more rounds for All Gamers to close the map out and close the series out. unKnights will have to hold on to anything to really just stay in the series here. After dropping the first map 10-1, definitely a little bit better. They do have 2 rounds here, but 2 is not enough to win a map here. Now Kiko gets contested, does find the frag, continues to spray down, expecting someone else to just walk into him, but eventually 1-2-2-2 had the patience to wait.
That's incredible patience from 1-2 as well. He waits for the entire clip to be used and then swings in to see him off.
Yep.
So well played, actually. Knows his timing excellently, and back into this 4 versus 4. And I mean, generally speaking, trades do benefit the BL side, right? I mean, we're looking at them when you're on the attack, when you're the one setting the tone. Trades are always going to benefit you because generally you're going to be fighting sort of man advantage, individual moments across the map, and this is a good one of them. But Pietro given a chance, the trade comes back, and it still keeps the advantages in favor of AG in the sense that if they were to hit B right now, there'd only be 1 player there.
3-on-3. Definitely taking this one with some patience here. All Gamers are thinking about heading down towards B here, but we do have 2 players of unKnights holding the bomb site down. It's going to be Alucard and HZZ. Now thinking about coming in down towards middle. He might find a wraparound and a possible frag onto Alucard, but Alucard is looking towards his area. Not entirely sure exactly where Alucard is looking towards, but the rest of All Gamers are going to be coming in down towards middle. 44 seconds and ticking. And finally, Alucard will go for the push. I'm not going to hit that.
Yeah, can't be missing that one. That'll be the problem for unKnights, and it's a problem that's going to compound as well. 2-on-1, and they know where HCZ is. They're going to go over day. Perfect call from All Gamers.
If you're Alucard, you just can't miss that.
Yep.
He had to hit that. If he hits it, it flips his round on his head. But him losing it means that he then gets exposed. He's a known quantity, and he just gets dropped so simply. This becomes so difficult for HGZ.
You put Du in that position, he's not going to miss that shot.
Yeah, 100%. That is just what he does best. HGZ, 16 points of HP and a bit of a dream here. To deny AG heading towards that 9th round, and it feels incredibly unlikely. C4 already halfway ticked, and this one feels like a forlorn conclusion here. Du holding and trying to bait in the fight a little bit. I mean, ZY just doesn't need to peek, if I'm being completely honest. Time's too far gone. You get on towards the site, it's too late and dropped. So simple, so effective. And it makes you once again question, what have unKnights got left in the locker?
I don't know if you did that on purpose or not, but forlorn or foregone conclusion, either way.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it kind of works.
Yeah.
I was thinking, yeah, it's actually foregone conclusion.
Yeah,
but
it's
then
foregone.
Forlorn conclusion. It kind of does feel like a bit of a forlorn conclusion actually there for unKnights as well. You know, it's like, oh, damn.
That wasn't on purpose. I'll blame that on sleep deprivation.
Yeah. If it works, it works, is kind of my argument. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
AG, though, they're looking like they're going to make this one a 10-2. So not quite as clean as the first map. It was 10-1 there.
Yeah, how could they let us down like this, AG?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Dropping 2 rounds?
got us back on schedule. I'll tell you what, that first series was a very long one.
It was, yeah. Especially off the map number 1 as well. I really thought, you know, there might be maybe a conversation there for ranking, and get reverse sweeped always will drag us a little bit out of tempo. But big fight going to come through here. Pietro's got to go huge. And it doesn't make it easy when a rap's coming through, as Shui starts to deliver in from behind. Pietro in a lot of trouble. Has to hit at least 2, and he can't even get 1. unKnights, it feels like done and dusted here. Unfortunately, yeah, the final 2. I mean, HGC and Kiko, what do we even do here? How are we going to pull off a 2 versus 5?
2v5 and a Dream has practically no nades left in them, just 1 flash and 2 smokes. Not the most ideal utils to go on a retake in a 2v5, but they have to make something happen. HCZ will come in down towards long, but he is smoked off and will have to rotate in towards middle to make things worse. The whole of all gamers are holding the bomb site down, but somehow they will find a frag each, and it's going to be a 2v3. The Dream is still alive. The bomb timer has been ticked down under half mark here. They need to find 3 more frags to go for the defuse, but do they have it?
No time, surely. Look at them, they're nervous. Where are they? They got to get on that C4, and they can't. The kills don't even come through, so it does not matter. AG 10-2 in map number 2, meaning that they only drop 3 rounds.
10-1 on the first map and 10-2 on the second map.
Has to be said, that is one of the games of all time at CFS Grand Finals, and it's the second game of Grand Finals 2024. Definitely left a lot to be desired on the behalf of unKnights, which, look, was kind of expected, to be fair, but I think they're going to be walking away from that one, shaking their heads a little bit. Not the greatest accounting of themselves, but I think, Bench, the one benefit that we can say for unKnights is that it should be, in theory, only uphill from here, because you've more or less got the most difficult competition you're going to face out of the way early.
Yeah, unKnights can now go back to the drawing board and try to adjust their tactics, adjust their playstyle to that of All Gamers, and, you know, because All Gamers is the strongest team here, in this group at least, so you know, if they do go back to the drawing board and is able to fit themselves in a better form, then they might have a standing shot going against other teams.
I gotta say though, you know, I hate to be pedantic, but you're saying, you know, arguably the hardest, but if Wolf Empire beat them literally only, what, like 3-4 months ago, it might not be all uphill from here. In a weird way, we could, you know, if we do get that Wolf Empire, the same Wolf Empire that we saw in Hanoi, if we get them here in Hangzhou, I mean, there might be a world in which it actually could be worth. You never know. And I gotta say as well, Wolf Empire plays such a different style of Crossfire that it's so difficult to prepare for. AG, they're so structured, and it's their structure that's so difficult to break down, which obviously unKnights have just faced here, but Wolf Empire, you never know what you're going to get, hence why AG struggled, hence why teams struggled at the Summer Championship. So in a weird world, it actually could be even worse going forward. But at least it's our Swamp Gaming game there, which on paper, surely unKnights the favourites there.
Yeah, we'll have to see about that one. Look, I think, yeah, I mean, Wolf Empire conversation is an interesting one because, that, like I said, that style that they play, I honestly think that that's like even more of a noob bash style, where they can just run at you and just farm you. And that's kind of what Wolf Empire
pure
does.
confidence. Like Ice Cube alone is like, I am better than you. Like, simple as that, and he will do that all the way throughout. So I think that, like, I'd rather play AG and lose in this sort of fashion than lose in that sort of fashion to Wolf Empire, because Wolf Empire are going to make you feel sort of awful in the way that they play. But these stats are not pretty. I mean, look at dude, 4.67 KD is absolutely bonkers, 126 ADR. Yeah, fair play. What can you even say? I mean, even like when you look at the other side, like 1-2-2-2 getting 0.56, he probably just didn't see anyone.
I don't know that I've seen a higher KD on this graphic than a 4.67. I'm trying to remember.
4.67 basically means that every click has connected to kill, so he's just farming kills left and right.
Yeah, I've seen some pretty crazy games from like 9, for example, where these kinds of events, but I don't know, bro. I feel like dude's just been, he's been hard debated this entire series, that he's not got the MVP there. 2.67 from Shui, not a bad shout. I mean, he's doing a great job holding down that A site, but I don't know, man. Kind of hard to go past Du at this point, as far as I'm concerned, but it doesn't really matter. At this point, I think AG are just happy with the win, and that's what they've got, and they've done it very, very convincingly. So that's kind of the perfect start to a tournament, right? You know, you get in, get your sort of stage nerves, if there were any at this point for AG. They're obviously quite an experienced side, but you get them out of the way against a pretty easy competition, and off you go.
Yeah, but at the same time, Joey does deserve the MVP. We've seen some huge ones come out from him. 4K, 3K, left and right, just as easy as taking a cheesecake to your room from the hotel and just eating it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those as well. It's the exact conversation that we spoke about in that map number 2 when we said, if unKnights have got a chance here, they've got to rely on the sniper. They've got to rely on Alucard to kind of step up. The only issue is when you've got arguably the best sniper in the world on the other side, it does really limit that conversation in terms of how much Alucard can get going. And that's exactly what we saw. Du look incredible in terms of his consistency, his confidence, his reliability. And having a player like that who I think they can always fall back on and say, right, Du's probably going to get 2 here. So we're actually going to be at a numbers advanced situation. We're probably going to feel okay. Having a player like that must be so good if you are the rest of AG, in the sense of just having somebody that you can say, we're probably okay here. Even, you know, we were talking about even in that map number 1 when they were in a 2 versus 4 saying, Du's still alive, so they've probably got a good chance.
Yeah, exactly. And that's going to be a conversation that we're going to be taking going forward throughout the rest of this group as well. I think that Du versus Ice Cube matchup is going to be a very interesting one. We get to see AG up against Wolf Empire. Interesting matchup to sort of decide who takes. I think it's easy to say at this point who takes seed 1 from this group, but we'll have to wait and see if maybe unKnights or Swamp can do anything potentially interesting. I
mean, it could be foreshadowing for the final in a weird way. It generally could. If Wolf Empire do keep up that consistency, granted, I mean, we didn't expect it in towards Summer Championship, so maybe it could have been a flash in the pan type kind of performance. But at the same time, if we do get a bit of consistency out for Wolf Empire, it could be. I mean, I would say they definitely have to come in as like, at least a top 4 team here at the Grand Finals.
Where are you sitting at this point? I mean, AG, that performance from them surely has to have them being a top competitor at this event.
Yeah, it was almost a child's play if you think about it. All Gamers completely putting unKnights to the floor there and just beating them down on the mount position. For unKnights, they do have a lot of work to be homework to be solved there for them if they have want to have a shot at going into the playoffs here. 10-1, 10-2, definitely the scores you don't. Even though you are the underdog, you don't want to have that much of a difference in the score lines.
Does it really just come down to individual skill at that point?
That's a controversial question, but I think the individual skill level that definitely plays some factor in that scoreline in that matchup. Like you said, Neo, many times that Alucard he's definitely a top tier player in his region, but going against the best sniper in the world,
yeah,
the skill level difference may just have been enough for Dude to just.
I think there was definitely a couple of moments though, to be honest, where unKnights got just exposed on a skill level diff.
In answer to your question, I absolutely think it was just due to raw mechanics. I don't think. Because we didn't see anything at all where AG were like dipping in towards the strap book and really pulling off, a special round or a special play. It was purely, we're better, we can hit our shots, we know that our mechanics are a lot stronger, we know that we can fall back on this. I don't think we saw at all across both maps where AG ever had to call themselves on a bad situation or call a strat and say, right, we have to do this specific play or we're going to lose. I think they can just say, just do your thing, guys.
I mean,
hold your position.
In fairness, there was a couple of rounds where AG had a good read. They had a stack over towards the right bomb side or something like that, and it makes it a bit more difficult for unKnights. But there was also similarly a few times where it actually looked like AG did not have the numbers. It was unKnights that had the advantage. They had a decent enough call.
And still it went AG's way.
And still it went AG's way, where someone's getting a double kill, someone's getting a triple kill, something like that.
I remember the exact moment. It was a 4v2 on compound with unKnights with 4. 4v2, you blink an eye, it became 3-2, and then moments later, it's 1v2.
Yeah. And this is the issue where I think this is what makes this AG side so special, that even when they're in dark situations, even when they haven't made the right call out spawn, right, so they got a bit of an undermanned site, they can still make things work for them, and this is the issue that unKnights don't have for them. I don't think they have that reliability across all 5 where they can fall back and say, because even if we're talking about this game here, if Dude didn't do well, Jouet can step up. Jouet didn't do well, Zai can step up. And this is the issue for us. We do have an interview ready for you on the stage, though, so we're going to throw it on over there. We'll see you soon.
Hi, welcome back to the main stage. This is the interview, and for the second match, let's congratulate to the CHENGDU All Gamers, and the MVP is Jiawei. Say hi to all the savers. Hi everyone, I'm Jiawei from CHENGDU AG, and you have a very extraordinary performance today. So are you in a very good shape in today? Yes, it's very good. And in the group stage, I think we have to do better in the playoff stage and even in the grand final stage. And did you expect to secure your first win so easily? It's out of our expectation because we have watched their previous match videos and we also made some preparations. And the 2 matches are landslide victory. And after recent training with other team, which team do you feel is the toughest opponent? We paid training to other 3 teams, ES, 3BL, and the Imperial, and we think that they play very good, and we made a lot of preparations and made a lot of progress. And compared to their previous performance, they also made some progress, and every team will have their own preparations. And do you have confidence to win the following games? Yes, we have the confidence. Have you recently trained with other 2 teams from the China region? Yes, we communicate with them, but we didn't train in games. And in the grand finals, we are very experienced. So, do you want to say something to other 2 teams? Actually, we are not very well experienced, and I think that they should get to know the play style of other teams, of other regions, and we just share some of experience off stage. And also for these grand finals, we have Jay joined for this grand finals. So who will take the role of the main strategist in the team? After Jay joined the team, he is the main leader, the in-game leader, and I am the backup leader, so that our other teammates, the DO, can have better performance. And then let's cheer up for our region. So we hope that the other 2 Chinese teams can work harder and have better performance, and so the 3 teams have a better performance. Thank you for taking part in this interview, and also congratulations to be the MVP of this game. And we'll be back after the ads.
Fica quieto pra não cair, tá? Ele em casa, ele é o meu filho, é o Davis. É o meu filho em casa. Quando eu vejo ele lá nos quiosques lá dele, né? Lá, aí eu vejo o Ryu. Já não é meu filho, é o Ryu. Parece que incorpora o personagem nele. Mas o meu filho é tudo de bom na minha vida.
Aí começou a jogar aquilo, aí dali um cara ia pra Lan House. Aí da Lan House o cara falou assim, ninguém ganhava ali, eu nem sabia que ele era jogador assim. Aí o rapaz falou assim, eu preciso ter uma conversa com você e com sua mãe, foi comigo. Ele falou, ó, investe nesse seu filho aí que ele tem futuro.
Aí eu comecei a jogar o CrossFire BR, foi quando veio o BR. Eu comecei a jogar CrossFire com 30 FPS, 40 FPS. Aí na época, o cara, o PH me chamou e falou assim, cara, por que você joga tão bem de tarde e à noite você joga tão ruim, cara? Porque na tarde eu tinha um computador do Lan House que era melhorzinho, e o meu computador de casa era muito ruim. Aí daí tudo começou, quando eu comecei a prestar atenção em campeonato, que eu nem sequer imaginava sobre campeonato, nunca tinha assistido campeonato, nem nada. Aí só foi acontecendo no presencial do Arrobalan. Aí eu fui me interessando mais, e desde então nunca mais parei. E pra mim foi onde mudou minha vida. Em 2019, quando eu conquistei o campeão, o título. E a gente joga todos os anos pra poder chegar nele, porque sabe que aonde a gente tem a oportunidade de poder mostrar o nosso potencial, a gente tá todos os melhores jogadores do mundo. E poder, até mesmo em financeiro, em reconhecimento, é uma coisa nova pra mim. Mas o melhor momento foi quando eu fui campeão do CFS em 2019 e em 2020 que eu fiquei em segundo lugar, que eu também achei que viria, mas o CFS 2019 foi tudo na minha vida. Então, já faz 3 anos que eu tô na Imperial consecutivo, e essa mudança foi um pouco ruim no início, porque pegou a gente de surpresa, onde os jogadores iam pra China, e nosso time acabou se desfazendo. E o Lucão já ocorreu há tanto tempo, desde 2019, 4, 5 anos, por aí. E o Fefe também entrou logo um ano depois, e foi muito difícil aceitar essa mudança, né? À toa que quando houve, eu chorei na hora que a gente teve a reunião, chorei porque, querendo ou não, a gente cria uma amizade, eu tenho sentimento pelas pessoas. Mas, conforme o ano passou, a gente não veio com título ainda, porém nosso time tá num nível bom.
O sonho dele, né? É algo assim que eu vejo que realmente é a vida dele, né? O jogo é tudo pra ele. E eu acho que ele vai crescer muito ainda, entendeu? Que ele é um bom jogador. E é isso.
Hoje em dia é repetir o que já foi realizado, que é o CF Star ser campeão. Obviamente, em todos os campeonatos que vier pela frente, óbvio que queremos ganhar, mas o foco principal sempre vai ser o CF Star. pois é onde estão os melhores jogadores do mundo e a gente tem que provar pro mundo quem somos a gente. Só queria agradecer a todo mundo que sempre torce por mim, que me mandou mensagem, que fala que eu já fui um dia a referência para vocês, até mesmo quando eu tô nas ruas, em shopping, tem pessoa que me vê, pede para tirar foto no aeroporto mesmo, indo viajar. Só agradeço a vocês por terem assim, esse reconhecimento, ter esse carinho por mim, e que eu vou fazer sempre o possível para que vocês tenham o melhor resultado de mim de todos os anos daqui para frente.
Hello and welcome back to the CFS 2024 Grand Finals broadcast. We're here for the third match of the day. We do have Imperial up against Team Alotus. I am Valdez, with me is Naokai and Bench. You guys just had to cast a Omega blowout. It was not very close. I'm hoping that this third match is closer, but you guys, do you think it's going to be closer?
Not really. I mean, it'll be closer in the sense that I think maybe Team Alotus will get more than 5 rounds in a map, but this one for me still feels like quite a big 2-0. Imperial are a side with a lot of tenure, a lot of experience. This is a side that are sort of in every tournament they go to are expected to make playoffs. If they don't, it's actually a big upset. Yeah. And they're expected to be actually the best team in the entirety of South America. Hence why, you know, Summer Championships when Vasco were a little bit better, it was actually a little bit surprising in a sense. But I don't know, for me, I look at this and I don't see a world in which Team Alotus found a map. They just, you know, domestically aren't even that skilled, whereas Imperial are dominant domestically.
I mean, even with regards to what you just mentioned, this last series, it was almost a crime scene. I mean, All Gamers basically murdered the heck out of unKnights, and coming into this series as well, Imperial against Team Alotus. This also looks to be one of those more lopsided matchups, I would say, especially that Imperial, they're known to just prey on the weaker teams.
Yeah, and the thing about Imperial as well is that they just, as you mentioned, they prey on those weaker teams. They're so aggressive when they feel like they can be. They're, you know, very macro-oriented. They're willing to go for the strategies, but eventually they're just like, well, we're just better than you guys. And we're just going to run it down, and we're just going to destroy you. That might happen. I hope that Team Alotus pulls off something here, puts on somewhat of a stop to them, or at least makes it a little bit interesting, gives us a little bit of hope. Otherwise, it might just be waiting for that fourth match for a little bit more of the back and forth action. The fourth match is Antisocial versus SGJ.
SGA, yeah.
That one probably going to be a bit closer.
It should do. I mean, that one has all the potential to be a 3-mapper at the very least. This one for me still feels like it should be 2 on paper. Just Imperial have such a good kind of caliber about them, and I think this is a conversation that we spoke about with unKnights, and I think maybe it's a similar thing when we look at Team Alotus here. Is when you talk about, you know, domestic region, there's like Wolf Empire are so good domestically, right? So they're always expected to do very, very well, especially off the back of the Summer Championships. It does take quite a bit of a dive off the back of that, and Team Alotus aren't as much in that conversation. You know, they're good, okay for the region, but it's not an incredibly strong region as a whole. And then you've got to look at on the other side where Imperial are part of a very strong region. You know, this is a region that have won championships in the past. They've been very, very good. They've been able to compete with some of these Chinese teams in the past over the last kind of decade or so. So that's where, at the very least, I feel like they've got the reps and the ability to scrim at this kind of top level. And because it's such a different style of play, actually in the same way to Wolf Empire, it's so aggressive. It is so punishing to teams who maybe lack a little bit of confidence. It can be rough. So if Team Alotus, if they don't come out the gates flying here, if they don't really try and set the tone, I think Imperial are just going to rile themselves up. They love getting loud. They love shouting across the stage as well. I don't know how much Team Alotus are going to be used to that. They're not as LAN experienced as Imperial. They don't get to go to every single Summer Championship and Invitational and all the rest. So it could be quite interesting to see how they react to the noise.
Well, we do have a little bit of a breakdown here in about 5 seconds, so let's take a look at that right now.
Moving on, here on the stage, time for Group C to step into our spotlight. Both of these teams are ready and are going to clash right here with the first match on the line. Who are the contestants? Let's meet them now. One of the best well-known powerhouses in the scene representing Brazil, it's your Imperial Esports, Ruzao! GDSC! Cannonball! E4S! And 7! And now we welcome a team making their first appearance in the CFS scene, but ready to prove why they're here. Let's welcome the Vietnamese team of Team Alotus. Entering the stage, Tom! PBZ! Army. J-Leo. And destroy. These two teams bring so much energy. Can the rookies take the series against the Giants? Let's find out.
Well, as always, Matt Andrews killing it on the stage, introducing our two teams here for the third match of the day, Imperial Esports and Team Alotus. As he mentioned, Team Alotus' first time here at the CFS Grand Finals.
Yeah.
And just like with unKnights earlier, it's like, oh, I'm just so excited. You're coming to this international tournament. Oh, we're facing all gamers first. Oh, that's, yeah. And I think it's probably a similar feeling here for Team Alotus. You know, your first time on the stage. It's Imperial. It's definitely a big ask, and Imperial getting first place here in Brazil regional finals. These guys, a very, very well balanced team. It feels like anybody can pull their weight on any given day.
Yeah, for me, the main guy I always look towards is Eagles. I mean, he was incredible. Even when we look towards the Summer Championship, he was without a doubt the main player. They actually lacked a lot of kind of depth after him. So we hope that we get to see kind of his Eagles performance on the sniper. He's incredible. Easily is one of these kind of like in the conversation of best snipers at the tournament. Along, maybe not quite at the level of Do, but he's definitely up there in like that top 5, right? So for me, you know, always a real joy to watch. One player that I really did like watching back at the Summer Championship was Seven as well. I thought he was just very kind of prolific in terms of how he likes to play, very proactive as a rifler as well, likes to get in towards positions of kind of relying upon himself, creating a lot of space, dictating the pace of rounds. So keep an eye on those two in particular, kind of who's going to make a big difference for Imperial. But I think you're right, you know, for Team Alotus, first time here at the Grand Finals, and it's, you know, you're coming against the best team out of arguably the second best region in the world, right? It's not, it's talk about the trial by fire.
And for Team Alotus as well, definitely the caliber, the difference is there, but at the same time, as you can see on the KD ratio there, looks like the weight has been lifted in an equal manner by most of the teammates there, except Destroy, who is a little bit falling behind 0.79 on the KD scoreboard there. Tom is going to be clutching up a little bit more, 1.15, but like you said, they are making their first appearance on the Grand Finals, and let's see if they have the caliber to go at it against teams like Imperial, against teams like All Gamers. Do they have a chance to go into the playoffs? That's going to be the question here.
Yeah, it's a big question. I mean, it's also a chance for them to really show off their stuff. Maybe they feel like, hey, we're better than we've shown so far. We're going to prepare really hard for this tournament. We know it's a big ask for us to put up some big numbers, but maybe they show us some new stuff. As Imperial did take down Vasco in the finals at the regional finals for Brazil. And both of those teams are here alongside of Antisocial team, who Imperial also defeated. And yeah, I mean, these guys right now are on top of the scene in Brazil. Whereas on the opposite side, Team Alotus, they did go down to Wolf Empire and next top, but Vietnam did get 4 seeds this year. So they did squeak on in here to this Grand Finals.
They're lucky. We'll put it that way. If it wasn't for 4 seeds, we might not have seen them here, right? But, you know, I guess there is a positive in the sense of taking a map off Wolf Empire is no joke.
And
right?
ranking?
Yeah, exactly. We could talk about some positives there, but all in all, it's, you know, it's silver linings in a dark sky. You know, it's positives off from losses. And especially that 3-0 loss to Next Top in particular is probably a little bit more damning, as they're meant to be kind of, you know, it goes Wolf Empire at the top, ranking below them, not considerably, but at least enough, and then it does drop off quite considerably up between kind of Next Top and the likes of course, Alotus themselves. So we do worry coming in towards this game of, could it be actually a little bit more similar towards what that unKnights AG game was in terms of kind of the scoreline? Because we know Imperial, their playstyle is so punishing for teams that aren't confident or can be a little bit weaker. So it does worry me a bit. We've highlighted both the snipers here as the key players. Expecting things out of Tom Shaw, But his comparison to the side of Eagles really feels like it's a big ask for me. He is incredibly solid.
But then again, for a team Alotus, it's their first global appearance, so it does give them a bit more shot. At the same time, the variance does favor team Alotus, I would say, because the group stages are best out 3, and sometimes the map ban picks could go in a very wonky manner, and sometimes the underdogs do get favored from the results. We still have to wait and see how the ban picks will be solved, but like you said, yeah, the sniper duel is going to be the key players. Eagles versus Tom. Tom's gonna have to pull off a lot of weight. The pressure is on him, but to push his team forward, he has to deliver.
Yeah, it's a lot of weight on him. It's a lot of weight on the shoulders of pretty much everybody on that side. I think for Imperial, you know, we saw earlier today, Q9 were the favorites up against Ranking. Although Ranking are a very good team in their own right, Ranking was able to take that one down. We do have one Vietnamese
it says
caster, Hairlong.
2 out of 3 of the Vietnamese people aren't going for their own team, right? I mean, it says a lot.
This did also happen for the Ranking versus Q9 match.
Yeah.
Yeah, and everybody else did go for Imperial, but maybe Hairlong understands something that we don't. He says the Vietnamese region is really strong this year, he's saying, and you know, they're going to upset.
So,
and like you were saying, you know, it's a best of 3.
This is one of the stories that I heard from Sneaky Frog. One of the Vietnamese casters, can't recall the exact name, he is known to basically curse like Pele. So whichever pick'em he chooses, that team loses. So I have a good feeling the reason why the 2 Vietnamese casters chose Imperial is to actually support his own region. That's my go-to.
Kind of cast a curse.
Yeah, cast a curse.
In a way. I mean, we'll have to see whether that is the case. But yeah, it does worry me a little bit when you see kind of, you know, I mean, we didn't back unKnights because we, you know, having covered the West League, I knew what I was expecting there. So, you know, it doesn't instill me with confidence, I guess, for Alotus in towards this one.
Yeah, so PBZ, the IGL here, he did lead Team Alotus to get 3rd place in both Season 1 and Season 2 of CFBL. The regional finals, a bit of a different story, getting 4th place there, but it does show that, at least in terms of consistency over the course of the year, this has been a team that, you know, they're getting some maps here and there from Ranking and from Wolf, and these are 2 teams that are very strong that can kind of teach the rest of the teams in the region, and this is kind of the next team on the block that maybe has, if they have a big day and they've learned a lot over the entire year, perhaps they can do something. That's what we're hoping for, because that last match, man, that was painful. I'm just hoping it's not like that one time, please. Let's take a look at the map comparison here.
At least Alotus has some chance in taking a map away. Black Widow, definitely they have played a bit more. Imperial, they're known to play the more close quarter maps, so to speak. And Black Widow is definitely one of the more long-range type of maps. And if Alotus can somehow sneak in the pick of Black Widow, they may stand a chance in taking the map point away, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, pretty popular map as well that doesn't get picked as much in other regions is actually Mexico. That's always been one which in South America they actually love way more than other regions. A lot of other regions, if it is played, especially like a best of 3, it's played as like a decider with a best of 5. It's left towards the end. So that is one thing that maybe Imperial got going from. The Eagle Eye as well also looks quite damning, right? You know, only 2 times played for Alotus is maybe one where Imperial say, right, we've got more reps against better teams, we'll back ourselves here. And it actually is a very good map as well, where kind of Eagles as individual can really start to get going. But the real positive for me when you look at Alotus, they've got a hell of a lot of reps across the board. There's a lot of experience, a lot of maps under their belt. So I don't think there's going to be any map in the pool which are going to be like super unconfident to play, which for me at least gives them a bit of decision. That's the issue with unKnights. Because they actually have a little bit of a smaller map pool, they get kind of like forced into a really unfortunate 3-map series, which none of which favor them. So at least for Alotus here, there is ways in which they can maybe make this veto work, not in their favor, but at least be a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, we saw earlier on when we were looking at the map ban pick, Ranking versus Q9, we were actually kind of surprised that Mexico was left available. And then Ranking were like, okay, we want to play this map. And Ranking won the first map, and then they were going into Mexico and were like, this is huge for Ranking.
Yeah.
Didn't quite work out that way. They did eventually lose, but this is one way in which, you know, we could see the map ban picks definitely make something happen here. You know, that Black Widow we were looking at. Will Imperial ban it, or will they look to ban out something else? Port another map that I think as a team, maybe not the same exact players, but I feel like Imperial's always been pretty good at that map. We saw they had like an 80% win rate on that one out of 10 games played so far. Could be another one to look at. As you mentioned, their map pool is very deep, so I don't think they're going to be caught off guard regardless of what map comes out outside of the Black Widows, so maybe we just see that get banned.
I mean, if for Alotus, if us three all unanimously come to the decision that Alotus is going to be the underdog, Eagle Eye is definitely the map they don't want to play. Not because they're playing against Imperial, but Eagle Eye, because of the map design, because it's so wide, there's not a lot of angles that you can work around. As an underdog, you are going to get farmed of kills, of rounds, of the map, so definitely Eagle Eye should be the map ban that is going to be coming out from Alotus, is my expectation.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw Imperial actually struggle at the Summer Championships, a lot of it came down to the rifling core. Eagles looked great all the way throughout. He was consistent. They really struggled where, like, Danimals wouldn't step up, or we kind of, didn't get to see some of these more individuals like GDSC, right? He didn't have those performances. And I think that's probably, if I'm Team Alotus, that's what I'm going to lean upon, and that's got to then sort of work in your map vetoes. You've got to go in towards maps which are quite rifle-centric. You can't. I don't think you can go in towards an Eagle Eye because it's going to allow 4 Eagles to make such a big difference. It's going to be so versatile. You're going to be able to adapt on the fly, and that's not the sort of player that you want to let get on a bit of a heat streak. So I think for me, they've got to play maps which kind of favor probably the main advantage they've got to rely on, which is this rifling core, getting active, trying to actually counter Imperial. And one of the ways you can counter Imperial is sort of fight fire with fire. They don't like it, as much as they're an aggressive side. When you kind of try and get in their face as well, they can feel a little bit put off by that. The reason why Imperial get away with it, especially internationally, is because a lot of teams don't do that. A lot of teams are more than happy, especially on kind of that, the GR side, for example, to sit back a little bit and say, okay, we'll wait, see what sort of aggression we'll see. And that's when maybe you can punish Imperial. So for Alotus, I'd like to see them be a little bit active out the gate. It just, if it's your first, grand finals, your first tournament here on a big stage, and you're considerably more inexperienced team, that's such a good way to maybe get a bit of confidence going here.
And but then again, for Alotus, it ultimately just comes down to the same question again and again. Do they have the caliber to put the pressure onto Imperial? Like you said, exactly. Will Imperial just brush their shoulders off and be like, that was like nothing? That push on towards A, push on towards B, was like us in just duo, 2 players can just hold the whole team down. If that happens, then the pressure that Alotus is trying to imply won't be there.
The issue with Imperial as well is that, unlike other teams, they actually just don't get overconfident. They can't. Like, that's a Brazilian flair, right? That's how CROSSFIRE works for them, right? The more that they win and the more that they would get overconfident, the louder they get, the better they get. It's as simple as that. The only way, I mean, when we saw Imperial lose at the Summer Championships, when Vasco were doing a little bit better, it was actually when Imperial went really quiet because things weren't going their way and their playstyle wasn't able to flesh itself out. So that's ways in which you've got to try and punish them. I don't know if Alotus have that. Also, I think getting loud back at Imperial really gets in their head. They don't like the mind games as much. That would be a good way to counter them, but can they do that? I don't know if that is necessarily Vietnamese CROSSFIRE. I don't think they're really as loud. Even Wolf Empire, when they were like super successful at the Summer Championships, they were quite, humble and stoic in their victory. Unlike, when Vasco and Imperial win, they'll let you know. They'll let the whole arena know.
Yeah. Well, Wolves, even back then when they were solo, were pretty loud. So
that's
can Alotus start shouting in the middle of the stadium?
I don't know if that's something you can really learn, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, are you gonna all of a sudden just become this very vocal team if you're not really that kind of personality? I don't know.
Yeah.
I think they can get aggressive, though. This is a region where sometimes they're just aggressive seemingly for no reason, which has met with a lot of controversy from some of the other casters here on this team. They don't necessarily like that style, but maybe that's what they need against Imperial, right?
So for Alotus, they're now put to the test. Like, are there mechanics there to go on that 1v1 duel? Because if you're from the more aggressive region and if your team is playing a more aggressive style, then the chances are you are going to be running into a lot of 1v1 duels because you're going to be pushing into different multiple angles. And if they don't have the mechanics to match that of Imperial, you are going to be seeing yet another murder scene, 10-1, 10-0, 10-2, whatever you say.
I mean, as a whole, I would say that probably the Vietnamese and the Brazilian scenes are actually quite similar in terms of them both being quite aggressive. I'd say the West is quite slow in terms of their plays. Like we just saw unKnights, they don't do anything for the first minute of 30. LCK are a little bit similar. 3BL will be very aggressive. That's what makes them very strong. But a lot of the regions, it is about waiting, using your utility to find advantages. At least for Alotus, it's not going to be a shock to the system to see Imperial be aggressive because Wolf Empire do the same thing, right? They play the same level of this very quick level of CROSSFIRE. So at least I don't think it's going to shock them in that sense. But like I said, we've got to see them do something to try and fight this. We've got the map picks to bring you here as well of where the veto is going in this one. I'm quite interested to see what ban Alotus go for.
Yeah, so finally got set up here for this match, and you know, we were talking about maybe an Eagle Eye ban for Team Alotus, maybe a port ban or something else. From Imperial, perhaps Black Widow. I feel like that has been a map that they've found success on in the past, but maybe not so much this year. So let's see what we're looking at. And, you know, how does Team Alotus feel about Mexico? Another talking point,
Yeah.
you know, because Imperial is just so
there it is.
Confident. But yeah, that's that Eagle Eye that we were considering. Another strong map for Imperial. Doesn't feel like they have a lot of weak ones.
No, not really. I mean, even in terms of their bans now here, I'm interested to see what they try and go for a ban. Subbase feels like it's one which they did ban a little bit when we saw them at the Summer Championships, but again, it's also a map in which they played to actually relatively decent success when it was picked in against them. They're going to go for that Black Widow ban here, and this feels, for me, it's probably more of like an insurance / punish on the other side. Say, right, let's not allow Alotus to have a map in which they feel quite confident in. So then we get the picks coming through. I'm still wondering about whether Imperial do go for that Mexo just because it's not as commonly played, but they've also got a lot of other strong maps. You mentioned that port, for example. Obviously, we'll know that Compound is played by everybody basically to a fairly decent level. So how do Alotus try and punish this veto?
And Kara is going to be the pick coming out from Alotus, and I have a good feeling Imperial might just not play port here instead of just ban them out. So map 2, it's leaning towards Subbase is my guess here. Not entirely sure what they want to do though. Subbase is one of those maps that you play default, but you do reveal a bit of your tactics and your strat book there. So
yeah, it'd be interesting if they did good Subbase. They had a lot of problems on it in the past where when they did pick it, they actually struggled to really take a lot of that mid control. So if they do that, I'm hoping I see changes from what we saw at the Summer Championship. That was a map in which they tried to play a lot, but to limited amounts of success in terms of just how clean they looked on it.
Yeah, for me, Subbase, they're going to go for it. I feel like it's not a bad idea. It's just one of those very wonky maps. But if you're confident on it, go ahead and pick it up. Let's see what these bans do look like as well, because we saw a couple of the Chinese teams, Q9 and All Gamers, it felt like they were banning away port just to hide it.
Yes,
it's like we just don't want to show that to people in the group stage, so we're just going to ban that away. We're really comfortable on that map, but we don't have to reveal any strategies if we don't have to.
Save it for sort of when it matters most, right? I mean, we even saw AG in that previous series. They did nothing, tactically too deep. It was incredibly fundamental style of play, and that's probably what I'd expect out of Imperial here as well. I mean, for them, I know they're going to feel very confident coming in towards a series like this, and we get that port ban coming through. Then it is the question of, do we get Mexico as a decider, or is it second wave ban by Imperial? I don't think they mind either way, and to be honest, I don't even know if we even will get towards a decider.
I mean, Compound or Mexico, I don't think Imperial cares all that much in a sense, but if by any chance Imperial is thinking about the slight chance of going to map 3, I think they would want to ban Compound, and it looks like they're just going to do that because Mexico, one of those maps where you just play very default on the global risk side. You don't necessarily reveal much of a tactic. It's all down to the gunplay. So,
just regionally, it's so strong for Brazil, right? So I think for them, they're thinking at least we maybe got a bit of a stark advantage in a sense compared to Compound, which everybody sort of knows.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think, you're feeling very comfortable on this map. As you guys are mentioning, you don't have to show too much Compounds. There's definitely a lot of different lineups, a lot of different set strategies, which Imperial is very strong at, and they don't have to show if they don't need to. So, yeah, Mexico does come out. I do see that Team Alotus is going to be starting off on the GR side on that one. If we do get to it, if we get to it at all, that's a good sign for Team Alotus. And if they can start off on the GR side on that map after already taking a map off of Imperial, maybe we do get some kind of upset. But they got to find a map somewhere along the way, and it's probably going to have to be Ankara, their map pick.
Yeah, I feel like it's basically one of those where map number 1 is make or break for Team Alotus heading in towards this. If we don't get Ankara, I don't know they have a chance on Subbase. I will say, as I mentioned, Subbase did have its problems for Imperial at the Summer Championships. It has had slight little hiccups for them where they've picked into it, and it's just not always looked as clean. Even when they are winning, they're still having these struggles. But ultimately, as a whole, it's just a map in which they've played a lot. They back themselves on maybe a Lotus. They know that they can punish them on that. But whether we get towards that map 3 or not, feels like for me it completely relies, basically up on Ankara. Can they actually get that map? If they don't, I don't know if they have a chance.
Alotus has to humbly accept the fact that Eagles is just a better armor, and probably just have the players take on A, and that means for Imperial, the question is going to be, will the riflers come online like Dynamos? Can he start spraying out? For the other players like Ruzao, can he arrive in time to provide the support? Because A bomb site, like you've seen, if it gets contested, the rotations has to come in faster than expected. Because once the blacklist side gets on top of the bomb site, they can just input one smoke onto a spawn area, and you can't retake the bomb site at all. So that will be the question, I believe. Besides all that, map pick of Ankara on towards Alotus. If they want to stand a chance, they will have to take it. And then going to sub base, they do start on the blacklist side if it does rub them a little bit better on the wounds. All in all, I feel like it is yet another 2-0 unless Alotus has brought something or prepped something special for Imperial.
Yeah, I feel like it is pretty brave to go ahead and pick Ankara for this first map, because I think historically and just in general this map has just been, it's very momentum based. You know, you start pushing onto A and you get free plants and you just keep winning. It's like, well, I'm just going to do that again and again. And then we're going to go B bottom and then we're going to go back to A. And it can really, I feel like, benefit the Brazilian teams that really benefit from just getting wins after wins, getting very overconfident, and just generating a lot of noise. So you can see here, though, that we have 19 maps played in CFBL here for Team Alotus. So this is a map that they're very confident on. They are favored on the blacklist side, as most teams are. Same here for the side of Imperial. And that's the other part of it, you know, because this is Team Alotus's map pick. The side selection goes to Imperial. They select the blacklist side. And I'm worried, you know, they get that ball rolling from the blacklist side. Might be some pain very early on.
Yeah, it's one of those where it's like, it's really good that Alotus have got a lot of reps on it. A lot domestically, they play it. They've got that experience and maybe a little bit of that confidence. But actually, the issue for me is none of its LAN experience internationally. Whereas at least Imperial have got that over the last few years, right? Because they've been such a, basically a lock-in throughout the Brazilian scene, kind of making their way towards international lands, whether it's the Summer Championship or obviously the Grand Finals over the last few years. So that's where, for me, for Alotus, it's like, okay, this is now a completely different kettle of fish. We're now international in a different country. What can you actually do on what is basically a foreign environment? It's not your home setup, or it's not your home country. How confident are you outside of that setup? Where for Imperial, this is, you know, another day at the office for them. They're used to this.
Yeah, like you said, domestic experience, good, but, you know, now it's LAN, it's international. Whatever you had prepped in your domestic region may not work out here. And I do have that firm belief that the first round, the result of the first round may just dictate the rest of the rounds here. Because Imperial, if they somehow find the weakness of the blacklist side of Alotus, then you're going to be seeing these sides being changed, where Imperial is going to go out hunting as the global risk side. And if that happens, you're going to get farmed. That's the only way to put it.
Imperial does like to go out and farm teams that they are better than. That's another part of this, where it's like there are teams that are strong in general, but then there's also teams that are strong and are really good at farming teams that they're better than, you know? Compared to just teams that are very strong and then they perform better against better competition, there are teams that perform better against worse competition. So could definitely happen. I'm hoping that Team Alotus, you know, pulls something out here. They had a couple of days to scrim and kind of get a lay of the land, figure out what the other teams are doing, you know, learn from some of the other regions and scrim some of them a bit. Maybe that helps them. Maybe it just confuses them, as there's so much information poured into their brains over the course of a couple of days. And this is only the first match for them at the entire Grand Finals. There's going to be 8 days of the group stage where they get to play 3 times. This is only the first time, so could be a lot for them to handle. Whereas we've mentioned many times, Imperial, they've done this so many times. All of these players are so experienced that this is like potentially a 10th time coming to an international tournament. They're like, I know exactly what to expect from the scrim phase, from the first best of 3. You know, how was I mentally last couple of times? How do I feel about this team compared to other teams? Whereas Team Alotus don't really have that perspective.
Yeah, and you know what? I even think about it on the other side of, look at this, you know, pretty insane stage we've got here for the groups. All the lights, all the different kind of moving pieces around. You know, they can see us over here. They can see all the lights, all the people walking around. And I think, you know, for Imperial, they're sort of going to be used to that because they've been here before, where for Alotus, yes, we've seen them on kind of more domestic lands, but it is so different when it's this big environment like this. And, you know, even when you look forward, we'll talk about this when we get some of these, potentially when we talk about some of these newcoming teams. We've got 3 newcomers in towards this grand finals. If they do make it towards the playoffs, right, that then changes from this, which is, this is technically, as much as grandiose and insane as this is just a group stage, no crowd. When we get towards an arena, 4,000 people, probably all rooting against you as well, because they're going to be rooting for the Chinese teams, like your CHENGDU ALL GAMERS, right? So you're kind of going to be the bad guys on a LAN environment with 4,000 people. It's going to be loud, and you know, even with, doesn't matter how good your headphones are, you can still feel the noise. So I always wonder about for a team who are, you know, pretty inexperienced on big international lands, how they cope with what is a completely different type of pressure. It's not no longer, okay, I've got to perform to win here. It's like, I've got to perform, and now I've got to face them. You know, they can technically look to their right and see Imperial. So it's a completely different feeling for me, and I wonder how Alotus adjust to that, and of course, at what pace they adjust. Can they kind of quickly overcome these thoughts?
Yeah, pressure definitely does play a big factor in the mechanics that you bring out to the stage. And for the newcomers, like you said, it does take a bit more practice for them to fully deliver what they have in them, in their hands, in their muscle memory, to click heads after heads. But yeah, Alotus, they're now put to the test. Can they deliver is going to be the question put out here. And for Tom, I believe, and Origami, they do have... No, not me, but the other Tom, who is currently setting his gears up on the stage. They do have some LAN experience, more on the domestic side of things, but those kind of experiences will definitely help you out. But the other players that are on the team does lack a bit of LAN experience, and that may just be enough for Imperial to start bite on.
For sure. There's a lot of experience in this Imperial side. These are guys who have been around the scene for a long, long time. They
Way
know,
too long time.
Yeah, they know what it's like. I mean, this is just a regular day. So I do wonder how this Alotus side actually do kind of, step up to the plate. As you can see, we are waiting for, I think it's a brief tech issue to be fixed. I'm assuming on the Imperial side.
No,
but it looks
game
like we're getting things
start.
ready. So
in
just
10
as
seconds.
the tech issue is being discussed, we are getting this one underway. It's Imperial taking on Team Alotus to kickstart Group C.
It's the CFS 2024 Grand Finals Group Stage. It's going to be Ankara to kick us off. It's the pick of Team Alotus. Will they have a standing chance into pushing themselves into map number 2 and possibly map number 3? Or even when the Sur is out 2-0 in favor to themselves? That will be the question. The players are getting ready, pumping their hearts up. You can see the Brazilians are getting happy and loud, and you don't want to see that if you're an Alotus fan. As you know, once they do get loud, they play really, really darn good.
It's going to start this way, and every round that they win, it just gets louder. It just gets more oppressive. And, you know, you talked about having a crowd and having the audience cheering against you. Well, you got the enemy team cheering against you as well. And I don't think they're really going to be able to hear that, but they might be able to feel it over the stage, right? So
they're pretty up close. So.
Yeah, they're pretty close to each other.
Far enough to not listen to the call-outs, but, you know, if someone is shouting, it may come through. But Imperial already has set up pretty deep and towards middle, towards the connector area, which is going to be 7, followed by GDSC. Origami is going to be the one on the hold here, but can he click the heads? He does find the first one. Good for 1. Can he get the second one? 7 looking to swing, and he goes down, and all of a sudden, Team Alotus is going to be farming kills left and right. Down 3 players. It's going to be Imperial, Ruse out, and Eagles, the last 2 alive here. The C4 is going to rotate in towards A, but the flank from J-Leo might send it down. Eagles will go down. Ruse out in a 1v5. I had a dream he might be able to get the C4 planted, but for how long?
I mean, this round is not what we were expecting. But 1 by 1, Imperial went in, and they went very aggressive. B-bottom did not work out. They got shut down immediately by Origami. And after that happened, the rest of the team was just like, well, I guess we'll all go in as well. And that did not quite work out. Rizal, though, kind of lurking back there towards the spawn. He's still got a lot of time, but there's so many members hunting him down here. He's going to pick up yet another kill, but he doesn't quite have the health bar, I think, to make this happen. But still a chance here for him. He's going to flash for some time, get onto the A site. And there is still a dream.
Maybe. C4 will go down. They'll give him that luxury. Because that smoke down as well, they were a little hesitant to push through here in case he was waiting on the other side. Like you mentioned, HP bar so low for you, Ryuzao. It really feels like it's going to require something quite miraculous. 1v5 ace required. Tap on. Ryuzao will step up for another. And the second, surely not. And it's so damn close. Destroy just about survives the scare. But the fact that it even got into a 1 versus 1 is arguably quite worrying signs. You know, the way that round started off, it looked very good for Alotus. I've got to say the spacing was pretty abhorrent by Imperial. The trading was really, really poor in the early fights. But the fact that he nearly gets a 1v5 there is incredibly worrying for me.
Yeah, all Ryuzao had to do was click 3 heads, and he got 2 out of the 3, so definitely leaves us worrying. But at the end of the day, the round will eventually go towards Team Alotus to open things up nicely. It's going to be 1-0, and this time Imperial is going to be playing with composure. They're going to be playing this one out a little bit slower than expected. As the first round, they were sending it deep quite fast, and Origami was able to farm the kills there. Moving into round number 2, Imperial is showing interest towards a bomb site, and this is the situation I was talking about pregame. Once Imperial starts sending it in, will Team Alotus have the reaction time fast enough to send the rotation in? Jay Leo now in vents, being contested. He will go down, and all of a sudden, bomb site is completely being contested here.
Yeah, I like the position of Origami just checking right at the door, not really able to do too much though, as yeah, they're just going to swarm the top of A site, and just like that, everybody is mowed down. This is more of what I was expecting, you know, kind of a set play onto a very common Ankara strategy, and Imperial just bowling over them, and that they do. It's a perfect round, I believe. I don't think anyone died on the side of Imperial, and Team Alotus going to have to figure out how to stop that.
Yeah, it's a very easy round, all things considered. I think for Imperial, maybe that one previously, like I said, trading was poor, the spacing was poor, so they weren't actually fighting together. It was 1v1 duels, which didn't work out. That time, they go in as a unit, cohesive, and they just know they can overwhelm in terms of the numbers. I think for Alotus, it was so surprising to be taking that many fights at that quick of a pace. Weren't used to it. And Imperial are more than happy to play around with the tempo of each and every round as well. Jaleo this time, he's opting not to play in the vents, just on the edge of it. He was a little bit too far pushed forward for me. Because he overextended, the second Animal swings in and trades him, it gives a lot of room for Imperial to work with, to then split on towards the A side.
This time around, Alotus is going to invest 3 players to hold down towards A bomb site. Is the right choice. However, Jaleo will go down once again, and the defense has been weakened, and Origami gets flashed, and he is completely blinded out. And all down to the hands of PBZ on top of the bomb site. Will find 1 frag, but not for more. Destroy comes in and gets knocked out. Leaves Tom all alone once again. Now being tested by Eagles.
Oh boy.
1v1, the pot shots are hitting, and it's going to be Eagles coming out on top of that with the pistol shot on the head. And Imperial is going to be quick to find the second round for themselves. 2-1 on the scoreline.
Oh, this is what I was worried about. It's all coming true before my eyes. Just Imperial, they said, hey, that was easy. Let's do that again. And even with the extra man from Alotus, they knew exactly where he was. They flashed him in the corner, and it just kind of looked too easy, you know? As now, this time, they're not going to run it straight back into A once again. They are going to look elsewhere. A little bit out towards the outer edges of office. Our Team Alotus maybe trying to get some information, but the B site not necessarily held down right now.
Yeah, we do have 2 players pushed out towards the B long area, and that actually opens up the room for Imperial to start moving in. Origami has to hold this one down, but he cannot. Gets knocked out, and the C4 is safely delivered on top of the bomb site.
That was a really bad position, unfortunately, for Origami. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. And now, I mean, I don't even really know how we find our way back in towards the site here. I mean, when you're looking at Alotus, yes, we're getting a bit of a flank coming through with PBZ, but the C4 goes down, and GDSC is so happy to fight, and it's so damn successful. 7 backstairs as well, and getting spammed down by Destroy, but it's not going to make too big of a difference, and he has to reposition himself. This is difficult. Looks like Alotus is going to be calling for a pause off the back of this, and Imperial, I can't see a world in which they lose this site.
GDSC continues to pop off. We will eventually find a frag, and another kill goes towards Eagles. Quickly wrapped up by Rizal, and Imperial's going to find the 3rd round of their own. 3-1, and Alotus, desperate to pick up some rounds, are going to call for the tactical pause here. But here, the problem is, will this pause be effective? Because so far, what Imperial has been doing is not something that's special. They've been playing default. They've been basically executing the sites as is, and Alotus just isn't able to react to it.
Well, if we look comparatively, right, let's say Alotus are like the UNKnights of this series and Imperial are the All Gamers. When UNKnights called a pause in map number 1, they won the round straight after. They lost every other one. They lost the game, 10-1. But, the tag pause led to a round. So maybe Alotus might have something up the sleeve. The only issue is you also give Imperial the chance to discuss and say, hey, guys, like, let's just go quick. These rounds are working. We don't need to overcomplicate things. And I think that's actually why the round number 1 went wrong for Imperial, because it actually felt, by their standards, quite an overcomplication of what they used to, which is, let's just fight and back ourselves. So I hope they just stick with that and just say, like, kind of what we were saying about, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I mean, of course, the setups are helping the entry fragger of Imperial to walk into the bomb site, click the heads. But at the same time, the entry fragger just mechanically out-dueling the defender is the key issue here for Alotus to lose the rounds here.
Yeah, I was just looking at, the faces of Team Alotus. Definitely not looking too confident. The coach not even talking all that much. I do think that this gives them an opportunity to say, hey, let's relax. That was a very strange strategy we went for that last time. Did not work out. Let's kind of play standard, sit back. But, yeah, we're just looking at all the kills from GDSZ. Now we're going to be following him there for the beginning of this round. He has been on fire. I mean, he's 7-1. Him and Rizal, a couple of fantastic riflers for the team. Again, it feels like pretty much anybody can pop off any given day. Eagles has had a lot of big days, though. But right now it's Rizal and GDSZ, and right as I say that, Eagles is going to pick up the first kill.
Yeah, PBZ was trying to peek out towards vents, and he was instantly punished, and he might find the second. Eagles still keeping his arm, keeping his scope right there. The moment Jaleo peeks out, he will go down, but eventually we do have Eagles kind of rotating out from A, so that does give enough room for Jaleo to work around. But now B has been weakened. The rotation came out from Destroy. He moved out from B and has positioned himself into the center of the map here.
I gotta say, it's a really questionable decision by Alotus for PBZ to push through and towards vents, because they've struggled every time they tried to fight forward there. And then even Jaleo sticking around feels a little odd to me. Eagles, missed shot for the first save for Tom, but he will deliver with the Colt just like that. But an answer back and doubling it down, in fact, makes things so good for Imperial. 2 versus 4, and Origami and Jaleo got a lot to do. Not a hell of a lot to work with either. This feels very, very difficult indeed.
Down to Origami and Jaleo, 2v4. The ante has been paid in the price of 3 players going down. The C4 ticking down. We do have Origami on the long rotation here, but he gets caught with pants down, and Jaleo eventually will go down as well. And eventually Imperial is going to find yet another round for themselves, and that pause eventually did not work out at all.
Yeah, my UNKnight analogy ends up coming up trumps here.
Well, they already got the round, right?
Yeah, true.
So
yeah,
they've already met the quota. So
what is the quota we're really looking at for
Alotus
to have a chance in this map though?
In that case, what's the tariff?
Yeah, in this first half, what are we do we want to see, like maybe 3 or 4, or is that even
at least 4? I'd say.
You reckon? Yeah, doesn't help as well when Jaleo's already down. So again, an opener from Eagles.
Eagles is continuously farming his FK percentage.
Yeah.
A nice, neat addition for the data set.
They're feeding him, though, because he's not actually having to... Like, even then, for Eagles, they haven't smoked in towards front A main, so he just has the advantage at range swing from 7 and a deliverance as well. But an answer back is only good for 1, but the trades are looking okay here, and a double down from PBZ might just give them a chance. Eagles started this round, that has to close it. And 2 to 5, but Tom and PBZ aren't exactly healthy.
Yeah, I feel like Eagles wins these. He is going to miss those shots, though, so right as I say it, a little bit rough, and the quick Colt headshot from PBZ immediately takes the words out of my mouth as, yeah, I'm going to put up a second round. Nicely done from Team Alotus. Once again, a very strong hit onto the B site, but this time they were ready.
And they were more than definitely ready to take a round into their backpack. Talon, Team Alotus is going to find their second round. It's going to be 4-2. And this time around, Imperial dictating themselves in towards middle. Haven't done that in a while. It's worth giving it a shot. We do have 7 peeking in towards the underpass, out towards B connector. But rather, he's going to fall back and join up forces with the rest of his team. So far, Imperial is going to go for the standard setup, having Eagles up in the back spawn area to look down on any possible pushes. Had found some success as we did spot a couple players peeking out from vents, and Eagles was just clicking the bodies. Easier said than done.
For me, whenever I watch a team that seems to be a big favorite, I always just want them to push into A. Because it's one of these sites where you get a couple of flashes over, it's very easy to execute. As long as you check your corners. And if you have the better gunplay, you're almost always going to win. And here they go. I mean, they get that first kill. Once again, they're pushing in onto the top of A. They're not going to catch PBZ, and you know what? They get immediately shut down just like that. Not having the better gunplay this time around. Eagles just challenging with the Colt. And that's 2 rounds in a row here for Team Alotus.
4 on 3, and maybe Team Alotus can just catch up to that of Imperial. Just one more round needed for a tie here. And for now, Imperial, the first frag was alright. Catching J-Leo off guard in vents. The duel was won by Imperial, but then again, they weren't able to figure out where PBZ was, and in Coalition, Origami and PBZ was able to gun down 3 players quickly, and that's something you don't want to see as an Imperial fan. Going on an A-take, not being able to spot the player that's holding the dangerous corners.
I gotta say, the biggest issue I've seen with Imperial so far, their trading is actually really poor. I think they fixed the spacing issue, but they're not trading each other very well. So when one dies, no one's really reacting in time. This is better because they're not required to trade. They get the opening kills and they get them well. But then again, Destroy finds a kill. Nobody's remotely close enough to punish him. So he gets the position, a reposition, may I say, and able to set up once again. Swing and a fight is big, but Animals gotta be careful here. Has the support, thankfully, and will deliver. All down to one man. J-Leo's got to go huge, but he doesn't expect Ryuzao coming in from the side. Better round, quicker, more aggressive, more confident from Imperial. That's where they do their best work. It's actually, you worry about them when they slow it down, because that's when they get picked apart.
This is the replay of Eagles getting his head knocked off. 5-3 on the scoreboard, and another problem I found for Team Alotus. Sure, the problem for Imperial is they're not able to refrag, trade better, but for Team Alotus, the players are swinging out a little too wide than expected. As you can see, you've seen players swing out towards vents, a little too wide, gets caught off by Eagles. Even in that replay, Tom was swinging out a little too wide and was almost caught off guard as well. And Tom, in vents, goes for the shot, is not going to connect the arm bullet. And the rest of Imperial is outside of A here, and the push is coming to shove. Can Alotus hold this one down? J-Leo quickly goes down. Tom as well, who be traded out, and all of a sudden Soul down to the hands of Origami to hold onto the bomb site by himself. The Animals goes down. Origami looking for a second, wasn't there. And eventually Imperial will close the first half out in 6-3. Double score on the scoreline here.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple of rounds that went the way of Team Alotus, but then immediately Imperial, it wasn't the cleanest rounds. It does kind of feel like, as you were mentioning before, Nail, like they're not taking the best trading patterns, but at the same time, they're kind of just running at them and hoping it works.
The biggest
and
thing for me,
oftentimes it's working, though.
Yeah, if Imperial get the first kill, I think they're fine. If they don't get the first kill, that's where it's really worrying. So far, so good, I guess. Animals needs to be careful here. He had the right idea. PBZ is there. The spidey senses were tingling, but the execution wasn't quite intact. I do wonder how aggressive Alotus want to be. We saw Imperial, win or lose. They were playing these rounds quite quick. They're more than happy to fight. They're more than happy to take space. I wonder whether Alotus do try and fight fire with fire. We were saying, and when we saw success coming through from Alotus, it was actually when they were sort of trying to get up in Imperial's face and catch them off guard. So that, for me, feels like where their best kind of point of where they're going to find successes.
Yeah, Eagles as well was going out load aggressive. Now PBZ springs out 7 though, with an arm of his own, is going to take down Origami to open the round up. The frag was found out towards office area, and that eventually pushes the rest of Alotus to be going for the A bomb site take. The nade finds much value, but Tom quickly takes down GDSZ. Rizal is the only player holding the bomb site down. He does have some support.
But the push doesn't come in. They actually, they got the one pick onto GDSZ, and then eventually, wow, very crispy shot there from PBZ. And that is going to give them the man advantage now. Perhaps a bit of a rotation or a fake rotation saying, hey, we're not going A, but actually, we're just waiting outside of A and thinking about going for a little bit of a push. They've got PBZ still in mid and just trying to hold down that spot. And here comes Danimals. He's going to be the first point of contact to see this push coming in. 2v4. He is going to lock down one kill, but the push is coming in. J-Leo is not going to land it, though. And Danimals is just holding down the site so well. Finally does get taken out, but this should be the bomb plant here for the side of Team Alotus.
Might be doable. Might be doable indeed. Eagles got the HP advantage, got a quick rotate as well. C4 goes down. He starts to creep his way forward. They're not exactly holding for him here. PBZ might check it in a second, but it's a quick shot. Colt, Deliverance. One tap and a find, and an AK picked up. There might just be a chance here. Tom is so low. He sits above, close left. Will Eagles even clear this? And it's a game of dice. I mean, who's going to swing first? How goes Eagles stepping forward? He needs to find this quick flick onto a backside, and he does it. So damn well. 1v2 converted. The HP was low for Alotus, and Eagles does an incredible job of setting that in its tone. I mean, again, Alotus, you've got to convert those situations, and the fact that they don't really worries us.
Yeah, the first 1v2 that he was put into, the Colt shots weren't there. I think it was down towards DB underpass. But this time around, he does find the Colt bullets on the head and swaps out to the AK, like I said, and quickly flicks and gets the kill onto Tom and gets the bomb defused. 7-3 as Imperial looking for 2 more rounds to find the map point. And now, coming into round number 11, Lotus, we do have 3 players going in towards the A connector, possibly hinting to us that they are interested in taking middle. Haven't done that yet. And this might just be the round they force it down towards the middle, but Eagles already in towards the B underpass is looking right at it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to go mid to B, as you were mentioning. You know, maybe even some kind of split push. They only have Origami, who is lurking over outside of A. Eagles, though, he's playing with a couple of the guys there in mid. He's going to get a lot of info and just back away and not overcommit to it. Still a decent amount of time. You know, Team Alotus don't necessarily have to commit to this push if they don't want to, with 1 minute and 20 left.
The fact that they are feels quite risky here, though. Eagles is sort of on edge. He's expecting a bit of a fight. He's given up this space.
Look at his face.
Yeah, he's ready to fight.
He's locked in, man.
Yeah, there's no turning away from that confidence. But they do pull back, and now it does make you kind of question. We've got a minute on the clock to work with, and actually for Alotus, what is the call here? What does PBZ want this side to actually do? Where do they want to finish? It's feeling like they're setting up for an A here. 2 players here, and I mean, they can do well. There's going to be a pause being called by Imperial, right?
I mean, surely Alotus was able to find some success getting the bomb onto the bomb site. Just they got clutched 1v2. So I think A is going to be the go sign here. Origami is going to swing in. GDSC finds one. Rizal is going to find a double kill of his own. And all of a sudden, Alotus is barely holding in here for this round. Tom, the last player alive in a 1v3 with 22 seconds. With the C4 being down in deep of the bomb site, can he find the frags? No, he cannot. Rizal will find 1 more frag, and Imperial is going to find 1 more round for themselves.
I'm very interested as to why Imperial even called for the pause. I don't really think like they're losing too much control. It's been pretty easy rounds. They got a massive advantage. I feel like, you know, for them, I kind of respect the proactivity in a way and saying, right, let's just get ahead of this. Maybe the coach has seen something and just wants to stamp it out early doors. But yeah, it does feel maybe a little bit, a little bit early to call for one.
I mean, they could be talking about, they could be utilizing this pause for to talk about the next map. That's a chance.
There's definitely a chance. It's always funny to me, though, whenever I see the discussions going on from the Brazilian teams. It's like they're winning so hard, but Eagle's still shaking his head. He's like, oh, man, we could have been better. Like, why do we give them 3 rounds? What's going on? We were so,
That's true. It is
rusty, or I don't even know. But, yeah, it's funny. And, you know, you talked about maybe the coach saw something. There's a lot of discussion going on over here regardless. And hopefully they get it figured out, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But needless to say, 8-3 is going to be on the scoreboard, and Imperial technically needs one more round to find the map point, as it's going to be the race to 9. 12 seconds remaining for the timeout, and it's good to see that Alotus didn't lose their spirit over all that score difference, so we might be able to see a comeback, possibly, Neo.
I don't know. I doubt it. Personally, I'm not a believer.
He's like, nah, this is not happening.
Yeah, it is quite interesting though when you see a team who are, you know, they're down by 5 and they're on the brink of losing this map and they're kind of like smiling a little bit. I wonder. Basically, my question is, what's so funny, huh? You know, you're losing. But either way, attack pause is done and we get things back underway. Imperial 2 rounds away from taking this first map. Alotus seem high-spirited, so maybe they've got a plan up their sleeve. I don't know if I believe in it, but we'll see. Whereas Imperial, despite being at such an advantage, seem, yeah, pretty happy with where they're at. Well, you know, they're shaking their head a little bit, so maybe they wanted to be a little bit more dominant, but it's what it is. Unfortunately, Tac Pause has turned Tech Pause, so...
Yeah, the classic.
Yeah, the classic.
And this might be part of the reason why they paused it in the first place.
Yeah.
Right.
I think you can just ask to call a tech pause, but maybe they were like, they noticed it mid-round. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, we just push this button. We don't need this tech pause. And just make sure we get this issue resolved.
Yeah. The way I do it, there's 3 levels for every tech pause. There's a tech pause where they're all just chilling there with their headphones on, something small, restart the game, join the lobby, whatever. Then there's headphones off, that's level 2. That's where it's like, you know, we've got to speak to the admin, PC issue. And then level 3 is when they're standing up. That's when, you know...
Yeah. No, they've gone to the bathroom.
Yeah,
like,
cooked,
they're not even on stage anymore.
Yeah, so we're at level 2 right now. Headphones are off, speaking to an admin. That's a level 2 out of 3. That's where there's a PC issue, something's got to be fixed.
Yeah.
If we see people start standing up, it's cooked, fellas, call it.
Yeah, it's like an FPS issue or something. You can
Yeah.
see, like, the admins checking the PC and the settings and
Yeah.
stuff. That's definitely a little bit more
So
issue.
theoretically, the level 2 is a yellow flag, and
Yeah.
level 3 is a red flag.
Exactly.
So you might even see a commercial break in that case.
Yeah. Level 3 is commercial break territory. Right now, we're not quite there. We're in casters fill territory.
See what goes. In general, CROSSFIRE does resolve these tech issues quite in a quick manner, rather.
Yeah. Exactly. You hope.
Absolutely.
Touch wood.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm glad the spirits are still high over here on the side of Team Alotus.
Yeah.
Even for them, you know, I'm sure they're not expecting to go ahead and win the entire grand finals. That's a huge ask. There's so many strong teams here. I would expect for them, if I'm their coach, I'm like, you know, try your best, try to make a splash, but at the end of the day, you're gaining a lot of experience. You're playing against great players. Enjoy the moments and have a good time while also trying your best.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't go our way, you know, at least enjoy the experience and
Can I
have
say,
a good time.
Side note, just from noticing the admins on the stage, those like CROSSFIRE bomber jackets go kind of crazy. I don't know if you've noticed
They
them.
go pretty hard, yeah.
They're
That's
pretty
a
sick.
drip.
I might need to start asking around.
Maybe you could become
That's
an
a
admin,
good plan.
and then you can get a bomber jacket.
And then fix the issue as
Yeah.
well. Start the game.
Caster, please start the game.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, casters are well known to fix those issues rather quickly.
Absolutely. Oh, I thought the headset was going
look
on.
at these bomber jackets.
We're back to level 2, boys.
We're still on level 2. Headset off. Oh, no. In-ears are going in.
Okay.
Are we de-escalating?
Oh, going to tier 1?
He's in the game. So
We're like tier 1.5 right now.
Yeah,
with
because
the
he's
in-ears.
in the game.
Oh,
what is
no.
that? That's not how you
No
play
wonder they're
CROSSFIRE.
losing. The mouse is upside down. Like,
He didn't even notice.
That's a technical issue for sure.
He's like, man, I keep spinning it, but it's
Yeah.
still
It's
not
not
working.
is this what spinbotting is, guys?
Oh God, please don't.
All right, headsets.
Headsets on. Back
It's
to
on.
level 1.
Are we back to level 1, guys?
But admin's still around him, but
It's 1.5 if that's the case.
give me one of those bomber jackets, though, and I'll fix this issue right now.
He's done some
Oh
broadcasting.
wait. This is
I can't like
getting resolved. The admins are now stepping away.
It does worry me when you see 4 admins around
Yeah,
one guy.
that's
It's like-
another like side note on
Yeah.
the tier list.
Yeah,
it's
it's
like,
like-
tier 2.5 is when there's like 8 people on the stage right behind the dude.
Yeah.
Replay.
Okay. That's a good sign. That means we might be getting ready.
So this is Danimals.
Lights are off in here. We're getting ready.
Is there anything that happens in this? Okay, no, it's
Oh,
not,
it's Eagles clutching.
Not related to the tech issue at all.
Back to the game.
I think this is live.
Yes,
this is live. 8-3.
All right. We're in the game.
Give it a shot.
Nice.
If I get a bomber jacket, I'm going to wear it tomorrow.
Anyways,
on the broadcast.
Fast push coming out from underpass on towards the B bomb site. Alotus is going to dictate this round in a faster manner. Seven has to hold on to the bomb site by himself. He's good to spray down one, looking for the second. Not going to happen as Jaleo is already on top of the bomb site. Now GDSC is going to come in towards the bomb site, sprays down Jaleo, and all of a sudden he does kick one more player out from the lobby. It's going to be down 2v3, but Danimals already made the big rotation. PBZ is holding down the angle, but Danimals is just so much better. He does find the frag and Ryuzao as well at the final kill. It's going to be 9-3, and Imperial is going to find the map point.
Yeah, pretty simply done. You know, a faster push from Team Alotus. But at the end of the day, a very swift response from Imperial. It felt like, you know, they couldn't get the bomb plant. They couldn't really set up on the site. So once you're kind of burning the clock, it allows Imperial so many seconds to get over there and prevent you from doing so further. Here's Danimals in mid. He's just putting an end to it. He's like, okay, I'm making up for the tech issue. I'm buying some more time here. Meanwhile, the rest of his teammates are going down. And now Danimals not in a great spot. He's going to be taken out. And maybe another round win here for Team Alotus if they can pull this one off 4v2.
Might still be a chance, potentially. Ryuzao, 7. What to do, but
still a
chance is now quite quickly diminished. Feels pretty unlikely, to say the least. Low HP Jaleo are going to pick up the Orm. Ryuzao, he did actually make a 1v5 into a 1v1, so I'm not going to completely count him out just yet. It's been a very good game of CROSSFIRE thus far. Now into the 1v2, but he's tagged down low. Jaleo's not exactly healthy, but he's going to hit a shot. It's another time he's put into a 1v1. First time it was a 1v5 turn 1v1. This time it's a 1v4. And it might just be a chance as Ryuzao goes for the big rotate. Tom, Colt in hand. He doesn't want to opt for the Orm in this fight. It's not one that'll favor him. And he's looking around for information, and they've sort of slipped the net a little bit. Ryuzao.
Just a fuse.
Going to be able to, yeah, I gotta say. He's got a decent position. Ryuzao gets so damn close. Tags him up, but can't quite bag him. And that'll be Alotus surviving another big scare.
But that must have been a very scary round if you're an Alotus fan. 1v5 to a 1v1, and this round it's 1v4 into 1v1. And what's even scarier is from the second kill, Ryuzao was down to 1 HP. Not more than 1, not even 2. 1 was the number.
Well, he almost made it happen. But all Tom had to do, or was it Tom?
Yeah, Ryuzao.
Yeah.
Tom.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're Tom.
He's Tom.
He's
and he found the
now
first
he's
kill.
Tom. He got the kill.
Yes.
He has reclaimed the name from all the other Toms. But yeah, that's a couple of kills now over to the side of Team Alotus. Would have liked to see this dominance a little bit earlier.
Yeah, this for me feels like Imperial actually, I've got a little bit flustered in these last couple of rounds. Especially off the back of that one there. They've tried to go a little bit quicker, and Alotus have just said, just pump the brakes and wait for them to overextend. It's where they're trying to really force this final round rather than just play their default, which has been working so successfully. They're trying to say, right, you know, enough messing around, let's close out here. And Alotus have punished, 3 versus 5. Tough predicament for the Brazilians.
And now Alotus is going to be gathering themselves outside of A, which is held down by Ryuzao by himself, who is going to be peeking out towards vents, greeted by 4 players with open arms, and the rest of Imperial will have to rotate in, but the bomb is already moved onto the bomb site and is soon to be planted. And lurking in the middle is going to be Tom, and he might just be able to find the frag onto Eagles if he does get deeper.
Pretty sure he got spotted there as well.
Yeah.
Heads up, the smoke's going up now as well.
7's down. Eagles. So much for him to do. There have been a lot of moments like this between Eagles and Ryuzao. The last guy's left for many different rounds. He's not even going to land that shot. And maybe he's just going to do the Fefe where he just runs into a corner and talks to his team and saves his KD.
Because that's what matters most.
Yeah.
Be the MVP, even though he's actually not going to be the MVP. Ryuzao's like 17-6, I think he is currently.
He's got more. He had 19 kills at the end of the last round.
So yeah. At least kind of 19 and not 20 now. I don't know if they actually if he got one on that one, but Alotus finally seeing success. The only issue is it too little too late?
Probably.
Yeah.
But you know, maybe you prove to yourselves or to Imperial that you're not a, you know, a walkover team, an easy victory. And maybe that changes the landscape of what the second map looks like, even if you don't quite pull off the huge comeback here.
I mean, 5 rounds in, that's a decent amount of rounds to be picked up by an underdog, but like you said, Neo, it just might be a little too late. The map point has been already given and granted towards the side of Imperial, and all they need is one more round to close this one out. And Alotus will have to try to pick up the rest of all 4 rounds to push us into overtime. And this time around, playing with composure, Alotus is going to burn the clock down just a tad bit more. And whilst all that, the C4 and all 5 players are gathered outside of A. And looks like they're going to be lining the smokes and the flashes up with 3 players in towards vents. The go sign could be given any moment soon.
GDSC, gotta go huge first. Successful. Actually gets a bit of support as well as Ryuza will come in. Opening 3 goes away of Imperial. This might be curtains here. Jumping cold, he dives down, looks for the second. Can't quite get it.
Wild.
And Tom left with it all to do, Assassin's Creed style, flying off the site. And with a C4 drop on the A side, this one is done. Imperial close out map number 1. There was a couple of hiccups towards the end, but all in all, a map 1 on the belt is all that matters.
10-5. The score that we expected up there, and looks like it's been delivered.
Well, there you have it. Ankara, the map choice here for Team Alotus, does go the way of Imperial, 10-5 in terms of rounds. A little bit closer, actually, than I was expecting after we saw those first couple of rounds. I was like, uh-oh, Imperial's just going to roll over these guys. But I have to say, Imperial showing some maybe lack of precision on some of their executions, and Team Alotus really taking advantage of that. I think they showed a nice amount of calmness and just composure in that map, and maybe if they can do something better on map 2, they have a chance.
Yeah, I think the scoreline's a little bit misleading as well. You know, there's a lot of 1v1s, a lot of 1v2s as well to close out rounds for Imperial, where if it gone the other way, we could have seen Alotus maybe get 6, 7, 8 rounds and potentially make this a little bit more competitive. But I think ultimately, the thing that cost Alotus, it's a bit of a slow start for me. They lacked consecutive rounds in a row. They were getting these here and there sort of successes. It's just not enough. Imperial aside that, once they get momentum going, once they get this snowball effect in play and they start really rolling with the punches, they're so difficult to slow down. And Alotus obviously sort of understood that. I think the only time things really did slow down is when they're a tech issue. And, you know, that's already something that Alotus can plan for, unfortunately.
But then again, Alotus will drop the map pick of and care of their own, 10-5, or 5-10 rather. And now we're going to be moving into sub-base, which is Imperial's pick. Just to make it a little bit better, Alotus will start on the blacklist side because of how the map is designed. The blacklist side does get favored a little bit more. But now, it just feels only that Imperial might just close the series out 2-0.
I wouldn't be surprised. I've seen many different Imperial rosters just farm teams, as you put it, on this exact map. I think it's one that they're very confident in. And it kind of feels like home turf for them, especially up against Team Alotus. And as you mentioned, you know, Team Alotus's map pick didn't really go their way. I'm not really convinced that the next map will go their way either. As Ryuzao says, check the time.
He's gonna
look at my guns.
He's gonna work his guns out.
Is that what he says?
That's what he said.
That's what he said.
Interpretive dance.
Yeah,
3 KD.
That was accurate.
He did have a very, very good game though, Ryuzao. He looked very solid all the way through. I mean, just the level of consistency that we saw out from him, ever reliable both on defense and on the attack as well in terms of setting the tempo, setting the tone, and having a player like that is pretty important. You know, we've always seen for Imperial, you know, it's always, for the most part, being kind of the Eagle show in a way, and then it's what other rifler can step up. Can it be GDSC? Can it be the likes of Ryuzao? Can it be Danimals who has that kind of form? But it's good to see that we get this Ryuzao performance, and if he can bring that in towards this sub base, I think this is where things get very difficult. This is a map which, once again, Eagles should have no problems putting up some serious numbers on. And if you get literally just one more rifler like that, what we saw from Ryuzao alongside him, I don't know if actually Team Alotus have the firepower to actually be even going to be able to kind of contend here. So it's a difficult predicament they're in, right? We spoke about them having the better side to start on, but I think against Imperial, they don't care, because whether they're kind of on BL or GR, they're just so aggressive and so quick. They're going to fight, and their raw individuals and the mechanics are so strong that it's been bailing them out of so many rounds so far.
Yeah, Ryuzao is already online in GDSC from some of the clips that we just saw on the replays. He's starting to wake up, so that's something you don't want to see as an Alotus fan. But let's get the map data of sub base. Definitely played a lot in Brazil. And for Vietnam League, it does fall off a little bit, but still 18 times is enough, I would say.
Yeah, you can see they're actually much better on the GR side. I feel like based on what we've seen from their play style, that does make a bit of sense, but yeah, that Blacklist side, not very good for them. There's a big discrepancy over there. Whereas on the side of Imperial, that's kind of what you would expect, right? Above 50%, slightly favored for the Blacklist side. A lot of games played, not just in CFBL, but also Path and Summer Championship. So definitely, I would big time favor them here, even though we do see like some slightly higher numbers in terms of the GR win rates on the side of Team Alotus. It's not necessarily as consistent as we see for Imperial.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in a way, it's kind of a positive thing that we see Imperial have both consistency on kind of the GR and the BL side, right? They're more than happy to play both, where there's obviously going to be that one statistically quite inherent weakness over towards Alotus. So we're going to have to most definitely keep an eye out for that heading in towards map number 2. But for me, I wonder about what the vibe is over towards Alotus. Is this for them saying, okay, this is arguably the best team in our group, and, you know, our team sort of expected to make it towards playoffs, so maybe we weren't expected to take a map, or we weren't expected to take a win here, so we're just trying to gain experience, get comfortable on the stage, and then we're going to use that into towards the rest of our Group C games? Or is it about them saying, okay, that was, you know, it's a slow start, first time on the stage, now we're going to ramp up, even though it's not our map big? I wonder sort of what the vibes are, whether they think there's a realistic chance themselves of them being able to push this towards a third.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what really happens, but like I said, Alotus, it's a long shot, and they are definitely the underdogs, and Imperial is looking to put their fangs in the mix, but 10-5 is definitely a scoreline that does not depict the fangs in the veins yet, so Alotus still has a standing chance. Like you mentioned, the predicaments. Sure, Alotus is starting on the Blacklist side, but I don't think Imperial cares all that much. However, if Alotus can somehow find maybe like 5 or 6 rounds on the Blacklist side, they are definitely better on the global risk side, then we might be able to see an upset.
How are we feeling about the sniper duel right now?
Lopsided.
I feel like it's Tom, right? He had
Tom.
A decent showing.
He's doing all right.
In terms of, you know, relative to how the team did. But Eagles, I feel like, was a bit more clutch. I do think that in terms of getting access to some of these sites, the sniper role can be extremely important on this map. Whether you're holding, you know, A doors, the long angle, or you're just watching from all the way back in spawn at lockers, there's a lot of different angles where snipers can just kind of say, you're not allowed to pass. I mean, Snare was able to do that a lot in UMENA regional finals, just essentially say, no, sub-base, you're not doing this against us. It's not a game plan for you. It's not allowed. So in terms of that, that's another thing I think that could go potentially in Imperial's way, is that Eagles doesn't seem like he's rusty at all. He came in very warmed up, had a big performance. He wasn't the MVP, but he was also right behind Rizal and also had his own clutch moments. So
I mean, it says it all when he's putting up very, very good numbers and he's just behind the MVP and he's disappointed. Obviously, quite kind of visibly shaking his head, not happy with the performance. That's just how good he is. Well, at least, the other side, Tom was kind of laughing when things weren't looking all too good. And, he started out in towards that first half, he was 2-7. My credit towards Tom is that he never lost the confidence. He was actually so happy to continue taking opening duels and take fights, even though his stats weren't very good, which is always good to see. The worst thing you can be, if you are an aggressive player and an aggressive sniper in particular, is actually take a step back and say, okay, this isn't working. I'm going to try and shell up here and see if I can survive an onslaught. So I respect that he's still happy to take fights, but I think, this is a clash of two very different styles of Orm players and also two different levels, if we're being completely honest. I mean, Eagles, like you said, he is actually one of the better snipers at this entire tournament. He definitely has shown in the past the level that he can play at, and he can compete, may I say, with some of the best. So, unfortunately, I just don't think Tom has the experience of that yet. Maybe in due time we could see him do that, but unfortunately with his team playing not to the greatest level, he doesn't have a great amount of support, and then at the same time he himself isn't exactly putting up incredible numbers. I think he ended up at 0.93, I think it was, in terms of his KD at the tail end of that map, which, fair enough, is expected when you lose 10-5, but it's never easy. I think it's, I mean, if you look at every head-to-head entries or kind of lurking players or anchors, none of which are going favorable over towards Alotus at the moment, unfortunately.
However, not gonna lie, being backed up by one of your statements, if Tom doesn't lose his confidence, then he actually does stand some chance in winning the duels, and that's all I want to see. So, yeah.
Is that because you're Tom
big shout
and
out to
he's
Tom? Yes, indeed.
A little bit of Tom bias going on.
What do you mean bias?
It's
a Tom cheer ups. Let's put it that way.
Right.
Tom support.
Tom support.
Tom support group after.
Tom Avengers
after this series,
type of.
Yeah. Well,
but yeah, Eagles is definitely the better armor on stats, on book, and on live performance as well, as he is delivering right now. So it's gonna take a long shot for Alotus to, or even for Tom to come on top of Eagles or the team of Imperial.
What do we think about top 5 snipers? So
well,
Du's number one.
Yeah.
Du's number 1.
I say
Snare?
I say Ice Cube's number 2. I would actually pretty confidently say Ice Cube number 2. I say Snare's number 3.
3, yeah.
Number 4.
Goken.
Yeah, that's not a bad shout actually. I would actually throw Eagles in number 5. I don't think that's even too outlandish.
Yeah.
I think, okay, maybe the debate might be Snare at number 3. I like Snare personally, but there's West League bias there. But he actually was incredible at the Summer Championships. He was single-handedly making 3BL.
He's a carry player.
Yeah,
exactly. He was aggressive at the AWM. That's the issue.
Yeah,
he's very fun to watch.
Yeah.
It's hard not to like watching him play. So.
Also a really nice person. I had a chance to speak to him at the Summer Championships. Super humble dude. All of them were actually great group of guys, the 3BL team. So yeah, but I think no matter what the conversation is, the one non-debate is number 1, Du. And there's just
I don't think that's
no comparison there. That guy is untouchable. It's crazy actually when you think of how untouchable he actually is, how people try and play his style and they just can't. And no one can replicate how aggressive, how quick he is, how consistent he is. I mean, we even saw it against unKnights, granted, not the best kind of competition in a sense, but like he just doesn't miss. He hits all the shots you're meant to hit, where at least we see other players. Alucard missed quite a few kind of sitters, we call them, easy ones. We never see that. We never see him miss the shots that he is meant to hit. Then he on top of that is hitting the flicks and hitting the ones we never should get away with a second. And that's what makes him that level above, where others just don't quite have that. So yeah,
like I said, there's a truck full of good players, tier 1 snipers, but Du is just on the another level. But looks like we are ready to move into the second map.
He's the truck driver.
He is the driver. Yeah. He is driving the truck actually, but looks like we are actually ready to go into subphase for game number 2. But this time Du is not here. It's gonna be Tom and Eagles on the driver's seat.
It's gonna be a big match, and Team Alotus really needs to step up and make something happen here on Imperial's map pick. It's a big ask. Will they rise to the challenge is the question. And they're gonna put some fist bumps together and some loud noises, some cheers from both sides. And we'll see who's got the momentum moving into this second map. Subbase, very fun map. I'd say.
It is.
A lot of fun rotations you can do, some crazy stuff. You could also just sit back and do nothing, but most of the time that doesn't happen. A lot of machine room pushes, a lot of, you know, A-stairs pushes where you can get very aggressive, even by yourself. Here goes Tom. He's like, okay, hello, let's fight.
It's very different in terms of the verticality as well, Subbase. One of the things I like a lot about it, you have to really have your rotations on point, especially actually for Alotus and again this early side when they're the ones setting the tone on this attack. They've got to really understand about how they try and play around the map itself and how they rotate safely. Tom went for an early peek, doesn't work out for him, but then GDSC gets caught. Destroying this very well, but I'll be a little bit questionable what GDSC is trying to do there, and well, Seven also going to get caught as well. Tom, despite being low, still confident to peek.
That's the Tom I want to see, and now Origami peeks up from vents and almost catches the animals through the gap of the vents there. And now Rizal is going to be positioning himself in towards middle. He might even think about pushing out through the smoke, and indeed he does get to the double doors. And if he springs out, he might find Tom here, or will Tom move into his crosshair?
That's a good question. I mean, Rizal, also a player that he's fine to lurk, he's fine to hang out, but also can get very aggressive. He has pushed out here to try to gain some info for the team as they're down members. Eagle's going to find them pushing on in. He's got some support from Danimal, but eventually Danimal to go down. Eagles has it all to do by himself here on the site, waiting for the rotation to come in. He is able to back away, doesn't hit the flick, and Origami expecting that does try to jump over it, does get the kill.
That was an incredibly hard shot for Eagles to hit. Respect for giving it a go. Jelio's definitely just spotted it out. Ryu's out there as well. They've rotated away. C4's not even planted it, and Jelio should be able to catch him in rotation. If we're being completely honest, then he will. Spotted him out early, comes it back over. They get that support, and good start for Alotus. Question about can they keep it up? Can we start to find a few in quick succession? So maybe put a bit of pressure on towards Imperial, or is it going to be exactly the same way map number 1 started, where Alotus get the first and Imperial adapt and actually realize what the sort of pace is, what the setup is, and fight fire with fire. They want to get aggressive into a server room, and they do. Good for the first from Yuzal, continuing his incredibly good performance in map 1.
And even after dropping around, Imperial is going to put the gas to the pedal here and is going to be able to take full control of Machine Room, and in the process, Jaleo actually goes down to the side of Alotus. And a 4v5 with the C4 now rotating out from Machine in towards middle. And they are most likely to be forced to take on a bomb site. And the bomb site is being held down by Eagles deep in the backside. Ooh, Tom with a nice angle is going to find the tip of the head off Seven. And down goes Seven, 4v4.
Yeah, Seven has been a little bit more quiet compared to his teammates so far today. And he's picked up the sniper here twice in a row. Losing that battle against Tom twice in a row might consider a bit of a change if things don't improve. Rizal still here in Machine Room. They have not cleared that out. And so he's just going to get a free shot into Tom. There's a flash, tries to get out here. Destroy not able to follow on that.
Eagles met with a smoke. It's a good angle for him on the cross, but can't hit the shot. Has to reposition himself, but has a little bit of support for a rifle up on high. And there's where the verticality for Danimals might just work in his favor. PPZ crosses back in towards Silo, but it's not going to work out well for them. One by one being plucked off here, and Destroy left with it all to do. C4 dropped in a less than adequate position. But he will get himself a kill to maybe give himself a chance. 35 seconds on the clock, and a flank coming through, which is read into as he finds Danimals. Might just be on here. C4 still needing to be collected. Not an impossible spot. Might still be a bit of potential. Swing around this corner. Eagles back on towards the missile silo itself. He's trying to find just a bit of a head. It's not going to be enough. And eventually seen off. Slight scare, but Imperial answer back.
Yeah, Destroy. He read the rotation coming in towards his 6, but he wasn't able to find the rest of the 2 kills, and eventually the round is lost, and we are tied to a 1-on-1. And after realizing that, okay, Imperial does sometimes suddenly push out towards Machine Room and do that. Eagles almost gets PVZ down, although that was counted as a wallbang.
Sure.
Eventually, Lives is going to be PVZ, but eventually, 7 and GDSC will find the kill a piece each. And Alotus is down 2 members, and make that 3 members down with about 30 seconds into the round here.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when Imperial ends up with a couple of those early picks, and 7 did not try to swap off with the gun. He's like, no, I'm just going to do it again.
Wow.
And there you go. Perfect round. Imperial, they take a little bit of damage, but that's about it. Not a very close one as we take a look at the replay from a couple of rounds ago. Who's now really getting a lot of work done here in the machine room.
Super easy round there for Imperial. Don't really break too much of a sweat. Looks like Alotus want to try and match them in terms of this aggression, but it's not going to work out in their favor. The only issue is can Ryuzao get out? Smoke will come down, so that should give him a little bit of a chance to cross, go back through the safe angle of server room and I guess reposition, but it feels like 7 does want to join him here in this fight.
If 7 springs out, he might just have enough room to find a frag. But for now, GDSC as well is going to start poking, prodding in towards middle double doors. Origami is waiting on the other side, but does he realize he may just get swung by Imperial? 4v3 with a C4 now coming in towards the Nook here. And as always, as usual, Eagles is going to be holding down the long angle in the backside. He gets one down to the ends of Destroy, put to the clutch in a 1v4 and a dream. He does hold on to the C4. He does have enough time. He does find the headshot on towards Eagles. Does make it a little bit better for him, but needless to say, 1v3 is already tough for a clutch to be made.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, he was able to pick up a couple of kills the last time he was left in a 1v4. And, I mean, he got one. So let's see if he can at least mimic picking up a couple. He has the bomb this time. And the A site is open, which he may eventually figure out. Imperial looks like they just want to wait for him to plant, and then they'll just go for the retake. So just waiting for Destroy to figure that out.
Has to be said, the A site is considerably easier to retake. So for Imperial, I don't think they're really going to care all too much if their C4 does go down. But it looks like he will be given that luxury. He's sneaking his way forward. Now he gets on towards backside. So, yeah, he can get that plant down. Will it make a difference in the grand scheme of things of this round? I don't really know. But it will start to prompt Ryuzao to go in for that rotation through yard, back in towards top stairs. And I'm wondering how Destroy wants to try and play this. He has to get proactive. He has to try and level the playing field. So this fight could be all important. And he might just overlook Ryuzao. He's taking steps. 7 will see him off. And yeah, simple stuff there. He does try to get proactive. It's the right way to play it. You can't just sit back on towards the site. You're going to be overwhelmed in terms of the numbers, but it doesn't work out for him. Can't find that first fight. And it'll be Imperial putting up a third on the board.
Yeah, I mean, the idea from Destroy was definitely on the right tone. You don't want to be a sitting duck in the back of the site. You will get swarmed. You are outnumbered, and your position is soon to be compromised. So he did that. He walked up the nukes, but the one thing he didn't realize is that 2 players were looking right into him. 3-1 on the scoreboard as Imperial starts leading out 2 more rounds in their backpack. PBZ going a little bit aggressive in towards middle, but Eagles is going to be looking for the gap. And as we know, the skill set and the mechanics he has, he can land those shots. Tom took a bunch. Almost went down, but was able to relocate himself out towards mid. It looks like the C4 as well is going to rotate in towards the middle, towards B as well. Looks like they have given up the interest of going down towards A.
Yeah, you can see how much focus they put on that one angle, trying to just root out the sniper. Mostly Eagles, but also 7 a lot of the time. And just try to at least smoke him out and not allow him to hold one of those crucial angles I mentioned before. But now Eagles is looking this way, so got to be careful. And that's going to be the first kill, and he's got his buddy nearby, 7. The 2 of them just raining shots down onto the entirety of the team. That's a second one. Eagles is really on point tonight. And to be honest, Team Alotus is not really finding the answer to him. They're not really pressuring him all that much. So Eagles just gets to sit back and just rain down artillery fire onto this team. Destroy once again left alone, picks up 2 kills. Can he kill the whole team? That's 3. And the pause comes through. That's the end of the round. Imperial pick up their 4th.
It does really feel that for Alotus, if they want to find any success, it all comes on the back of can Tom get an opening kill. And they really struggle when Tom either goes down early or is struggling to hit those shots. That's where they fall really, really flat. This might be a point in which they're conversing about now in this tactical timeout, but you can see the way they set up and the way they play. It's all based on, can I get Tom into a position where he can get an opening kill? And I think for me, that in itself, it's a little bit concerning if that's your only kind of game plan right now. We've seen it across map 1 and now map 2, where that is basically all they rely upon.
Yeah, I mean, that was the 3rd time in a row Destroy was put to the clutch situation. And that one round, Alotus was able to win was, like you said, Tom found the opening frag and was able to just continue to put the damage into the side of Imperial. So if Tom can find the opening frag, sure, they may have a chance at finding another round. But if that's your only game plan, then you don't stand a long shot in this whole tournament, in this group stage. They need to devise something else. And for now, Imperial is just chilling. They are liking the current tempo. They're liking the current phase.
Eagles, I can't tell if he's happy or not.
I don't
he had
think,
a little smirk, but...
Yeah, I think he's one of those guys, especially from what I saw at Summer Championships, he is so competitive that he's not happy unless he wins, you know what I mean? Everything else is like,
well,
it's like that Kobe
he has to play well as well.
Exactly, yeah. It's that real, like, kind of Kobe mentality of, like, you know, job's not finished type vibe, right? That's what I see with Eagles. And, you know, you can see it even in sort of every match that's ongoing. You know, the 4-1, it's a pretty good scoreline out the gates. And it's, you know, being pretty good. And especially him individually is looking very good. But nothing to smile about just yet. Not until they get this victory over the line. These 6 more rounds required, however. So getting there, closer. The Lotus used their 1 tactical timeout, and the hope for them is that they can be enough to try and change the tides here.
Moving into round number 6, that is. Ruzao's going to re-smoke down towards double doors. Whilst all that, Lotus is going to be going for a split out towards middle. It seems to be some nades flying over from the player who's holding onto the C4. Doesn't matter. Use out through the smoke and through the wall. Is going to find Jaleo. And it's not looking so bright right now, Neo.
It's not at all. Another smoke down into his door. So, you know, for Alotus, they're waiting for these smokes to dissipate so they then can kind of make a decision. They're not being given the decision. Spam. Do the damage they want. They'll come back round and again, not the damage you want, but at the same time, it's putting pressure onto Alotus. Heading quite rapidly towards the minute mark, and I don't think they even know where they want to go. And Seven's going to make sure that they don't really get the luxury of a decision. 1 for him, 1 for Eagles. The wombo combo of the double orm setup is looking so damn crisp. And Eagles once more, he's hungry for the frags, and he's delivering. 1 man left as Origami's got it all to do. And well, what can he even do? In a 1 versus 4, it's so good. Eagles 3K. And again,
still not happy.
Job's not done, yeah.
Job's not done. He will need to find 5 more rounds to be possibly finally happy. Also, there's 1 more condition. He has to be the top fragger. So it's a little bit more of a job to be completed as he does find 1 more frag. That's going to be 9 kills already under his belt.
That's round done as well. I'm just saying, Tom's dead. That's the man who finds their openers. That's the man who finds all the space for this Alotus side, and the fact that he's died so quickly is not a good sign.
Yeah, and you know, I think earlier on, actually, in the map, I thought that Team Alotus were finding answers for the snipers on Imperial. They took out 7 multiple times. They were punishing the double sniper setup. This time 7 not on the sniper, actually, but he had it in the last round. But yeah, it just feels like now 7 and Eagles are just allowed to do whatever they want.
Yeah, they're in complete shambles. And now
boy.
GDSC starts clicking heads and PBZ gets caught off guard. And Imperial will...
They're powering up.
Basically scooping 1 more round as if they're scooping up an ice cream.
I can't lie, fellas. This map's done. There's no way. Imperial,
what do you mean this map? The series?
The series, yeah. Imperial are snowballing so effectively right now. Everybody's getting a taste as well. I mean, this is incredible what we're seeing at the moment. It's just so easy for them. Well, the Eagles has been incredible all the way throughout. PBZ's going to sneak past, actually. 7, he might not have spotted him on that cross, but he might have heard him.
Yeah. It's funny because he's the only one over there, actually. It's a quicker push towards B. They haven't quite pushed in yet, but now Rizal going to get first contact here in the hallway. And we got a couple of guys in the lockers as well. GDSZ, he's the one with the sniper this time. And oh boy, even he's able to put up the big kills. As meanwhile, yeah, Rizal just here holding down the lockers. Well.
Oh, hang on. 3v3. Tom's still alive as well. I'm telling you, Tom, if he's still alive, there's a chance. The space creator. Down goes one. BBZ and Tom got it all to do. IGL and Sniper got to go absolutely massive here. And still, it's all about recovery of the C4. Danimals is so confident. Swing and a find. And PBZ surely to follow him 6 feet under. He will. Brilliant work, brilliant round. Imperial pulling further and further away.
Yeah, not a lot of room could be found by Tom or his team. Another round lost. And Imperial getting closer and closer towards closing the series out here. 7-1, just 3 more rounds. PBZ going aggressive in towards Machine Room, but he is absolutely greeted by the nades from the side of Imperial. He does fall back out, but now the smokes and the flashes are going to be enough to drive the rest of Alotus away from Machine. And with the mission successful, Tom will find the opening of the Danimals, but can he continue on with the trend here?
Oh, GDSZ's getting in there. He wants the challenge. The shots rain true. And they are going to take him down. So Tom did get that first kill. And even a bit of damage onto GDSZ, but not enough, I would say, at this point. Now let's see what this push looks like once again into the lockers. Rizal is kind of charging in here once again. Extremely confident at this point in time.
He has a good feeling that he's going to win the duels if he is present with any enemies in front of him. For now, it's going to be Destroy, though, the top fragger for his team. Leading the charge, Eagles does spot the player out. Here's the go sign for the long area. Ryuzao sprays down one. Can't find a second, but eventually Eagles is still lingering in the back of the bomb site. Will find a frag on towards PVZ, down 2v3. GDSZ for the pause shots. He swings out. Goes down, there's the equalizer. But does Alotus have the room to get the bomb planted? There's one quick headshot. All down to the ends of 7. Finds the frag. It's going to be down to 1v1. Jaleo versus 7. Versus AK. Some utils left onto the hands, but the bomb is now planted.
Interesting plant as well, because 7 was there, like just a moment ago. He plants open, and it would have been costly if 7 wasn't rotating. Timing was perfect. Colt trying to tap away back sight, and Jaleo will convert. 1v2. Very well done, but yeah, that was a pretty risky one. It ends up working out for him. But I still think the conversation is, fellas, is that enough? For me, probably not.
It just feels like they barely got across the line, and it came from Tom once again getting that first kill with the snipe in the computer area. But at the end of the day, like, now Imperial moved to Blacklist, and you have a lot more to do from here. And it looks like, you know, once again, credit to Team Alotus to actually continuing to challenge them and run at them and play them out the way it should be. Not playing scared. But here comes Imperial. And they're looking to charge down the A stairs and get onto this site. Tom going to be flashed out. He is low. He's not going to hit those second shots either. And down he will go.
Yikes. Tom needed that. He needed at least one there just to give time for a rotation to come through from his teammates. But it might just not be enough. C4 going to go down, and all the fights going one way. I say that, there is a quick answer back. So at the very least, maybe a chance to work with here. PBZ and Origami giving themselves a bit of an opportunity as PBZ is ducking and diving, dodging, trying to find another kill, but it won't be the case. All down to one man. Origami, full HP, not for much longer as he gets dropped as well. And Imperial get closer and closer to the finish line and a 2-0 in this series.
8-2, I believe, was going to be the round scores here. 6-round differential, just 2 away from closing the whole series out. And Imperial, they have basically dictated that round coming to the second half. They just ran down towards A, and Tom or any of Alotus had no shot at stopping the push coming their way. And this is the second time they're going to force it down towards A. Quickly goes down is going to be Jaleo. And all of a sudden, the C4 is going to be planted. As Danimals, he does not stop running into the faces of Alotus. And he picks up one more. It's all down to hands of Tom. He gets one. But he is quick to be traded out by Ryuzao, and Imperial is finally now smiling
Yeah, it's boys versus men out there, unfortunately, I think is the way I'm putting it.
Yeah.
This is, that round, I think, really sums up the series in a way. It's just so one-sided.
Man versus Wild-esque round outside as well.
Yeah. This is why I was worried when Imperial moved to Blacklist for Team Alotus, because this team, like we saw a bit on Ankara, they will just run at you if they continue to get more and more confident. And here we go again. Flash on a J. Leo. He's lost. He doesn't know where to go. He's just totally surrounded. He gets flashed in the same exact place, and it just feels helpless for him. And it's not like he's getting much support either, so it's not even his fault. As Imperial, that's it. It's over. They win 10-2, and there's not much else to say. Absolute dominance from Imperial Esports, the 2-0 win tonight. And there you have it. It's done. 2-0. Imperial, they take sub-base. It's not a big surprise that they take sub-base, but, you know, the fact that they did it this quickly and in very Imperial fashion, also not a big surprise.
Yeah, I mean, it was just ultimately incredibly easy, right? I think is the main thing. It's very dominant. Imperial really showing kind of their true colors and just how good this side can be. This is a matchup in which they never should falter. And even in towards map number 1, we see 5 rounds taken by Alotus. We were kind of saying, okay, Imperial not like as dominant as they usually are. This is a side who are playoff lock-ins. They're sort of always guaranteed to be quite dominant in the group stage in particular, especially against the quote-unquote lesser or newer sides. And we didn't see that as much in towards map number 1. Sub-base, different story. All the way through. I mean, especially that second half. I feel bad for Jaleo down on towards the A site. About 7 flashes thrown his way, 400 HEs on towards that box. He had no chance, right? He was left alone time and time again. So, you know, you can see by the end of it, Imperial knew it was a done job. They just hit A 3 rounds in a row, and they did it with ease.
Yeah, Imperial going into the blacklist side of sub-base, they weren't even thinking. They were just steamrolling down towards the A-bomb side, and that's all she wrote. And look at the KD on all of these players. Eagles on 3.67, Dynamos at 3, 7 on 3 quietly racking up the kills there. And Ryuzao and GDSZ as well having a piece of their own as well.
Yeah, GDSZ only 1 KD.
Not good enough, man.
Yeah.
Job's on the line.
Everybody else putting up over 2. Yeah, I mean, it was just a big blowout here from the side of Imperial, so not too much else to say about the stats. Danimal is going to be the one who does pick this one up.
Okay.
And,
he's ready to beat you down.
He's ready for some MMA fighting.
Yeah, I'm surprised it wasn't Eagle. They had a really good map number 1 as well, but Danimal's maybe a little bit of a quiet killer. But I did highlight this guy coming in towards this. Danimal's had a lot of impact at the Summer Championship, really able to individually step up. You know, over 100 ADR, just over 100 is really good to see. 1.25 kills around. It's good as a rifler to have that level of consistency. So really, really solid side. And we did say, right, it's that thing of all we ever need to see Imperial do well is Eagles and one, right? And the fact that it's not even just and one, it's Eagles and Ryuzao and Danimals, you know, and having multiple different facets of 5x7 in that second map. I mean, that in itself, unfortunately for Alotus, they don't have that capacity in terms of their firepower. So such a big ask for them, and unfortunately, yeah, not to be. Only 7 rounds across the 2 maps, not enough. But, you know, they got the trial by fire. They've got, I would say, arguably the hardest team in their groups out the way.
Unfortunately, we don't get to see the second Mexico of the day, but
fortunately,
unfortunately, I love, you know me, I love
one
Mexico.
guy.
The one guy throughout the whole talent pool who actually loves Mexico. That's gonna be Tom. Thank you.
Tom, like from Team Alotus? Or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Okay. Well,
yeah, just like this Tom isn't going to be showing up to Mexico because we're not going there. That Tom didn't show up in map number 2, so unfortunately they needed him and they couldn't find him. So things didn't go well for Alotus, unfortunately. It's one of those where I think the main thing for them, I mean, it's the like overused sentiment, but you learn more from your losses.
Yeah.
That's actually quite a good game to learn from, because there's a few things that when they started going wrong for Alotus, they actually couldn't plug the gaps, they couldn't fix them. Where Imperial, they're very good at adapting, and when things don't go wrong, the next round they change it up very quickly. And it comes down to kind of the support system they have with their coach. The IG obviously has a lot that can bring to the table, and that's where Alotus, you just have to learn through experience of playing on the stage and playing internationally and playing against different styles of CROSSFIRE, which you're not all too used to.
And at the end of the day, this is the first seed from Brazil versus the third seed from Vietnam. And we talked about how, well, I guess technically fourth from the regional finals. But at the end of the day, it's like Brazil's been around for a very long time as a top region, right behind China, and Vietnam's only right now up and coming. And it feels like they are a bit top heavy with their top 2 teams of Wolf and Ranking, but, you know, maybe not as deep of a pool of talent just yet. But as you're mentioning, you know, this is just a great opportunity for them to come on and try their best. Unfortunately, it does amount to some very one-sided matches, but that's just the way it does go sometimes in the group stage. It's definitely not the first, and it won't be the last of this group stage, but it was fun to see, you know, some of what they have in their arsenal. You know, Tom putting up some stuff. We saw Destroy putting on some good performances in the clutch. Even J. Leo, who kind of had a rough couple of maps, he was able to get that one clutch, right? That's pretty nice. Gives him a little bit of confidence for the next time. And what can you say? I mean, on the side of Imperial, only good things to say. We've already said all of those, so.
I mean, based on how Alotus played, it definitely shows that they're coming from an emerging region. Sure, they did lose the maps, they did lose the set, they did lose the series, but based on their playstyle, they didn't lose the confidence, and that's what you really want to see for the up and coming new teams. Keep the confidence there. You can definitely work on your skills, you can definitely work on your mechanics, you can definitely work on your teamwork, but if you lose your confidence, then we won't have a chance to see you next year. That's
very true.
That's all she said.
And who knows if there's 4 spots, right?
Yeah.
Because if it wasn't for kind of Wolf Empire doing well at Summer Championship, it, you know, might have been a bit of a different story. So I think for them, yeah, it's a learning curve, it's an experience, and I think we need to see about them how well they now bounce back heading in towards kind of their second game of Group C, and whether they can start to find a bit of form. You know, there's top 2 that make it out of the group. Not saying it's impossible. Definitely feels a little bit improbable, I think is probably the safe way of putting it, but it's technically, you know, it's not an impossibility that they can finish in that top 2. I mean, expectation that Imperial should be #1 in this group regardless for me, but there is still that kind of contention for that second spot. Whether it's going to be them or not, it feels probably relatively unlikely, but I want to see these guys learn from this sort of a game and how they can then bring it in towards success going forward, or even just kind of bring it back in towards a domestic region and say, right, oh, I've noticed Imperial did this on sub-base, I want to try and take this back home and see if I can utilize that to make this a bit of a better map. That's how we see teams from emerging regions, as you call it, sort of improve, right? You learn from playing internationally and learning against styles that you're not all too used to.
Yeah, literally, in 12 months' time, you never know if Alotus might just become one of the dark horses that actually has the firepower and the gun to actually take down one of the top tier teams like Imperial or even All Gamers, Q9, any teams you name. Just like how Celebi was able to take down the top Chinese teams by themselves, Alotus might be one of them as well.
Ambitious to say 12 months to take down All Gamers. 12 years, maybe. I
12
say.
years is a long
it's
shot.
Like a totally different roster at that point. Like,
2
yeah,
years
we took out All
might work.
Gamers.
2 years.
We told you one day we would get it.
One day.
Or maybe it's just the same guys and they're like 40 years old now.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we took them down.
Yeah.
Well, you're
the old
I told you
gentlemen.
guys I would out-orm do. One day I'll get this.
One eventually.
Yeah.
maybe not us, but like the next generation.
Yeah, exactly.
Should be able to.
Du may dodge the bullets, but he may not dodge the time.
Exactly.
That's true. Nobody dodges time.
I think we are waiting for...
I'm younger than him.
Yeah, I think we're waiting for an interview, but yeah, wait and see when they get. I'm assuming it's going to be Danimals going to be joining us, MVP of course of the series. Bit of a quiet MVP from Danimals as well, because we highlighted Ryuzao, very good map 1, very good map 2. We highlighted Eagles all the way throughout, because obviously incredible performance from him. But yeah, Danimals kind of snuck through with that very solid rating. But it's so impressive that we can essentially give it to like 4 different players.
Yeah.
Everyone bar GDSE, bless him. He wasn't really required, unfortunately. But the fact that we can actually sort of, if any of the kind of those top 4 players was Imperial got the MVP, we'd be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure what to expect out of the Imperial roster, this specific one for this year when I first saw it, just because it feels like it could have been like a too many cooks situation, because you have so many top-tier veterans that have very strong opinions on the way to play the game, but on the other side, it's like some of these guys have played together for a very long time and they're very good friends, so that also does pair well into it, and it seems like they've found a winning strategy at the end of the day with this roster, even just outside of their individual ability. Like their ability to make it happen as a team has been wonderful to watch, to see their development.
I do feel like that was the issue at the Summer Championship as well. It did feel like, I mean, especially when Vasco actually kind of overtook them domestically, sort of on that international stage, it did feel like it was so many people trying to be the game winner that they actually didn't really gel as a team. This looks like a completely different Imperial to me, where it's a very cohesive unit. They've got a lot to bring to the table. So yeah, I'm impressed with what I saw coming forward for them. And the hope is that for Imperial that, and probably the expectations that, similar to AG, that wasn't anywhere near the depth of like the tactics or the map pool, right? We know that they're saving a lot of that for the playoffs, where they're expected to get there. And it makes me kind of like quite pleasantly sort of, I'm hopeful to see maybe Imperial make a bit of a deep run here.
I mean, don't you feel like the positions have been switched up a little bit on Imperial? Because Ryuzao was usually the backup player, but now he's on the entry. And now Seven is swapping between rifles and snipers, so...
And Ryuzao looks incredibly confident as well, where even in Summer Championship, especially when, he'd have like 1 or 2 aim duels not go his way, he would like shell up a little bit, he'd turtle off and think, maybe this is not the kind of style I want to play. This time he was relentless, and I think having a player like that who's so happy to essentially be an information gatherer is always, it's pretty fun to watch, especially when it works.
Yeah, Ryuzao, I've followed him for a very long time. I feel like at the beginning when I first saw him, I wasn't very impressed, but he's one of those guys that just keeps trucking along.
Come into his own kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, he like won 2019. Yeah. And that was 5 years ago now. And yeah, he's made it. These guys are very, very strong. And now we do have on the stage an interview ready to go, so we're going to hand it over to that. Please enjoy and join us later.
On stage, we have our MVP, of course. It's Ryuzao, one of my favorite smiles in all of the players. There it is. We always see Imperial here. You've got your first win of the finals. Tell me, Ryuzao, how have you been feeling building up to CFS? Another appearance for Imperial here.
Bom, então tivemos a primeira vitória do Imperial, né? E então queremos saber como está a reação de vocês após a vitória.
É sempre muito bom começar com o pé direito, começar ganhando, e que a gente está preparado, treinamos muito para chegar nesse campeonato, e a gente vai dar o nosso melhor e vamos sair vitoriosos sempre e manter a liderança do grupo.
We are feeling very excited because we have secured the first victory. And previously we have spent a lot of time on training, and we have confidence in this CFS Grand Finals.
Of course, Brazilian teams always have confidence. We're used to seeing Brazilian teams bringing the noise, right? You are loud, you cheer your wins, you celebrate. This game, though, everything was very serious, very quiet. What was going on for the opening game?
Bom, nós sabemos, né, que o povo brasileiro é povo que é bem animado na hora de jogar em equipe. Mas dessa vez nós percebemos que vocês foram mais tranquilos e tal, e queremos saber por que disso, se tem algum motivo por trás disso.
Então, assim, a gente sempre tenta manter esses gritos, essa forma de demonstrar que estamos jogando para poder passar energia para o time e para o time não ficar desacordado. E dessa partida a gente também teve, mais ali quando vai iniciar o jogo, porque a gente, todos os jogos, quando inicia, a gente já levanta a moral do próprio time. E a gente foi de acordo com o jogo. Como estava ficando um pouco mais fácil, apenas em rounds bem decisivos que vinha essa comemoração mais forte. Mas vai ser assim daqui para frente em todos os jogos.
During the game, we all know that the Brazilian team are very energetic. We have passion, and for this time, we also follow our habit. And for today's game, we just cheer each other up through the development of the game.
Okay, so we have a win. You have 3 matches in Group C. Are there any of the other teams that worry you more than Team Alotus did today? Or do you think you're going to go through to the top of the group with no problems?
Então, nós queremos saber agora qual é o próximo oponente mais forte que vocês acham que vai ter e aquele que ou menos, o mais fácil também que vocês acham que vai ser.
Com certeza o próximo jogo vai ser o mais difícil, que é contra a equipe da China, a EP. E o outro time também vai ser mais difícil, mas a região da China hoje em dia é atualmente a favorita. E com eles é sempre jogos mais pegado, mais decisivo. Mas a gente está preparado para qualquer um time.
As
of now, we think that the most challenging team is the Chinese team, the EP. And they think that they are still confident and they are well prepared.
Yeah, of course you're well prepared. Of course you are. I'm sure we'll be talking again during this tournament, but right now, is there anything you want to say to all those passionate Brazilian fans who are willing you on from so far away?
E agora, por último, vocês têm alguma coisa que queiram dizer aos espectadores brasileiros que estão assistindo vocês?
Só tenho que agradecer a todo mundo por estarem acordados essa hora e torcer pela gente. E só tenho que agradecer também minha mãe, minha namorada, meu pai, todos os torcedores brasileiros, que a gente vai dar o nosso melhor e vamos fazer o possível para ser vitorioso.
So we'd like
to extend our gratitude to our families, to my girlfriend, and all of my friends that are supporting us.
Of course. So, we have our first winner in Group C. It is, of course, Imperial Esports making a great impression in their first game. Congratulations, obrigado, obrigado, my friend, as well. Thank you. We will do this. And we will now take a short break, and then we come back for our last game of day 1 of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. Some faces we know, surrounded by some teammates we don't know quite so well. That's coming up in Group D next.
Welcome to the CFS 2024 Grand Finals, the most prestigious international CROSSFIRE esports event of the year. This year, the final battleground of the year has arrived in Hangzhou, where the best CROSSFIRE teams around the world will gather in this beautiful city to fight for the championship title of 2024. A total of 16 teams across 6 regions have earned their place, each having battled through a year-long journey to reach this moment. These teams include 3 teams from China, 3 teams from Brazil, 3 teams from Yunnan, 1 team from North America, 2 teams from the Philippines, and Vietnam, that hosts the CFS Summer Championship 2024 champion team, will have 4 teams representing their region. Moving on to the structure, the tournament consists of 3 stages: the group stage, the knockout stage, and the playoffs, each with its own format. The group stage will follow a single round-robin format with a best-of-3 series. Teams will start off with the group stage where 16 teams spread across 4 groups through a group stage draw. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage, while the bottom 2 will be eliminated from the tournament. Next, the 8 advanced teams will go through the knockout stage that follows a single elimination format with a best-of-5 series. A total of 4 matches will be played on this stage, with each winner securing the spot to play in the last stage of the tournament. The playoffs will be played under double elimination format with a best-of-5 series, having 6 matches in total in this final stage, with the last team standing emerging to take the championship title of 2024. The total prize pool for the CFS 2024 Grand Finals totals $1,430,000, with the champion team claiming a grand prize of $500,000. Unlock the future. The ultimate event is upon us. The scene is set. New rivals have emerged, and the battle among the best CROSSFIRE teams in the world is about to take full action. From December 4th to December 15th, join us at the most prestigious international CROSSFIRE esports event of the year, the CFS 2024 Grand Finals.
Welcome back on into the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. It's the time for the final game of the night. Don't worry about that though, there's plenty more Crossfire where that came from over the next couple of weeks. But we've got Sneaky Frog and Neo, or Neo and Sneaky Frog, whichever way you want to go. On the screen, Sneaky Frog's on that side and Neo's on that side. But next, you know, it's just camera left, stage left. You just got to work with these kinds of things. Anyway, guys. I mean,
amateur over it.
Listen, you should be hosting this. You've been the one that's been sitting here the whole time.
I know.
I don't know why I'm welcoming you back. You should be welcoming me back.
Basically, should be the case. But welcome back, guys.
Thank you.
We've had
Thanks, man.
two unbelievably one-sided games. No conversations at all.
It's going to be 3.
Yeah, really?
Yep.
You're saying it from the get-go?
Lock it in.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Sneaky, do you agree or disagree?
I respectfully disagree for the sake of me going home safely.
Your boys, you don't want to offend your boys.
I don't want to offend my boys.
Surely then you technically agree it's going to be a quick game, but you just disagree with who wins it.
I feel like it's not going to be a quick game. I'm telling you right now, it's not going to be a quick game.
No, that's cap.
But you're not seeing the vision.
I'm not. I'm really not. I'm really not. I mean, Antisocial, like, when I look at the roster that these guys have got, it's actually kind of crazy. Like, these guys are all kind of
the winners domestically. They've done it in the past.
They're like the GOATs of Brazil. Like, this is like you built your Brazil dream team from a few years ago and put them all together. That's pretty much this team. I mean, look, granted, there's a couple of the guys still kicking around on the likes of Imperial and Vasco that you might be able to make part of that conversation. But like, this is like a pretty damn solid team full of Brazilian players that. You know, I wouldn't be mad to see do well at this event.
Yeah.
I think they can do well at this event. It's like the thing with these kinds of teams is like, you know, you got to question: are they past their prime? Right? Have they had their time in the sun? Do they still have that passion? And are they going to be able to come and bring that kind of fire back on a stage like this one? That some of them have won on, by the way.
Yeah.
I obviously don't know necessarily, right? Like, this is the first time we've seen a lot of these players at CFS since kind of their peak. So
yeah,
there's going to be a question of what that level is going to look like. And obviously for the lads from the Philippines, well, complete unknown really on this kind of a stage. Like, we haven't seen them ever play at this level. So that's going to be a big question mark.
It's very, very true. We're going to bring on these players on towards the stage so you guys can get to know them. And then we'll break down a little bit more of who they are.
So last up today on day 1, but of course definitely not least, we're heading into Group D for our final matchup. Both teams have something to prove. This is where their journeys begin, and our contenders are ready to come on the stage. A team with some superstars who've been a dominant force in the Brazilian scene. It's your Antisocial team. Welcome, LKK. And Gokken. Diana! WY! And Adrian! And now back after being absent last year and thirsty to prove they belong in this scene, the Filipino regional champion, welcome SGJ REBORN! Here comes Yobib! KSA! Keller! Dino! And Elvin! Our last matchup on our opening day is ready to take to action. Expect big plays and huge momentum swings, and two teams showcasing everything they've got on the stage.
All right, there you have it. Those are our squads rolling out onto the stage. And I tell you what, man, again, just having a look back at that roster for Antisocial, like LKK, Gokun, Viana, and ADRF, these guys are all pretty much legends of the game at this point. The only question mark, obviously, around WY and what he's going to be able to sort of bring up here at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. But I mean, I've been casting Crossfire for a very, very long time. And like I said, those guys are some really impressive names. And to see them all back again and on the same roster, it's a pretty damn scary looking roster.
Yeah, I mean, 4 out of 5 at one point were kind of domestically the best of the best, right? I mean, really kind of we're bringing Brazil into the forefront of kind of international Crossfire. So yeah, I'm hoping we get to see them kind of relive the glory days, kind of roll back the years a little bit. But, you know, on the other side, for SGJ, you know, so you're going to have a lot more to talk about these guys as you know them, obviously, personally. But what do you think they can do in terms of, you know, taking down a side of Antisocial who've got a lot of experience when your boys aren't as experienced?
That is true. I really feel like SGJ Reborn is the type of team that can shut down star players. I mean, they already did it back at home with Pacific Mata. They did it with Ubik Maniac as well. So this is going to be that, but like 10 times harder. But sure. I feel like it's doable, but man, like the difficulty of this task right in front of them, especially the limited amount of experience that they have internationally. They went to like a few APACs, those are online, and then they went to one CFS. They already went to one of these events already. But yeah, I mean, roster, it's comprised of young kids. The potential is there, but we're talking about Antisocial here, man. Like even like I'm an SGJ, you know, through and through, but man, like just look at this roster. I mean, in my opinion, I feel like Gokun is the best player to never win a CFS ever.
Yeah,
of all time.
Actually, that might not be a bad shout, to be honest. Like the thing about Gokun is, and I really appreciate the level that he brings. I think he's a fantastic player. But sometimes I feel like he does play a little bit of a baity style. Like you can often see him be alive late in the round, having to clutch out a 1v3. And look, the benefit is that he does manage to clutch those quite a lot, but I sometimes wonder if he could maybe find a way to get involved a little bit more. Now that has been something that I would have picked up on probably a year or two ago. So let's just sort of throw that out the window and see what he's going to look like today. But it's just something to kind of keep an eye on and see whether or not, you know, that kind of style is going to continue to be prevalent. On the other side of the coin, having a look here at SGJ Reborn. Going to keep an eye on Yobib. I remember him from back in the day as well.
Yeah, it's still insane. Like, he's still the best M4 player. No bars, or no lines whatsoever for Yobib here. Being, you know, I wouldn't say the best AK player, but specifically on the M4, the kid is on another level, bro. He's mastered that weapon, basically.
What does SGJ stand for?
Solid gold jewelry.
Nice.
Okay.
Sick. I can write that.
Yeah.
I'm a solid gold jewelry fan myself.
That's why they got chains on earlier, man.
Yeah, no, fair enough. That's sick. Take a look, of course, the results for Antisocial recently from, of course, the regional finals over in Brazil. All wins bar Imperial, which is, yeah, fair enough. In a favor, I gotta say that winner of Vasco in particular is actually quite impressive. Vasco had no easy feat, so fair play. And of course, they only lost to Imperial in the semi-finals. Imperial, of course, going on to win it too. So who knows what it could have been like if it was them meeting Vasco in the finals. It could have actually been Antisocial getting a top 2 finish.
Yeah, I think that win over Vasco is quite telling, right? We've seen sort of the Brazilian scene be a bit up and down in terms of which team's been at the top there. So I think you can make an argument definitely that Vasco was at one point looking really, really solid. So conversation to be had definitely for Antisocial there. Now on the other side of the coin, SGJ, obviously a lot of matches for them. I think, again, the one that you'd probably be most interested in looking at are the games against Pacific Magna, right? Pacific Magna have been the representatives from the Philippines for as long as I've been doing Crossfire.
Yeah, Sneaky, what happened to your boys, man? What happened?
Oh, well, they got absolutely dismantled on sub base. And I mean, Pacific Magna, I mean, you've seen them. They can play sub base super good. We didn't see that on the LAN back at home.
Really?
And yeah, I really feel like SGJ just did a great job of kind of calling out what Magna's already done. They kind of got a bit repetitive with some of their plays, and I feel like SGJ's kind of got
sort
it.
of anti-stratted them quite well. Yeah, they've read into them a lot. That's good to hear. Of course, we've got some key players to keep an eye out for. ADRF over towards Antisocial. Guys, that's an interesting pick for the key player. I would most definitely pick Gokun as my key player over towards Antisocial Club. Yobim on the other side, though, I think a very solid pick. Very solid player. Probably the main man that we look towards to put up the numbers on this side, but obviously I want to see my goat Tino.
Yes.
I want to see him. He's not expected to put up numbers, but I want to see it nonetheless, because that's a Chad right there.
Yeah, that's what they call Tino magic. Every time, there is sometimes that he pops off and he becomes another level of a sniper.
Right, sure.
But that happens occasionally, but when it happens, and it's gonna hit, that's for sure, and you're gonna feel it.
I want to say go on.
Oh, I was going to say, I mean, I think I've got a bigger point, so you go for yours, and then I'll go for
mine is absolutely lukewarm.
Mine's lengthy.
We were having a bit of a discussion, though, in the previous series when we had a tech pause. Top 5 sniper players. We put Gokun at number 5 overall. I know that sounds a bit rogue, but we kind of said, like, we were judging also team performances alongside it as well, but we were kind of going, obviously, I think it was like, do number 1. Who do you put number 2?
Of players that are at this event?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, at this event now.
Yes, at this event,
We good. I was almost offended.
Yeah, we put Gokun in the top 5, and I think he ended up, maybe he was, I think it was like, also in there was like Snare, there was Eagles.
Yep, Eagles is a good shout.
I can't remember. Maybe Eagles number 5, actually.
Invincible. They're from Vasco.
I'm trying to think who we actually, I can't remember the order we put in. I feel like we did put Gokun 5, I'm pretty sure.
Gokun top 3.
You reckon? I can't actually remember what our order was, but we had Eagles, we had Gokun, we had obviously Do number 1, we had Snare in there as well. I think I said Snare 3.
Ice Cube has to be.
Oh, Ice Cube. It was Ice Cube. Yes.
It has to be Do, Ice Cube, Gokun.
It was Ice Cube. Yes.
Oh,
okay.
The thing is,
I went Do, Ice Cube number 2. Then I think it was Gokun, and then it was Snare Eagles. I think that was the order. I think I went.
I don't know, man. I think it's really hard to say, obviously, because we haven't seen Gokun at this level of competition in a while. So that speaks to itself in some respects, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have to give the benefit of the doubt to the guys that have been competing at this level for a little while. And this kind of ties into my question, actually, to both of you. Is like, what do you actually see? And it's prevalent that we've got the predictions up here right now. For the most majority gone Antisocial. Sorry, Sneaky. But the question is, like, what do you actually see being the reality in this matchup? Because, like, I'm someone that has been around a long time, doing Crossfire for a long time, so I've got these like rose-tinted glasses looking back at these guys like, oh, I remember these guys in 2017 and 2018, they were really good, and they were the ones that like kind of toppled the Chinese dynasty after it felt like it was just going to be China forever. So, you know, I look back at them with those kind of, like that nostalgia goggles. But I want to know, like, am I being a bit of a boomer in this conversation, you know what I mean? Like, am I just like, you know, old man yelling at clouds? Like,
I'll go first, just because I think obviously there's a bit of bias that plays into yours, where for me it's like no bias, I'm a new boy on the block here. I think the way I look at it is I consider it in a more macro sense of how strong the scenes are. You might disagree, Sneaky, but I would very much say the Brazilian team are considerably stronger than the Philippines scene, right?
100%.
Exactly.
I agree with that.
So
okay.
The reason why I look at it is why I would probably say coming in towards this, I don't think I would say Antisocial 2-0 would probably be my prediction. I've obviously predicted them to win, but I would say they've got a good chance at a 2-0. Not that I discredit how good SGJ can actually be, but more just the fact that if they're actually being able to beat Vasco in a best of 3 like we saw, who Vasco did really good at Summer Championships, we were there, they did better than Imperial, right? We were very impressed with how well those guys played. And if they're able to beat them and domestically actually showcase they've still kind of got it in what is, in my opinion, the second best scene internationally, right, behind China. So I would probably say that's where maybe they've got the advantage, just because they've got considerably better practice, scrims, officials, all the rest, where in the Philippines, obviously, you've got SJ, you've got Pacific Magna, and it does then start to drop off a little bit off the back of that, I would kind of argue. I mean, there's a couple of the teams that maybe have a bit of a shout at the top, but how strong is the scrim and the practice scene in that sort of level, and can they really kind of showcase it internationally and kind of translate that? So that's what I would probably say for me. I'm leaning Antisocial.
I want you, Sneaky, to turn off. Let's take Sneaky out of the Philippines. Let's just say you are a neutral party here. Is SGJ actually a competitor with Antisocial?
I think
no bias.
No bias. I think they could. Not gonna lie. I would say. Let's say 30.
30%.
30%.
Okay.
Do you think they have a chance to make out of the groups?
If they can beat Antisocial, then yeah, maybe.
That's a good question actually. Can they get out of this group? Probably can. Not gonna lie. Group D.
Because who do you see them like confidently beat? Let's say Antisocial is not a win. Or let's say maybe it's a 50-50. Where do you think the confident wins are for SGJ into this group?
I think they beat 3BL and next off, no problem.
You think they beat 3BL? You think they confidently beat 3BL?
Yeah.
See, that's where I would actually maybe make it the bet. I think that's a close game.
Yeah,
I think
it's going to be a close game for sure.
I think 3BL surprised a lot of people. I think they were really overlooked at Summer Champs, and then people were kind of shocked with how well they played in the group, especially.
Yeah, but I feel like if 3BL and SCJ does match up, you're going to realize how similar these two teams are.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite fast. It's quite aggressive in terms of how they like to start out rounds, isn't it? So I'm quite interested when we get that game, though. I don't actually even know if I'm on it, but that is one. So I'm you know, maybe a little bit of rose-tinted glass for the West League, but I feel like 3BL can make it out of groups here.
We all have our biases.
Yeah, for sure. I think 3BL can make it out of groups. I feel like...
I think they're the best chance for the West. I don't think LCK or
the only
unKnights
thing
have a chance.
stopping 3BL from getting out of this group is literally SGJ. And that's it.
Are we assuming that Antisocial the guarantee? Is that what we're going with here?
I think Antisocial is going to go top 2. Because I feel like Antisocial versus 3BL is going to be an interesting matchup considering I think mechanics-wise, Antisocial might have the slight advantage that they know how to play aggressive. I feel like 3BL is more of a systematic kind of team.
Agreed,
they're more reliant on Horus getting openings, and then they're going to follow it up with the rest of the squad. So I feel like, you know, Antisocial, just from pure talent, they could definitely beat 3BL, but I feel like 3BL is a type of team, they're like they're puzzle solvers, man. They solve the puzzle in the middle of the game, and once they solve it, you can feel it, man. They're going to just start stacking rounds again and again and again.
Who's the fourth team in that group again? We got
Next up.
Next up. Is that one... Would we probably say that they're the weakest?
Yeah.
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 You think... Can they even get a map? Do you think they have a chance?
Maybe against, like, SGJ. SGJ, not going to lie, I'm going to be, you know, critical of the boys here. They have had, like, map pool problems for a bit, but they're now starting to expand. But there are still like some holes in their map pool that, you know, Next Top can definitely abuse. I think if I was Next Top here, I'd still avoid Ankara, despite, you know, Ankara being a very good map for any Vietnamese team. But I think they should really hit them where it hurts. Maybe, you know, take them to Black Widow. I feel like SCJ, despite beating Macta, who was at one point one of the best Black Widow teams in the world, maybe they can take them there, because SCJ, as much as they did beat Macta on that map, I wasn't too impressed with what they shown in that Black Widow. I feel like if they play like that, they will not beat this team.
Okay, I got a two-parter for both of you then. I'll go one each, and I'll start.
Love a 2 for 1.
I'll start with Jordan. As someone who has been following these Antisocial guys for a while, or at least the individuals, where's the weaknesses for them? What are SGJ going to try and punish? What are they going to try and utilize in their favor?
I mean, I think the biggest question mark, first of all, has to be WY, right?
Sure.
Like, what
newcomer,
is he
youngster
going to look like on the stage, right? Everyone else is kind of a known quantity, and they'll generally bring a pretty consistent level. I suppose the other question will be, what is Viana's in-game leading going to look like? You know, is he kind of up to date with the international meta? Is he going to be able to sort of slot in the same way that he used to? Because at one point, you know, he won a CFS Grand Finals, right? And he did it as the in-game leader. Is he as up to date? Is he as passionate? Is he keeping up with the meta quite as much in this day and age? We'll get to find out over the next couple of weeks. And then third, as I said, I think Gokun, you do have to put a bit of a highlight on him. You know, I think sometimes you live by the sword, die by the sword when you're playing with Gokun. He's the kind of player that can really carry a game, and he can go absolutely nuclear and win you a bunch of clutches. But in some games, I feel like his impact is just too delayed in any round, right? And if he continues to play that style, allows his teammates to kind of you know, go in and he sort of baits a little bit and allows himself to be in those clutches. Inevitably, like, you're in enough 1v3 clutches, you're not going to win that game. You need to be sort of putting the effort in with the team as well.
With Gokun, it's like high highs and low lows, right? It's like, you know, it's trying to get as little troughs as possible and as many peaks out of him, right?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then I guess on the other side, for you, Sneaky, what are the weaknesses towards SGJ? What are Antisocial going to try and utilize to punish this side? What's their main thing they're going to try and do to break down this team and pick a win here?
I feel like if SGJ does not get like a really good start in any of their maps, they kind of start breaking down.
Are they traditionally slow starting as a team?
Somewhat. I really feel like they're gonna feel out their enemy first for a bit, and they're like, oh, okay, they do this. Then Tino figures it out in his brain, and he's gonna try to see if he can counter strat it. But if the counter strat doesn't work and they start just losing multiple rounds, you know, it kind of gets to them a bit. So I think it's just all about mental composure for the side of SGJ, and hopefully they can keep it strong.
Are they a side that are prone to the mental boom?
I would say some of the players, but I think the older players, I mean, Yobib's already used to the pressure, right? Because, you know, he's already competed before. Tino is the oldest guy there, so he cannot get tilted, and he's also the IGL. But other players, you can kind of feel when they're not feeling the game.
Yeah, is it more tilt or is it more shelling up? Because you get two types of like mental booms where it's like some people just get angry, you know, you see them rage, hit the desk, whatever, but other people just go quiet, right? I always think that's the worst one. I always think when players aren't playing well and they actually just go quiet, they stop coming, they stop like trying things or trying to find an opening kill, and they just sort of shell up onto the back of the site. So what is it for SGJ? Is it more tilt or more sort of a shell up?
I feel like it's just tilt. I feel like if they stop calming, the coach is gonna call an instant timeout. And you already saw the coach. You already see him. He's like 6'3", and he's got the fade. You do not want to mess with that coach. Shout out to 0-2. So you don't mess with him, and he's very strict about that thing, right? Because communication is so key in the game of Crossfire, because you already know the mechanics in this game, the ghost walking, sometimes you don't hear footsteps, a backwards hop, everything. So yeah, it's the comms have got to be there. Even if you're angry, you still have to calm.
Yeah, we'll be getting in towards the veto, I think, soon enough. What are the thoughts heading towards the vetoes? I guess we'll start with you, Sneaky, in terms of SGJ. What are we banning, first of all, and then what is their probably go-to pick for you?
This is actually hard for SGJ, surprisingly, because the map that they usually go to when it comes to map number ones is actually Port.
Okay.
But then Port is a very sniper-friendly map, and you already know the amount of highlight reels Gouken has farmed from that top 8 position is insane. And not just that, SGJ was already a victim of Gouken back then. So this is kind of like maybe somewhat of a revenge game for SGJ to kind of get back at Gouken. But still going to be difficult. But if I was the coach of SGJ, I'm going sub-base. I'm taking that sub-base as fast as possible. For map 1, ban out Port ASAP. Just don't touch it with a 10-foot pole. And maybe for the rest of the maps, they do have a good Ankara. So if they could also spot that maybe for the decider. But I think, Ankara and Ankara sub-base is probably going to be their priority, because picking Port is going to be a nightmare here.
For you, Jordan, if you're the coach in this situation, are you picking to specifically anti-Gouken, or are you picking for your own strengths?
I think you're definitely picking toward your own strengths, because, again, Gouken's a bit of a question mark factor, right?
Yeah.
Like, he could just be completely washed at this point, you know, coming onto this stage and hitting this level, and is it going to be good enough? I guess we'll have to find out. I mean, I have to imagine that he's going to be able to have some degree of pretty significant impact, but I don't know, is he going to be at that same level that we saw from him in previous years, where, you know, like Sneaky says, he would have easily been in the conversation for top 3 AWPers, or snipers at the event. You know, is it like back then it was Do, Xiao and Gouken, like were the big 3, right? And then Ice Cube's kind of started to come through probably, I would say, in the last like 12 months or so. His real breakout event was this event last year, and then obviously did very well at Summer Champs into Wolf Empire. But last year at this event he was in ranking, and he was fantastic. He was probably their standout player alongside Humio. But yeah, I mean, looking at Gouken, I think he did kind of fall off a little bit last year. Like he wasn't the big part of that conversation this time last year. So, you know, how's things going to be looking coming into this year? I guess we sort of have to kind of find out. And,
can you attest a lot of that, though, to the team itself not doing all too well as well? You know, obviously it's harder to shine when the whole team's not really shining.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but again, I think a lot of it came down to, again, that style that they were playing, which was setting up Gouken to be alive in the late rounds, was working. He was surviving late in the rounds, but he wasn't able to win a lot of the touches, right? Like it seemed like he kind of got new to that aspect of his game, and that was a very big loss, obviously, for his squad at the time. So
see if he can be able to sort of find some of that again coming into this game. And looks like we're ready to go into game fairly shortly. So
yeah, map picks first. We'll check
maps.
out what this veto is actually going to look like here. What are we expecting ban here for SGJ, Sneaky? What's the standard perma out for them?
Let's say it is going to be
Mexico, maybe.
Nah, they play Mexico. Actually, they don't play Mexico. That's a good point.
Yeah,
they could ban Mexico, but
Mexico feels like potentially where. But then again, yeah, I feel like for me,
the Brazilian teams love.
Yeah,
Mexico,
that's what I mean. I feel like for me, if I'm SGJ here, I feel like the Mexico ban's got to be the perma. We're talking about a map in which is adored basically by the Brazilian scene. Domestically, it's always been a real strong point for them. I feel like that's where you've got to go. I don't think you can risk floating this way ranking in that match it was risked. They're going to go for a sub-base ban.
I'm sorry for my overreaction. That's just
Yeah, you said sub-base earlier. So what's the thoughts on what's the feeling now? You thought we were going sub-base.
Thank God we're not on camera. That's for sure.
Sneaky's physically cringing.
Why do you think we've gone for this?
I don't know.
Do you think this is like trying to punish
they might have watched the playoffs or the 3rd to 4th place matchup when they were up against Iceland. Yeah. I think they did really well on that map. Next ban's going to be Port. That's expected. You don't want to play SGJ on Port. But yeah, I mean, they impressed us with sub-base. LKK did really good in that map. ADRF2, I mean, Goken. I mean, despite that map being somewhat not really sniper-friendly with the exception of second mid, yeah, he did pretty well in that map, actually.
Interesting choices here. Pick coming through. What were you feeling? You said Ankara is a good one as well.
Could either be Ankara or Black Widow if they're feeling confident, but I'm more feeling Ankara here for map 1.
Yeah, I feel like Black Widow has a lot of advantages of where Goku individually could really step up with that sniper. I feel like Ankara might feel like a bit more of a confident pick for me.
It could be Eagle Eye, actually.
That's so sniper heavy.
Oh,
okay,
no.
We get the Ankara. We do get the Ankara. That's...
No, I forgot they had that pocket pick. They could have picked it.
Yeah, but I do feel like Eagle Eye is also a risk, though, right?
It's comfy.
Yeah. Now we get the pick coming through FanSocial. Mexico's open. I don't know if we'll go there, for being honest. We've said that a lot of times the Brazilian teams are where Mexico's open, but if anything, if Mexico's ever played, it's going to be floated. So what we think of Jordan?
I think Eagle Eye is not a bad shout, to be honest. I've seen a lot of good things. A lot of good things from Goken on Eagle Eye, so see if that one ends up being picked. I like Mexico as a float, like you say. It kind of forces the ban out when you're against a Brazilian team. So I wouldn't be picking Mexico here. I think I'd be leaving that as a decider.
Yeah, because ANTISOCIAL get the last ban as well. So they actually basically can force it in. So yeah, as predicted by you there, Jordan, we do get that Eagle Eye. Then it does make us question what we do here. I think SGA have the Mexico ban. I don't think they can afford to float it and hope that and hope that ANTISOCIAL do it, because I feel like for me, if it ends up getting picked in against them, that does actually end up feeling like ANTISOCIAL win out the veto, basically.
Actually, the maps left are actually not too bad for SGJ. I mean, with the exception of like Mexico, I think their compound is less than stellar, honestly. So I think I might want to avoid that as much as possible if I was SGJ.
So ban compound rather than ban Mexico?
No, you ban Mexico and pray that compound doesn't get picked.
Okay, there we go. As predicted, though, we get that Mexico ban. Then it is really up towards ANTISOCIAL. They could actually float compound here if they want to. It depends. Black Widow or compound. I feel like ban Black Widow, go compound, really.
Yeah, if I was playing it safe and ANTISOCIAL here, I would be banning Black Widow immediately. But you know, they could be feeling themselves. Maybe let's see.
Also, it really depends how much anti-stratting they actually have done as well. In terms of obviously, we know this is the grand finals, and we know everyone's going to be putting in a lot of the hard yards. But a lot of teams obviously try and focus on themselves. They go for the compound ban, and they're going to float that Black Widow. So 2 out of the 3 maps here are sort of expected. The fact that they go for compound ban is kind of interesting, but maybe just, like I said, like they're not really going for the anti-strat here. They're just playing for themselves, which I can sort of get behind.
Yeah, I reckon it's day 1. So there's still plenty of like CROSSFIRE to be played. So I
and who
feel
knows
like
if it
they're
even
trying
goes
to
map
be
3, let's be honest, right? You know, if ANTISOCIAL play the way they can, it could end up being a 2-0. I mean, they're both like Ankara and Eagle Eye. I mean, I feel like for me, I don't know about you, Jordan, but this does actually feel like for SGJ, they've kind of got to win Ankara, I feel.
I'd have to agree with you, but I mean, I'm looking at that map pool, I'm thinking, man, if I'm a sniper, I'm pretty happy, right? Like, Ankara, Eagle Eye, Black Widow, all have some really nice long sight lines. You can do a lot of work on all 3 of those maps, so if we're going to see a good series from Goken, if we're going to see a good event from Goken, like, this is how it starts.
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil it, but you're going to be surprised who's going to be sniping later for SGJ, but I don't want to spoil it. Hey, he does snipe, but there's going to be one more guy. There's going to be one more guy.
I'm going to guess. Is it my Go Elvin?
No, I'm not gonna say it, bro. We're gonna see it. We're gonna see it in the game itself. But, man, Ankara. I mean,
do you say that for you, Sneaky? Would you say that Ankara here is the must-win for STJ? They don't win it. Yeah.
I mean, it's a must-win map number 1. That's a map that they're really strong on. To be fair, Eagle Eye, they do have experience on that map, but they got somewhat weaker on that map back home at least because they lost to. Did they lose to Magda? Yeah, they did lose to Magda on this map. And they also lost to another team on this map, or they had a close game against like the 6th place team. I think it was Gown. But
it's never a good sign though when you have a close map against a 6th place team.
But I feel like they kind of fixed their Eagle Eye at this point because if I was SGJ, I need that pocket pick, and it has to be Eagle Eye 2.0 because not many teams actually play this map, despite how good it is.
Put it this way: you said 30%. That's before the veto. How are you feeling now, percentage-wise, after the veto?
Say 45.
Oh, it's gone
45
up.
now.
Okay, all right. Jordan, what are we feeling?
Oh, look, I'm still on the 2-0 hype train for Antisocial
Yeah.
here. Like, I may be biased because I'm one of those guys that's always got the nostalgia goggles on, but I just think like Antisocial, if they can do as well as they did in Brazil, they can beat a team from the Philippines. Like I'm sorry, but I wasn't super impressed by Pacific
I love
Magda.
Gokin, brother.
Wasn't super impressed by Pacific Magda back in the day. You know, okay, maybe these guys are a little bit better, maybe the sort of the up and comers or what have you from the Philippines. But I just don't feel like the Philippines region has been a massive threat internationally in like 6 or 7 years, unfortunately. And so for me, Brazil being one of the strongest regions up against the Philippines, that's kind of my takeaway. Not to mention the fact that you've got so many like star-studded players in this Antisocial roster. So I think SCJ is a really big question mark. They're obviously a bit of a wild card in this event, but I don't think that that's what we should be talking about with respect to Antisocial. Like, they shouldn't be a question mark. They should be somewhat of a known quantity, and the known quantity is that they're very good. They are champions of this event at points in their career. So
it's true. They're not used to going deep in tournaments like this. We saw the stats as well for Ankara that just came up there, and a little bit worse actually over towards Antisocial. Obviously, it seems domestically they've had their fair few issues. So maybe for SCJ, they've actually done the hard yards in terms of the prep and checked out a few VODs and said, hang on, these guys are actually struggling a little bit, especially on that GR side too. So we're saying, okay, maybe this is where we can kind of find a bit of an advantage here. So I'm wondering whether SCJ have had a lot of a look into what we see out from Antisocial, and they're like thinking, maybe we're actually feeling a lot more confident on this, hence why we've picked into it over, the alternatives that we spoke of.
Man. This is a hard question. God damn.
I mean, it's been a lot of talking, it's at that point. Where
I guess this has been an incredibly long day. Something is definitely broken, by the way. We have been here. This segment is easily longer than
like 40 minutes.
I thought they were on their seats, and then I saw that.
If you wanted to know anything about these
headsets.
teams, it's been discussed at this point. Like, this has been a podcast.
Honestly, let's 180. How are we enjoying China so far?
It's cold.
I'm cold.
I'm warm. It's much warmer than
because it's like this is normal weather to you. This
is actually warm. What temperature is it now? It's 13 degrees here, which in England is like t-shirt and a light jacket, maybe. Like, that's like pretty good weather. All in all, like 20 is hot. You know what I mean? So
swap the 13 around, and that's more my up my alley.
That is like killer for me. Like Vietnam, when we were all three of us there, it was like some
almost passed
some
out.
of the days was like feels like 46. That was actually bonkers.
He almost died in Vietnam.
Yeah,
I did. I got food poisoning. That was rough.
And I was just like a light sweat. I'm like, this is no biggie. This is like a summer in the Philippines.
How can I get food poisoning from ice as well? I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
That's the biggest rookie mistake of all time.
I know.
And it's not even your drink.
I know. It was Laz's drink to make it even worse.
Miss you, Laz.
We went out for a coffee, and Laz then wanted a coffee, and the lady misheard. So made him his original peach iced tea, and he was like, "Oh, I wanted a coffee, but 2 hours." I said, "Oh, don't worry, mate. Like, let's just swap. That's fine. I'm happy with a peach iced tea. You can have my coffee." And I died. So
it's the wrong phrase.
Don't be a nice guy.
I know. This is the punishment for being that's karma working against me right there. So far, we haven't really had much time to do a lot really intense. We had rehearsal yesterday, jet lag for the rest of it. In all fairness, so we've kind of not had a hell of a lot of time to walk around, but we have a day off on the 12th, day before playoffs, so might get a bit of time to walk around.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I've done China, like, I've been to China a lot.
Yeah, I've not.
So I don't have that desire necessarily to go, like, all over the place. So, I mean, I think I've never been to Hangzhou before. I actually haven't really seen much of Hangzhou, but been all over the place.
I heard the tea is good.
See, I mean, it doesn't really mean a lot, but on the flight we had coming here from Hong Kong, like our changeover flight, I had a, what was it, like jasmine tea or something? It was pretty good. Whatever
I think it was
had.
jasmine tea, yeah.
Yeah, the first time I've had that, that was pretty elite.
It was some kind of tea. I sniffed it. It smelled like jasmine.
He did.
Could have been anything though.
It could have been anything, but it was good tea. I had a Earl Grey in the
of course,
in the hotel room. That was pretty solid. You can't really go wrong.
Can't really go wrong with Earl Grey.
Yeah, man. But which obviously we've got some sort of tech issue. Like I said, for those who joined us on the previous series, I always say there's 3 grades to every tech pause. You got, you know, level 1 tech pause, which is like, you know, an admin comes over, see what's going on. You got level 2 where the headphones come off, right? And then you got level 3, which when people are standing up. Well, I think we're on level 3 right now. People are standing up over towards. Is that antisocial on the left-hand side? They are admins actually. That is true. And headphones are on, but then on the right-hand side. Well, okay, it's also kind of worried. You get like kind of gradients within like a level. You can get like a 1.5 or a 2.5 depending on how many admins are at each desk. And the fact that we've got 4.
This is the Neo scale.
Yeah. It looks like we're going live though, so hopefully my scale means absolutely nothing.
The Neo Tech Pause scale C.
Let's get the show on the road after a lengthy pre-death segment. We're finally live with some Crossfire Ankara to kickstart things here in our final series of the day. Thank you for waiting as we get this show on the road. I'm Sneaky hoping for some success from his region.
Hopefully. I'm hoping.
All right, let's jump on into it. I know you've all been waiting patiently, as have we. Don't get me wrong, nobody wants to get into the game faster than we do, but it is going to be Antisocial and SGJ to start things off here on Ankara. Antisocial on the blacklist side, and already ADRF through the map quite quickly.
All right, well, we've sung this guy's praises time and time again. Gokun, what have you got for us? He's just dipping and diving, having a little look, but no commitment of the play just yet. Here on Ankara, of course. The A site is a very good indication of how good you are, especially on the BL side. So, I have to wait and see. Antisocial, early mid control, no commitment just yet.
Yeah, taking it slow. I mean, SGJ doesn't really want to do anything too drastic, especially they're not really the team to type. They're not really the type of team to risk too much, especially at the start of the game. They just want to see what happens. Like, what is Antisocial going to do in these first 2 rounds?
Are they the type of team to get loud when Antisocial get loud? You know, we know the Brazilians like to shout. Is SGJ going to get loud? Good. Because we didn't see that in our previous game. Imperial didn't actually get too loud in all fairness, but when they do get loud, they are, you know, when teams don't respond and kind of shout back at them, it does allow Imperial to stay very confident.
Got Yobib with the Orm. Was that what you were expecting, Sneaky?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He's picked it up. Finally.
Well, that's not a bad shot to start things off. Viana will be the sacrificial lamb for Antisocial. The rest of them are going to come through the connector. They've got to worry about multiple angles here, and Yobib is in the perfect spot to strike again with that Orm. Oh, it doesn't need it, though. Colt's going to come out, and this already is looking like a fantastic start for SGJ.
Already very tough predicament, all down to 1 now. The new boy of WY got a lot to do, and unfortunately feels quite unlikely. Nice shot though, 1 versus 2, not exactly impossible. I was going to say, is it a tap onto the C4? Is it a sticky messed up, like you mentioned? If he sticks it, he's fine. If he taps it, he's fine. He does neither and he panics.
Yeah, I mean, that 1 second, especially KSA already actually heard the bomb being planted, just the numbers being typed already, so that's just a free swing 10 times out of 10. But the SGJ, this is what I was saying, man, ever since Yobib picked up the AWM, I feel like they have more of a presence now with the sniper role. And, you know, they're looking for angles now where they're kind of not used to, at least I'm not used to seeing. And now Yobib being on that sniper role kind of feels right, because the sniper role is kind of made for the star player, right?
Sure. On the other side, of course, Gokun, that star player, but Viana GL also picking it up as well. So both captains both picking up that sniper. And they got the support of essentially the carries on each side.
Well, Antisocial went for a 5-stack over towards B in the last round. They're going to go for a 5-stack over towards A this round. Just try and probe both of those sides, see if they can uncover any weaknesses. Nice counter tool coming out from SGJ, but Gokun striking first in this round. And Elvin should get taken down here, but doing a good job to find a couple of frags. It's going to keep it maybe in the wheelhouse still for SGJ. Rotation coming across from Yobib and Tino as we speak. They'll be stuck in behind a smoke.
Oh, Gokun missed?
Oh.
That's a rare occasion, but
C4's not planted.
No one has nades. They can't finish off the low players, man.
Yeah, uncharacteristic for Gokun. Speaking of nades, Tino got a chunk one. Down to about half. Tough spot we now put ourselves in. Under a minute. Numbers advantage, and it will be made even better. Now goes Tino, and Yobib got it all to do. 1 versus 3. Like you mentioned, just doesn't have the utility to drop the low players. So got to take these fights straight up. Got the right idea as he holds on towards that corner. He knows Gokun's there. Missed shot though, both sides. And now C4 will be planted. What does Yobib even do here?
I think he's trying to take the long fight here, but he realizes there's 3 people left alive, and one of them is Viana. So he does expect the second sniper coming in from long. So he doesn't want to risk it.
Well, there'll be the swing from WY. That will lock it in. Antisocial get their first round on the board. Doesn't take them very long.
WY getting very loud as well. Good to see New Boy on the block as well for this side. And yeah, not lacking any of that confidence as well. Especially alongside the vets. Want to try and match them in some terms, of course, their achievements as a whole.
Man, what a team to be a rookie in, man.
Yeah.
Actually.
Such good people to learn from as well. Guys who have been to the top, who've also not only been to the top of them, had to go back down and climb back up. So back and forth fights looking very favourable towards SGJ. Numbers advantage for them in a 4 versus 3. ADRF, good work, good find. Brings it back level. Might be able to double it down, but a response is very strong from Keller.
Still got Gokun up, and he is a bit of a clutch minister, but not likely this time. SGJ looking very, very good. I'm impressed by what I'm getting so far.
Who's that playing with their knee up?
That's KSA.
He plays with his knee up on the desk? That's crazy. That's flexible. I respect it.
You know why?
Why?
Because he plays on, I forgot his DPI. He plays on 1600 on a crazy sense.
Like insanely high DPI,
like
basically.
Insanely high. It's like the equivalent of like 4800 EDPI.
Jesus.
And he's the entry.
That is
You'd have to be at that
yeah.
sensitivity.
Yeah, you're either an entry or a sniper at that point.
Yeah, all corners cleared within one little rotate of the mouse.
He's a human LiDAR. Oh. Getting a bit of a scratch here in the vents. Lots of action here in Ankara's vents especially, man, after what happened earlier. Man, poor J Leo.
Yeah.
Couldn't hold it down.
He struggled, bless him. Yobib. Swing and a miss. That was a bit of a sitter. It was actually kind of so easy. He sort of flustered himself.
Yeah. I think it hit right under the elbow. Just the space right under it, too. So, tunnels control temporarily for Antisocial, and I think they're still waiting for the player to come in from the hotel side. They're waiting for Viana to at least gain some information on who is inside hotel, because you never want to take tunnels B as just 5 people. But Yobib does get the first frag on Viana, so that's a good start already for SGJ, but Gokun is still waiting, and he's probably going to be the guy late pushing in this position.
Gokun can't really afford to be going down right now, holding on to that C4. Has been spotted out. Gave away his position with that shot. I like it though from SGJ. You know, they just see control of hotel. You've got the numbers advantage. Don't need to be hanging around in that risky position anymore. Just play the numbers out.
Super quiet round though. Not a lot happening basically at all. 30 seconds, you've got to make a move. Antisocia playing incredibly slow, but they're heading towards the A site, and it's the right call. We've gone for a quad stack for SGJ over towards B, and I might be wrong. ADRF gonna get his way out first. He will be able to get the stairs control. KSA's got to go huge. He's got to find a couple of big hits. Ooh. Oh, and he does so well too. Delivered brilliantly. Big support, big rotate, big find from SGJ. What a shutdown towards A. Only one man there, but he does so damn well.
Starting to look better and better, isn't it, for SGJ? I think Antisocial, very, very slow start from them, and the complete antithesis of that for SGJ. They've come out the gates really, really strong here.
Yeah,
all
really
guns blazing.
Timid, wasn't it? Like they just felt so unsure about what Antisocial even wants to do.
The danger about this as well for Antisocial, it's like this is a young kind of team, you know, like these are the kind of guys that are going to be pretty motivated when things are rolling nicely, and if you let them get a bit of momentum, you can already hear they're starting to cheer a little bit on the stage. You're going to start to feel it, and they're going to start to hit shots like that, and that's where this could start to really come unstuck for Antisocial.
That's a straight-up no-scope.
Love that from Yobib. He's looked very confident. Early doors. He backs himself a lot. And so far, so good.
I'm so glad they convinced him to be a sniper finally. Because his mechanics are absolutely insane. And they're just convinced him, they're like, what if you sniped? You're so good on the rifle, but hear me out.
Yeah. I've got an idea.
I've got an idea, says Tino.
Oh. Well, that one misses. Goku crouches underneath it. It's pretty lucky to stay alive. Second time of asking. He's got to hit these shots. He's going to close. Colt pulled out. Good find for him, and he gives the luxury of getting away. This is the issue for Antisocial right now. When they lose individual, no one's there to trade.
You can already see SGJ kind of starting to disrespect Antisocial a little bit. The fact that Yobib's going to go for like basically a third reswing there is evidence that he's feeling pretty confident about things. So I think that's pretty cool to see.
Oh my god.
Yobib is hitting everything at the moment. This is just getting worse and worse right now for Antisocial. And the shots he's hitting are kind of insane. This is dominance right now.
Yeah, Yobib is crisp, dude. This guy has got something up his sleeve, that is for damn sure. Antisocial have no answer. They have no answer at all for this side. I mean, yeah, absolutely ridiculous. 7 and 3. Well, yeah, but just shy of 150 ADR is absolutely bonkers.
And you know what, Neo?
Go on.
This is the exact same way he plays back home as well.
You love to see it. You really do. You really do.
7-3 already is insane, especially we're only in round number 6. But as much as Yobib is fragging, I'm kind of waiting for some of the other players to kind of activate as well. We already saw some good positioning here from KSA, Elvin as well. And I love this defense on the A site because like it's just the trio of riflers. They really trust each other to trade each other out. And look at the positioning. KSA is going to bait his teammate here. KSA will get ADRF and doesn't get much more. But he's kind of stuck. Yeah, that's tough.
A lot of damage done though. Gokun low, WY low. So not impossible here for SGJ. Tino's going to try and get ahead of the play, and he catches WY off guard. He's down the bottom now as well. He's helped out by Yobib. They've got to find the last player, but it's, of course, going to go the way of SGJ. That's just the way it feels like it's running at the moment. This is not even a competition. This is dominance.
I'm surprised Antisocial aren't calling for a pause here. They are falling apart at the seams, and they're not doing anything really to sort of hold this or slow this down.
Yeah. Even just to give time for Viana to talk to his teammates here, man.
Yeah. It's sort of relentlessly bad at the moment for Antisocial. Of course, I mean, this is SGJ's map pick, sure, but it's pretty damning, guys. This is not looking good. I mean, would we argue that 5's already maybe good enough so far? Maybe 6 kind of locks it in place?
Well, I think if you were to end up at 5 here and then it ends up at 5-4, that's not anywhere near good enough. You know, there's a lot of momentum coming back in the direction for Antisocial there. So I think if you're SGJ, you just got to keep going here and keep going. They will. KSA over-peaking maybe for that third engagement, but does enough to bring it back to the 3-on-3, which is more than salvageable for SGJ. Their retakes on this A side have been quite good.
Tino sticking up close.
Need to get some long control here.
Yeah, he's just waiting for a rotation to come and kind of help him out. And it is coming now. Yobib's starting to make a bit of a move. Gokun dancing between the two, but hits a nice shot. Really nicely done. Flash can come around. He's not really going to be too affected by this, but Yobib beats him out on the head-to-head. Elvin going to deliver as well, and Yobib toying, playing with his food. He's feeling hungry. Elvin gets deleted. And LKK got a chance. He does so damn well They needed that. They really needed that. But can they make that into more than just a flash in the pan round?
Yeah, and that's kind of like the risk you're taking, right? If you are running 2 snipers, you're going to be stuck with the Colt at the end of the round, and you're going to have to go up against a fully fledged AK-47, which can just tap away. And LKK did exactly that. And I mean, Antisocial just made it really hard to get back into the A site, but at the same time, I feel like SGJ could have gotten the retake done faster if they do if they do rotate faster. But I feel like the information was not there for them.
Oh, pause clear quarter. I'm going to assume from Antisocial, just judging by the fact they're only on 2 rounds, but can't be certain. Interesting that I always find it interesting as well when they call the pauses as well. Early in towards this round, they have no idea whether this one's going to go right or wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if they win this one out and go 5-4, would that pause be better on being kind of saved for later on if it's kind of really required?
Like a closeout.
Yeah.
I do see teams doing that. Like once they reach 8, they immediately time out.
Yeah. If you're smart, a lot of teams do actually struggle to really close out games because you can really overcomplicate it or overthink things. So, yeah, interesting that Antisocial do use theirs quite early in a sense, but also, I guess, fundamentally, if they are to lose this round and go 6-2 down, then it's actually a pretty good time to call it.
Getting a little bit concerned about Yobib's willingness to re-aggress after having taken a fight. But look, for every single time he's done it, he's gotten himself a kill pretty much. So you can't really question the results, but you certainly can question the method. I think that does get undone by a better team. At the moment, though, it seems like SGJ are definitely the better team. Some inroads being made by Antisocial, it must be said, as KSA will save himself behind the box, and the grenade is perfect to catch him.
Still a doable 2 versus 3, though. I mean, okay, he is low. Not going to count this out by any means, but Tino and Elvin sort of got to go huge here. C4 not quite cross. Flash going to come over. Elvin rotating in, but he just is tunnel vision into that close right-hand side, and it cost him.
Yeah, he was ghost walking, so he had to look in that direction, or else LKK would have heard him. And yeah, this is not looking good at this very moment, man. Would it be surprised if SGJ actually timed out? Just to kind of freeze Antisocial.
I wonder. We'll see now. Timeout. It is Antisocial who called it.
It's such bad timing as well because he just won a round.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And there's only one more round left in the half. Like
I always find it so weird when they call them like
what
at
value
the
are you
start
getting
of the
out
round.
Well, yeah, even LKK's confused.
Yeah.
He's like, damn, we won that round. I feel like even Viana is in disbelief that
maybe it's a pause for the mental.
Yeah.
True. Mental rest.
Things were getting a bit heated. I don't know. Just need to calm down. But honestly, this is not that bad now for Antisocial. If they end up going 5-4, you've actually kind of brought the momentum back.
Yeah.
True.
Quite a stretch. And you can already see that it's kind of fallen off a little bit for SGJ. Some of those shots that they were hitting earlier on in the half have started to miss. They're not feeling quite as threatening. Equilibrium being restored.
Yeah. That's just like overconfidence coming in from their side. That's a very common trait that we have back home. That backing off is just a suggestion. We're gonna repeat every single time, and you already saw that from Yobib earlier. I mean, triple repeat from Tunnels B, and any other context is straight up psychotic. But that's a very common thing back at home. So they're not gonna give up the fight, but at the same time, they might give up some map control in exchange if they do lose those.
Yeah, he backs himself, which I can respect. I can get behind. Pause about to be concluded. We'll get this show back on the road. We said it was an interesting time to call the pause. Now we're interested to see whether it ends up working out for them. A couple of highlights, of course, from some previous rounds. Of course, this is what you're talking about, Yobib and his constant repeats, but of course, still working, so we can't really blame him all too much. He's been lights out throughout.
Oh, dear.
Oh, fellas, what has happened? Yobib has happened, it seems.
Yeah, don't want to be calling a TAC timeout with 1 round left in the half and then starting at 3v5. That's not ideal.
I feel like SGJ benefited from that timeout. Not gonna lie.
I think you're right.
I mean, putting pressure on the A side constantly if you're Antisocial, eventually Yobib is gonna make his way around back on that A side. especially if you want to just disturb any of the long players, just to make it annoying for them to get map control. Especially that early peek here from Vents. That's the reason why that guy in yellow just died. So they kind of pushed back Antisocial towards the other side of the map, and SCJ is going to expect this. I'm not going to be surprised if they just straight up give this B side for the sake of a retake, but I really hope that they keep control of this hotel position, because it's fine to leave B as long as you have hotel control.
Yeah.
Because once you have hotel control, you have two entrances going into the site, and you can set up nades from second mid.
Sure.
So it's fine to just play pure retake here, but I feel like Elvin not getting the memo. He's just going to be sitting here.
Yeah, he's tucked. Waiting. Yana making his way forward. When does Elvin peak, or is he just going to fully wait?
The lurker's mindset.
Yeah, I think he might just full wait here and sort of hope that he can get a bit of information. Oh, spotted. So all that for nothing is, I think, the unfortunate thing. And now we're back into a 3 versus 3. Losing this round is incredibly damning for SCJ if they do end up losing it. They were in a 5v3 spot. Now into a 2 versus 3, sneaking their way forward. ADRF, right idea. Aaron goes left. Oh, and does it effectively for 2. Looking for 3. Not going to be given that luxury. And, well, now what can KSA do?
It's the kid versus the kid. Oh, I like this rotation from KSA. I'm a huge fan of just playing Tunnels B straight up, but he doesn't know where WY is, so he's going to have to think of all the possibilities, but the steps, he has to be careful.
Yeah, hasn't necessarily been heard just yet. Now been spotted out, and it's going to be won by KSA. Not a single shot even landed by WY.
Did he quick switch?
So
I think WY quick switch, that's why he made a sound. Oh, yikes.
6-3 is going to be the scoreline.
Boo. That's how you know I played this game too much. Like the quick switch, I could hear it from miles away, from across the map.
Wow. Impressed with what we've seen so far from SGJ. Looking really.
I'm not saying it's a definite dub just yet, because SCJ has had problems closing out some games.
Sure.
But their BL side has been pretty impressive, especially on Ankara. Just takes a while to set up.
I think as a whole, Antisocial just have not looked impressive. I think is the main thing. They've looked
that's true.
Really lackluster, especially kind of by their standards. This is a side who, you know, are maybe living up to the washed allegations.
Remains to be seen. I mean, it is still early days. This could be a very long best of 3. So let's not jump too far ahead.
I'm keeping quiet in that antisocial wash conversation. I'm trying to get an interview with them, man. I don't want to.
I'll do it. I'll do it for the cause.
You'll do it? All right. You did pick. You did it for the cause earlier by picking ranking.
I did, and then I wasn't even working the game.
But he did. You had hope.
I did have hope.
There was hope in Neo's eyes for a bit.
And then I came into the studio and they'd taken map number 1. I was like, oh, maybe my hope was actually had some, you know, back behind it, but unfortunately not.
Yeah, it's a full cut shot.
Yeah.
So it's pretty tough.
They full choked. You hate to say it. But SGJ, very quiet start here. 1 minute 10 left to work with. And not like committed at all. C4 still over to spawn.
Yeah. They like doing this. This is just to really just to mess with the timings of Antisocial. They're just sitting back and kind of playing with their patience here. I feel like they expect that either Viana or ADRF is going to go for something risky here in either Catwalk A or back in the spawn entrance.
Let's see. OKK. He's going to move, and it will actually work in his favor. There's the risk you spoke of, and it's a risk that pays off for the Brazilians. And ADRF had a chance at a few, but can't quite get it. Viana's still here. He's doing well. That first is fantastic. The second behind is not too bad either. And Yobib got it all to do in 1 versus 3. This one feels nigh on impossible. Colt pulled out. C4 is dropped. Nado going towards back site. But Viana just repositioned so well that it doesn't make too big of a difference. Oh, trigger discipline. Not bad. And it puts himself into the 1 versus 1. Close, but no cigar. Viana gets very lucky because he was overlooking that spot and it nearly cost the entire round.
Yeah. That was set up for him, man. He saw the elbow already. And Goken's just too quick. Like, you give Goken a semblance of information, he's going to swing that corner and quick scope you like just lightning, man. Lightning fast.
Yobib so far most kills, most opening kills, most ADR in the server. He is loving life.
I like this duel. I like this duel that's going. It's like a joust between Yobib and Gouken. It's so entertaining.
Scoreline's still pretty close, though. To be honest, if I'm SGJ, I'm starting to get a bit worried here. I feel like they may have missed their window.
It is very true. No.
You know Tino's immersed when he's also looking down and he's just ducking at the same time.
Yeah, he is. He's like IRL ducking, in-game ducking too. Well,
makes you duck faster.
It does.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
Maybe.
You're closest to the monitor. But Sanders have SGA playing with the timing. You spoke of this as something that they like to do. However, it didn't work last time. So interesting that it sort of fails last time and they say, right, let's do it again.
Yep. To be fair, if they cannot find anything, they just send it A.
There they go. Sending it A, as you said, but it does not work well. WY, good for the first two. Looks for more to sniper of Gouken, who pops his head up and delivers. A very clean kill. And Yoba gets traded and stopped at one. Tino, they have to try and call himself out of this. Bit of a disaster class of a round, and really, actually quite unfortunate. SJ not looking good here.
I gotta say, I feel like the beast is slowly starting to wake up here.
Yeah.
You know, we talked so positively about Antisocial in that pre-match, and then we came in the server and it was like, wow, this SGJ team, they look like the real deal. Where's Antisocial? They've not turned up to the server at all, but they've held on long enough, and now Antisocial are kind of working their way into this map, and dare I say even starting to look like they might be the front runners, even though they're still down 6-5. Second half is looking much more favorable for them at the moment.
Yeah, I feel that as well. SCJ just needs to find the right people at the right spot, but it's not happening at the moment.
Spam.
Careful, KSA. That's an M4.
Yeah, very good, of course, on that spam damage. Needs to be just a little cautious about it. But LKK just outside of that mid position too. Speaking of, he'll get two.
Word.
So well done. And it's all falling apart. SGJ are falling apart at the seams, quite literally, right in front of our eyes, one by one being dropped.
How quickly the tables have turned. It's gone from SGJ looking dominant to now Antisocial doing that, and maybe even some.
Yeah, SGJ, they look sort of non-existent these last two rounds.
Got to remember, SGJ do have at least their timeout still available to them.
Yeah, they might save it for a late game, but I feel like one of the main reasons why, like, Antisocial's actually coming back, LKK is just straight up fighting mid.
He's
Whoever
taking,
is in mid, he's denying
that
that map
hands,
control. It's crazy how he's doing that.
Super proactive, I love it.
It's like classic LKK.
Yeah. KSA. Does he want to go in front of this?
Oh,
yeah, he
timing.
does. They do. They want to fight, but it might not work in their favor. WY. It'll double for him. Talking towards backside, Viana's so low, but he's going to get that support coming through now. So at the very least, ADRF is up close and personal, but the fights are going back in favor of SGJ, and it might just work out for them. Gouken, got to pull off a historic Gouken type of round. And 1 versus 3, this one feels surely sort of now and impossible. The C4's not down yet, so Gouken has these moments, and they're not quite clear. They're giving him the opportunity to isolate too. They're not sticking together. And yeah, he said, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Nice shot, nice find. Not taking a lot of damage too, so still a bit of potential.
Just got to make sure that they swing him together. You cannot afford to give him the 1v1s. That's exactly what's happened for that initial opening kill. But if Tino and Keller play this one correctly and don't give that window over to Gouken, they will still win this round. It's more about the mistake that's going to come from SGJ here rather than what Gouken can do. And no mistake made means no chance for Gouken. And SGJ, they will hold on to the lead.
Yeah, that's how much you got to respect the guy, man. I mean, you saw that first shot. That was off screen.
Yeah. Insane shot from him. Thankfully, we do see a round back on the board, though, for SGJ off the back of a, really dicey 3 rounds in a row, right? So it's good that they don't kind of completely mentally check out, but...
The entry, too, didn't look too good. I mean, insta-die, they couldn't get WY, but it seems like the trio of Keller, Tino, and Elvin has just got it knocked down. Oh, they switched positions, so Gouken's mid now, and LKK's holding second mid. Interesting.
Oh, that's quick. That's seriously quick. What a shot from LKK. He might want to stick around for a little bit more as well. He backs himself towards the box and he'll deliver. That's a C4 dropped. He is having a whale of a time. At the same time as well, the sniper delivers of Gokun. But LKK has single-handedly taken over this round. Tino, all that's left, a 1v5. And let's agree, guys, this one's not happening.
How do I describe this feeling, Jordan? Because
despair.
I'm happy. Because it's like, oh, I'm seeing LKK and Gokun, they're so back. But it's like, oh, my team's losing.
Bittersweet, I think, is the...
There you go, bittersweet.
Yeah.
It feels bittersweet. Like, I want my boys to win, but like as a CROSSFIRE fanboy in general, I mean, just seeing this, like LKK back, I wouldn't say in his prime. Not yet.
He's looking pretty good.
He's looking pretty good. ADRF was finding some stuff as well. WY has actually been pretty impressive.
Yeah.
The rookie's doing it.
He's not bad, man. He's not bad at all.
Oh, that nade. Ugh.
Interesting call there. Just push through that left-hand side of the smoke. And it does not work out because you're just going to feed ADRF. It'll take them every day of the week. I don't understand the dry peek through the smoke there. It's such an easy one for him. And there's that pause going to come through from SGJ. They're worried. They're concerned.
As they should be.
I think they assumed that it came from a lineup, but I think it's tough to guess, especially at this point.
Yeah.
Even ADRF is starting to wake up. Ugh. I mean, the big three. The big three has arrived, that's for sure.
There's a nice couple of shots from him in that previous round. Or in this round, I'll say.
Oh, hefty stack over toward the B side of the map from Antisocial right now. They're going to go hunting for a bit of info. They might be just about to get it. Spotted out Keller. That's going to go and give the game away. They see him going over towards B. They'll be aware that the rest of the lads are headed in that direction as well. LKK was not expected. He was not spotted in that hotel engagement. And he'll be the timeout from SGJ, but you have to wonder how much good is this going to do.
Man, I feel like the longer the game goes, the better it is for Antisocial. So
They're really warming up, aren't they?
They're really warming up, and it's looking scary already for SGJ. I mean, you have ADRF, who's already activating alongside LKK and Gokun. Just like I said, the big three, they have arrived in this tournament, and they have looked pretty good. I mean, in the second half, first half, a bit iffy, but it seems like they got the ball rolling in that second half. And to be fair, Ankara is actually I wouldn't say it's an equal map. I would say it's slightly, GR-sided or BL-sided. Depends on how the teams play it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, shouldn't be this dominating, especially on GR side, because there's so much stuff that you can do to just kind of lead the GR side.
Yeah.
One side of the map or the other. The amount of fakes that you can do on Ankara is actually crazy. But haven't seen that yet from SGJ actually.
True. Close game, but advantage over towards Antisocial. 2 rounds away.
Yep.
SGJ, I'm getting a little bit concerned.
Think it's the experience, Jordan?
I think so. I mean, I think there's part of that. I think when you're one of these like younger, sort of newer, more fresh teams coming onto the stage, you're really fired up. Your blood's pumping as you get onto the stage. But for Antisocial, a lot of them have like, well, we've been here, we've done this. Yeah, it's still cool, but like it's not. It doesn't give you that same feeling that it did the first time, Even I'm talking from experience, right? Like all of us have been there as a caster. Your first time casting a game, you're like, holy, this is awesome. And then when you've done it your 100th time, and it's like, oh, I have to do a bedroom cast again. It's like it's just another day at the office, right?
True.
It's just another day at the office, really, for these Antisocial guys. Like they have had so much experience on the stage, so it just takes them a little while to get that machine rolling.
Yeah.
And once it's rolling, it chugs along quite nicely. Very reliable.
Dude, the amount of times that players actually swap positions, it's actually crazy. LKK is now playing A side.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's all off the back of the premeditated calls at a spawn of where they wanted to play. Aviana. And it might just be the right call as well. Smoke going to come down once again. LKK, what have you got for us? WY, he spots the arm, he's swinging on the corner, and he delivers. Good for the first. LKK got to step up in his own regard, but they got to kill him backside.
Ooh.
It is doable, 2 versus 2, but I mean, Keller is so low here. Nade going over. Won't be enough as he does get caught on Elvin. incredibly tough 1 versus 2. Has the C4, sure. What does he even do from this spot? DRF and Gokun, it's 2 of the OGs right here in this sort of spot. They just don't need to fight. They don't need to peek. Elvin's waiting for an overextension that's just not coming his way. I say that. It's a bit of a tag on towards Gokun. He's sort of happy to fight, but Elvin, he doesn't actually have to commit here towards A. He has the C4.
Oh. I think he knows both of them are there. I mean, he can go back to A, but I feel like that's a really bad idea. He's kind of lost Gokun a bit, so I think he's still going to dare for this A side. However, just an HE, man. Can't really set up anything.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Going back to A puts you into the trap. Gokun just having a little bit of a look behind him, but ADRF is really locked in, watching for the push up onto the A site. They're happy to let him out in to A itself, but up onto the site, that'll be a different story. This should be covered off quite nicely. Is he aware of ADRF? Well, now he is, but that's going to bring Gokun's attention over, and the minute his head pops up a step too far, it should be the end of it, and that is exactly what you get. A nice 1 and 2 punch coming through from Antisocial.
Yeah. You can see Gokun is like a snake in the grass. He's slowly crawling right behind you for the perfect opportunity to get that kill.
Yeah, it's perfect spacing. It's perfect trading. I mean, it's everything you want to see coming through. So, yeah, impressive stuff. Map point, Antisocial team. And honestly, very deservedly as well. This society have looked great. Tino will crack things open as he catches the new boy at WY. It's not going to be any better for the IGL as Viana goes down as well. Tino will also fall, so not exactly job done just yet. When you've still got the likes of Gokun and LKK still alive, you can't discount Antisocial just yet, but maybe now you can. 2 versus 4. And feeling a little done. LKK's got to go absolutely nuclear here.
Yeah, not over yet. SGJ, they're not going to go down without a fight. But LKK and ADRF have been very good on this map, so I'm not prepared to count them out of action just yet. Going to give themselves a little bit of time here. ADRF will have to wrap around the back. LKK waiting for this smoke to dissipate, but time is ticking away on that C4. This first kill important. It goes the way of ADRF, but where's the next? It needs to be followed up quickly. And SGJ are just cowering away, hoping to weight that timer down. ADRF will drop, and so too will LKK. We're not done just yet.
Yeah. I feel like it's one of those rounds where Viana is like, all right, we are up 2. Let's send it this round, and we might end it here.
Yeah.
But I feel like Tino was also seeing that it could happen, so he just stayed in mid. Sees WY just absolutely swinging for the hills and tunnels, and they just kind of held long. So Antisocial going to be playing for real this time, for real defense.
Feels like quite a panicked call, it has to be said. My Viana, maybe a little bit unneeded. Give SGJ just the chance of utilizing the man advantage, and they do. This one, a lot slower.
A fake in the last round. They're saving that.
Hasn't pulled much of a rotate, though. Antisocial, pretty standard, 2-1-2. And even sending WY forward in the vents, he's not really spotted anything outside of A. Had some advanced information for Antisocial. Gokun going to go looking for some more, and he does manage to get that shot. Onto Yobib, through the doors, through the smoke. Needs to back it up. Does just in time. But he's going to stick around for more. This is the Gokun way. Has me a little bit worried, but he's going to land the shot. Spots out the C4 as well in the meanwhile, and this is starting to look good for Antisocial. It might be map 1 in the books for the Brazilian squad.
Might be Gokun. Set up the should be another one coming his way in just a mere moment.
That flick was mind-boggling. I don't know how he hit that.
Yeah, waiting game as Tino deciding whether he even wants to swing. And speaking of swings, ADRF good on towards Elvin. He doubles back. He might get a second behind it. Gets traded out. At the very least, KSA still keeping this potentially notable. But Gokun, tunnel visioned in and on the right position, no less. Flash goes down. It's all about trying to bait out a fight here, bait some information out from SGJ, but with numbers not in their favor, they've got to play off the back of each other. This generally is a bit of a one-and-done angle, and this time they don't trade each other. The spacing isn't good. Gokun gets yet one more, and the Colt pulled out to try and close it. Question is, can he? Answer is no, not yet, at the very least. Not quite, but you know, 70% of the way there. KSA is basically a dead man walking, it feels. Time ticking, 20 seconds. Surely this one does. He drops down into he just Goomba stomps him, and he one-taps him behind it. It's all well and good, though, but he's still going to get his way towards a site, and it will not be the case. Map 1 taken by Antisocial team, just about.
Well, a little bit closer than I might have anticipated, but Antisocial do get themselves the dub on map number 1. Got to be a bit of a rough feeling there in the SGJ camp because it is a case of so close yet so far.
Yeah, but I did call it. I did say, as soon as the second half started, I did say I do not trust this still. I've seen this position before from SGJ, and they have cracked under the pressure time and time again. Every time a team is rolling now on the other side, they suddenly freeze in place. But they were kind of fighting back in the second half, but it didn't feel like they were going to win.
I think I was kind of on that same train of thought, you know, when they had that string of rounds in the early stages of that map. They got up to sort of 5 pretty quickly. It was something like 5-2 at one point. And I sort of said, if it goes back to 5-4, you know, I'm not sure that I'm necessarily going to get behind that. I think they kind of need a little bit more, especially against a very experienced roster in this Antisocial team. And it really was in that second half where we saw Antisocial kind of pick it up. Like LKK and ADRF really were the ones leading from the front. You know, some decent sniping, of course, from Gokun as usual, but it really felt like it was the riflers that were getting the vast majority of that job done, but they turned into a bit of a brick wall, and unfortunately, SGJ just didn't have the tools to get through. Yeah,
you know, those 3 consecutive rounds in a row to start off that second half, which really completely flipped the script for us. We were all kind of sitting here a little bit worried about SGJ, and I think they just ran out of steam, right? I think it's the side who obviously had this idea of kind of the plan they're trying to formulate, and they just could not break down Antisocial when it mattered most, and I think the credit has to be given where it's due for, you know, Vienna. I think he called quite well, but I just think LKK individually was so dominant. They just never found a way to adapt to him. I think especially because he was never in a set position. I mean, you touched on it throughout the map. I mean, every single round he was playing somewhere different, whether it was A, whether it was mid, playing in towards second mid. I mean, we saw him always kind of changing up on the fly, but it's very difficult to try and put a finger on the pulse of kind of where he is. And take a look at the stats at the tail end of that. It's obviously Gokun who walks away with the top at 1.45 KD, but LKK for me, it's kind of the 1.31, but the slightly higher kills per round is where you see it. It kind of really makes that big difference. Exactly, the impact, right? This is a guy who individually completely changed the narrative in towards that second half.
That's kind of what I'm saying about Gokun. You know, he has this little bit of a baity kind of a playstyle, right? He's going to have a higher KD there, but in terms of his overall impact, it might not have been quite as much as LKK. So actually, we'll very much agree with this set MVP being chosen by the guys pushing the buttons in the back. I think that's a good choice. That's a very wise choice rather than just looking at the KD ratio. One thing that I would highlight there was Yobib, you know, kind of fell off a little bit. You think about how strong he was in that first half, and doesn't end up quite top statting there for SGJ. Felt like, you know, he was someone that if he would have kept that level up, that was actually going to be a map win for SGJ. But he wasn't able to back it up in the second half and kind of even fell off a little bit towards the back end of the first half. So something that we'll hope to see rectified going forward.
Yeah, definitely. I was very worried about about SGJ once the rounds were actually going in the way of Antisocial. Now they're starting to miss. And I feel like LKK had so much freedom because I really feel like KSA didn't really have the best start to the second half. Granted, he was getting some kills, but I feel like when you have an entry just absolutely mauling your mid control, I feel like the other entry has to answer. That's just your responsibility as a player. Just to, take out your fellow entry on the other side. But yeah, KSA just couldn't find LKK, and I feel like just putting Tino in the arch position all the way in base, trying to catch whoever is outside going out of tunnels is, it's a good idea if he does hit the shot. But the amount of times that Antisocial just straight up smoke mid, and LKK is just holding the smoke, he's just like this in front of me. I'm like, what do you do about that?
And now we head towards the Eagle Eye as well, right? And this is like kind of a worrying thing because it is picked in by Antisocial. It's, as you can see by the stats here, it's played, not considerably more, but at least enough where it's notable. And I think the fact that it is just, you've just lost your own map pick and your SGJ having to now bounce back. And I think I always kind of say this in kind of all situations. I always feel like it's worse to lose in the fashion in which SGJ just lost, rather than losing like 10-2, where it's like you never like fully lock in towards the game because you never get into the game. In this instance, they were in control, in charge, and they let it slip, and that is like, it's so draining for the mental. It's so frustrating and tilting too. So it can be quite tough in like a 10-minute or so break in between maps to mentally reset and then head into your opponent's map pick, which you're statistically not favored on.
Yeah, Eagle Eye is also one of those maps where you can really get exploited if you're not super comfortable on it, and your opponent is, right? It's a map that's, I would say it's like on the edges of the map pool. A lot of teams don't really play it as a priority. They really only play it by necessity. So you may see a few teams there over the course of this event that you look at it and you're like, oh, they've played like 8-10 times, they've played it a little bit, but that's only because they have to, not because they want to. And so if you're a team that actually picks Eagle Eye, I think that's actually a really big asset to you in this kind of event. And obviously this being the choice of Antisocial, you have to back them. I know the Brazilian squads tend to be pretty decent on Eagle Eye. They've even sort of taken it to Chinese teams at points in the history of CrossFire Stars. So for me, I wasn't too sure. I was getting a little bit nervous about that 2-0 prediction at the start of that map, honestly, and I was starting to get convinced by SGJ, but I'm right back on the Antisocial hype train now.
You're almost solid gold. Unfortunately, couldn't make it. Couldn't make it at the end of that turn. But yeah, Eagle Eye 2.0, you do have a point with Eagle Eye. I'm really trying to convince all of these teams to start picking up Eagle Eye, even back home, because it's a map that you can really, despite the size of the map being actually small, you can really shut down very aggressive teams on it. If you know how to use your angles, if you know how to use your nades. And to be fair, Eagle Eye, how I describe the map is just like Ankara with a twist. There's a huge tower in the middle, and the A side looks a lot different, but it kind of plays exactly the same way, it's just like a faster pace.
Sure. And maybe that's where it works quite considerably in favor of Antisocial, because especially if that rifling core is getting so active. I mean, if LKK played to that sort of level, just out the gate, I mean, I think the only real question mark is how long does it take him to get active, because it took a good like 5 or 6 rounds before he was like really impactful in that game. It took kind of tail end of the first half and all the way through the second where we saw him do his best work. So it is the question for me of when do we see him get active, or when do we see just any of the rifling core get active, right? But the impressive thing is that they have a few different areas where they find firepower. I was actually quite impressed by WY. I think the new guy looked pretty confident. He was getting quite loud as well, which I think is always just a good sign. If you're a new guy in a very experienced team, having the confidence to kind of shout and be proud about the wins, I think it's always for me at least good to see. So yeah, I'm pretty impressed. And, we didn't see it that much, actually pretty quiet by his standards, but ADRF, he had like 1 or 2 rounds which were pretty notable. We can get him online for the whole map. That's where SGJ actually do really struggle.
Yeah, these Brazilian rookies, man. Last time it was 7 when he had 2 7s in his name back in Vietnam, and man, what a debut performance for him. Like, if Imperial won that tournament, he would be the MVP. Yeah, that's for sure. And now we have WY. I mean, the future is slowly starting to come out. I feel like even though SGJ lost, still kids out to learn.
I think it's awesome.
Wait for Ubek, man. I can't wait for you guys to see Ubek Maniac.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the Boomer Tales, right? Like, there's already been quite a shift in probably the most recent, let's say, 2-3 years. We went from like that old guard, we're talking like the Super Valiant era of CrossFire. They were a Chinese team that really dominated.
United's coach.
Yeah, people like Ems and WQ, those kinds of names.
18, the legend.
Yeah, 18.
they're all gone. They've all sort of moved on, and then it became the All Gamers and the Baisha show, and now it seems like we're maybe even passing the torch again. This is now like a third generation maybe that's kind of starting to come through, and it's really impressive that as an esport and as a game and a title that you can sustain this many sort of generations of players. Because you get, I don't know how long we're into. I think we had like 10 years of CrossFire Esports last year. That was
it's the 11th year now.
So this is now 11 years of CrossFire Stars, and you look at that, you're like, okay, well, how long can a game really sustain interest? How long will people keep playing this? When will new players stop picking this game up? Well, we're starting to kind of see again fresh blood still kind of coming through every year, and so that's showing that there is health at least for another 2, 3, 4, 5 years potentially, and obviously over those next few years it kind of depends on what that retention is going to look like, and that's something to kind of consider. But right now it's looking pretty good, which is really cool. So
especially in Vietnam, man, I feel like Vietnam is the fastest growing region, like out of any region at the moment. They could easily surpass at least most of the servers, even ours. But I feel like PH also has another community. The CrossFire is not just this 5v5 mode. We also have the zombie mode as well, and that's pretty big back at home. So it kind of bolsters the player base. But I mean, if we keep going with fresh blood just like this, I mean, there's also the tier 2 scene that's also very healthy on some of the regions. We have CFS PH Impact for the Philippines. We have the second league for Brazil. The second league for China. I think they also have an academy league, and I feel like they're really trying to see who's the next big thing. Who's going to be the next Xiao? Who's going to be the next N9? Who's going to be the next Emzin?
That's good to hear as well, right? I mean, when there is a bit of depth, it shows us health. I think ultimately, and especially if kind of numbers stay at a good level, I think you can be pretty happy. I mean, ultimately now, the fact that we're even having conversations about the what ifs, like what if Wolf Empire go 2 for 2 this year? Is that then the passing of the torch from kind of China dominant to Wolf Empire dominant? Not so much Vietnam, but just Wolf Empire as a whole, right? If they do go 2 for 2 for the year, it would be really interesting. I'm saying actually now for the first time in a long time, we're probably going into a tournament saying a Chinese team aren't the favorites. I still think All Gamers are the favorites in towards this one, but it could really be quite interesting if Wolf Empire do make a deep run to at least top 4.
I mean, we'll get a good little indication of that when we do get to see All Gamers and Wolf Empire play in the groups. Like, that's kind of crazy. But yeah, I mean, that would be a pretty cool passing of the torch. Like you talk about that, it was always China. It felt like it was always going to be China, and then came the Brazilian teams, Black Dragon and such. That again with the likes of Viana, who sort of toppled the Chinese teams for the first time, and then there was that passing the torch. Brazil, I think they won 2 years in a row, and then it went back to China for for this now last few years, and so we're kind of back in a position where it kind of has been dominance from China, but maybe those cracks are kind of starting to show again. Where again, if like you say, Wolf Empire were to win Summer Invitational, and then here as well at the CFS Grand Finals, like there's no argument that they were the best team this year internationally. That's still a long way away. I mean, but the beauty of it is, like, this time last year, we're literally saying All Gamers Baisha. All Gamers Baisha, All Gamers Baisha, All Gamers Baisha.
And now we don't have Baisha here.
That was the whole conversation. Like, there was no conversation around can anyone else potentially. It was like, maybe can like an Imperial or something like that make it to a final. But it was always either it's going to be All Gamers or Baisha to win. Now, though, that conversation is not just, All Gamers is going to win. Q9's going to win. It's like, well, I mean, Q9, we'll see. All Gamers, we'll see. Obviously, Wolf Empire, we've got our questions about them, so maybe there's a conversation to be had there. And, again, it's down to those Brazilian teams, I think, to step up for their region as well, because that's a very passionate fan base and very passionate players, and teams that have kind of been sort of floating around the top for a little while, but haven't necessarily had the success that they've been looking for. So again, this year could be their year. So there's a lot of options. There's a lot of people that you can look at and say maybe they're going to be the next champions here at CFS.
True. It seems like we're waiting once again to see when this game is getting underway. I'll have a look. I don't see any admin. Oh no, I did.
You want the deep cut? Jordan's gonna get this. Who's gonna be the next Bean?
The next Bean. Who's gonna be the next Bean?
I have no idea.
He knows. He's literally painted on Eagle Eye. He's right there. Absolute legend.
I see 4 admins over towards SGJ. It's never a good sign. Never a good sign.
No.
Okay, no, a couple moving away. Seems like we have some sort of tech issue. Hardware malfunction.
I was looking at the 2023 bracket, man. That AG Imperial series. I think that was the closest to the end of like Chinese dominance back in the day, back in 2023. But AG was just too good at the time, man. They had ZQ at the helm, and that guy was a genius when it comes to calling. But man, they can bring the same level again. I want another region to win, but at the same time, I really feel like if China does win this tournament, they definitely deserve it. I feel like the fact is with Summer, I think I heard this from someone that they couldn't get too much practice, especially the CFS rules, right? Because in CFBL, they play the VIP weapons, obviously the M14 EBR, the one that glows, and everyone they're like, oh my god, it's a glowing gun, it looks cool, I want to buy it. But when it comes to CFS rules, suddenly, you know, everything changed. That's why EP didn't do too well in this summer championship.
I gotta say, I do wish they had them just in the like the general kind of top level competition. It would be quite cool just to, like, you know, I always say, like, it's kind of like, you know, let the gloves loose, let them do what they want, and let people see if they can kind of maybe find.
There's gonna be gun bans.
Yeah, well, exactly. And that could be in itself like a whole thing of like trying to like maybe find counters in that way to guns that are specifically to OP, right? So like that's always one thing that it would be quite interesting. What would happen if we just let the international top level players just use whatever guns they wanted?
Yeah, it's gonna be insane. Especially like Gokin, you put him on. There's a Car 98 in the game.
Yeah.
Really fast reload time. Really fast recovery time from the shot as well. Or you can put him on the Chetak, another gun that's very fast. Put Yobib in his favorite gun in the game, the M14 EBR. You can barely pull down on that rifle and still shoots like a laser. But yeah, it would be interesting. That would be an interesting concept if we did mess with the VIP weapons, as they
or like have like one sort of show matchy tournament, or just like show match itself.
I would beg to play in that
with the like some players who maybe haven't made it to the grand final or whatever, who were like top 4 or top 6 or whatever, and then say, hey, you know, we're gonna do a show match. You guys use the VIP weapons. Boom. Here's like an unlocked account of all of them. Do your thing. That'd be quite cool.
Great. I want to play in that exact thing. I want to play on stage, man. Not gonna lie. If there is a show match and, you know, they did offer me, I'm down to do so. Like, no matter what mouse or
I'll coach.
You'll coach.
Yeah, I'll coach. I won't play. I'll coach.
You're gonna pull like the most random timeout.
So at least if I can coach, and then I can just like fist bump and pretend I know what I'm doing, basically.
Should I be loud when there's a show match? Nah, that's disrespectful.
No, of course you have to be loud. Like, what else is what is the point of a show match?
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, exactly.
Man, absolute great idea, honestly. I mean, another team that actually didn't make it to this tournament, which was actually kind of sad, which I'm actually personally sad about, was actually
Lazarus.
Not Lazarus.
GV.
GV. No, GV. No, GV. That made the entirety of the Philippines sad.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
They're big fans of Seven.
Oh, okay. That's cool. That's cool.
He has like 200k followers on the F platform.
On the what?
The blue F platform.
The F platform.
Mr. Zuck.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's like it's all Filipino posts. He also speaks like straight up like Filipino.
I didn't even realize that. I had no idea. That's
Shout out to the homie.
Shout out to the homie.
Yeah.
He did a few desktops, didn't he?
Yeah, he was here last year. He was helping us out on the desk.
His analysis was really good.
He was kind of like a
good bloke.
He was like the unofficial fourth caster. You know what I mean? Like we had Valdez, Kyle, and myself, and we were like the 3 casters. And then Seven was like, it was weird because like he could only do certain amounts of games. I think it was based on, you know, how his contract worked.
Yeah.
With the tournament, but yeah, we had him on for a few of the games and ended up getting him in for the playoffs as well because we said he's really good. We need him on the desk for the playoffs, and yeah, he was very good at breaking the game down and stuff. So yeah, do miss him.
If I was on the desk with Seven, then I'd be the one asking so many questions. I'd be like
sort of picking his brain.
I would be picking his brain nonstop. Actually,
unfortunately, he decided to try and play again. I thought he should give it up. He should become a caster.
Come talent, yeah.
But he tried playing again and it didn't go very well.
Yeah, bless him.
He tried at least, man. He was actually really close, right? Like,
I mean,
they got third. They were in the third, fourth place matchup.
Yeah, but like there's such a big disparity. It's like 3BL and LCK are like so dominant. Then there's like a good few steps, and then unKnights, and then a good few steps, and everyone else kind of thing. It's sort of the way, and like the bottom of, I mean, weirdly enough, I mean the absolute rock bottom of West League. God, I'm pretty sure they ended up finishing dead last this season was Swamp, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, but they are here, Swamp, of course, because they qualified for the NA, and they're the only actual like team basically coming through NA. So
that's my meme. That's the NA slot is solely for X Famous.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, he was. I casted them qualifying, and Yeah, he was crisp, dude.
He's a G. Man, you should have seen him last year. You should have seen him last year at this event, this exact event.
He was 1v9ing. He was 1v9ing straight up on Mexico.
On Mexico, he had the most insane Mexico game I've ever seen. He was rolling with the AK as well. It wasn't even the M4. He wasn't all banging.
Okay.
Every damn shot was a headshot. Like, the guy was going crazy.
Went for 35, I think.
Yeah, something like that. It was just like, bro, this guy just walked over the entire map and killed everybody. I've never seen anything like it. And it was a one-map wonder, to be honest with you. Kungana was the team name at that point.
Oh, I did remember seeing that.
It did give me some hope, maybe, that they were going to be able to do something. But ultimately, they still got grouped. But they had fun in that group, at least.
Yeah, now Mercs is on another team.
Yeah.
They actually almost beat. They did beat Swamp in the upper bracket, and then Swamp spun the block, and they were like, from the lower bracket, they were like, all right, no more funny business. Let's finish this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure, I can't remember exactly who they interviewed over towards Swamp. It wasn't Famous, it was somebody else. And they were basically saying, like, I think the question was, like, what's your prep heading in towards the qualifier? And they're like, we're not prepping for this. We're going to beat everybody. We're only doing our prep for the main event because we know we're not going to lose here. And then they did, and then thankfully kind of made it through through that like kind of lower bracket. But yeah, at the very least, I mean, with GV coming back to that point, yeah, unfortunately, I don't know. They're not uber competitive. They're like middle pack kind of thing.
Yeah, I think they were probably hoping for like a overperformance on that very master, and I can see the angle actually of like maybe Snox or maybe Awesome actually overperforming, especially when Snox is on it, man. He's definitely on it.
Awesome had a good couple of moments throughout the regular season. He was pretty fun to cast when he was getting going. It was just the fact that it was just, once every 3 weeks basically.
Yeah. I will miss this squad. Hopefully they stick together.
Yeah.
But if 7 does decide to go full, or German 7, if German 7 does decide to go full casting, I'll be very happy.
We're still waiting, obviously. I have no idea. This is getting to the point, I don't even know if we're like legitimately allowed to call this, but this is getting to the point of commercial break territory. Because we have no idea what's going on. You guys have no idea what's going on. We're vibing.
Yeah, we're just like talking about history and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm here watching the tennis match. I'm just watching you guys back and forth. I've got a sore throat at this moment, so I'm happy to just not talk.
Yeah.
To be fair, the amount of energy me and Neo have, that youthful energy.
Yeah.
That Gen Z
That's
energy.
right. When you hit 30 years old, mate, it's like 10 minutes into
How old are you again, Sneaky?
25.
Okay, 25, yeah.
You guys got 5-6 years, like, more work to put in, and then you can have a little bit of a nap on the desk like me. Meanwhile, I'll just...
I can't lie. One thing that is definitely helping me is my Red Bull, in all fairness. There's other energy drinks available, but this one's helping me a lot right now. So.
There you go.
Better chug it, that's for sure.
You're not going to go to sleep tonight. That's the problem, though, mate. Like, you just cooked yourself.
I will most definitely go to sleep. I still feel a little bit jet lagged. I feel like, I don't know. I've been having 9 hours sleep a night, and I still feel like I could wake up, go to reference, come back, and go straight back to sleep all day again.
Wait, where did you take your? Oh yeah, you went HK. I forgot.
Yeah. So like England or London to Hong Kong, which was like 13 hours. Honestly, I gotta say, a really easy flight. It didn't feel long at all. I took off at like 11 a.m. UK time, so landed what was like essentially like midnight UK time. But I don't go to bed normally until like 1 a.m. So that felt kind of normal. I felt fine. But then me and Jordan both had like a just shy of a 5-hour layover in Hong Kong.
Jeez.
5 hours. Yeah, because like weirdly, there's no morning flights out from Hong Kong. And then we had the flight obviously from Hong Kong to here, which was only like 2 hours or like hour 45, I think. But in total, I think. And then obviously I didn't want to go to bed at like 2 p.m. when we landed, so I was like, I
stayed awake.
Yeah, I got to stay up, or else like I'm gonna like really like ruin my sleep schedule. My jet lag's gonna be terrible. I'm gonna be awake at like 2 a.m. So stayed up till 9 p.m. and then went to sleep. Yeah.
And that's where the hibernation starts.
That was it ended up being something like ridiculous, like 32 hours or like that in total. It was quite a long time of no sleep, but it was the smart move to definitely not ruin my sleep schedule, I think.
It's not too bad for Jordan, right? Because the time difference is not that bad.
Time zone's only 2 hours difference, but tell you what,
here we go.
It's only 2 hours, but we've managed to make it into the game. Here we go, game number 2, map 2 between SGJ and AS. Let's see how it goes.
Well,
Whoa.
An hour later, we are actually live in towards the map. That was something. That was quite the pause. Apparently some sort of hardware issue. Who knows on who? But hopefully something that is not going to affect the start of this game. Let's get the show on the road. First fight, Tino takes a shot, doesn't quite hit it. Second time of asking, same result. We'll finally get the spot of Elvin before Tino then gets dropped. It's a swing and a find from ADRF, and that's going to give them quite a lot of control towards A.
I do like that as a start for Antisocial. You know, we've had this massive period of downtime, and it could be easy to come kind of lethargically into the map, but straight out the gates, they come in strong, and they really throw that gauntlet down at SGJ. Antisocial showing that they're not here to mess around.
Yeah, this is a tough position to be in. I mean, not much choice, especially in Eagle Eye. Playing these 4v2s is just pure pain. You're just hoping that someone peeks, that you can get a kill from tower, and then maybe you could send it on the site, but look at where Viana is.
Oh. No bib. No pressure. Second time of asking, missed shot. Third time. Oh, it takes all the way to the fourth, but probably arguing the other side, Viana should have done a little bit better. Had a lot of opportunities to get that fight. It's not going to make a difference in the end. They're not going to be able to pull this retake off. They're just going for stats here. Time is of the essence. It's a 1v1. Maybe I spoke too slow. Yeah, there's no time, unfortunately, but you know, good for the stats at the very least, as Yobib will hit the shot. It isn't going to make a difference, but yeah, at the very least, it's still Antisocial win the round, but it's good for the confidence, maybe, over towards Yobib.
Yeah, look at big bro ADRF. He's like, that's it. You won the round, that's fine. Yobib, that could be a clue. He hit that insta headshot on the AK. Might be time to come back to the rifle, maybe.
So what kind of pace Antisocial come into this round with? They were very, very fast to start off that last one. Doesn't look like they're messing around too much. Lots of flashes getting tossed into A. You can hear all that util going out, and Antisocial this time it hasn't worked out so cleanly for them. Elvin and Tino chiming in for 3. Trades are back through from ADRF. Hang on a second. 3 quick kills on either side in succession, but bomb dropped, and Antisocial have to pick that one up. It's dropped on the stairs in front of them, which is a bit of an awkward spot. Can be covered off by KSA.
They've swapped as well. ADRF now picks up.
I'm not used to Goken AK.
Yeah, let's see.
He's a live or die by the snipe, but apparently not now.
I'm interested to see how aggressive Goku wants to play this. I mean, mechanically, he's so good, obviously, but like you said, it's always with the AWM. So, let's see what he's like with his AK in his hands. They do pump the brakes after a very aggro start to this round, which, you know, ultimately amounted to nothing. It was a real kind of over-aggressive play, but ADRF individually has brought this back to a doable affair. They've just got to clip that C4.
Yeah, that opening was very Brazilian, that's for sure. Very CFBL. They're just going to send it for the sake of control, and they're just going to figure it out after. No. Goken finding a glimpse of KSA here, but he really thinks that Yobib is going to just send it from behind, but I think SJ's keeping it patient.
Smoke down. Really timid now for them. Spotted, but a missed shot. And all down to Goku. His idea about the flank was correct, but Yobib's now pulled away. He's got 35 seconds to go on a big rotate of his own, but he might even just get a little bit of a gap here. Goku, as he wraps his way forward, but it will not work out. KSA sees it off.
Yeah, what a chaotic round. On the line. Started off pretty violent. ADRF just this is the first round though. This is the first round, and this is the second round. And ADRF, man, starting things off hot already in this map, despite the loss. Those are still 3 pretty insane shots.
6 and 2 out of the first 2 rounds is pretty insane.
It's his turn. He's the captain now.
Yes, he is. Yobib can spot out one. Doesn't want or have to fight. Keller trying to challenge. Heads up duel against Goken. Not always the easiest. KSA is there, but he'll just drop a smoke. He realizes it's just not worth it.
Yeah, Antisocial definitely slowing it down. Looking to take a bit more mid control. rather than just stampede their way onto A. Goken on point, but he hasn't been able to find anything just yet. SGJ are playing a very reserved style.
It's a B take, I think.
Ooh. Nice flick.
And that's a Yobid too. It's been multiple times that they have actually clashed together, Jordan.
Yep. I'd say Goken has been kind of a bit more on the receiving end of things, to be honest, but helped out by his riflers pretty substantially.
That's a good shot. It's a very good shot. Looking for a second there, Bakella, but couldn't quite connect.
Oh, they're running the triple sniper setup. That is a thing here in Eagle Eye. I have seen that time and time again. And it's pretty effective with the amount of long angles that they do have on this map.
Goken tests on towards Tino. And goes that Utah once again, trying to go back towards A. One round successful, the other a failure. Which one will this add to what tally? Looking good so far as Antisocial move very forward, but the response in kind is brilliant. And LKK has to go huge. He puts it down into 1 versus 1. It's KSA on the other side. Time ticking 20 seconds, looking to isolate a fight here, but he just overlooks the angle. KSA delivers. It will be advantage SGJ.
I'm gonna lie, if you told me Antisocial was a Filipino team, I'd believe you. 1000%. Because this is how we not really exactly play Eagle Eye. Some people back at home, they do play that slightly more passive, but most of them, they just send it on long, and they figure it out right after. But, bit of a different take this time, and this is actually one of the most difficult spots to actually take, this entirety of B long, and that's why you do want to take Hotel first, and maybe the bridge, and then you can work on that B long position.
No, bib. Didn't go too well from in that previous round from this spot. Sitting back a little bit. He does have to support a KSA too. But not really getting too aggro here, Antisocial. Very slow is actually how they're playing on the attack here. They're just not allowing SGJ just to play around the map.
Oh, is this going to be the push? Hold on, ADRF doesn't get the first kill here on Elvin, but still they're going to send it right then and there. Oh my god, Viana just absolutely jumped on Elvin in its opportunity, but Keller, Tino, the snipers are doing the work here, and Goken, it's 2 against 1 on the sniper, and then it's 4 against 1 in terms of the numbers.
I'm not really sold on the spacing there from Antisocial. That seemed to be a little bit miscoordinated. Players going in 1 by 1.
Why are you laughing, Sneaky? What's so funny?
I'm not going to translate that.
Do it.
Nope.
Is it naughty?
It's a bit naughty.
A bit naughty.
Is it a bit naughty?
Oh no. Mummy won't be very pleased.
Naughty boy.
Oh my god.
Naughty boy.
Yoib's absolutely getting shot at that B-long.
He's been a naughty boy.
Oh!
It's not working out.
It's well done from KSA to get 1 there, to be honest. He was under a lot of pressure. Ends up being a 2-for-2 trade, all things considered. Not too bad for Antisocials. They're able to start taking some control, but in the meanwhile, SGJ taking control of their own. Elvin working his way in towards P. He's going to wrap in around behind WY, who surely won't be expecting him. That'll be a player down, but that's sure, you know, I would say it should give the confidence for Antisocial to go into B. The thing is, they've left the bomb at the bottom of B, so you have to go back for that one. Goken tasked with that job.
Damn. So it's the captain of Antisocial plus their sniper, and the captain of SGJ plus their lurk. But Elvin is still slipped by behind enemy lines. So they do confirm that there's no one coming into the A site. So probably they're just waiting for the confirmation that it is B. But they need to get hotel control if ever they do realize this early. Because if you go through spawn, it's a choke point. It's really hard to go through, especially Goken's still alive on that sniper.
Yeah, it's true. Just seeing as well, Antisocial a little bit timid to commit to this. C4 will finally go down. And now let's see what the play is for SGJ. Having a little bit of a look in. Nothing for the moment. Goken smoking his face, but you sort of bank on him at some times to step up.
Time might be getting the better of SGJ here. They are taking a very long time to get to that B site.
And Vienna's in a good spot, very good spot to get one. Second is just around that corner as well, but we're over fighting. We're allowing Tino to maybe get a chance at something.
What?
Do we need to be fighting there? Has he got it?
I think Goku's
Oh!
just saved it.
He's got it. He hasn't.
I don't know, yeah. Do you know what, actually? He failed to drop down off the step. That's what cost him.
I know, I just didn't want to admit it.
Oh, that's so tough. I've got to say, though, for Goken, why are we fighting? We don't need to fight there. He knows where he is.
Yeah.
Him just staying alive is all that needs to happen. The swing to die for no reason. It's so he's so lucky that that round doesn't get taken there.
He just messed up at the last second.
Yeah.
He got... Probably wasn't looking at the screen. Ooh, and there we go.
Yeah.
Back on the rifle, but oh my god, instantly Goken does get it back. LKK does get KSA. A lot of action at the start of the round once again.
Keller, does he realize one's crossed? Feels like he doesn't just yet. Now he will. Messy fight. Keller taking a lot of damage. Flashing towards Goku, but it's a flank coming through, and it leaves Elvin and Tino once again, actually, Elvin and Tino, to try and bail this round out for SGJ. Last time they got it down to the wire. Got all the kills, just couldn't quite get the round by a millisecond. This time, in a 2 versus 4, it feels impossible. This should be Antisocial getting a third.
Yeah, I mean, gotta be honest, Antisocial haven't been looking super clean on this BL side, even in these favorable post plans. So, not out of the woods just yet, though. That kill from Goken should stabilize things enough.
Oh,
Tino.
That's quick.
Has maybe some questions still to ask of Antisocial. Goken on the long angle should be able to lock it down here, and if not that, then Fianna from behind. Feels like an impossible crossfire to break. Indeed it is. So back to 3-3. Antisocial starting to claw their way back in.
Yeah, that's a tough round for the side of SGJ. Already lost B control. I mean, Goken's in a very comfortable position. Someone's in spawn. It's so hard to retake in this map, especially when you have no idea where the enemy is. You're just going to get caught guessing this entire time. But Antisocial, maybe they want to go fast once again. Just an A-split maybe, but Y will get 1, Y will get 2, but KSA and Keller do respond with 2 of their own. But it's a 3v3, and look at where LKK is.
Big nades in the early part of that round as well. Oh, big work from KSA as he gets both.
What's going on there? They haven't recognized that KSA is still in that position. I thought Goken might have even seen him. Nobody checked it apparently, and SGJ just get a freebie.
That's a great round from KSA.
That's a big boo-boo, honestly, from the Brazilian squad.
Ooh, KSA started to heat up. I mean, if you're an entry fragger in this map and you're heating up just like this, and you wait for that second half, you're gonna have a good time in this one. Especially when it comes to those mid fights. Usually you don't want to go B long. If you go to that B site, you want to go through mid because that's the shortest route going into that one. But we do see them kind of seeing the possibility of getting B long from time to time. But I feel like this is just a faster way.
Already, bit of damage dealt. Over towards Antisocial.
Yeah, they just don't want to peek the corners all willy-nilly right there. Like, could be Goken on the other side, crouched up, ready on the angle, so really respect the exception of KSA, though. He's trying to look for that connector control.
Very timid, one's fourth. Good find. Yubib. Been pretty good with these openings. Quite consistent with them. And another one where same position, but same level of success. They're struggling to make him feel uncomfortable.
Look at the ADRF, though. I feel like they know. Might have seen a glimpse of him, but if Yobib does lose his spot in the entrance and KSA doesn't get the trade, this B site's going to be wide open.
Under a minute now. Double stack here. By Antisocial. KSA just jiggling around that corner, waiting to see whether there's a swing that comes through. He's also got the support of Keller too. I don't know, Antisocial, what's the plan here? A lot of comms from them, but not any movement really.
Needing a charge around the corner. There's the trade from WY, but he needs to find one more. Keller's going to be the big pickup, and he'll drop. That's B-site now opened up. Great take from Antisocial. Tino and Elvin once again having to rotate their way over from A to try to save the day. They've got some time to work with. That plant goes down quite late. They've already pretty much made their rotate. But numbers are working against them.
Easy one for WI. He's Elvin all alone in a 1 versus 3. This one is surely not to be. This feels pretty unlikely. C4 half ticked. Done round, so it should be Antisocial getting a 4th, and it will be. Tying the game up, heading into the final round of the half.
So familiar.
If Antisocial get a 5th here, I think they're in a pretty good spot. Even though they've not been playing nearly as good as they were in towards map number 1, second half, it still feels like they do their better work when they're on that kind of slightly more defensive side.
Yeah, and this is a problem as well for SGJ. They have also struggled on the BL side of this map, so they need to at least get this last round for some consolation. Aggressive position though from KSA. Right at the hotel bar. Trying to serve up some pain. But yeah, everyone's just standing still.
Patience a virtue.
No one wants to lose this last round, man. I can really tell.
Yeah. This is incredibly dicey, isn't it? Smoke gonna come down. ADRF, and as he might just stick around it for now. Oh, below him. Oh, it's a messy fight. It's not a good one at all. Not a way to go down for KSA. He's actually had quite a lot of impact throughout this map so far, but not in this round. Not when it sort of matters most.
SGJ getting a bit nervy. They want to know what Antisocial is up to. They're going to look for information, but might just be walking into the Lion's Den in doing so. Keller now has to try to find a way to get out of Hotel, but he's got multiple members headed in his direction. He's going to have to go down swinging, and he does. 2-4-1 in that brief engagement, but Gokun waiting for Tino on the push, and now Yobib, he's found the C4, but he's also been spotted. Lukum's going to take to that challenge, which was very silly. He could have just waited for WY instead. He's gone too early, and it's been left now to Gokun in a 1v2. Huge misstep from Antisocial.
Is he going to go for the smoke? What's the play here? 30 seconds.
Whoever shoots first.
Yeah, this is tough. We've got to make a move. Yep. This is dicey. Yobib on the other side. He's got a gap on the smoke. He's out to swing round. Hits the shot. C4's got to be collected here, but he might just try and take fights. He's just looking for that other guy. C4 collected. He's walking straight in towards him. He's going to win it. Gokun is just different gravy. What a way to close that.
That is a Gokun round. That is a Gokun round. We've seen it so many times in the past. He's winding the clock back. You get the first kill with the AWN, then you pull out the sidearm, and there's probably 2 or 3 more kills ready to go. That's just crazy, and that is Gokun in a nutshell.
That's my goat right there.
That's my Gokun.
That's my Gokun.
That's my uncrowned king.
Yeah, this could be the crown. The crown round, the crown game. What a round for him. Lead taken by Antisocial. 5 more rounds to see off the series. ADRF, he's getting 1. Actually gets pretty close to the second, but just none of the bullets connect. He had the right idea, just not the execution.
Yep. Still, one's good if he can get out, which he has.
Nice.
Yeah. Asking for a flash, though. That's what you need from your teammates, especially when you want to get some aggressive map control. Little flash, turn around the corner, get the easy piece. But fortunately for SGJ, it is only KSA out, and he is the entry role for the squad. So, going to have to recoup or reroute somewhere else. So, Keller is going to be the one responsible for the entries this time, since he doesn't have any nades. But nades are looking a bit thin, man.
Will Elvin clear this?
Oh, he's heard.
Yeah. Oh, LKK had to step a little bit too far. So ends up giving up his life. It's a good effort. Ooh. Elvin's going to exit, and that's going to be spotted by Gokun. So that might just be the information for Antisocial that this push is headed towards the B side of the map rather than A. ADRF happy to play close behind that smoke.
Now they start to make a move.
Oh.
It works out well. SGJ, and then it very quickly flips on his head. Nice little double in a quick succession from the Orb and the Rifle. And Tino and Elvin. I mean, starting to slowly but surely run out of time here. Ref wants to fight, and that's why. Tino got to now call this one alone. It feels unlikely. An over peak and an over swing.
Yeah.
A swing and a miss. And it's Antisocial who build up a 2-round buffer.
This is looking familiar.
It
Not
is.
gonna lie.
It really is.
This is looking familiar, but I mean LKK. Instead of LKK, it's ADRF actually leading the charge for the squad, and especially ADRF when he is this hot on that AK-47, he is just gonna take map control even without any utility. He's just gonna straight up aim duel you, especially when he's that confident. He's gonna be a very dangerous man. He is.
WI. Big fight here as well. Velvet around that corner. He doesn't quite spot him out just yet. He's waiting. Yobib as well. Just ducking and diving, wants to try and find a pixel to work with. He's got the right idea.
Goken's jump peeking.
He comes over. Doesn't go deep enough, though, to catch Yobib. It's a little dicey, isn't it, by Goken? Could get caught by a quick flick.
Yeah, but Goken's the type of guy to hit this shot, too.
True.
Like, sees a pixel of Yobib. That's enough.
Yeah, it is very true. Minute 25. No decision made by SGJ. This is one of those rounds, though, where it does start to feel like... I mean, arguably it feels like if we lose this one, it might start to be curtains already. Yobib swinging a find. An over peak there coming forward from the IGL, and Antisocial now the call from the grave.
Well, I was going to say it's pretty much up to ADRF here, but he's just going to get slammed, and then Goken has no chance either. So everything going right for SGJ in that round. LKK will go down as well. This is, I mean, this one's over. This is a foregone conclusion.
Yeah. I mean, the miles difference, right? From the BL side of Antisocial and SGJ, they like the slow, more methodical approach to the map, but WY gonna have a go at this. But he's already hurt, and he's dead. Shot in the back.
It's a really bad round from Antisocial, I think, all in all. Every fight taken, bar WY at the end there is really poor.
Yeah, someone got drive-by'd and spawn with a pistol. Instant headshot. That's why the Colt is the best pistol, man.
Yep.
Deagle is a close second.
Hey, I don't see the Deagle too often.
Yeah, Colt's more accurate.
Yeah.
But if you want to...
But Deagle has style points.
Yeah, that's exactly how... If you want to look swag,
yeah,
that's where it's at.
Well, forward hold for ADRF. Has got Viana on the long angle as well, but Viana's now starting to back off, so this is really just down to ADRF solo. Going to get the re-smoke across. So Mewtwo getting tossed in here by SGJ. I'm a little bit worried about ADRF's position here. This really looks like a one and done to me. If that.
It's dicey. It really is. Maybe with Viana making a bit of noise, they might potentially overlook ADRF here. Another smoke that comes down. They clear him. Yes, effectively. I don't know. Yeah, I'm with you. It really feels kind of overly aggressive there for sort of no reason.
Now's not the time to do this.
Yeah.
No.
It's not 9-7.
Ooh.
Well, Goken's got to take this fight.
Oh my God.
he has to take that fight, right? He knows they're down 5-on-3. Has to take a bit of a risk. Pegs one back, but it's still going to be an numbers advantage for SGJ, and so the incentive is going to still be there for Antisocial to be kind of like looking for these aggressive lines.
You're telling me that Goken just walked up and quickscope with that man?
You kind of expect him to do it once again. That's just what he does best.
Jesus.
I think we really just need to be more out of Viana. Obviously, we don't usually expect numbers out of him, but just kind of be somewhere near neutral would be nice. LKK, dead man, unfortunately. Let's get one before he dies, so at least it's not the end of the world. But this round really feels like it's sort of like a 1v3 for Goken. We haven't really seen Viana do all too much.
Oh, because they spotted Goken in mid, they're actually going to go right back to A. Oh, the leg. But it seems like Yobib has the better, the faster draw.
Yeah, this one's done. Vienna struggled to have any sort of impact in this match
I mean,
so
at 16
far.
seconds, if he drops the bomb on the cross, there would have been maybe something to have been said, but...
That requires him to get a kill, though.
No, you're right.
Good thing he got hit almost in the leg.
Yeah.
Tino got almost in the leg.
This is the 1v2 earlier.
That's just crazy. That did look like classic Oaken, you were right.
6-all now, though. SGJ looking okay. I don't know, AS really, struggling. Last couple of rounds have not been pretty at all.
Well, SGJ are going to try to pick the pace up and see if they can knock over Antisocial that way. That apparently is not going to happen. Everybody getting involved for Antisocial. Just down to Elvin here, 1v3. He's going to be given a little bit of space just to allow ADRF to wrap around behind, but LKK getting it done. Interesting form of a celebration there for Antisocial, but
sends it off the cliff.
They've got a lead once again, keeping their noses in front, and I think that might be the last time we see SGJ going fast.
Yeah, quick round, and it quickly gifts the lead back over towards Antisocial.
I like how they had the advantage for like 2 seconds and then U-turns immediately.
Yeah.
Vienna did get a kill.
It's true. I'm glad to see it. And WI going to get a kill to start this one off. Opening kills for Antisocial in this series as a whole, especially considering map number 1 have actually been incredibly important for them. So that could be a good indicator for AS as long as they play together. Their trading at times has had a few weaknesses and issues, to say the least.
I actually realize now how similar these two teams are.
Yeah.
Now you got 3 people who could technically snipe, a captain who can also snipe, and Gouken and Yobib basically parallels. Not saying they're equal in skill, but same role.
Oh, what? Big swing, big find.
He's just allowed to do that?
It's a 1-for-1 trade, but it still keeps the numbers in favor of Antisocial, so not too upset with that. It's a good gather of information as well.
Yeah, Yobib's kind of been left up to his own devices to creep his way toward A here, but has been spotted out.
It's okay, we haven't seen him as lights out as map 1, but that's a nice, nice little find.
Yeah. Just still falling apart a little bit at the seams for SGJ. I mean, they've been competitive in this matchup, but towards the late map, they haven't really been looking quite so solid. There's that pressure getting to them, maybe.
Oh, LKK.
Yeah, he heard him. He didn't quite spot him, but enough that he can find the head on the tail end. And well, Killer Last Man should be dropped in just a second, and he is. Antisocial getting close here to that 2-0.
Yeah, it's looking a bit deflated, not gonna lie.
Yeah, look at the faces here. I mean, Alvin's not exactly looking too happy. Same with KSA.
It's getting past 11 p.m. local time here, so everyone probably getting a little bit tired as well. It's been a big day.
Yeah, Gouken's kind of used to that China Standard Time.
Yeah, gas in the tank though, starting to run out. And that's a very unappealing prospect if you're down 0-1 already, having to think about, well, if we win this map, we still have to play another whole map, and it could be a long night, and I'm already tired. And
is that what you're feeling?
No way.
Oh yeah. Antisocial though, that's running on over this offense that SGJ tried to go for on the A site. It is 6-9, and the coach trying to look good for the camera because he knows this one is probably next to over. But
it's kind of what I'm saying though, like
tragic.
Antisocial, they get that second win. They're like, okay, we're close now. We're close to finishing this series off. Let's get loud. Let's get hype. They're feeling it. The adrenaline's pumping. Whereas for SGJ, it just kind of continues to nosedive and nosedive. So this is where you have to have that real strong mental stability if you're SGJ. But you know, pretty fresh team at this kind of level of competition in comparison to the likes of Antisocial. So I don't know if they've got it.
Oh, Tino still does. He'll find the first. Not done just yet. Stick around for a second. And towards the bar, and well, OKK with him still being alive, it's all still feeling very doable. Ooh. 1-for-1s keep the numbers in favor, but Elvin here, an important fight which he has to win, and he does. a chance now. Gokin and LKK. Ooh. If anybody's going to make a difference, though, it would be these two. I'm not going to completely discount them just yet. If Gokin works a bit of his magic and LKK has a similar performance as that last map, there might just be a chance. Paul's going to be called, and the hope is for Antisocial that it's not required. We shall see. Gokin up close. Don't hear any of this just yet. LKK is probably going to be the primary man called upon as Gokin misses. That's the round done. It's actually a pretty good round all in all. And a timeout for SGJ Reborn.
Yeah. Man, Keller, bro. I mean, that's a good shots in that round, but the entire game, kind of don't see him doing too much. We did see him on the sniper, getting some control in towards B long earlier, but now he kind of just disappeared in the second half, and I really feel like this is one of the reasons why SCJ is in this position. They need this guy. They need this guy to perform. The big three of SGJ does not work without one.
Well, do you think there's a chance?
No.
No?
There's a light at the end of the tunnel. A very faint light. And I'm running towards it, but it's getting fainter.
Everyone turning around, looking at the coach, listening to the words that are being said. The other side of the field,
Viana's the coach.
Viana's the one that's got a lot to say.
I feel like it's good. It's really difficult to kind of try and coach Antisocial, knowing you are coaching Viana, the man with the most experience from Brazil. CROSSFIRE Stars winner as well. Maybe just a different perspective maybe for the side of Antisocial. But
Yeah.
Because sometimes, Viana's a good IGL, but you did notice sometimes they overheat.
Well, 2 bites at the cherry here for Antisocial, and even failing that, they'll have overtime to play with. It's a long road back into this one for SGJ, and it's a fast play from Antisocial that's going to go wrong by the looks of things. Viana, I can't imagine getting out of here alive. Has done well to grab himself one, but ADRF has dropped, so has WY, and that fast pace from Antisocial has just completely blown up in their face.
Yeah, quick is an understatement, and it's worked. Nice shot from Gokin. Still feels incredibly unlikely. Has spotted on Tino, but it's not going to make a difference. Wow, SGJ look revitalized here.
They probably scored.
The pause.
They saw the score.
Yeah.
They saw the score 9-7. You already know what Viana's calling. But now, it's all or nothing, man.
Yeah, it is.
It's either 10-8 or we go home slightly later.
Antisocial are struggling to close this out. They're in a good spot. Had 3 attempts at it. This is their 3rd. 2 back-to-back quick rounds which do not work out for them. Gokin gets flashed off the angle. YW as well. And the pressure for Gokin is going huge. YW has his own moment as well, but Gokin's done so damn well to give them that space. Nade over, and he one-taps on towards Elvin. Gokin, the king. They needed a hero, and he steps up to bat. It's a home run for him. And thank God.
Well, it was a good effort by SGJ, but at the end of the day, Antisocial do reign supreme. It was 2-0, but both of those maps really going down to the wire, and I think you have to look at that and say, were it not for that extra level of experience, I mean, Antisocial probably lose at least one of those maps, if not both. SGJ, I think they put up a good accounting for themselves. Sneaky, would you agree?
Yeah, I would say so. This is a good game for them, but at the same time, I really feel like they're going to feel very disappointed.
It's an opportunity missed.
Yeah, it's an opportunity missed, and not going to lie, man, I feel like the time that this roster has to be good is almost there. They need to peak at the right time. This roster has been together for a year now.
Right.
So I really feel like they have to get to a certain point where they can definitely beat international teams, just like how PacMac did back in the day. And I really feel like we're getting there. I feel like I'm invested in the long run for my region, but at the same time, man, I wanted to see more from SCJ, bro. I really feel like if Keller just played, slightly better, if we saw more from KSA, more activeness, we hear from Elvin, not him getting shut down by LKK like multiple times, would have been more closer.
Yeah, take a look at the score at the tail end of it as well. Goken, of course, another great map out from this guy. I mean, he really, especially that final round, sealed the deal, right? They needed him. KSA, of course, 1.6 for him, not bad. 1.42 for Yobib, who was actually really impactful all the way throughout. I mean, Yobib, at times, single-handedly was given SGJ round, but I think all in all, Goken, when it mattered most, he stepped up, and I think no surprises to see this guy as the set MVP with his interesting celebration.
He's got so much aura, it's crazy.
Did you see he's got blue hair?
Yeah, he's got dyed blue hair for like kind of similar to like the team's jersey. Yeah, I like it. It's cool.
I think he dyed his hair before he left China, and now it's like it's getting its own design. It's like polka dots. It does look cool though. It does match. But it's Goken, man. It's Goken at the end of the day. And is he back? Maybe 80% of
there's like
Goken
flashes
is
of
back.
it though.
There's flashes.
I would say 80%. We just need to see that crispy cold come back.
I would agree. I think that one clutch that we saw, the 1v2 clutch, that was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's the Goken we know. That's the Goken we remember. But I'm not kidding. He used to do that like 3 times a match.
Yeah,
It was unbelievable.
He only needed 5 bullets on that cold to get an ace, man.
Exactly.
That's no joke.
Exactly. So, I think 80% is a fairly fair assessment. Like, if we would see another 1 or 2 rounds like that one from Goken, we'd be like, all right, he's back, and this team is a real contender. For now, it's a decent start, I would say, for Antisocial, but I'm not at the point where I can say the sky's the limit for this team. We had that conversation around, are they past their prime? Have they had their peak, and they're just kind of running it back just because they can? I think that's kind of what I'm getting. Like, they are still a good team, don't get me wrong, but are they world beaters still? Not based on what I've seen here today.
There's too many sloppy mistakes, I think, for me, which denies them that conversation about being world beaters. I think there's moments where if we saw them just have a little bit more consistency, a little bit more cleanliness in terms of the way they close out rounds, or even close out maps, both of them going 10-8, both of them going a little bit further than they should have. I mean, they gave way too many opportunities for me over towards SGJ. So these are small things where I say not quite there yet. It's good to get a win under your belt. It's good to deny, dropping a map. That's fantastic, sure, but it's also a team that you're expected to win and expected to win against pretty handedly, and there was real moments of struggles.
Yeah, I mean, just like how I said earlier, right? I mean, they're kind of prone to a bit of tilting, and I feel like you could kind of see it in their faces that you're kind of distraught, man. You already have the lead at one point of the match. You feel like you have control of the game, and all of a sudden, Goken, ADRF, LKK just comes out and kills your entire team. So how do you get back into that, man? I feel like you need a good pep talk from the coach, but at the same time, it's going to be in the back of your head that happens.
Yeah, I mean, the real way I'm looking at it now as well is like not even comparing them against other teams internationally, it's actually just domestically. Are they better than Vasco at the moment? No. Are they better than Imperial? Definitely not, right? So that's where you have to make the argument of, actually, are they world beaters? No, because like even domestically, they just look considerably weaker. Because the Vasco that we saw at the Summer Championships looked fantastic on an international scale, very good at breaking down teams. Imperial, even just from what we saw today, looked really good, but we know the level at which those guys can play at as well. So that's where, for me, I do worry about them, these guys long-term. Will they be okay for the groups? I think so. I think they'll be fine there. Is that enough for them? Maybe,
I would say it is. I would say it
Yeah.
probably is. Look, if I'm this team, my expectation is, or my hope is, let's make it to playoffs, and anything can happen when we get into playoffs. Maybe we get a favorable draw, someone gets an upset in a group, we might versus a weaker team, we might have a day.
Deluded to say anything else, right? For them, right? To be like, I think we can win this. Like,
yeah, no,
you always, what? You know what I mean?
You always say, I think we can win, or I want to win.
Yeah.
But like,
legitimately
in your heart of hearts, you'd be thinking, if we can make playoffs, we're probably pretty stoked. That's a pretty good payday. And look, at the end of the day, then maybe we have a good performance. Someone pops off, we can go further. But we're not necessarily here to say we must win this. That's our goal, sort of thing.
And I think it's also like for themselves, it's one of those things of like when they look at this group, they've got to be like, actually, there's really beatable teams here.
Yeah.
We actually should be fine. It would be like a little bit embarrassing if we don't make it out of groups. So I think it's more for like saving face of saying like, let's make it to playoffs and then we'll see what happens.
Right.
We'll go from there, play it by ear, play it game by game.
Yeah, I would actually say Group D is actually the group of life.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you got like the 3rd seed of Brazil, you got the 4th seed of Vietnam, you got the 1st seed of PH, and you got 1st seed of CFWL.
Yeah, it's interesting that AG and Wolf Empire are in the same group, but then you've got like this group with like, I mean,
no
real like super competitive teams. You know what I
AG's
mean?
got some unfinished business with Wolf Empire. I'm trying to see that.
Yeah, but what I was thinking is, this would be a perfect one to split them up, right? Have them different groups, different side of the brackets, meet for the final. Get that revenge story if that was to be the case. But who knows?
Yeah, maybe Swamp Gaming can beat AG. Who knows? I mean, X-Famous, man.
Can they get a round off AG? I think is probably step one.
Oh wow!
Hey,
I'm sure they can get a round.
Do not doubt the homies. But
I don't know. They only dropped 3 earlier.
Did they?
Yeah, 10-1, 10-2, yeah, earlier today.
That's right.
Against unKnights. unKnights are better than Swamp.
That's true. Okay,
So-
I watched CFWL. That is definitely true. But hey, might be any magic there somewhere.
Yeah, who knows? Famous pop-off and win like 4 rounds, maybe.
Score
across
40.
the series.
You're not. You're joking. You kind of are, but like you're not really. You know what I mean?
No.
Like,
I mean, he actually generally can win them like 4 rounds.
Quick 40 banger from X-Famous, and
Yeah.
we can get it done.
Yeah. Look, at the moment we're just waiting for the interview to get rolling on the stage.
Yeah.
And then we'll be hearing from the players from Antisocial. Don't know who it's going to be.
I'm assuming the MVP. Goken.
Is that how it works?
Yeah, normally it's the
Right.
MVP.
It's just, it's Goken. He played consistently like 2 maps, so it's pretty good. So just kind of average it out.
Is that him there? I think so. I think I see some blue tinted hair.
That is definitely Goken.
That is Goken. Yeah. You can't see him on stream. We can see him.
Guys.
Goken's about to head onto the stage. The interview is about to come in just a
You may
moment.
think this is a green screen behind us, but that's actually real.
Yeah, you can see them right behind Sneaky, now Jordan. That is them walking to the stage. There we go. Giving you live updates as we go here. Ready for...
We've commentated the game. Now we're commentating what's happening on the stage.
Exactly. We do the job to the fullest of its extent. You know what I
Right.
mean? And we get things as ready as we can. They're going to set up for that interview as well. But I think, all in all, the big takeaways from this, good to see a win out from Antisocial. Maybe not as good in the fashion we'd want to see that win, but all that matters, 2-0 under the belt, shaking off a bit of the ring rust, heading in towards a tournament internationally, and, they've got a point to prove. Can we still compete at the top level? We haven't answered the question yet, but at least it's now up in the air a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a question for throughout the rest of this week. We can't draw too many conclusions from that matchup. I think SGJ showed us flashes of what they could be, so I'm quite interested to see what they can do throughout the rest of this group. Same for Antisocial, right? I don't know that SGJ is going to be the best team that they're going to have to play out against in this event.
Yeah, I think 3BL will be more of a fight for Antisocial. I actually think that is...
Especially...
the way actually they played, I would actually make an argument that 3BL might be the favourites in this group. We'll have to see. Either way, we're going to throw it over towards an interview. We got Matt and we got Goken over on the stage. So see you there.
We have our winners of our first match of Group D, Antisocial team. The MVP, of course, Goken, lit up that game. But we've got to say, Goken and our translator here, that game started off on Ankara. SGJ playing so well. You guys were a long way behind at the start. Why did you start so slowly? What happened there?
Eles estão querendo saber, né, no primeiro mapa, a equipe oponente teve uma vantagem, tirou uma vantagem bem mais rápido no início, e eles queriam saber por quê.
Acho que é porque por ser a nossa primeira partida do campeonato, entramos um pouco frio e é isso.
他说主要是因为这个是他们的
I think
第一场比赛，
basically, I think this is our first map, so we keep a very cool mentality.
Okay, a cool mentality. So what changed, which meant that you managed to win Ankara? What changed for the team?
Quais foram as principais alterações que vocês fizeram para conseguir a vitória?
Acho que eu posso dizer que não teve alteração, mas que conseguimos entrar no jogo por ser a segunda partida e estar um pouco mais quente no jogo, conseguir entrar no jogo.
他们说其实没有做实际的改变。
Basically, we didn't make any major changes. It's just gradually we got familiar with the game.
Okay, all right then. Second map, Eagle Eye, close as well. 5-4 at halftime. You win 10-8. Was that closer than you expected? Were you worried you were going to lose?
E no mapa do Olho da Águia, né, vocês tiveram uma disputa bem acirrada e em algum momento vocês tiveram medo de perder a partida?
Não tivemos medo de perder a partida. Nosso time tem muita resiliência. Eu também sou um jogador que falo muito para a gente acreditar em todos os rounds do jogo e, independente de qualquer momento, a gente pode ganhar a partida.
没有担心过会
We
输这
didn't
一
worry
场
about
比赛
losing the game.
他们就说一直保持一
And we
种
just
状态，就是相
keep
信自己。
our mentality and we believe in ourselves.
Of course you believe in yourself. We know you guys believe in yourselves. It's been a long day. I'll just ask you anything you want to say to everyone who's supporting you, Gokhan.
Agora, por último, vocês têm alguma coisa que queiram falar para os fãs de vocês?
Eu gostaria de agradecer a todas as torcidas dos meus fãs do Brasil, dos meus fãs da China, para sempre torcerem por mim e não desistirem, que nós vamos dar o máximo para ser campeão.
今天想感谢我们的中
We'd
国
like
的
to
粉丝
extend
们，还有
our
巴西的粉
thanks
丝
to
们，
the fans
然后
both
就
in
继
China
续
and in
支持
Brazil,
我们，相
and
信我
also
们，因为我们
thank you
会
for supporting
拿下
us
这
and
冠军。
believing us, and we will secure the victory.
Yes, I'm sure there will be more wins and we will see you throughout the tournament. Your MVP of our last game today, Gokhan, obrigado. Congratulations to Brazil. 2 wins with 2 of their teams today. We're going to go back to our casters now, as I'm sure they'd love to talk to you some more. But from here on the stage, we've got another Brazilian victory.
Once again, ready to talk to you about some stuff. What do you guys reckon about that interview?
Matt is right. We do want to talk some more.
Yeah, I do. I'm so stoked. Look. I mean, as far as today's concerned, I think it's just a great day if you're a Chinese fan or a Brazilian fan. That's the real takeaway. That's really where we're at.
Well, in a weird way, no surprises, but also, yeah, it's good to see, the 2 most dominant regions dominating day one, right? That's what we want to see. We want to see them really kind of showcase that, there is a disparity. We are better as a region. We actually are levels above. And I think it will really then start to kind of weed out who are the teams that really actually even have a chance of testing the big boys on the block, basically.
Yeah, look, we've got a lot to look forward to. I mean, we still haven't seen Wolf Empire. I think they're the big sort of like X factor, right?
Little Ice Cube.
It's easy to say, oh, China's looking good when you've seen AG and Q9 play, and the same for Brazil when you get to see Imperial and Antisocial. I mean, to be fair, Vincent, or Vasco rather, I should say, is listed Vincent from last year.
Yeah.
Vasco, I mean, Vasco's a pretty good shout as well, to be fair.
Yeah.
But, you know, we haven't seen the best, at least in our opinion, we haven't seen the best Vietnamese squad just yet. But that'll be coming up later on in the piece. Here we get to see the group standings for all of the groups. There's only been one match per group, so there's not really a whole lot to talk about here. Q9 got the dub over Ranking. They're looking pretty good there for Group A. Group B, here we go. Again, Chinese dominance. Chengdu All Gamers getting a sweeping victory over unKnights, and they're looking very, very solid to hold on to top spot there. The only real question is whether or not they're going to be able to get the dub over Wolf Empire.
I'm really interested to see how that Wolf Empire LCK game goes as well, because that could be quite interesting. Of course, Imperial, great win for them against Alotus. I mean, it wasn't too much of a competition in all fairness. Pretty one-sided stuff there in Group C. And then Group D to finish it off, as we've just seen, Antisocial and SGJ Reborn. Now, granted, close maps, but the result ended up being a 2-0 all in all, which is all that matters. And for Group D, in the Group of Life, as we've called it, I do actually think there's a very good opportunity for 3BR. I know there's my bias here, but I mean, with Antisocial not actually looking like dominant, they're not looking uber strong. Considering how good 3BL looked at the Summer Championships in the group, they were dominant in the groups, right? That's where I do actually think there's maybe a chance 3BL could end up top part of this group. We'll have to see, we'll have to wait. You never know, tournament by tournament. You know, Vietnam's going to be in a honeymoon phase for them in this one. Back, you know, people have now figured out how they play, and it's no longer a shot.
I'm 100% on your train of thought here. I think we get to see 3BL and again up against Next Stop tomorrow, I believe. So that'll be our first real insight into.
I think that's the final game of tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, that'll be our insight to what 3BL is actually going to look like at this event. If they can perform really well there and give us like a nice little start, we can actually start to get on that.
Especially
that
if that's
train.
like a super clean
that's
game
what I'm saying.
too,
Yeah,
right?
That's what I'm saying.
Then we're like, all right, well, we're seeing on the other side where they're like opposition are not super clean. Maybe a world, man. I don't know. I'm a believer. I'm huffing the copium, right? I want to see a West team do well because it gives us a job.
Well, you can do that all day tomorrow. I tell you what, that's one day done, but we've still got plenty more Crossfire for you. We do have to say goodnight for tonight, but we'll be back again tomorrow. Same time, same place with more Crossfire for you. So have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
future. Whatever it takes， 放手去追 ，This is our life. Stars are falling, tracing dreams anew. Even when I stumble, I'll rise too. We stand tall, we conquer all through the smoke and shadows. No looking back, I'll forge my way, reclaim our fate. I love the future, we're all from light, 你说不能成败。I love the future, we're ready to shine， 现在解锁未来，放下失败的过往，不再彷徨，勇敢去飞翔。I love the future, whatever it takes， 放手去追 ，This is our life。破除心魔，冲破枷锁，尽无止境。